Jealous of his genius younger brother, Logan impulsively caused him harm, leading his father to banish him from the family. 10 years later, when he tried to return to make amends, it was already too late. Logan's younger brother was executed for treason against the Empire, and his entire family was wiped out. In the end, Logan strapped bombs to himself and blew up the Imperial forces to avenge his family. But instead of meeting his ancestors, he regressed back into the past. Lying in bed, Logan heard a familiar voice, one he hadn't heard in over a decade. The young boy was none other than his younger brother, Ronian. Logan immediately realized this was right after he had been defeated by his brother in a duel. In the past, he had thrown a pillow at his brother's face and scolded him terribly. "Get lost. You're nothing but a child of a concubine." Logan's heart ached instinctively. Such a kind person had ended up meeting such a tragic fate. Logan offered a sincere apology from the bottom of his heart and hugged Ronian tightly, tears welling up in his eyes. This was the hug Logan had waited decades for. The two brothers cried until their eyes were swollen, then said their goodbyes, promising to meet again the next day. Logan thought, if this wasn't a dream, and he had truly returned to the past, he needed to change everything to save his family. Afterward, Logan asked a servant named Rick to bring him pen and paper, then thanked him. Rick was startled to hear his young master say thank you for the first time. Rick kept asking if Logan's head injury had flared up again, which infuriated Logan enough to kick him out. Only then did Rick breathe a sigh of relief. His hot-tempered, short-fused young master was finally back. It's hilarious how servants won't listen to a soft voice but thrive on being yelled at. It was because, in the past, Logan was quick-tempered and constantly abused the servants. The most important thing now was to write down everything that would happen in the future. The war against the Empire would break out in 10 years. This disaster wouldn't just destroy Logan's family, it would ruin the entire nation. His goal was to prevent that. But before that, a territorial war would break out in just 1 year. It would strike suddenly, devastate part of the family, and plunge them into a dark era. Therefore, the most critical task was to prevent this. Inside a room somewhere, the tall, imposing silhouette of a man stood looking out the window. Suddenly, a servant's voice echoed outside, announcing that the eldest young master wished to see the family head. This man was Logan's father, the head of the Patrick family. Outside, the servants were avoiding Logan like the plague. Wherever he went, everyone panicked and scrambled away. In the servants' eyes, he seemed like a terrifying monster. One maid, moving too quickly, tripped and sent everything she was carrying crashing to the floor. As she cowered in fear, someone reached out a hand, asking if she was okay. The girl took his hand, looked up, and as she began to thank him, her eyes went wide. The person standing in front of her was none other than the young master, Logan. He was trying to give a friendly smile, but in the maid's eyes, it looked very strange. Seeing this, she immediately knelt down, begging the young master to spare her life. It was a bit awkward to have changed into a different person overnight. They would probably need time to get used to it. He just needed to slowly show them he had changed. "I'm this handsome, so it can't be because my smile is that awkward, right?" "Yeah, sure, handsome, keep telling yourself that, buddy." A while later, a servant led Logan to the family head's office. "Master, the eldest young master is here to see you." In his previous life, Logan had harbored resentment toward his father after being exiled. That cold man had abandoned all expectations he once held for his son and hadn't even bothered to check on him after he collapsed from his match. Logan had once thought his father was a heartless man who threw his own child away. Thinking back, that was truly foolish. How much pain must a parent feel to be forced to kick their own child out of the house? The door opened, and Logan saw his father again after more than a decade of separation. "Father, it's me, Logan." Hearing the voice, the man turned slowly to face his son. Logan looked at his father, his eyes welling up with tears. "I'm truly sorry for what happened back then." This man was the head of the Patrick family, Patriarch Patrick. He asked Logan why he had come to see him. Even though he knew what would happen, Logan still felt his father was too cold. But it made sense for him. It was 20 years of longing. For his father, it was just a typical day. Logan told his father he wanted permission to train alone in the family's training grounds. What did Logan need to do to win the territorial war? The answer was simple: strengthen his combat power and upgrade the equipment for his troops across the entire territory. For all of that to happen, Logan needed a lot of money, a massive amount of military funding, to build his army. But the Patrick family was known throughout the kingdom as a beggar family, so he had to find a way to secure funds from the outside. There was a way to make a fortune immediately, an event taking place in 3 months. He could earn enough to cover the family's annual budget in one go. To prepare for that, Logan needed to hone his martial arts skills. The patriarch asked, "Do you want to run away because you lost to your brother?" Logan said that wasn't the case. He had realized his shortcomings and wanted to improve himself. Lack of effort was the only reason, really. I suspect you aren't fully awake yet. Have you finally realized that your behavior up until now hasn't been right? I'm tired. I've heard you say that so many times. During all this time, instead of reflecting on your own weaknesses, you've just taken your anger out on others. I was very impulsive and rash. Through this training, I want to learn to control those urges. So please, grant my request, Father. It seems this isn't just an empty excuse this time. How long do you intend to train? About 3 months, sir. Do you think that's enough time to catch up to Ronian? It's not about defeating Ronian. I just want to give it my all, within that limited time. I suppose you really have changed a bit. Very well, I allow it. Thank you, Father. Also, it's still spring, Logan. Sleeping on the cold ground of the family graveyard will be freezing, so make sure to keep warm. It turned out his father wasn't as cold as Logan had thought. Hidden behind that stern exterior, he still cared deeply for his son. A few days later, Logan arrived at the family's training grounds. Since only direct descendants of the Patrick family are allowed in, the place was completely deserted. The best part was that the area was massive, making it perfect for solo training. Logan began rummaging through his bag, as he couldn't let anyone see his training methods just yet. He pulled out a worn-out book, its cover tattered and torn at the edges. This was a legendary sword technique manual. In his past life, he had memorized it and burned the book so the Empire couldn't get its hands on even a shred of it. Originally, the cover had been embroidered with a golden eagle. It contained the secret arts of a hero from ancient times, the one who had slain the dragon that once ruled the world. Logan had transcribed it using the Independent Army's code, so no one else could read it. If this manual was the real deal, once he mastered it, the Empire's aura masters and mages wouldn't be anything to fear anymore. Before his regression, he'd been too old and lacked the talent. But now, he finally had a chance. Using internal energy to adjust. The body is the foundation of this sword technique. Then, one must focus that energy toward the heart to form a core. For those with average talent, this is incredibly difficult. Back then, Logan had failed at this very stage. However, after his regression, his internal energy had reached a whole new level. Initially, Logan thought forming the core would take at least 3 days, but to his surprise, it only took him 3 minutes. It was far faster than he'd ever imagined. As the core formed, a dense surge of energy flowed through him, washing over his body like a cool rain after a long drought. If the training method in the book was correct, then the Empire was in for a rude awakening. Logan picked up his sword, ready to test just how much he had improved. His feet slammed into the ground, causing the earth to crack. His eyes sharpened, just like a blade being unsheathed. Logan instantly swung his sword, unleashing a wave of sword aura that swept through everything in its path. His physique and senses had undergone a staggering transformation, perfectly suited for swordsmanship. Even though he hadn't expected the core to form so quickly, at this rate, he would definitely be much stronger in 3 months. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and Logan practiced relentlessly, never feeling tired. He trained from sunrise until the sky went pitch black before finally stopping to rest. Time flew by, and today was the final day of his 3-month deadline. This time, Logan wanted to test a new skill. One of the 10 sword techniques recorded in the secret manual was a move capable of cutting through space and time. It was called Space-Time Slash. Logan gripped his sword with both hands, channeling his single core, the 1-star core, the only skill he could use for now. First form, Wind-Cleaving Wave. With a single slash, a sharp wave of aura shot toward an ancient tree. A loud explosion rocked the entire forest, and dirt and rocks flew everywhere, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Logan sat down hard on the ground, gasping for breath, but he was overjoyed that he had mastered the first form. In front of him, the massive, century-old tree had been sliced clean in two. Logan looked up at the sky and let out a hearty laugh. The power far exceeded anything he had imagined. This wasn't something someone just starting to use internal energy should be capable of. He was exhausted after that one hit, but it was a solid trump card to keep up his sleeve. At this point, Logan had finished his training goal, and now he could go flaunt it to his father and leave the old man speechless. But first, Logan needed a bath. His clothes absolutely reeked. However, no sooner had Logan returned to the family estate than he ran into trouble with the guards. "I apologize, but you cannot see the Lord. Please leave, young master." Logan swallowed his anger and calmly asked, "Why can't I go in? Is my father sick?" The guard, blue hair, kept his arrogant expression. The family rules clearly stated that even immediate family couldn't demand an audience without prior notice. Rick noted that this rule had indeed been in place for hundreds of years. Logan was confused. He had been able to see him just fine 3 months ago. If so, it was because that guard wasn't doing his job properly for the young master. Just then, Logan caught a faint sound echoing from inside the mansion. It was likely the soldiers spreading rumors about him. They were gathering and whispering about Logan, calling him a coward who ran away after losing to his younger brother. It seemed Logan's reputation had hit rock bottom while he was away training, to the point where even a mere family guard dared to look down on him. Logan slowly reached into his pocket and asked the blue-haired guard his name. Even though he didn't understand what Logan was up to, he replied, "My name is Domian, young master." "Domian, you blocked me from seeing my father by using a rule that's long been abandoned, and you've repeatedly insulted me with that arrogant attitude of yours. To pay you back for the shame you've caused me." Logan officially challenged him to a duel, then slapped his glove across the guard's face. "Why aren't you answering me, Domian? Are you scared? I didn't think you'd tuck your tail between your legs just because of a rumored coward. I guess you're past your prime, aren't you?" Provoked, Domian accepted Logan's challenge. They headed to a spacious area to spar. The soldiers began to gossip. "Is he really going to fight a knight? The young master is going to lose for sure. Did you see how Ronian beat him to a pulp last time? I heard he went into hiding for 3 months just to avoid Ronian. Let's see how long that coward lasts. I'll bet 50 gold coins he won't last 10 minutes. I bet 100 he won't last 5 minutes. Domian gritted his teeth and said to Logan, "Be careful not to get hurt." Logan just gave a dismissive laugh, because now, he was no longer the weak Logan of the past. After 3 months of training, he was much stronger. Rick and the other servants stood to the side, deeply worried for Logan, not understanding why their young master would dare to pick a fight with a family knight. Another knight was sent in to act as the referee, declaring that the match would begin immediately. For safety, both of them could only use wooden weapons. The referee thought to himself that the young master was too stubborn. There was nothing he could do. He had restricted the weapons, but knights were all about brute strength, so even wooden weapons were extremely dangerous in their hands. No matter what happened, it wouldn't be his responsibility. "Domian, please go easy on him." The battle began, and both men immediately entered their combat stances. Domian's entire body quickly radiated an incredibly intense aura. "You can't be serious. Is he actually trying to use his mana strength? Using his power against a regular person? Is he going all out? Isn't that considered cheating? If the young master gets hit by that, he's in real trouble." But the young master's expression remained as calm as if nothing was happening. If you didn't know better, it would be terrifying, but that's actually a sign that Domian is using his power very clumsily. His power is leaking out because he can't control it. Seeing this, Logan poked fun at him even more, thoroughly infuriating Domian. "Looks like you're pretty tense. Is someone making you nervous? You're washed up, aren't you?" Stung by the mockery, Domian was furious, gritting his teeth hard. Domian lunged forward at full speed, determined to teach Logan a lesson. Rick and the referee were terrified. Both wanted to intervene, but since this was a duel, personally requested by the young master, there was nothing they could do. At that moment, Domian thought to himself, "I'll finish you off with my secret technique, La Chipple Kin." But Logan just swung his wooden sword lightly, easily breaking his move. It looked like a gentle strike, but it made Domian's face twist in agony, sweat pouring off him like rain. Logan looked at him coldly. "You call yourself a knight. Don't tell me that was you going all out." The result of the match left everyone completely shocked. The guards and servants couldn't believe when their young master had become this strong. Feeling like the fight wasn't enough, they wanted to give the opponent another chance. The referee asked Domian what he thought. If he agreed, the two would have a rematch. Domian looked at his trembling hands, unable to believe he had lost to a kid. He shouted angrily that it was impossible, and agreed to the rematch to teach Logan a lesson. But in the second round, Domian was still being toyed with by the young master. In the end, he suffered a humiliating defeat. This time, Domian didn't dare to act arrogant anymore. He bowed his head to accept defeat, but Logan didn't let it go. He swung his sword right into his face. "I've been too lenient with a subordinate who dares to turn against his master. Now, it's time for punishment." After that, Logan hit Domian repeatedly with the wooden sword, as if he were a punching bag, despite the man begging for mercy. The servants watching the scene felt the pain on his behalf. Is this really the same young master? How could he change so much in just 3 months? His inner strength has awakened, and his swordsmanship has completely changed, as if he'd been a swordsman for decades. The fight ended, and the referee declared young Master Logan the winner. In Lord Patrick's room, he was praising his son for an impressive performance. "It seems like you've awakened. What happened during your training?" So, he had been watching the whole time. "I just decided to let go of my greed and discard everything. When training with that mindset, I felt my inner strength overflowing in a way I couldn't believe. It sounds like a lie, but this is what I learned from my past life. Only when I gave up everything to avenge my family could I become stronger. I only realized that after living a wandering life until I was 40, the Lord said to Logan, "You have completely changed." But after that realization, the first thing you did was go and insult a knight? He deserved it. Father, you heard the whole story from the guards already, didn't you? That's true. But even so, I have to ask you, was it really necessary to go that far? Facing his father's question, Logan firmly replied that he had to do it. A knight daring to provoke the successor of his master if he isn't punished, he could become a bad example for the family. The hierarchy is the pillar that allows an organization to function. When that system wavers, the organization wavers too. Eventually, everything will collapse. A knight needs to respect his master. Today's event will be a lesson for other knights. Lord Patrick then said that Domian had indeed made a very serious mistake because he had forgotten his duty and tried to deceive him. But that was a huge gamble. Next time, tone it down, Logan thought to himself. The old man is letting me off that easily? I'm not saying you were right. Don't make mistakes. You are not to do anything like that without my permission again. You haven't officially received your rank yet, and there is one more thing you need to know. Your fiancée, Rena, will be visiting our house soon. Hearing the name Rena, the young master was so moved he couldn't speak. She's finally coming. My money tree is about to arrive. That day, Lady Rena's carriage arrived at the Patrick estate. The lady's beauty not only made the maids swoon, but also made the guards blush. The young master is truly lucky. The beautiful girl with platinum hair was Rena Wolfe. She politely bowed to Lord Patrick and inquired about everyone's health. The Lord was very pleased to see a future daughter-in-law who was both sensible and well-mannered. Rick had seen Rena when she was a child. He didn't expect that after only a few years, she had become such a beautiful lady. But for some reason, since seeing Rena, the young master's expression remained as tense as a wire. I will read the letter that the Count entrusted to me. To my dear friend, Baron Patrick. I would like to propose that we break off this arranged marriage. It turned out Rena came to visit the Marl family to call off the engagement with Logan. The plot is so familiar, the trash character getting dumped. The letter was wordy but hid its main point inside. I thought Patrick would become an aura user, but he's been stuck at the high-rank knight level for 20 years. Honestly, your son is just too incompetent. Is there any reason for us to lower our standards for a son-in-law? So, let's go our separate ways. Goodbye. Lord Patrick was furious. Breaking off this marriage without a justifiable reason? Is the Wolfe family trying to insult the Patrick family? We wouldn't dare, Baron. I even asked to be the messenger because I was worried you would misunderstand. So I came to resolve this misunderstanding personally. I still remember the year I spent here in my childhood memories. Memories that I created with young Master Logan in this beautiful and peaceful place. But unfortunately, my family has me tied down. There was no other way but to follow their orders. So I thought it best to meet you and young Master Logan to apologize in person. The maids hearing those words were deeply moved, thinking Lady Rena's heart was as beautiful as her looks. But the young master didn't believe a word of that nonsense. Obviously, that girl is just putting on an act. Just then, the woman standing next to Logan spoke up. What is the exact reason for this? Lady Rena, I am very curious to hear about this unavoidable situation. That woman was Marion, Ronian's biological mother, and Logan's stepmother. Logan always thought his stepmother saw him as an enemy because of inheritance issues. He never expected her to protect him this time for the sake of the family's honor. I am terribly sorry. I honestly have no idea about the reason myself, so my hands are tied. I am just a person who is about to be married off and will soon become part of another family. So, my father doesn't discuss important family matters with me. Are you here just to announce that you're breaking off the engagement for no reason? I suppose you could think of it that way. Rena did not expect Lady Marion to be such a tough negotiator. She announced that in exchange for breaking the engagement, the Wolfe family would compensate the Patrick family with 3 million gold coins. Upon hearing that figure, the Patrick family's treasurer was shocked because that was an enormous amount of money. Logan also smiled happily. As long as he had the military funds, he would agree to any kind of engagement annulment. Who would have thought that Lord Patrick would react so violently to this? He roared in anger, asking how the Wolfe family dared to do such a thing. The killing intent radiating from him was so intense that the guards couldn't even stand steady. Lady Rena's bodyguard quickly stepped in front of her. He introduced himself as Ren, a knight from the Wolfe family. He hoped Lord Patrick could calm down and continue the conversation. Are you a high-ranking knight like me? That's quite impressive for your age. I suppose a scar on the Wolfe family's new rising star would be a fitting price for the insult to the Patrick family's honor. My clan leader said that you are a man who values honor, barren men. He also said that you would not harm a young lady or a budding sprout of the family. We do not intend to buy your honor with money. Please accept this as a gesture of sincerity to preserve the relationship between our two families. If I were to press this any further, I would be called a man without honor. Is that what you were aiming for by sending young people here? Rena. Lord Patrick spoke to Rena, saying if she wanted to break off the engagement, he only had one condition. She must apologize directly to his son. Other than that, he refused any other compensation. At this moment, Logan suddenly spoke up. Father, allow me to speak as the person directly involved in this engagement. Is the old man really going to let them apologize without taking the money? Is he crazy? 3 million gold is our entire family's budget for the year. Facing the survival of the family, honor was no longer important. Logan had to get that money at any cost. He told his father that he wanted to accept the apology offered by the Wolf family. This made his father extremely angry. Are you saying you want me to go back on my word? Logan, our Patrick family is not so poor that we need to abandon our honor for money. Facing his father, Logan took a deep breath. No, father. Our family is, in fact, very poor. We owe the bank 3 million gold, with an annual interest rate of 150,000 gold. If it weren't for the help from my stepmother's Kiros family, we might have gone bankrupt by now. We are the biggest beggar family in the kingdom. We are beyond broke, not a single penny to our name. Actually, Logan was just imagining things. If he had said that for real, the old man would have smacked him across the face without missing a beat. The reason they had to accept this 3 million gold was entirely related to their honor. So, you're saying I should go back on my word for the sake of honor? Forgive me, but the Wolf family has a higher status than our family, and the Count is also a border commander of the East. I fear that ending this with just an apology will lead to rumors that we had to bow down to the Wolf house. Rena hurriedly explained. The Wolf family would never do anything so unreasonable. We have the utmost respect for the honor of the Patrick house. She came here demanding to break off the engagement, yet she had the audacity to talk about what's unreasonable. Didn't she realize how ridiculous she looked? In his previous life, Logan had been played by this girl, and even thinking about it now made him bitter. Do you think someone like you is worthy of being by my side? Know your place and get out of here. Losing to a kid like that, why are you still carrying a sword? That year, Rena had torn her own clothes to frame Logan for trying to assault her. Because his reputation was already poor, no one believed he was innocent. As a result, the Patrick family was forced to apologize to the Wolf family and pay an enormous price. Because of the lesson Rena taught him, Logan never trusted women. Especially the more beautiful they were, the better they were at deceiving people. I bet she's planning to come here, freeload, and then ditch us with this annulment offer, just like last time. But she won't get away with it this time. There's only a few months left until the Civil War. My reputation is no longer important to me. Lady Rena, regardless of my family's wishes, I accept the compensation. Lord Patrick was furious when he heard his son say that. How dare you go against my will? But Logan remained firm in his stance, saying, what's the point of an apology when honor can just be compensated with empty words? If that's the case, then our family's honor isn't worth much anyway. Wolf House, we will listen to the Baron's word. So what do you think? Even though she said that, she only wanted to save face for her father. Just thinking about paying the 3 million was already bringing her trouble. Lord Patrick declared, as the representative of the Patrick house, a sincere apology to me is enough. However, I will let Logan decide if it is truly sincere. But think carefully, Logan. If you accept the compensation, it means your honor in the future can also be bought and sold with money. Logan whispered to himself, I'm sorry, father, but I cannot back down. As the person involved in this annulment, I accept the compensation from the Wolf family. This decision made his stepmother very satisfied. With such foolish behavior, Logan was no longer qualified to compete for the inheritance with her son. Meanwhile, Rena was red with anger, never thinking that even after she had said all that, Logan would still be stubborn enough to take the money. Lord Patrick turned away in disappointment. I thought you had changed, but it turns out you're getting even worse. It must be my fault for not teaching you what the true value of honor is. Although he was misunderstood by his father, Logan did not explain. He did everything to save this family. Just like that, the 3 million gold finally reached Logan. Stay calm, don't get too excited. I need to put this money into savings first. Just then, the family's treasurer unexpectedly came looking for him, speaking to him with excessive courtesy. Logan thought to himself, something's wrong. This old man being so friendly, he wouldn't be trying to borrow money from me, would he? As the financial manager for the Patrick house, Funer has been running the entire territory on an increasingly tight budget. He constantly has to cover the deficits by begging the family head's relatives for money. He doesn't even know if he's a steward or just the leader of a beggar gang anymore. If this wasn't his home, he would have retired already. But now, Funer finally has a chance to live comfortably for a few more years. In his eyes, Logan is just a foolish kid who still has snot on his nose. His hometown, he'd already retired. But now, Funer has a chance to live comfortably for a few more years. In his eyes, Logan is nothing but a stupid, wet-behind-the-ears kid. Sorry, young master, but you're going to have to split those 3 million with me. After that, Funer didn't stop showering Logan with endless praise, calling him handsome, talented, and all that jazz, saying he's the perfect fit for a family successor. After rambling for a while, Funer finally got down to business. In these difficult times, 3 million gold coins are like rain in the desert. Your wisdom has truly allowed our family to breathe a sigh of relief. My good sir, why the relief? This is my personal money. Logan's comment left Funer speechless. However, he wasn't going to give up that easily. Funer revealed that the Patrick family owes the bank 3 million gold coins, with annual interest reaching 150,000 gold. But Logan had already known that for a long time. It's harvest season now, so the interest can definitely be paid off. But running the Baron's territory costs money too, young master. Besides, the budget is always tight. But before he could even finish, Logan refused. Sorry, but I can't help you with that. I intend to use this money for the family's future, not just to cover operating costs. A person must be farsighted. You can't just miss the big picture for the sake of small, trivial things. Funer secretly thought, the brat is running his mouth again. After decades of working, he had never seen this kid care about the family. Logan asked him, suppose I use this money to pay off all the debt. What benefit does that actually bring to this family? Funer replied that they would have more budget, and the next few years would be easier to manage the territory. But Logan continued, asking, and then what? Which left him unable to respond. Let me tell you, our family will just fall into debt again. It's an endless cycle. I'm trying to break it. That's why I'll be using this money for my own plan. At this moment, the image of the foolish young master in Funer's mind completely changed. From someone heartless who didn't care about household affairs, Logan had truly matured and learned to think for the family. By the way, I have a favor to ask you. If you help me, I might consider contributing some money to cover a few family expenses. I need you to find me some mercenaries. The next day, seeing Logan getting geared up to go somewhere, Rick couldn't hold back and asked, where are you going, young master? Obviously, I'm going to make some money. But didn't you just get a pile of cash? I need more than that. I bet the Lord won't agree with this. The atmosphere in the mansion was already tense enough. Exactly. That's why I'm planning to sneak out. If my reputation can't change immediately, I won't get anything done staying here. I have to build my own power base outside. Thankfully, I've gotten used to the situation out there lately. When I was kicked out of the family, I traveled all over the kingdom. First, I have to recruit that person. Rick heard Logan and thought, my young master is planning to run away from home to be a vagabond behind the old man's back. If you run away, what am I supposed to do? If you really want to leave, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Don't worry, I'll leave a letter for father. No one will blame you. Afterward, the family head, Patrick, read the letter from his problem child before he ran away, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Dear father, heartbroken after my engagement was called off, I've decided to head out for a change of scenery. I'll be back soon. 200 years ago, the Patrick family wasn't this pathetic. Possessing a massive territory, the Patrick family was once respected as the rulers and lords of the southwestern region of the Randia Kingdom. But by the time of the current lord, Patrick, the useless products created by the 3 previous generations had severely tarnished the family's prestige. The territory size also shrank significantly. Fertile lands were handed over to other vassals. In the end, the Patrick family had to live on harsh, barren land in the southern mountains. This territory has nothing, no local specialty products, no agricultural output, and no mines, which are common in mountain regions. Even if the Patrick family wins the Civil War, they would still need constant aid from the stepmother's family. To end this vicious cycle, Logan needs a lot of money, a number much larger than the 3 million he currently has. There is one person who can get him that kind of money. The largest commercial city in the Randia Kingdom, Kel. Based on his memories, this person spent his entire youth in Kel. People said he lived somewhere around here. Goldbug Philip. He was one of the wealthiest merchants who moved to live in the Empire. He was called a trader because he was from the Randia Kingdom, but worked for the Ares Empire. The Ares Empire is the most powerful nation on the continent. As long as you have talent, regardless of gender or age, you will be employed. It is a nation where one can enjoy power and wealth. Those benefits even apply to foreigners, those who are not citizens of the empire. A perfect example of that is Philip from the Randia kingdom. Although called a traitor, Philip still frequently supported his fellow countrymen. Logan heard that his business failed due to being scammed, but seeing it with his own eyes, it was even more miserable than he imagined. Logan stepped close to the man, collapsed on the ground, and asked if he was Philip. Hearing someone looking for him, Philip immediately stood up to size up the young man in front of him. At that moment, Philip felt an intense emotion in Logan's eyes, an emotion that Philip, as a businessman, had encountered countless times: ambition. Before Logan could even speak, Philip shouted, "My payment isn't due yet. Come back in 3 days." It turned out Philip had mistaken Logan for one of the debt collectors. Seeing Philip bristling like an angry puppy, Logan didn't know how to calm him down. "I didn't come here to collect money. Why are you so tense? Please calm down, Philip. I am not here to take your money. I came here to invest." Hearing that, Philip stopped yelling. But he thought Logan must be crazy, because only a lunatic would want to invest in someone who had completely lost everything like him. But despite not knowing what to think, Philip still asked, "How much are you planning to invest?" Logan said he would provide enough for him to pay off all his debts and get back to work. Philip was overjoyed, thinking he had met a VIP. But just then, he accidentally caught sight of the Patrick family crest on Logan's armor. His face went from radiant to utter despair. You son of a bitch, how dare you try to scam me? If you're trying to scam me, you'd better do a better job of it than the last bunch of lowlifes who tried. You are no investor. That crest belongs to the Baron Nom household in the south. That's a family of beggars living off handouts from their relatives. You're drowning in debt. So what kind of garbage investment are you planning? This guy's starting to whine again. Talk about a run of bad luck, just got burned, lost all my assets, and now I'm stuck with a world-class con artist. Logan was at a loss for how to explain things to Felix P. until he suddenly had an idea. He immediately showed Felix P. his inner strength. Felix P. realized that someone who could awaken their inner strength at such a young age, like Logan, couldn't be anything less than extraordinary. A genius like that couldn't possibly be a fraud. Afterward, Felix happily asked what Logan wanted from him. "I want to hire you permanently. Clearing your debt is just a bonus." Felix P. was a little skeptical. Did the M household really have that much money? Logan immediately dropped his pouch of gold on the ground. The glow from the gold was blinding to Felix P. Logan said he wasn't just paying off Felix P.'s debts, he was giving him an extra 300,000 gold coins. At that moment, Felix P. was so moved he was speechless. In his eyes, Logan had transformed into an angel saving his life. To be safe, the two of them made a magical labor contract. As Felix P.'s blood dripped onto the parchment, the contract officially took effect from that moment on. If a subordinate intentionally harms their boss, they will suffer unbearable pain, as if their soul is being torn apart. If they want to avoid that, they must awaken their inner strength and become at least a high-level knight, or pay a massive sum to hire a fourth circle mage to remove the curse. Magic shop. Thanks for your business. Please come again. Felix P. silently thought to himself that he must have been blind to think this guy was an angel earlier. An angel. My foot. He wrote a magical contract just to turn me into his slave. He basically bought my freedom. Neither of them could trust each other yet, since it was their first meeting. Since Logan had invested his entire fortune, it was only natural that he needed reasonable assurance. Once they built mutual trust, that contract wouldn't even be necessary. Felix P. asked Logan what he needed to do now. Logan told him the first step was to buy up monster meat. Felix P. didn't quite get it, asking why they would buy monster meat when it's poisonous. But as someone from the future, nearly 20 years later, Logan knew the true value of monster meat very well. A few years from now, people would discover that monster blood could be processed into a neutralizing agent using common ingredients. Not only that, but monster meat could also cure illnesses if used correctly, and it could even treat infertility. This information had been verified by the Royal Magic Tower, so its credibility was beyond question. From that point on, monster meat became a highly sought-after product. A species even went extinct simply because research suggested it was delicious and boosted male virility. This way, Logan felt confident he could make a fortune. Felix P. wondered to himself if his boss had lost his marbles. Making money off monster meat? This was the first he'd heard of it. Did he plan to sell salted monster thighs like some kind of legendary strategist? After hearing that Logan wanted to spend 1 million on monster meat, Felix hurriedly tried to stop him. Doing that was no different from throwing money out the window. In Felix P.'s eyes, monster meat had zero value, and he couldn't understand why Logan wanted to buy it. But since Logan was his boss, Felix P. would help him, regardless of whether he understood the motive. Still, Logan kept a calm expression, asserting that despite the costs, the profits from this investment would be astronomical. Even though Felix P. was still full of doubt, Logan began to detail the value of Karak meat. He explained that since no one lived in that area, people just burned the monster carcasses. If they offered to transport them back, a cost of 200 gold coins per trip would be perfectly reasonable. Seeing Logan calculate even the transport cost to maximize profit, Felix P. could only gasp in amazement, which made Logan feel a bit self-conscious and snap slightly. What? Is my math wrong? Felix P. quickly denied it, but still felt a budget of 1 million was overkill. He pointed out that Logan was going about it the wrong way. Since monster meat was currently just thrown away, instead of buying it directly, he should just negotiate with the hunter guilds. For merchants willing to sell their own souls for money, they could probably get Logan all the Karak meat in the kingdom for pennies, since it was currently worthless. Talk about working smarter, not harder. It was more cost-effective and sounded even cooler than the original plan. Logan was stunned by this sharpness, thinking to himself that his investment in Felix P. was already paying off. He excitedly praised him, agreeing it was a brilliant idea. Right after that, Logan made a new request, asking Felix P. to stay behind to purchase large quantities of shell casings, springs, and wood glue. Leaving him confused and asking if Logan planned to make toys, Logan gave a confident smile, asserting that it was something much better than that. Deep down, he knew he couldn't reveal that it was for weapons, a type of equipment from his past life that could help a common soldier stand against a knight. Logan did the math after having Domian find mercenaries. He needed to find a blacksmith who could craft these weapons and an instructor to train them. The workload ahead was still truly massive. 2 days later, Logan was in Haron, a city famous for its mercenaries. His target was Colin, an A-rank mercenary with silver hair and a long scar over his left eye. As soon as they met, Colin looked suspicious and asked, "You want to hire me as an instructor?" He bluntly refused, as he had no real experience training anyone seriously. Logan persisted, convincing him that the job wouldn't be hard since the recruits were just the C-rank mercenaries he was about to hire. However, Colin still scratched his head awkwardly, claiming he only knew a few tricks for rookies and advised Logan to look for real experts. Looking at that expression, Logan thought to himself that he understood this man well, because they had worked together in his past life. He knew full well that Colin was a master of every weapon and an incredibly skilled horseman. His value would skyrocket if he became an instructor. Logan remembered the mercenary band that Colin had trained, which failed miserably after he retired due to an injury. The reason was that they were too complacent about their own abilities. Realizing the man still wasn't swayed, Logan decided to use money to solve the problem. He smiled confidently and named his price. "I will pay you a bonus of 4,000 gold per month." Hearing the money, his professional resolve began to waver slightly. The figure left Colin stunned, and sweat started to bead on his face because, usually, an A-rank mercenary only earned a maximum of 2,000 gold a month. Even though Logan had doubled his salary, Colin still tried to hold his ground, reiterating once again that he had never been a trainer. Logan didn't flinch, just kept driving the price up. "Not enough? How about 6,000? Colin began to waver intensely. He stammered, saying he still preferred actual combat missions. Seeing that, Logan looked disappointed and said, "If that's the case, then I'm out of options." But he immediately landed the finishing blow. 7,000. Colin, furious, punched the stone wall hard enough to crack it, roaring, "Are you deaf? Do you think money is everything? How about 8,000? Instantly, Colin's attitude did a complete 180. He flashed a radiant, eager smile and replied, "What kind of idiot said money isn't everything? I hope we have a pleasant cooperation." After successfully recruiting Colin, Logan finally revealed the identity of his true master. His employer is Baron Patrick. He switched sides so fast that the wall he cracked hadn't even finished settling. On the way, Logan curiously asked his new companion, "Why aren't you curious about why I hired a mercenary to come to this place, even if it's a godforsaken hole?" Colin maintained his reckless attitude, bluntly replying, "As long as you pay, I won't ask a single thing." This incredibly pragmatic answer left Logan extremely satisfied. I love that mindset. Exactly the type who's motivated by money. No need to overthink it. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense due to the shouting of a slave overseer. Move it, you idiots. If you're late, I'll give you a beating you won't forget." The sound of whips cracking echoed repeatedly, followed by cries of pain. Before them stood a group of gaunt slaves, their feet shackled by heavy chains, trudging along under the torment of their oppressors. Colin lowered his voice and explained, Everyone knows Haran is nicknamed the City of Mercenary Slaves. He warned that if they kept heading down this path, Logan would have to witness even more cruel sights. Once they entered the slave market ahead, Logan kept a calm expression. He quietly replied, "Yeah, I know. I actually plan to buy a slave here." His gaze swept over the emaciated figures in rags, trapped like nothing more than mere goods. Seeing that Logan had the appearance of a wealthy young nobleman, a slave trader with sleek blonde hair approached, secretly judging him to be a naive city boy. He eagerly offered his services. "Hey, young man, come over here and check out the goods. The slaves here are incredibly cheap." But his smile vanished the moment he saw Colin looming right behind him. The slave trader turned pale, sweat pouring down like rain as he trembled, blurting out, "Huh? Damn it, why is Colin here?" Witnessing the authority of the trainer he had just hired, Logan smirked, inwardly confirming that recruiting Colin was truly the right call. The trader was planning to rip off a new customer, but upon seeing the boss standing behind him, he completely shut down. They stopped in front of a large tent encampment, where Logan noticed guards stationed much more strictly than in other areas. An old man with silver hair and a crafty look came out to greet them. "Young man, what brings you here?" Logan didn't beat around the bush and went straight to his objective. "I'm here to buy a dwarf." The old man gave a mysterious smile and confirmed, "You guessed right. Slaves of that race are very rare and are treated with special care. This way." Logan followed him silently deep inside. He glanced past cages holding beautiful elves, but his expression remained completely indifferent. The slave master laughed smugly, boasting about how hard it was to find these elves and asking if he had ever seen them before. Suddenly, the man paused and exclaimed, "I just remembered. Found him." Logan immediately ordered him to bring the other person over. A small, hunched figure was led out. The old man reconfirmed, "You said you were looking for a dwarf, right?" It was an old dwarf with thin, shriveled legs weighed down by shackles. The slave master kept up his pitch. "As you can see, he is definitely a dwarf. If you buy him, he'll be very useful. He's one of the few craftsmen of his kind." Hearing this, Logan couldn't hide his surprise. He immediately asked point blank, "How much?" This was a member of the dwarf craftsman race, those who possessed innate, small-scale manufacturing skills and made a living from it. The slave master added a firm closing statement to increase the item's value. Furthermore, "This guy is the best craftsman around." Logan smiled confidently, asserting that he didn't need to worry, and asked for the price again. "How much for him?" The old man laughed greedily and held up 2 fingers. "Ha ha ha, I'll give you a special discount, only 200,000 gold coins. What do you think?" Instantly, Logan's expression became terrifyingly cold. He snapped, "Do I look stupid to you?" The sudden burst of rage made the Bellady slave master go pale, trembling and not understanding what was happening. Trying to rip off a VIP in broad daylight like this? Terrified by the pressure from Logan, the old man hurriedly lowered his voice and hit rock bottom. 50,000 gold is fine." In just a few short minutes, Logan had successfully driven the price down by a full 150,000 gold coins. As the group began to leave, the old dwarf blacksmith followed behind, muttering with visible contempt, "You humans are truly wicked." Logan just smirked and replied, "It's just the basics of business." The dwarf asked curiously, "Where are you taking me?" Logan replied calmly, "I'm taking you to the Baron's territory in the southwest, and you will do exactly as I require." The dwarf replied thoughtfully, "Understood." Logan knew deep down that while dwarves were famous for their abilities, dwarf slaves were not, because they weren't raised with proper training conditions. To encourage him, he looked the dwarf in the eye and made a promise. 20 years. If you perform well for the next 20 years, I will send you back to your home mountains. It sounded like a long haul, but simply put, it was 20 years of work to change his life. No scam. Trust me. He smiled and added, 20 years is nothing to your kind, right? Hearing the chance to return home, the dwarf's eyes brightened, and he laughed excitedly. "Ha ha ha, you'd better not break your word." As the group prepared to leave, the area suddenly became chaotic with shouting. "Catch him! That slave is escaping." A small figure was running for their life amidst the thunderous footsteps of the pursuers. Logan turned his head in surprise, just as a young slave boy rushed past him with incredible speed. The boy was pushing himself to escape, his face clearly showing exhaustion but also total determination. In the moment they brushed past each other, Logan was stunned to see unique heterochromatic eyes, one glowing red like fire and the other blue like the ocean burning with an intense, desperate hunger for freedom. "Catch him!" The shrill shouting echoed throughout the market as the guards chased the small figure, desperately weaving through the crowd. "That slave is escaping!" they roared, causing the crowd to scatter in chaos. The The slave boy with messy purple-blue hair gave everything he had to lunge forward. His breathing was ragged, yet his eyes still burned with an iron-willed intensity. He was running on pure adrenaline, fighting for every breath. But even so, a child's strength was no match for these vicious predators. There! Over there! A prison guard bellowed, delivering a crushing kick that sent the boy sprawling into the dirt. Found you, you little brat. The guard sneered as he loomed over him, while another guard cursed through gritted teeth. You little piece of trash. The guard didn't hold back, raining down brutal blows. How dare you even think about running away, you lowly slave. Despite the agony, the boy curled up, desperate to shield the smaller child trembling beneath him. The little girl sobbed. Be big, brother, run. Witnessing the scene, Colin said coolly, just a bunch of slaves. Let's keep moving. Logan stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes locked on the scene. Wait. What is this? Logan watched, stunned, as the slave boy with azure hair and bizarre heterochromatic eyes was being tortured. A strangely familiar sensation washed over him. I've seen him somewhere before. Suddenly, a name flashed in his mind, and Logan couldn't help but gasp. Vector? As Colin asked confusedly what was wrong, Logan quickly ordered him to wait. Inside, he was screaming in disbelief. He couldn't believe he'd stumbled upon the legendary noble-slaying assassin in a place like this. From what Logan knew in his past life, this kid was destined to become a cold-blooded killer. He was a slave who would murder his master to escape, and then go on to slaughter countless soldiers and knights while on the run. Before long, he became a high-profile criminal after taking the life of a nobleman. About 10 years later, this man would return, striking terror into the hearts of many with power far beyond that of any normal human. He began a systematic slaughter of every member of his former master's clan, then ruthlessly hunted down any noble in Grandia. That was how the dreaded title the Noble Slayer was born. Looking at him now, he seems like a weak kid, but in the future, he's basically the final boss, Logan calculated silently. If his memory served him right, this escape event happened about a year after he became a mercenary. The kid was still just a child now. If he could save and recruit him, he'd have an incredibly powerful subordinate in the future. But the problem was, this guy was a total psychopath who no one could control. A pained scream cut through his thoughts. The guard was roaring with rage. Someone deal with this brat. The boy was putting his life on the line, biting down hard on the guard's arm. His eyes glared with pure hatred, even while being ruthlessly suppressed. I was thinking of recruiting him, but this looks like a mess. Seeing such tenacity, Logan told himself that if he could control the Noble Slayer and turn him into his own weapon, that wouldn't be a bad idea at all. The guard, face red with pain, growled, still trying to fight back. You little runt! Just as he raised his hand to retaliate, Logan coldly stepped in to block him. Annoyed by the obstruction, the guard turned and barked. What kind of bastard dares to get in my way? But the moment he saw the majestic armor and Logan's razor-sharp gaze, he froze, his aggression vanishing instantly. He stared nervously at the crest on Logan's armor, sweat beading on his forehead as he realized this wasn't someone he could afford to offend. His attitude did a complete 180. He bowed and scraped, putting on a fake, subservient smile. Ha ha ha. So, you're an esteemed guest. I am so sorry for what just happened. He rubbed his hands together fawningly, explaining he was just disciplining some stubborn slaves, then asked eagerly, Is there anything you need, my lord? Logan looked down at the two pitiful children on the ground and gave a firm order. I'm buying these two slaves. Seeing a VIP, the guard did a total pivot, acting as if he hadn't just been screaming a moment ago. The bald, sleazy slave trader spoke up. You mean these two? He launched into a sales pitch, insisting that both children were extremely rare due to their unique red and blue eyes, so the price wouldn't be cheap. When Logan coldly asked, how much? The man didn't hesitate to shout an extortionate number. You'll have to pay at least 10,000 gold for each. Logan narrowed his eyes at him, inwardly despising such insatiable greed. He knew full well that even the healthiest, strongest slave only went for 300 gold. Yet this guy had the nerve to demand dozens of times that amount for children who were nothing but skin and bones. Even though he knew the true value of the future Noble Slayer was priceless, Logan wasn't about to let this old fox pick his pocket easily. He decided to turn the tables by pointing out the harsh reality. Besides, one of them looks like they're about to die. Don't you think? Caught on his weak point, the price was bound to drop. Logan gave a firm offer, 500 gold for each. That's more than enough for a healthy slave. The trader started to falter, trying to whine that it wouldn't even cover his care and expenses. But the moment Logan unleashed a crushing pressure along with a steely threat, do you think I don't know the market price for slaves? The man immediately trembled and caved. Logan's hand tightened on his sword hilt as a final warning, and the slave trader could only bow subserviently. "Thank you for your purchase, my lord." After completing the transaction, the group quickly left the slave market. As they were walking, the boy suddenly opened his eyes, much to Colin's surprise. The one-eyed knight couldn't help but be amazed. With such heavy injuries, he never expected the kid to recover this quickly. Logan just smiled at the boy, thinking to himself that it was obvious he had been secretly channeling his internal energy into him the whole way. Looking at the golden energy radiating from his palm, Logan confidently affirmed that this method was even more effective than the low-level holy magic used by monks. With buffs this strong, even hell would probably want to quit his day job, Logan thought. But then, he felt a sudden, profound shock as he noticed the little slave girl staring right at him. He wondered, how could a little girl like her sense my power? Something even a battle-hardened mercenary like Colin didn't notice? Logan shook his head to reassure himself. Maybe his eyes were playing tricks on him, but suddenly, Vector leaped up, using his last bit of strength to attack Logan. However, the clumsy strike of a child couldn't get past him. Logan calmly dodged and easily pinned the boy's arm. Looking at the boy, who was panting from exhaustion but still had eyes burning with hatred, Logan asked coldly, "Are you brave? Or just stupid?" The little sister nearby just screamed in terror. "Big brother." Even while restrained, Vector tried to scream in despair. "Run! Get out of here!" Instantly, Logan released a terrifying pressure. His eyes glowed as if trying to pierce through the boy's very soul. He growled with authority. "Listen, kid. You still don't realize what situation you're in. Do I look like your former slave trader?" The sheer, overwhelming pressure left Vector completely frozen, his breath hitching in pure terror. Logan continued his warning. "A fierce fighting spirit is a good thing, but you need to choose your targets wisely. I hope this is the last warning." Logan's voice softened slightly, yet it remained laced with a chilling menace. "If you follow my instructions, I will ensure the safety of both you and your sister." But then, Logan dealt a psychological blow that left Vector trembling. "However, if something like this happens again, I won't just deal with you, I'll take care of your little sister too." Hearing the threat against the only family he had left, Vector completely crumbled. He bowed his head, accepting his submission while coughing violently from his injuries. Seeing the child finally fearful, Logan whispered to himself, "That warning should be enough." Logan suddenly made an unthinkable offer that left the young slave stunned. "I intend to train you to become a knight." Vector stammered back in disbelief. Logan smiled, explaining that knights hold a status equivalent to nobility, and that this was the only way for both him and his sister to truly escape their life of slavery. From the bottom of society to the top of the server, facing the bright future Logan painted, Vector clenched his fists, his heterochromatic eyes burning with a flame of determination as he roared, "I will do it!" Logan smiled triumphantly, silently calculating that the little sister was the perfect key to controlling the violent nature of this young assassin. He declared that he would begin training him as soon as they returned to the estate, then turned to call out to someone. As for Hema, the dwarven elder looked quite nervous. Logan requested a private conversation and produced a magical contract he had prepared in advance. He spoke with absolute conviction regarding the terms written inside. It stated that if he worked for Logan for 20 years, he would earn his freedom and be allowed to return to the mountains. Hearing that he could return to his homeland, Hema trembled, unable to believe his ears. The old man muttered that empty promises were hard to trust. Seeing Logan smile and ask, "What? You don't want to?" Hema immediately rushed to confirm he would sign it and would serve him with everything he had. He burst into tears of gratitude for the kindness shown by a human, hastily correcting how he addressed him. "No, that's not right. Thank you, my lord." Logan was satisfied to realize this contract had provided excellent motivation for Hema, just as he had expected. He was confident he had achieved his goal brilliantly, even gaining much more than that by recruiting a noble-tier assassin to his side. However, while Logan was optimistic about the preparations for the territory war, back home in Patrick, rumors about his strange behavior had spread, causing the eldest son's reputation to hit rock bottom. Rick, Logan's loyal servant, was going through his most miserable days trying to keep these rumors from spreading beyond the Patrick territory. His face was twisted in exhaustion, his eyes filled with helpless tears. He yelled in desperation, "Where on earth are you? Oh, you troublesome young master. Wait, you're back." Rick cheered excitedly as soon as he saw Logan's figure appear. Logan smiled warmly and asked, "Rick, have you been well during my absence?" But Rick's smile suddenly distorted, radiating an incredibly dark and terrifying aura. He gritted his teeth. "Ha, ha. Young master, now is the time to have a talk. It's so nice to see you smiling and chatting like that." Rick suddenly erupted, yelling in total frustration. What on earth have you been doing out there? Do you realize what the people are saying? Rick revealed that Logan was currently labeled as a monster meat fanatic after spending 150,000 gold coins on what was essentially garbage. A few days later, the rumor spread like an uncontrollable wildfire. In the town squares, the citizens couldn't help but whisper in shock. What? Buying monster meat? Is he crazy? Their contempt only grew when they realized it was Logan, a man already infamous after his broken engagement and the humiliation of taking money from his former fiancée. Standing in the middle of the gossiping crowd, the merchant Felix broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, I thought rumors about monster meat would boost sales, but I didn't expect his reputation to be this bad. I thought he was just a madman who knew he was a complete failure. Yet, casting aside all prejudice, Felix reassured himself that he absolutely could not miss this opportunity. His eyes lit up with determination, and Felix shouted loudly, 1 kilogram for 1 gold coin. This insane price left the crowd stunned for a moment before erupting. Felix was smugly satisfied, knowing no merchant was stupid enough to refuse to sell trash at such a high price. He continued to shout with excitement to stir everyone up. Do you want money? Then bring any meat you find from Carol here. It's best to bring smoked, sealed meat or dried meat. The crowd immediately cheered wildly. With Rick's active business capabilities, not only did merchants start collecting monster meat, but rumors about Logan even spread to nearby industries. This is a gold mine. The townspeople immediately went into a frenzy. Ha ha ha, Felix has done very well. Logan laughed with delight when he heard about the waves his partner had created. However, Rick wasn't happy at all. He snapped, Is this really the time to be laughing? Rick pointed toward the back, where the dwarven smith Hema and the Vector brothers were standing with absolutely miserable expressions. Look at the expressions on your companions. Try to imagine what the people around here were saying when they heard everyone complaining throughout your visit. Despite Rick's meltdown, Logan remained nonchalant. Don't worry, everything will be resolved soon. This indifference only made Rick panic even more. Don't act so calm. He trembled as he revealed an even more terrifying truth. The Lord of the House is furious too. Inside the room, Lord Patrick sat deep in thought, surrounded by a glowing red aura, his eyes burning with a rage that seemed ready to incinerate everything. As soon as he saw Logan walk in, he unleashed a sarcastic remark. So, did you enjoy your little escape? Logan maintained his bold posture and firmly replied, It wasn't an escape, just a short trip. Lord Patrick finally spoke with a voice heavy with pressure. Judging by the rumors, it seems you really enjoyed that unauthorized pleasure trip. At least you enjoyed it, right? You're quite lucky. Logan didn't flinch. He looked his father straight in the eyes and insisted that rumors were just rumors. I am not ashamed of any of my actions. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. That defiant response made Lady Patrick laugh with contempt. Ha! Look at that, my lord. The young master doesn't even realize his own position. She didn't stop pouring oil on the fire, sharply criticizing him. His actions could affect the honor of the entire family. Before she could finish her sentence, Logan coldly interrupted. Mother, you're exaggerating. I simply used the money from the cancelled engagement as I saw fit. This shocking revelation left her stunned. What? She immediately turned to her husband and urged, Did you hear that, my dear? This shocking revelation left her stunned. What? She immediately turned to her husband and urged, Did you hear that, my dear? After all this, do you still want to keep him by your side? Lord McClell bellowed with commanding authority. Silence. She remained stubborn, adding, Fundamentally, the young master is in the wrong. I said, Silence. The Lord's roar shook the entire room. He stood up abruptly, radiating an overwhelming pressure as he issued his command. I want to speak with Logan alone. You may leave. Even though she was still filled with resentment and bitterness, she could only clutch her chest and depart in frustration. How can you still? Once only the father and son remained, Lord McKell looked at Logan with piercing eyes and concluded, I am the only one who will handle Logan's affairs. This will be the final warning. What are you doing? Logan, have you lost your mind? Lord Mockel's angry shout echoed through the empty room. Why did you do that? Tell me the truth. Logan was silent for a moment, silently telling himself he couldn't just ignore it this time. But then he sighed softly and replied, Even if I told you, father, you wouldn't understand. That answer only made Lord Mackle more disappointed. He retorted, Do you not want to be understood? He reminded Logan of the bitter gossip outside, that the world was calling him violent, cruel, greedy, and most recently, a lunatic. Lord Mackle clenched his fists, bitterly asking how much longer he had to cover for his son, while also asserting that if he wanted him to stop, he just had to say the word. Finally, he let out a painful remark. Keep living like this, and see if you can even dare to tell your late mother that you did a good job." The mention of his mother left Logan stunned, his heart tightening. He suddenly realized that in his past life, even when he was cast out, his father had never once mentioned her in front of him. This made Logan realize that, after all, he hadn't completely given up on this son. He looked straight at his father and pleaded, "Please give me 1 year. Within 1 year, I will prove the reason for my actions." Logan placed his hand over his left chest, bowing his head solemnly, like a knight's oath. "Please give me this chance, Father." After his decisive request, Logan turned and silently walked out of the room, leaving Lord McClell sitting thoughtfully alone at his desk in the twilight. Watching his son's retreating figure, he quietly repeated the word "father" with bitterness, thinking it strange that the two of them could actually have a conversation like that. Lord Machel sat silently in the room, his trembling hands caressing a locket with a picture of his late wife. He told himself that if Logan couldn't prove himself in a year, he would be forced to make a ruthless decision. Because, beyond being a father, he was also the head of the family, carrying the future of the entire clan. Looking at her portrait, he sighed sorrowfully. "Rena, forgive me. I don't understand what on earth our son is thinking. I promised to protect him and raise him well." He blamed himself for perhaps being too indifferent to Logan all this time. Meanwhile, in another corner of the estate, Logan couldn't help but be startled to see his younger brother waiting for him. He exclaimed in surprise, "Ronian, have you awakened your inner energy?" Young Ronian wore a radiant smile, his hands glowing with a powerful, brilliant golden energy. "Yes, I knew you would recognize me." Logan was dumbfounded, because in his past life, Ronian only awakened his inner energy much later, not until the territorial war broke out. Yet now, the boy had achieved it at just 14 years old. Ronian excitedly insisted that all this success was thanks to his brother. Seeing Logan still bewildered, the boy explained that because the knights kept guarding the place and prevented him from seeing his brother, he became determined to burst forth his power to get past them. Looking at the two knights clutching their heads, twisted in pain from being knocked out by a child, Logan couldn't help but be stunned, wondering, did he awaken just to see me? What surprised him even more was his brother's frightening talent, being able to defeat 2 seasoned knights the moment he awakened his inner energy. Logan laughed heartily and patted his shoulder in encouragement. "Ha ha ha, well done, Ronian." Deep down, he began to map out a top-tier training plan. He was just waiting for his brother's energy to stabilize so he could teach him the secret art of the Holy Illusion Sword. Surely, Ronian would be even stronger than in his past life. Immediately after, Logan and Colin moved to the southern vacation mansion of the Machel estate to carry out the next step of the plan. As soon as he arrived, he called out loudly, "Day, come here." Recognizing the young master, Domian hurriedly stopped his work and approached to greet him. "Ah, the young master has arrived? As you requested, I have recruited 350 C-rank mercenaries, and they are all here," Domian reported as soon as Logan appeared at the villa. In front of them, the mercenaries were gathering, but the atmosphere was filled with dissatisfied whispers. "Is that the guy over there? Leaving a bunch of people in a dilapidated villa for 10 days? Is he planning to scam us?" They began to doubt Logan's reputation, assuming he was a lunatic for daring to challenge the entire mercenary guild. Even when they saw Logan carrying a shield and sword, they mocked him, asking if he was planning to play soldier. Logan heard it all clearly. He told himself that guys who make a living with fists and blades really can't survive without being gossips. Logan walked straight toward a large, bald mercenary and called out, "Hey, you." The mercenary was confused. Are you talking to me?" Logan looked straight into the man's eyes and asked, "Do you find it funny that I'm carrying a shield and sword?" The bald man turned pale, not understanding how Logan could hear his words from such a distance. Logan smirked. "You can think that, but if you've got the ability, I'm curious what kind of skills a C-rank mercenary has to be talking to others like that." Seeing the mercenary getting annoyed, Logan continued to provoke him. "Looks like you have some self-respect after all, contrary to what I thought." Then he made a shocking offer. "Come on, step up. If you can hit us even once, I will pay you a year's wages and let you leave." The crowd was stirred by the massive reward. Logan affirmed that this was a promise of honor, by the dignity of a noble, and everyone present was a witness. The bald man immediately stood up, excited. Great, no need to say more. The reward for this bet was so huge that anyone would turn into a gambler upon hearing it. He approached Logan with a physique like a bodyguard, making the surrounding mercenaries admire him. Some even suspected he was a B-rank mercenary, standing opposite the very composed young master. The bald man wore a smug smile and declared loudly, "I'll let you make the first move." Logan smirked in response, full of confidence. "Trust me, You'll regret that. The bald man still wasn't afraid, even offering a mocking challenge. Don't worry. The sword you're about to taste will be better than anything you've ever eaten. Besides, are you sure you don't want to get crippled? Before the man could finish his sentence, Logan unleashed a strike. He threw a lightning-fast punch, landing square on his opponent's face. The sheer power behind the blow left everyone watching, from the mercenaries to Kaizolan and Domian, completely stunned, their jaws hitting the floor. The man was sent flying through the air before crashing down hard. He lay there motionless, utterly incapacitated after just one strike from their young master. One hit, and he was out cold. The entire area fell into a dead silence. The mercenaries, who had been mocking him just moments ago, now stood frozen in place, cold sweat dripping down their faces in pure terror. Logan calmly brushed off his shoulder armor, the internal energy fading from his hands as he narrowed his eyes, maintaining a cold, imposing expression as the crowd trembled before him. He's just a kid, but he already has internal energy? Whispers of shock began to ripple through the mercenary ranks. Seeing the hulking bodyguard taken down in a single blow, they couldn't help but be rattled. This was insane. How was that even possible? Even Colin, a seasoned A-rank mercenary, broke into a cold sweat. I knew he was talented, but I didn't realize it was to this extent. Standing in the center of the scene, Logan smirked, satisfied, thinking to himself, it seems no one has any more objections. As the silence hung heavy in the air, Logan spoke up clearly. All right, let me properly introduce myself. I'm Logan, the one who hired you all. Many of you are wondering why I'm hiring mercenaries with my own money. Logan flashed a bright smile. I want to train you into a crossbow cavalry unit. This decision left both Domian and Colin completely stunned. Their faces showed sheer confusion. The whole group froze like a glitched screen, their minds going blank for a few seconds. The mercenaries began to react aggressively. What? A crossbow? Who uses those while riding a horse? They complained endlessly, arguing that reloading a crossbow was so time-consuming it made the weapon useless in high-speed battles. Kaizolan hurried over, whispering into Logan's ear with a worried look. Lord Logan, crossbows aren't effective weapons for cavalry. Logan remained strangely calm and replied, I know. This short answer left Colin even more bewildered. Oh, you know? Then why? Colin began to break down the fatal flaws. Although crossbows have greater stopping power than bows, it takes over a minute for an untrained person to reload. To draw the string, you'd have to mount a stirrup to use your foot for leverage, an act that is nearly impossible to pull off effectively while on horseback. Even if they carried several preloaded crossbows, their firepower would be exhausted within a minute, making the soldiers sitting ducks for a surprise attack. Hearing this, everyone silently decided this was a death sentence. Looking at the trainer's skeptical expression, Logan said coldly, So even you think I'm just playing soldier with my money? He asserted that he was fully confident in this plan and gave the order. Train them properly first, and you'll understand why later. Logan was convinced this small cavalry unit would become the core force of the Patrick family, not just for minor skirmishes, but for the future of the house. Seeing the unwavering look in his young master's eyes, Colin had no choice. He closed his eyes, bowed his head, and replied, Understood. A few days later, Logan sat deep in thought in his office, flipping through the list of new recruits. Out of the 350 mercenaries hired, 312 had passed the basic quality test, a number that left him satisfied enough to tell himself, that'll do. Just then, the old blacksmith, Hema, entered and bowed respectfully to his master. Seeing him holding a blueprint, Logan asked, What's this? The pass rate is so high, it looks like we accidentally recruited a bunch of elites. Logan looked the blacksmith straight in the eye and asked, Have you looked it all over? He explained. That is the design for the crossbow I want you to build. Logan secretly thought that to an expert like Hema, his drawings probably looked a bit crude. But having used this weapon for decades in his past life, he remembered the basic structure vividly and had sketched it out. He was certain a top-tier dwarven craftsman like Hema could pull it off. Hema stared intently at the blueprint, unable to hide his shock. A crossbow with a magazine in the back that reloads automatically, and it has to fire 3 bolts in a row? He muttered in disbelief. Who came up with this crazy idea? Logan replied calmly. I did. The sketch looked like a rough draft, but the concept was light years ahead of this world. Seeing Logan's attitude, Hema paused for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. Come to think of it, this is actually a genius idea. However, with his experience as a master blacksmith, he immediately pointed out the flaws. But with this mechanism, the string would snap under the pressure, and attaching a wooden box like this to the back would be incredibly inconvenient for the shooter. How do you intend to solve that? Faced with the old blacksmith's sharp question, Logan just shrugged, gave a carefree smile, and replied, "How would I know? That's your job, isn't it?" This passing the buck attitude infuriated Hema. A murderous aura erupted around the old man as if he were about to explode. Seeing the tension, Logan quickly waved his hands to defuse the situation. "Ah, I'm just joking. Don't get angry yet, just hear me out." He began to analyze the details to appease the blacksmith. He suggested making the bolts smaller to reduce the size of the magazine, since they were single-use. Logan further explained that he just needed to make a gear for the magazine so it could auto-reload after each shot. Think of it like a convenient storage unit. These explanations got Hema lost in thought about the feasibility of this deadly weapon. He went from ready to blow up to full-on technical mode, grumbling, but still working on it. Impossible. The blacksmith, Hema, blurted out in amazement as he looked at the drawing. He insisted that even a seasoned marksman would struggle to fire 2 bolts with a crossbow in a minute, while this design seemed to defy all current understanding. Logan just smiled calmly, thinking to himself, "This is a weapon developed in the future." He explained that the materials needed were simple. Just a magazine, bowstring, glue, and a few small parts. Faced with the miracle of the design, the dwarven smith's competitive spirit flared up. Hema gripped the paper and declared, "I am looking forward to this challenge. Fine, I'll try to build it." The idea was so wild it triggered the craftsman's professional pride. When Logan asked about the completion time, Hema looked annoyed. "You ask for a strange weapon and you want a deadline too?" Logan nonchalantly replied that it was just something built by humans. After all, that comment made Hema jump up in indignation. "What? Where's the logic in that? Who made it?" Seeing the old blacksmith take the bait, Logan continued to goad him. "You don't need to know. If you think it's impossible, just give up." Having his pride as a master craftsman poked, Hema immediately accepted the challenge. He held up a finger and declared clearly, 1 month. "I'll create something even better than that by then." Logan watched the blacksmith walk away with a smug grin, thinking to himself that it would be quite a sight to see what happens when you challenge a dwarf's pride. Right after that, he started training the new recruits he'd just taken in. Under the scorching sun, the sound of heavy, ragged breathing began to fill the air. Vector was pushing himself to the limit, running laps around the field, sweat soaking through his shirt. Watching from above, Logan barked, "You're slowing down, kid. Keep moving, don't stop now." Vector grit his teeth and surged forward. His face was clearly exhausted, but his eyes were still burning with determination. Logan silently assessed the boy's transformation. Since being brought here and getting proper food and rest, the future noble assassin's physical condition had improved miraculously. Seeing Vector's legs trembling from exhaustion yet still refusing to stop, Logan felt incredibly satisfied with the boy's willpower. The body wanted to quit, but the mind wouldn't allow it pure, max-level stubbornness. Logan shouted coldly, "Take a break!" And Vector collapsed to the ground, his breath coming in sharp gasps after the brutal physical torture. His little sister ran over anxiously, calling out to her brother. Observing from a distance, Logan couldn't help but admire the boy's capabilities. A 4-year-old kid, smaller than his peers, managing to run 20 kilometers straight, he was truly talented. He was impressed not just by the stamina, but by Vector's relentless persistence to the very end. However, seeing the two siblings leaning on each other, Logan grew troubled by another thought. He realized that the cruel man known as the noble assassin in his previous life didn't seem to be this boy's true nature. Logan wondered if the reason he turned out that way in the past was simply because he didn't allow himself to get lost in his own thoughts. He gave a sharp command, "That's enough. Get up. Time for the next drill." Even though his body was falling apart, Vector immediately jumped up, ready to obey. Logan handed him a wooden sword and announced, "From now on, you'll be learning the Grandia Royal Swordsmanship." This was the style every knight in the kingdom practiced. He took his stance and reminded him, "Watch closely and copy my form." Logan swung his sword in one powerful, fluid stroke. Faced with the new exercise, Vector felt his body hit its limit. "I'm so tired. I could just collapse and sleep right here." Drowsiness blurred his vision, but Vector reminded himself of the reward, good food and a warm bed waiting for him. To stay awake, he grit his teeth and bit his lip until it bled. With eyes burning with resolve, Vector gripped the wooden sword, pouring every last bit of his strength into his first swing. "Damn, he's barely holding on, but he's still pushing," Logan thought, stunned by what he was seeing. "It's exactly the same," he mused, "not just the movement, but the breathing technique, too." Logan couldn't believe the boy had perfectly mimicked everything after only seeing it once, something even Ronian, at that same age, couldn't do. Logan smirked with satisfaction, encouraging him. Once he built up his strength and could execute the imperial swordsmanship perfectly 1,000 times over. Maybe then he could call himself a knight who mastered it just by watching once. This talent was basically a cheat code. Knight. Vector, the boy whispered, his heterochromatic eyes shining with hope even as his lips were still stained with blood. Logan smiled and asked, "Can you do it?" The boy replied clearly and without hesitation, "Yes, I can." Logan nodded in approval. "Good. If you need anything during training, just talk to Rick. We'll provide you with almost anything you need." But Vector bowed slightly and refused. "I don't need anything." Seeing Logan's confused look, the boy hesitated, then looked toward his sister standing behind them and pleaded, "I just hope you will continue to take care of my sister like you have been. That's all I need." The boy's sacrifice and affection left a deep impression on Logan. He figured that while Vector couldn't hit the battlefield just yet, sooner or later, he would become a major asset for Patrick. Logan shouted to start the next drill time for the stances. On top of that, he was pinning his hopes on the mercenary group and the weapon Hema was crafting, which would be a huge boost. Still, Logan understood that counting only on positive outcomes was dangerous. Hema might fail to craft the crossbows, or the mercenaries might not know how to use them properly. After delegating everything else, Logan decided it was time to prepare his own plan. He went to find his father in the Lord's office. His father asked in surprise, "So, you're saying you want to join the night training?" Despite his father's shock, Logan kept a steady, firm expression. He held his head high, his eyes burning with resolve as he prepared to deliver his definitive answer. "Listen up, everyone." The loud, clear shout of the commander of the Knights of Min rang across the training ground, drawing the gaze of every soldier. He solemnly announced that, starting today, the young Master Logan would be joining their night training sessions. The announcement was like a bolt of lightning from a clear sky, causing the crowd of soldiers to buzz with skeptical whispers. They muttered among themselves, "What? Did he just say that? Did I hear that right?" Some even mocked, saying that just because Logan defeated Dominan, he thought becoming a knight was all just a joke. Before this, the commander had expressed his concerns to Lord Marin, saying that having the young master train with the soldiers might cause resentment among the ranks. But the Lord had remained firm. He growled an order, "I'm not asking for special treatment. Treat him like any other recruit and train him thoroughly." This order put immense pressure on the commander. He thought to himself that it would have been much easier to go easy on the Lord's son than to actually be strict with him. Noticing the commander's hesitation, Logan smiled to reassure him. "Don't worry." To cement their trust, Logan made a heavy promise. "If I hold anyone back even once during this week of training, I will quit." Faced with the young master's total determination, the commander nodded in agreement. "Fine then." But immediately after, a sinister smile appeared on the seasoned commander's face. His eyes flared with a terrifying intensity as he silently vowed, "Next week, the training intensity triples." Hearing the deal, everyone knew they were about to have a miserable time. Instantly, a hellish training regimen officially began, plunging the soldiers into misery. They had to strain themselves, carrying their comrades on their backs, dragging their heavy feet in agonizing pain. One soldier yelled out in despair, "What kind of hellish training is this?" Responding to the grumbling, the commander roared in fury, "Shut your mouths, you are cavalrymen. Shouldn't you understand how a horse feels?" He argued that this was exactly what horses felt like when they had to carry heavily armored knights across the battlefield, leaving the soldiers speechless at such a ridiculous yet harsh piece of logic. It was an absurd argument, yet so forceful that no one could even try to refute it. The troops grumbled and complained as they ran, forced to wear full, heavy armor during training, all blaming their misery on Logan's arrival. They were certain that the young master wouldn't last more than 3 days, and might even surrender on the spot. But they were all left with their jaws on the floor when they saw Logan zoom past like a gust of wind, leaving the entire unit behind, even while carrying someone on his back. Even the commander couldn't believe his eyes. He stuttered in disbelief. "No way. Is that brat really leading the pack?" Watching Logan keep a bright smile while enduring such brutal training, the commander began to worry that the regular soldiers would collapse before the young master himself. Seeing his men dropping one by one from exhaustion, he had no choice but to call it. "Everyone, halt. 10-minute break." Heavy panting and groans echoed across the training ground. No one could believe Logan's freakish stamina. It was like his battery never ran out. The commander approached Logan with a cryptic smile, trying to probe him. "How are you holding up, young master? It's pretty grueling, isn't it?" He even hinted that if Logan admitted it was too tough, this insane training would end immediately. But Logan just calmly replied, "I can handle it." That answer left the commander frozen. Before he could recover, Logan added, This is a fantastic training method. The soldiers go through this every day, so they must be incredibly strong. I'm really looking forward to the next session, Commander. Hearing that, the commander probably wanted to shut his own emotions down to stop the shock. Watching Logan looking so enthusiastic, the commander could only stand there in silent frustration, as everything was going the complete opposite of what he had planned. That night, standing alone under the moonlight after the other knights had left, Logan pondered the future. He realized that training, with the Night Division, was his safest fallback if his other plans failed. If everything else fell through, he would join the Night Corps and fight on the front lines. So, it was best to start building camaraderie with the others now. Logan realized his strength didn't just come from meditation. The most crucial part was physical conditioning. The brutal night training turned out to be a huge boost for developing his inner energy. He smiled with satisfaction as he felt a golden flow of energy surging in his palm, thinking, "It's really working. Thanks to my developing inner core, I rarely feel tired anymore." Even though his inner core was only at the 1-star level, the power it emitted was already staggering. He was confident that if he reached 2 stars, he would possess strength equivalent to a veteran knight like his father. However, when he went to check the progress on weapon manufacturing, Logan's mood immediately soured. He threw the prototype crossbows to the ground and snapped. Another failure. A total failure. Logan couldn't hide his disappointment as he looked at the crude products in front of him. Is this really the best you can do? A failure. He turned to question the dwarf blacksmith, Hema, about the rapid-fire crossbow with an integrated magazine that he had requested. But what the old man produced could only fire a single bolt. Hema trembled with anger and was about to make excuses, but Logan suddenly changed his tune, gently patting the dwarf's head with a fake look of regret. "Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I spoke too harshly." Seeing the dwarf still fuming, believing that his pride as a craftsman had been trampled upon, Logan delivered a heavy blow to his ego. "If this is the best you can do, then I guess I can't force it. I didn't think this was all you could manage after so many weeks. I guess I expected too much. My mistake," Logan finished, pouring more cold water on the situation. "I held you in high regard. I guess I misjudged you. I didn't expect to waste so much money on this." The biting remarks made Hema turn beet red, veins popping out on his forehead. He roared in a fit of rage, "I will redo it, and I'll be back in 1 month." Immediately, Hema vented his frustration by smashing the faulty weapon right in front of Logan. Witnessing that, Logan inwardly marveled at the immense pride of the dwarf as he decided to start everything from scratch. Watching Hema walk away, Logan wore a sinister smile, telling himself that if he pushed the old man into a corner, a masterpiece would surely be born. After all, this was a true dwarf blacksmith. Exactly 1 month later, in the snowy mountains, a new weapon was brought out for testing. The bowstring snapped taut, and 2 bolts flew through the air at wind-piercing speed, hitting the KPI perfectly, finally yielding a high-quality product as expected. Both bolts thudded dead center into the target, leaving Logan amazed. Hema proudly explained that even though it fired fewer bolts than originally requested, it was incredibly lightweight, could be held with one hand, and the magazine was easy to reload. Logan was stunned to realize that the entire reload and fire process took less than 5 seconds. He silently analyzed that while the accuracy and damage might be inferior to weapons from his previous life, this was the most perfect tool for a cavalry unit. Logan was extremely satisfied because the final product far exceeded his expectations, giving him complete confidence for the upcoming territorial battle, even though there was still plenty of time to prepare. Fast, compact, and efficient one look was enough to know it was top-tier combat gear. Seeing Logan lost in thought, Hema impatiently asked, "Master, are you even listening to me?" Suddenly, Logan rushed over, threw his arms around the blacksmith's shoulders, and laughed excitedly. "Great job! You're amazing, Hema! Long live Hema!" This sudden display of affection made the dwarf incredibly embarrassed. Hema tried to push him away, grumbling that he wasn't a child to be treated like that. Logan looked at him with deep respect and warmth, inwardly thanking the old blacksmith for his hard work. Touched by his young master's sincere recognition, Hema's eyes grew slightly misty with emotion. But the very next second, Logan reverted to his true form as an exploiter, wearing a cunning smile. He looked straight at the blacksmith and made an outrageous request that left the old man frozen. "Do me a favor and make 400 of these in 2 months, okay?" The bolts flew through the air with wind-tearing speed, embedding themselves deep into the ancient tree and creating powerful vibrations. The mercenaries standing nearby couldn't help but marvel, exclaiming with excitement at the range and power of the new weapon. Even Colin was left stunned. He inwardly marveled as he witnessed a repeating crossbow that truly possessed range, power, and an unbelievably fast reload speed, something that actually existed in this world. Colin's gaze trembled intensely as he imagined a scene with over 300 cavalrymen equipped with these crossbows, a vision that sent shivers down his spine. Because of its terrifying destructive potential on the battlefield, he turned to admit to Logan that this was truly an incredible weapon, and finally understood the reason. People were wondering why the young master was so dead set on forming that small cavalry unit. Logan just flashed a smug grin, silently thanking the blacksmith for working his fingers to the bone. Even after hiring extra hands to speed things up, finishing 2 weeks ahead of schedule and cranking out an extra 100 crossbows was a miracle only a master dwarf could pull off. Spamming the whole squad with these will make any fight a cakewalk, Logan thought, deep in calculation. He wanted to gear up the whole army, but with his tight budget and fear of the design leaking, he decided to keep things scaled down for now. He gave Colin a firm order: start handing out the weapons to all the mercenaries tomorrow. It was time to clear out the monsters around the dungeon. Seeing Colin hesitate, clearly thinking this mission was way above their pay grade, Logan curled his lip and challenged him with a smirk. Sounds impossible, right? He pointed at the smoking arrows still embedded deep in the wooden target. Colin gave a slight nod, quietly admitting that with this kind of firepower, they might actually pull it off. I mean, looking at a smoking target and saying you can't do it? That's just lacking faith. Logan coldly made it clear. This wasn't just possible, it was a must. If they failed, all the hard work they'd put in would be for nothing. Locking eyes with Colin, he emphasized that this weapon wasn't made just for hunting monsters. Standing before the waiting troops, Logan barked out the order for everyone to grab a crossbow and prepare for the journey ahead. Seeing the young master's iron resolve, Kaisolin couldn't help but shiver, realizing they weren't just going on a hunt, they were preparing for real war. Wow, his stamina is truly insane. Gasps and whispers rippled through the training ground as the soldiers watched Logan sprinting at full speed while carrying 2 soldiers on his back. The crowd was floored, wondering if this unbelievable physical strength came from his father, the Lord's genes. They whispered to each other, if Logan really inherited his father's talent, his swordsmanship must be terrifying. Carrying 2 guys and running like the wind, he's practically the next Naruto. Still, there were skeptics who brought up the dominant incident, claiming an old man's skills were nothing to write home about, especially since Logan had once been seen as a loser compared to his own brother, Ronian, even before the kid awakened his inner power. But after more than a month of grueling, insane training, that prejudice started to crumble. The training program originally designed to run Logan out of town had instead made him a new icon, a pillar of strength for the entire Knight Squad. The atmosphere on the training field shifted completely. Even the low-ranking knights, usually known for slacking off, were now swept up in the high-energy training cycle. Even though their bodies were aching and worn out, they had to admit this training was way more effective than just mindlessly jogging. Actually feeling that heavy weight on their backs helped the knights finally empathize with their war horses. One knight affectionately patted his steed, whispering, "Hey buddy, you've been working hard carrying me all over the place. Thanks." The bond between the soldiers grew tighter than ever before. When one soldier felt bad for being too heavy, his teammate immediately reassured him, "It's all good, man. We're a team. Don't talk down to yourself like that." Watching this unity, the commander couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. He realized that the young master's unyielding persistence had created an unexpected result, forging the Knight Legion into a single, powerful unit. They went from a loose group to a tight squad. Their morale was clearly leveling up. Logan took a huge gulp of water, and while he complained about his body being sore, his eyes lit up with pride as he thought, talk about hitting the jackpot. As night fell and the full moon shone bright, Logan didn't rest. He immediately started his meditation. He knew that after pushing his body to the limit, meditating now would stimulate his inner consciousness more effectively than ever. This constant cycle was creating a powerful resonance, and Logan could clearly feel his inner energy showing promising signs of change. Working his body by day, farming inner power by night, Logan kept his eyes shut, thinking, if everything goes as planned and his power increases, he could surpass terrifying entities like superhumans, aura masters, or the archmages he'd seen in his previous life. A fiery surge of energy began to form, swirling right in front of his chest. Logan focused intently, compressing the raging inner power despite the magical runes spinning all around him. The orb of energy grew denser and more blinding right over his heart. He gritted his teeth, putting everything he had into his fist, causing the energy to explode outward before suddenly stabilizing. Logan let out a soft sigh of relief. Done. His face showed clear. satisfaction as he felt the powerful breakthrough surging through him. 2-star core? This upgrade was the foundation Logan needed to start the next part of the secret technique. He recalled the power of his iron slashing, single strike, and was certain the second technique would exceed even his wildest expectations. Logan stared out the window with fierce determination, convinced that if he mastered this technique before the war, high-level knights wouldn't even be a problem anymore. Out on the lush green fields, the thunderous sound of hooves shattered the silence, catching the monsters off guard. The monster herd looked back in confusion, only to see clouds of dust and a storm of horses barreling toward them. Before they knew what hit them, they were completely surrounded. Kaiselin narrowed his eyes, cold and calculated, as he raised a fist to signal the troops. The cavalry spread out into a line and charged straight at the panicking monsters. The order to prepare echoed out, followed immediately by the command to fire. The rapid-fire crossbows unleashed a hail of bolts, pinning the monsters down and leaving them screaming in total despair. Kaiselin watched the scene with a calm expression, while the hired mercenaries looked on in absolute shock at the sheer destructive power of these weapons. One soldier cheered in excitement because the crossbow had absolutely zero kickback, in fact. His bolt even punched through his target to hit the monster right behind it. Logan did the math. Over 100 monsters wiped out in less than 10 seconds. He told himself that all that effort spent retraining their crossbow habits and improving reload speeds was worth every second. Colin walked over and asked if Logan was satisfied yet. He just replied calmly that while the first battle was a bit messy, the results were decent enough. Kaiselin couldn't hide his curiosity and pressed him on why Logan had gone so far, and building an army with firepower like nothing they've ever seen. Is their goal to wipe out all the monsters on the continent? Just as Logan was about to answer, a desperate shout from one of the soldiers echoed from afar, cutting the conversation short. Logan and Colin stared in shock as the soldier came rushing toward them. He announced he'd been sent by Rick on an urgent mission to find the young master. Before Logan could even process what was happening, the soldier dropped a bombshell. Yesterday, Marquess Teslon had declared war. Logan's face hardened, his eyes burning with killing intent as the reality of the territorial war set in. Marquess Teslon appeared in the magic sphere, looking fierce, roaring with hatred about ending his ancestors' long-standing grudge by wiping out the entire Patrick family. Lord Patrick watched this arrogant declaration of war silently, his expression icy. Those close to him began to whisper in anxiety, questioning whether settling an old grudge was just an excuse for Teslon to justify his invasion. Facing such a direct threat, Lady Patrick looked at her husband anxiously and asked softly, "What should we do, my lord?" Chang, the military situation looked incredibly grim as a knight, reported that the number of knights in Marquess Teslon's army alone was 1.5 times that of the Patrick house. Even if the lord himself joined the fray, the odds of victory remained a massive question mark, making the atmosphere in the meeting room stifling. The advisors began arguing heatedly. Some suggested a defensive strategy to make up for their lack of manpower. Others worried that the city walls would become a slaughterhouse if the enemy's elite knights attacked. One person even tremblingly suggested sending an envoy to negotiate peace to avoid a bloodbath. Seeing the chaos and cowardice of his subordinates, Lord Patrick suddenly slammed his hand onto the table, roaring with authority. "Quiet, all of you, acting defeated before the battle has even begun." He indignantly pointed out that even though the royal authority was weakening, the fact that the Teslon faction dared to declare war on their own without the king's permission was a blatant disregard for the law. Lord Patrick asserted that the enemy just wanted to throw the territory into chaos and sow discord. With eyes blazing with fury, he glared at those calling for peace and demanded to know the true meaning behind such a cowardly suggestion. Not letting anyone argue, he stood up and ordered the entire army to prepare for a fight to the death. The Lord definitively declared that the only goal now was to discuss tactics for victory, and he wouldn't accept any backpedaling. He meant what he said. Anyone who talked of retreating was out of the army. The family head's firm resolve silenced the entire room. The dissenters could only lower their heads in fear. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Lady Patrick couldn't hide her concern for her children. She hesitated, asking if the young masters would have to participate in this brutal war. Lord Patrick turned away, his expression hardening with determination. He stated firmly that his sons would absolutely have to fight. Lord Patrick mused on the future of the house, noting that Ronian had officially awakened his internal power, and Logan had reached the age to shoulder the responsibilities of the eldest son. Rick, standing to the side, silently weighed in. Both brothers possessed extraordinary power and would certainly become the core strength for the Patrick family, especially since Logan had been training hard with the Knights lately. But the moment he realized the severity of the declaration of war, Rick turned pale with terror. "This is bad. The young master isn't here." He scrambled down the mansion hallway, screaming in his heart that he had to inform him immediately. At the southern barracks, after hearing the report on the emergency situation, Logan stood frozen, calculating. According to his memories of his past life, the war wasn't supposed to break out for another 2 months. What could have changed the timeline? His face tightened with anxiety over this sudden shift. The messenger soldier urged him in a panic. "Young master, you must hurry." They've ignored protocol and started marching immediately after declaring war. If we leave now, we can still make it to the battle. Logan clenched his fist, his eyes burning with resolve as he told himself there was no time to hesitate. Just then, Colin stepped forward with an arrogant smile, clearly declaring that Logan's mercenary squad was ready to mobilize. Seeing his trainer's overly calm attitude, Logan asked in surprise, "Kai, aren't you surprised to hear that war has broken out?" Colin grinned brightly, responding straight, "We've been itching for a battle anyway. If there isn't one, we'll just create one ourselves. These guys are thirsty for combat before the fight even starts. Their bloodlust is at max level." Colin looked at the weapon in his hand, excitedly confirming that everyone wanted to test out the high-quality gear they had just been equipped with. Logan scanned his surroundings, feeling a fiery atmosphere enveloping the entire force. These people were overflowing with confidence. He smirked, satisfied, knowing that their confidence was completely well-founded. Because last winter, this very group of mercenaries had created a miracle by overwhelmingly crushing a giant monster swarm. Logan tightened his gauntlet. So what if war broke out unexpectedly? As long as they win, it's fine. Logan smirked confidently, whispering to himself, "We have enough strength now." While the entire Patrick family was falling into chaos and fear over the sudden war, Logan's mercenary troop of only 314 people was ready to march amidst resounding cheers. They were full of confidence that they would win, but the actual fighting happened much faster than the Patrick family could have ever predicted. Only 1 day after the declaration of war, Teslan's army appeared at the Patrick territory in numbers far exceeding all predictions. A panicked knight rushed into the meeting room to report the emergency. There were over 100 elite knights. It looked like over 1,000 in the main army, and nearly 10,000 conscripts added to their ranks. This was an all-out assault. Lord Patrick roared in shock. What? In this era, the strength of knights far exceeded that of commoners, and they were always the main force on the battlefield. Lord Patrick couldn't believe it. This was just a domestic territorial war, yet the enemy was ruthless enough to force civilians to enlist. He gritted his teeth in outrage. How could they go this far? It didn't stop there. The knight continued with a piece of desperate news. The Cairo family had just sent word that they would provide no military support. Lady Patrick turned pale, trembling as she blurted out, "What did you just say?" Short on men, then backstabbed, and blindsided before they could even catch their breath. She couldn't believe this cruel reality, frantically insisting that there must have been some misunderstanding. Even though the knight insisted that Lord O'Neill had confirmed it multiple times, the lady was still in shock, intending to go and confirm the matter herself. Watching the collapse unfolding around him, Lord McLean gritted his teeth, his expression one of grim determination. He unleashed a final burst of authority and barked orders at his knights. "Gather every man capable of fighting. We're going to hit them back with everything we've got. We've hit rock bottom. If we don't fight now, it's game over." With even the Cairo family turning their backs against the wall, they scrambled to rally every resource to counter Teslan. In the end, they managed to assemble 53 knights and 552 infantrymen, plus 4,418 conscripts, bringing their total force to 5,023 men. The army stretched out across the field, but their faces were masks of anxiety and dread. Lord McLean led the charge in silence, his back heavy with the weight of the overwhelming disparity in their forces. The number was less than half of Teslan's army, and Lord McLean couldn't help but grit his teeth in intense frustration. Among the ranks, the knights began to whisper, "Where's the eldest young master?" Another replied, "Don't you know? He went out a while ago and still hasn't returned." Someone else muttered maliciously, "Yeah, figures it would be right now. He's not coming back. I heard he probably took off to save his own skin." Hearing the insult directed at his brother, Ronian snapped furiously. "Cut the crap!" The boy growled with unshakable conviction. "My brother would never do that." Ronian remembered the image of Logan, who had smiled and promised to teach him secret techniques so they could protect the family together. As Logan had already foreseen this battle, Ronian's eyes burned with faith as he declared to everyone, "He didn't run away. I'm his biggest supporter. I know he didn't." Is the rumor about the eldest young master running away true? The family heir actually took off? The soldiers' whispers made the atmosphere before the battle even tenser. With Logan absent, Lord McLean turned to look at his second son with a heavy heart. "Ronian, You'll have to take your brother's place and fulfill his duty." Though he was secretly agonizing over why he had let himself believe Logan's promise, he knew now was not the time to dwell on it. He roared with commanding power. "Do not waver. We must win this battle at any cost." With a shout of charge, "Crush that trash." He led the army straight into the enemy. The battlefield erupted with cheers and war cries as the two sides collided. On the other side, Marquis Teslan wore a sinister smile as he saw his opponent engage. "Pick has finally joined the fray," he gloated, confidently waving his sword to signal his trump card. "These knights are my weapons. Take this." As Patrick McLean charged, the heavy cavalry of both sides slammed into each other like a cyclone, kicking up dust that clouded the sky. Lord Patrick McLean led the vanguard, his body and his warhorse enveloped in a blazing red aura. With a massive spear in hand, he tore through the air at breakneck speed, thinking, "First, I have to break through their front line." The pressure of a high-ranking knight made the Oster, very space around him seem ready to explode with every thundering stride of his horse. A cataclysmic collision occurred, as Patrick's spear smashed into the enemy's shields. He blocked that attack. In the midst of the flaming battlefield, Rick stood paralyzed, gripping his spear, his skin drenched in sweat from sheer terror. Heart-wrenching screams echoed everywhere as a soldier fell, moaning, "My arm!" Rick trembled, realizing their situation was utterly dire, and thought to himself, "This is bad." The desperate cries of comrades being trampled under the enemy's feet drove him into despair. Rick could only stand rooted to the spot, watching the McLean army disintegrate as he screamed internally, "We're done for. We're being pushed back." The cruelty of the war left a servant like Rick feeling nothing but bitterness. What kind of war forces servants like me to fight? He knew that if he stayed stuck here, death was certain. While he was lost in thought, Rick was suddenly knocked to the ground and let out a pained cry. At that exact moment, an enemy soldier lunged at him with a spear, roaring, "Die!" Rick could only manage a desperate scream, "Ah!" as the spear tip loomed inches away. Suddenly, a figure dashed in to block the fatal blow, leaving the enemy soldier stunned. What? The enemy was instantly taken down. A reinforcing soldier shouted, "Hurry! Grab that spear!" Rick breathed a sigh of relief, tears of joy streaming down his face. "Reinforcements! I'm saved!" He stammered out a, "Thank you," but the joy was short-lived. The soldier who had just saved his life collapsed with an arrow buried deep in his back. Screams of agony erupted again as a relentless rain of arrows poured down from the enemy. Rick realized in horror that he couldn't hold out for another second and scrambled to run. "I have to run, as far as I can." Amidst the chaotic screams, Rick risked his life, dashing past corpses scattered across the ground, his only remaining thought to escape this living hell. Rick stopped dead in his tracks, his face smeared with blood and sweat, his eyes wide with terror. Before him, a troop of enemy cavalry was thundering toward him, surrounding the dead bodies littering the field. Rick felt completely hopeless, his breath catching as he realized he was cornered, screaming in his mind, surrounded. Am I really going to die like this? Meanwhile, Lord McLean was still fighting for his life, his entire body glowing with a fierce red aura as he dove into the enemy encirclement. He faced a mysterious knight in silver armor, who had taken his direct attack, but still maintained a mocking smile. As expected of the Baron, "Huh? What? All your efforts just end up in vain like this." Lord McLean faltered, his eyes filled with suspicion at his opponent's strange attitude. His hand trembled from the pressure, secretly shocked to see the enemy standing firm after his powerful strike. He never imagined Marquis Teslan could command such a powerful high-ranking knight, while the rest are just mid-tier. Seeing the shadows closing in, Lord McLean roared with fury as he realized the enemy's scheme. "So this is why you were so confident? These guys were brought here just to deal with me?" The enemy knight smirked triumphantly, the streak of blood on his lips adding to his sinister look. "Do you like my preparations?" Trapped deep within the enemy ranks, Lord McLean knew that if he fell here, the entire house's knight force would completely collapse. He tightened his grip on his sword, urging his horse forward with all his inner energy burning bright. "I won't show you any mercy." Lord McLean swung his sword with such power that the enemy knight groaned in pain. With eyes burning with killing intent, he spurred his horse forward like a cyclone, sweeping aside anyone in his way with flaming sword strikes. Suddenly, a sharp blade flashed from a blind spot, forcing him to halt for a split second. He quickly dodged and used his sword to block the enemy's lethal strike, McLean roaring with pure rage. "Damn it, you knights have no shame." The enemy soldiers weren't even scared. They just sneered, dismissing the words as the pathetic final gasps of a dying man. Even while wounded, One of the enemy knights warned his comrades not to get cocky. The Lord's true power was nothing to be trifled with. Fury erupted as the spear pulsed with a blazing red inner energy, sweeping away anyone who dared to get close. But in the middle of the chaotic melee, an enemy sneaked up and landed a vicious strike from behind. The cold spear tip pierced through his body, forcing the Lord to cry out in agony. He struggled to stand amidst a battlefield piled with corpses. The Lord realized with bitterness that even if he could handle the elite fighters here, the overwhelming difference in numbers meant they were doomed. Their retreat path had been completely cut off. Seeing that the rear had also fallen, the Lord of the McLean family could only let out a tragic, booming roar as he was completely surrounded. "Logan, you must escape safely. At least our bloodline won't be wiped out." Meanwhile, Marquis Teslan watched the battlefield from afar with a triumphant smile. He was smug, knowing his plan to hide his high-ranking knights had worked perfectly. He gloated, calculating that he only needed to crush Patrick and take over McLean Castle. But just like that, Teslan's smile suddenly froze as the rapid sound of galloping horses thundered from behind. A messenger came riding up in a panic to report. "My lord," the soldier shouted, frantic, reporting a mysterious cavalry unit of about 300 troops that had just appeared at their rear. Teslan was stunned, refusing to believe his ears. "What? McLean still has elite forces?" However, the soldier gave some bizarre information, claiming this unit carried no spears at all, but that their only weapons were small, handheld crossbows. Hearing this, Teslan immediately regained his arrogance, looking down on a weapon he considered fit only for hunters. He coldly ordered his rear guard and archers to deal with what he believed was just trash infantry. The soldier obeyed. "Yes, my lord." While Teslan was still convinced victory was firmly in his grasp, he was suddenly jolted as an arrow whistled past him. Trembling, he turned his head and froze at the horrifying sight. Amidst the swirling dust, a mighty cavalry unit was charging like a storm, led by none other than Logan. With eyes cold as ice and a repeating crossbow in his hands, Logan scanned the battlefield, where nothing remained but corpses strewn about, and the pungent stench of blood. Desperate screams rang out as the family's soldiers were attacked without mercy. Witnessing the tragic sight of his own people, Logan roared a fierce command. "Fire!" The enemy commander turned pale with terror, sweating profusely as he realized death was staring him in the face. Instantly, thousands of arrows tore through the sky, a black rain of death descending to shred the confused enemy formation. "Impossible!" A soldier gasped in sheer horror as he watched the terrifying firepower obliterating the vanguard of Teslan's legion. The horrific scene sent the enemy into a chaotic rout. Screams pierced the air as ranks of soldiers fell without a chance to fight back. One soldier trembled. "Does the McLean family have this kind of army?" Arrows continuously pierced through armor, leaving the enemy helpless as they fell like wheat in a harvest. Everyone who didn't raise their shield in time was dead. The ground was now covered in bodies amidst the tragic scene. One lucky soldier hid behind a shield bristling with arrows, sweating with fear as he muttered to himself. If he had been even a second slower. Amidst the chaos and despair, a sharp, urgent shout rang out. "Counterattack! Shoot back!" An enemy archer braced himself to fire, but his weak arrow flew only halfway before dropping to the ground, completely unable to reach the position of Logan's cavalry. He stood paralyzed, his face contorted in disbelief at the cruel reality the arrows simply couldn't reach them. While the enemy's range was completely useless, the crossbow cavalry calmly reloaded, continuing to pour down rapid volleys of arrows with superior range, tearing up the sky. The rear of Teslan's legion was reduced to total chaos in an instant. The arrows, with their unbelievable range, slammed into the formation, making the enemy realize with terror that they could be hit from so far away. Marquis Teslan turned pale, sweat drenching his face as he watched these common crossbows cause such terrifying destruction. He hissed through his teeth. "They aren't even using magic, just those damn crossbows. What kind of weapon have you made?" Patrick noticed the situation turning for the worse, and Teslan ordered frantically, "Cavalry! Bring the cavalry from the front lines here. Move out and catch those bastards." Receiving the order, the enemy knights immediately changed direction, spurring their horses forward with wild yells. They lined up, raised their weapons, and roared with killing intent, "Charge and slaughter them all." Facing the cavalry rushing toward them like a storm, Logan maintained a strangely calm demeanor. He stared straight at the enemy, his eyes blazing with defiance and a sinister smile playing on his lips. Logan smirked, muttering with biting sarcasm, "So they wandered right into the trap?" Two swords clashed violently, signaling the official start of a fierce showdown. Ronian gritted his teeth, enduring the pressure from the opponent's blade, his breathing becoming ragged as he barely dodged a lethal strike. He slipped aside just in time, causing the enemy knight to exclaim in surprise, "Nice dodge, kid." At that moment, another knight rushed over, urging his comrade, "Rill, we don't have time for this game. The battle is taking a strange turn right in front of us." The one named Rill immediately fired back, insisting he wasn't playing around because Ronian was much stronger than he looked. He pointed in panic behind his comrade's back. "I'm not joking. Look behind you." The other knight turned back, completely bewildered, unable to understand what was happening. While the enemy was distracted, Ronian tried to regulate his breathing, sweat streaming down his dirt-streaked face. He realized this was a real battlefield, not a safe sparring session. He knew he wasn't a genius, just a child who had only recently awakened his inner power. Ronian tightened his grip on his sword. No matter what, he couldn't lose. The image of his stern father and the promise to fight in his brother's place flashed through his mind, fueling Ronian with strength. His eyes glowed with a crimson light, and he told himself he absolutely could not fall here. Suddenly, Ronian was stunned to see the enemy knights reveal a fatal opening at their rear. They were swinging their swords wildly at the air as if fighting invisible enemies. Not missing this once-in-a-lifetime chance, Ronian lunged like an arrow. Whatever was happening, this was his chance to survive. He unleashed a powerful, decisive strike. A razor-sharp blade sliced clean through the enemy's armor. Looking down at the ground, he realized it was littered with crossbow bolts, and he wondered, in shock, where they had all come from. Ronian stared blankly as his enemy collapsed at his feet. He looked up, stunned to see a familiar figure leading a cavalry charge toward him, and he couldn't help but gasp in amazement. It was Logan. The sudden arrival of his older brother in his moment of greatest despair made Ronian burst with joy. A savior had arrived just in time, but there is no room for family reunions on the battlefield. Sensing a threat from behind, the enemy commander roared, frantically ordering his troops to attack the crossbowmen. This was the Lord's command. Immediately, the enemy cavalry spurred their horses forward, their thundering hooves shaking the earth as they charged to wipe out Logan's unit. Facing the enemy cavalry, who had formed a tight defensive shield wall, Logan remained incredibly calm. He thought to himself, "So, that's their shield formation? A decent defensive setup, I suppose." However, a sinister smile spread across Logan's face as he spotted a fatal flaw. He coldly ordered his archers to aim low at the horses. "Fire!" As soon as Logan's command rang out, thousands of arrows flew in unison, burying themselves into the horses' legs and bellies. The beasts let out agonizing screams as they collapsed to the ground, dragging their riders down into the dirt in a pathetic mess. The enemy soldiers panicked, screaming, "Hold the line! I'm falling off my horse!" The once mighty Teslan cavalry was now completely dismantled, reduced to utter chaos beneath the hooves of Logan's small unit. Logan watched the falling cavalrymen and sneered with contempt. Fools! He breathed a sigh of relief for reaching Ronian in time, but his mind immediately turned to his father, who was still in grave danger. Logan told himself that victory would mean nothing if he lost his family in this life. He roared, "Kai, take charge." Colin was stunned by the young master's decision. "What? But our plan was to strike from outside their range." He watched as Logan spurred his horse, charging alone straight into the encirclement of the enemy's mid-level knights. Fearing this was a suicidal act, Colin couldn't just stand by. He shouted anxiously, "Damn it! Protect Master Logan at all costs." Meanwhile, Lord McLean was being backed into a corner. The enemy knight sneered with a sinister grin. "I can't believe you'd run right at me, knowing you'll just get stabbed." Struggling to stand steady amidst the sea of corpses, McLean groaned in pain, but he suddenly froze, sensing something very strange happening. Seeing the enemy knights attacking so frantically and recklessly that they were putting themselves in danger, he couldn't help but wonder, why were they so desperate when they had the upper hand? The sharp sound of clashing metal rang out incessantly as he struggled to fend off the relentless waves of attacks from all sides. As the encirclement tightened, McLean gritted his teeth against the suffocating pressure. Sweat streamed down his bloodied face. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. Just when the situation seemed completely hopeless, Logan descended from the air like a god of war, his eyes blazing with killing intent. He swung his sword with immense power, creating a earth-shattering shockwave that crushed all the enemies in front of his father. Witnessing the terrifying power that wiped out the enemy in an instant, Lord McLean wondered in shock. What the hell just happened? Through the haze of smoke and fire, Logan's silhouette became clear, and he wore a calm smile. He said softly, "I've arrived just in time." As the final enemy knight collapsed, standing amidst the raging flames, Logan radiated such an overwhelming presence that the entire battlefield went silent for a moment. Seeing his son return with such unbelievable strength in his darkest hour, Lord McLean could only gasp in utter astonishment. He stared at Logan, his heart filled with overwhelming surprise. He thought to himself that he had seen his son leading a mercenary unit, charging from a distance, but given the massive swarm of enemy troops, how could Logan have broken through to get here? Looking at the corpses strewn about, he wondered in shock if Logan had defeated them all, and when his son had become so powerful. But he immediately brushed those distracting thoughts aside. That wasn't what mattered right now. Lord McLean spoke up. I don't know how the battle turned out this way, but I'm completely stunned by how much my son has improved. Looking straight into Logan's eyes, he asked to confirm his last shred of hope. You're here, which means the advantage has shifted to our side, right? Logan flashed a confident smile and replied decisively. That's right. Receiving such a firm answer, Lord McLean breathed a sigh of relief. He placed a hand on his son's shoulder, proud and full of praise. Good. You've done well. Across the battlefield, the enemy commander was trembling in shock. He couldn't believe a youth of only about 20 years old could take down 2 mid-level knights at once. He remembered how hard he had to work at that age, just to become a knight, and he felt Logan's presence was an insult to his own efforts. He gritted his teeth, tightened his grip on his sword, eyes burning with hostility as he cast his shock aside. No, that doesn't matter. Because he's going to die right here. He roared at his subordinates. Rick, Trung, Ben, what are you two doing? Get into position. But the only response was the whimpering, agonizing groans of those who had already fallen. Witnessing his son's superiority, Lord McLean calculated his next move. Even though he knew Logan was strong, he wasn't a high-level knight yet. He worried that fighting the mid-level knights would be difficult for Logan, so he intended to have him handle those two while he took on the strongest high-level knight himself. Just as he reached out to instruct him, Logan looked straight ahead with a determined gaze and declared firmly, I'll take the lead. Lord McLean anxiously tried to stop his son from facing the dangerous enemies. No, that's too much for you. No matter how strong you are, this will be very difficult. He coughed slightly due to his heavy wounds, but Logan placed a hand on his father's shoulder to reassure him, his gaze unyielding. One day I will surpass you. Trust me and leave it to me. Seeing Logan's maturity and resolve, Lord McLean nodded in agreement. I understand. He placed his full trust in his eldest son, relying on him. The father and son stood back to back amidst the enemy encirclement. Logan said decisively, Let's finish them off quickly, father. He lunged forward with his sword, catching the enemy knight off guard. That brat dares to attack me? The enemy knight gritted his teeth in fury and roared, How dare you, father? He took the initiative, swinging his sword as he lunged straight at his opponent, leaving the enemy knight stunned. That brat actually dares to attack me? The enemy knight gritted his teeth in indignation and roared, How dare you? He radiates a blazing red aura, charging madly to finish Logan off. But Logan remains cold and composed. He releases a brilliant golden aura that envelops his entire body, effortlessly dodging the vicious attacks. With inhuman speed, he glides across the battlefield like a phantom, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. Logan constantly closes the distance, unleashing lightning-fast sword strikes that leave the enemy unable to react and sent flying backward. A powerful collision erupts. Logan pours all his strength into pressing his blade down, forcing the opposing knight to grit his teeth in helplessness and sheer terror. Logan and the enemy knight collide, sparks flying everywhere. The enemy is stunned. What? He silently reassesses the situation. Looking at Logan's wounds earlier, he thought the guy wasn't much stronger than himself. But the brutal reality is that he is being completely overwhelmed by Logan. He reassures himself that Logan must have poured every ounce of his remaining strength into that last powerful attack. A sinister smile reappears on the enemy knight's sweat-drenched face. A violent surge of energy explodes as their swords clash once more. The enemy grits his teeth and tells himself, if Logan hadn't gone all out, there's no way he'd actually be stronger than me. He swings his sword wildly, shouting, Die! Facing the incoming blade, Logan keeps his gaze icy and his focus sharp. Both engage in a high-speed duel. The ear-piercing sound of clashing metal echoes repeatedly across the battlefield. Logan stomps hard on the ground, creating a massive shockwave, then channels his power into the next strike. Both fall into a suffocating deadlock. Sparks fly from the blades locked tightly against each other. The enemy knight grits his teeth in pain. His heart is filled with terror. Damn it, he isn't even wounded. Meanwhile, Logan's eyes remain sharp as ever. He suddenly releases a fiery aura, launching a powerful blow that forces his opponent into a desperate defense. The massive impact makes the enemy knight stagger, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Logan stands tall and proud, closing every gap to give his opponent no room to breathe. Despite the lack of space and his heavy wounds, the enemy tries his best to get back up. He wipes the blood from his chin, silently telling himself he must seize this chance to counterattack. He stares intently at Logan, bracing for one final, desperate strike. The enemy knight sneers, but Logan keeps a cold expression and declares firmly, "Let's end this." A golden aura, like flames, begins to wrap around his sword, creating a suffocating pressure that forces his opponent to be cautious. The enemy stares in shock, admitting to himself that he is completely mesmerized by that damn sword, unable to look away. Sensing the timing, the enemy knight thinks to himself, "Good. All right." He radiates a fiery red aura, stomps his foot hard, and pours his power into his hands, gripping the hilt. He wastes not a second, instantly turning and channeling all his energy into the blade for a finishing blow. He roars with excitement. "This is it, my chance." A dazzling sword strike descends with all the power he has. But his blade only grazes empty air. Logan has mysteriously vanished from his sight. The enemy stammers in shock. "Only hit my clothes?" He hurriedly turns back, sweat pouring down like rain in terror, unable to comprehend how his opponent moved with such absurd speed. A feeling of unease consumes his mind. The enemy knight trembles as he realizes something is terribly wrong right behind his back. The enemy knight is stunned to realize his own body is becoming sluggish due to the crushing pressure. He trembles, wondering, "Have I slowed down?" Meanwhile, Logan remains incredibly calm. He whispers, "Flame sword." A fierce, blazing aura erupts around his blade, making the enemy scream in terror. "Damn it, run." But he gives his opponent no chance to escape. Logan immediately unleashes his special move. First skill, Giant Flame Sword. A colossal greatsword made of fire descends from above, leaving the knight to only gasp in despair. No way. The slash carries destructive power, forming a pillar of fire that reaches the sky, tearing through the earth and crushing everything in its path. Witnessing this earth-shattering power, Lord Patrick, Ronian, and the surrounding soldiers stand frozen in pure shock. After the energy-draining attack, Logan pants slightly. His gaze never leaves the scene, now shrouded in thick smoke. The ground is now split by a deep trench, proof of the move's terrifying power. Logan looks down coldly at the fallen enemy commander and mocks him. "No matter what tricks you use, it's all the same." Logan proudly raises his flaming sword to the sky, clearly declaring to the entire army, "I, Logan, have killed the enemy commander." This shocking news causes the Teslon army to instantly descend into chaos and terror. The enemy soldiers tremble, unable to believe the brutal reality. A high-ranking knight defeated? That's impossible. Panic spreads as they realize their offer. Banner has fallen, and their supreme commander has been completely defeated. The Teslon army has now completely shattered. They scream in despair, surrender, and beg for mercy. "I don't want to die here." Some others just bow their heads in helplessness. What else can they do? The cry of "I surrender," "Me too, I surrender," echoes across the battlefield as they throw away their spears to save their lives. Conversely, the Patrick side explodes in joy. Rick screams through tears, "Long live the Grand Duke." Rick's face is smeared with blood, but he wears a happy smile. He shouts, "Hurrah!" The chants of "Long live Logan," "Long live the Grand Duke," echo across the sky as the Patrick side wins a glorious victory. However, amidst the festive atmosphere, a dark figure quietly spurs his horse to flee into the night. It is the Marquis of Teslon, fleeing madly with intense hatred in his heart. Where on earth did I go wrong? He cannot believe that a war prepared meticulously for 3 years, with a force of 100 elite knights, collapsed in an instant. Teslon grinds his teeth and roars. "It's that red-haired bastard. Those people and that damn weapon ruined everything." The image of Logan's cold eyes surfaces like a nightmare, making him even more furious as he urges his horse to head back to his territory first. Teslon believes that as long as he reaches his fortified castle, he can survive. That's the only way to survive. Just as he reaches the city gate, he shouts orders to the guards. "Open the gate! Your master has returned!" The guard on the wall hurriedly responds, "Understood, Lord." But just as he is about to heave a sigh of relief, the guard suddenly pauses, squinting at the distant horizon where dust is rising violently. "Huh? Something is coming?" The guard yelled in a panic. "Cavalry!" Leading that unit was none other than Logan, his gaze as cold as ice, as if he could pierce right through his enemy's soul. Seeing the cavalry unit closing in on his gate, Teslon turned deathly pale, sweat pouring down his face in pure terror. He barely managed to let out a desperate curse. "Damn it." Logan roared with fury as he saw Marquis Teslon running for his life. "You coward. You're running pretty fast, aren't you?" As soon as Teslon slipped into the castle, Logan stood proudly alone before the main gate. Facing the long line of soldiers guarding the towering walls, he made a shocking announcement that seemed to freeze time itself. Teslan has been defeated. Open the gates and welcome the victor. This firm declaration plunged the guards into instant chaos. They looked at each other, trembling, wondering if their army had truly fallen, forcing the Viscount to return in such humiliating defeat. Seeing his soldiers' morale wavering, a commander shouted to steady them. Men, don't believe the enemy. Do not be afraid. He tried to downplay the threat, insisting that the enemy force had at most 300 men, nowhere near enough to surround or defeat such a fortified stronghold in one go. Standing at the foot of the wall, Logan kept an expression of cold, mysterious calm. His sharp eyes left the guards above in a daze, wondering, what is he doing? Suddenly, Logan stomped hard against the ground, channeling all his inner energy into an explosive burst of speed. He lunged forward, moving like a blur, vanishing from the enemy's sight in an instant, leaving them gasping in shock. He's gone? No way. To the utter horror of the guards, Logan ghosted through the air, clearing the height of the fortified wall in a single leap. He landed on the ramparts like a god of death. Open the gates. The killing intent radiating from Logan made everyone shudder when they heard his final threat. Otherwise, don't blame me for what happens next. In a dimly lit room, Marquis Teslan was frantically rummaging through his drawers, drenched in a cold sweat of fear. He scrambled, stuffing jewelry and gold into a wooden box, muttering in desperation, I have to at least take some gold with me. But just as he was about to flee, a chilling voice echoed from behind, making him freeze. Finally caught you. Teslan tumbled to the floor in terror, his breath hitching as he realized death had come knocking right in the middle of the treasures. He was trying to steal from his own mansion. Logan stepped in casually, revealing a bitter truth that crushed the old Marquis. Your servant led me straight to you. He smirked sinisterly, making it clear that every one of the enemy's moves had been within his grasp. I knew exactly what you were planning to do. Teslan gritted his teeth in hatred, sweat streaming down his ashen face. He stared at Logan, cursing under his breath. That bastard. He followed me. He tried to scramble backward in a state of absolute panic as he saw Logan closing in. Realizing the end was near, Teslan cast aside all his pride and begged pathetically, raising his hands. Wait! I surrender. He hurried to offer promises in exchange for his life. I will compensate you with gold, or I'll hand over the territory according to the law. He begged for one last way out. Please, just let me and my family stay here. Logan smirked, letting out a cold, mocking laugh. According to the law? Ha! His eyes burned with contempt as he recalled the Marquis' cruelty. You arbitrarily declared a regional war and launched an attack in a single day. That's the law? Logan stepped closer, looking straight at the trembling loser on the ground, and growled. Teslan, do you feel absolutely no remorse? In his desperation, Teslan tried to cling to noble codes to stay alive. Humph, shouldn't you protect the noble honor of the aristocracy? Ensuring the safety of captured prisoners is the custom of regional warfare, after all. Logan closed his eyes for a moment, then replied coldly, Noble honor? Fine. The McLean family always respects honor and the law. He decisively delivered his final judgment. So, I will spare you, but you and your family must pack up and leave this place. Teslan burst into joy, hurriedly bowing his head in gratitude. Thank you. Logan looked down at the trembling Marquis and said coldly, My father said this. He accepts your unconditional surrender because, to him, honor is everything. Teslan sighed in relief, believing he had truly saved his life thanks to the mercy of Lord McLean. Logan walked over to the treasure chest, picked up a beautifully jeweled sword, and remarked, This is a fine blade. Seeing Logan's apparent interest, Teslan fawned over him to curry favor. You can have it. It was crafted by the finest smith in the kingdom. Yet, Logan looked him straight in the eye and refused. No. He handed the sword back to the bewildered Marquis and added, You should keep it. Just as Teslan was trying to process what was happening, Logan struck suddenly, leaving the old man no chance to react. In excruciating pain, Teslan screamed, Ah, you gave me your word. Logan looked down with eyes as cold as ice, replying casually, I said, My father agreed to spare your life. He growled with murderous intent, but I'm afraid I do not. Teslan had no strength left to resist. He stammered in despair. What? Honor? Logan smirked with disgust at that hypocrisy. You're talking about noble honor? Do you even know how many people died because of your greed? Logan radiated an overwhelming presence, declaring firmly, Your life ends here. You devil. Teslan's eyes rolled back, and he died in a fit of rage. Looking at the lifeless body, Logan said dryly, You should feel lucky you got to die so easily. He quietly looked at his hands, where blood had soaked into his combat gloves after the fight to the death. Logan stood up in the silent room, looking toward the dim light with determination. Finally, the moment has arrived. He told himself he had to finish this personally. After secretly handling the situation to avoid future trouble, he shouted to inform all the soldiers present at the stronghold. Viscount Teslan has committed suicide. The shocking news spread rapidly, officially putting an end to the greedy lord's existence. Looking down at the fully captured stronghold, Logan thought to himself, that's enough. Just then, a knight came running to find him in a rush. There you are. Seeing the grave look on the man's face, Logan asked, what is it? The knight suggested, I think you should head to the dungeon for a moment. Logan asked in surprise. The dungeon? That's right. His blunt answer left the lord burning with curiosity about what really happened behind those prison bars. A few days later, once his strength had returned, Logan and his father stood on the wind-swept ramparts as the sun began to set. Lord McLean asked pensively about his journey. After I recovered, I went to Titan Castle, and well. And? Upon hearing the news of his longtime rival's death, Lord McLean asked, stunned, Heman took his own life? Logan kept his expression calm, and he replied nonchalantly, yes, honestly, it's annoying that he's already dead. Skepticism flickered across his father's face. He locked eyes with his son and pressed him, did you kill him? Facing the heavy silence, the Lord stepped closer, staring straight at Logan as if trying to unearth the truth. Finally, Logan dropped the act and admitted it flatly. Yeah, I killed him on purpose. No point in beating around the bush. Logan explained the reasoning behind his ruthless action. The Teslan territory needed to be returned to the McLean family. I didn't want him alive to cause more trouble later. Witnessing his son's decisiveness and foresight, Lord McLean suddenly chuckled with satisfaction. Ha, you've really grown up. You have your own convictions now, Logan replied softly, with genuine respect. You've changed too, father. Lord McLean looked toward the distant horizon. He stated firmly that no matter what anyone else said, he remained the one who contributed most to this victory. He hesitated for a moment, as if making the most important decision of his life. Therefore, I am naming you the heir to the McLean family. This was the highest honor a father and a lord could bestow upon his most worthy successor. Logan looked at his father and murmured, Father. Seeing the lord nod with anticipation and trust, Logan took a deep breath to steel himself. He wore a bright smile, but his words left everyone stunned. I'm sorry, but I have to refuse. You're refusing the succession? Lord McLean asked in shock, unable to believe his ears. He assumed that if Logan was worried about what others might say, this glorious victory was more than enough to turn the tide and cement his position. Yet Logan remained calm, insisting that wasn't the real reason for his refusal. Under his father's searching gaze, he spoke frankly, saying that he believed Ronian was a better fit for a house of knights like the McLeans. Logan began to break down his younger brother's terrifying talent. You were already using your power at 14, 5 years earlier than I did. Logan silently evaluated all the achievements the boy could potentially reach in the future. They were beyond measure. Lord McLean pondered for a long while before speaking slowly. Even if you say that, one doesn't become a househead just because they have raw strength. Logan knew that leadership required a tactical mind, not just grinding stats to auto-win. Logan looked at his father in silence. In his heart, he understood that this was just how things worked in this era, but based on memories from his past life, he knew Ronian was destined to be the youngest Aura Knight on the continent, a perfect genius without a single weakness. Because of that, Logan told himself there was no need for him to be the successor, and he didn't want to waste any more time on stifling training. He'd already seen the future meta, so he could stay a step ahead without all the extra stress. As an older brother, Logan sincerely suggested, I want to give my younger brother the chance to shine. So, I hope you'll postpone choosing an heir until Ronian comes of age. Lord McLean broke into a radiant smile. He was deeply moved to realize that his eldest son cared so much for his younger brother. He decisively accepted, I'll take your suggestion. The successor won't be chosen for another 5 years. I'll put it off until Ronian is fully grown. Logan bowed his head slightly. Thank you, father, Lord McLean continued, affirming that even if Logan refused the position, he would certainly receive other worthy rewards. He silently calculated that upon returning to the McLean estate, he would take inventory of the spoils. The total would surely be at least several 100,000 gold pieces. Hearing this, Logan smiled enigmatically and asked, In that case, may I ask you for something I want? Shortly after, the victorious army returned to the territory to a warm welcome. As the gates opened, the shouts of the guards echoed as the silhouettes of the knights appeared in the distance. The McLean knights have returned, the news spread, causing the city to erupt in cheers. Logan, along with his father and brother, rode proudly into the heart of the cheering crowd, marking the glorious return of the McLean family after a life-or-death battle. They actually came back alive? Whispers rippled through the streets as the victorious army entered the gates. The people were stunned that the war had ended so quickly in just a single day, and rumors began to run wild. They claimed it was all thanks to Duke Logan. One person couldn't believe it, exclaiming, "That fool Logan?" Immediately, another corrected him, saying that according to reports from the soldiers, it was Logan's mercenary unit that turned the tide with weapons of unprecedented power, and the Duke himself had personally taken down a high-ranking enemy knight. Awe swept through the crowd. A girl gasped, "Is the Duke really such a remarkable person?" The old prejudices about a madman were fading, replaced by deep respect. The citizens began to piece it all together. From the controversial monster meat purchasing incident, they now believed it had all been part of Logan's careful plan. Goosebumps rose as they realized those crazy past actions might have just been an act to fool the world, and that Logan was truly a genius. His reputation had flipped from a laughingstock to a legend after just one win. Hearing the endless praise, Logan felt incredibly awkward. His face flushed red even as he tried to keep a stern expression. Ronian, riding beside him, didn't miss the chance to tease him. "How does it feel? Everyone is praising you." Even though Logan looked embarrassed, Ronian happily insisted that everything they were saying was the truth. The boy excitedly urged him, "They're greeting you like this. Shouldn't you smile back at them?" Logan asked, flustered. "Smile? Me?" Under the expectant gazes of the citizens waiting for a smile from their hero, Logan tried to force out a smile to return their affection. However, instead of a radiant grin, his face suddenly became so sinister and terrifying that it was extreme. That sight caused the crowd to instantly fall silent. Their faces turned pale with horror. One person trembled. "Hick, what was that smile? Is he trying to kill us?" Fear gripped them, as they wondered if he actually wanted to eat them alive. Even Ronian, standing right next to him, broke into a cold sweat at his brother's bizarre expression. Meanwhile, the townspeople could only despair, thinking they were done for. The Lord placed a hand on Logan's head, his stern face radiant with a proud smile following their glorious victory. He announced loudly, "Now, to celebrate our triumphant victory, let's throw a grand banquet." Cheers echoed. "Long live the great Duke Logan." The sound reverberated through the sky, signaling a sleepless night at the majestic castle, glowing brightly under the night sky. As the night grew late, Logan quietly walked down the empty corridor, sighing softly as he heard the lively celebration still ongoing. A victory party that lasts until dawn? Talk about having energy after coming back from battle. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through his thoughts. "What on earth are you thinking?" Logan froze, seeing Ronian anxiously helping Lady Macklin approach. She stared at him with eyes full of hatred and suspicion, growling, "I've heard it already. You turned down the succession, didn't you?" Fury made Lady Macklin lose all composure. She screamed, "What are you plotting? I don't know about others, but don't even think about fooling me." Ronian hurried to intervene. "Mother, wait." He turned to look at Logan with apologetic eyes. "Brother, I'm sorry." Because she was so heartbroken by what happened to the family, Logan maintained a calm smile and replied gently, "Roni, it's all right." Looking at the trembling woman before him, Logan quietly assessed that even though she held a grudge against him, she had lost her power due to betrayal and was no longer a threat. He wondered if she would accept a sincere apology from him now. Logan looked deep into her eyes and said in a low, steady voice, "Mother, I know that what I've done over the past few years was wrong. I acted out of jealousy and insecurity, and I deeply regret it." That unexpected admission left her stunned for a moment before she immediately pointed at Ronian, shouting triumphantly, "See that? Ronian, he's admitting it." "He has." Ronian shouted in pain, "Mother, please, stop it." He turned to Logan, explaining worriedly that his mother wasn't in her right mind. But Logan looked at his younger brother with a dead serious expression and stated, "Listen, Ronian Macklin, the person I actually owe an apology to is you." Ronian was stunned, stammering in confusion, "What? Why?" "I intended to tell you when I returned, but I haven't been able to," Logan thought to himself, feeling that even if he regretted it for decades, it wouldn't defeat the cowardice within him. Seeing his brother's hesitation, Ronian asked in confusion, "Brother, what are you talking about?" Logan looked straight into his brother's eyes and said firmly, "I want you to understand this. Roni, for all these years, I've loathed you." Ronian was dumbfounded, breaking into a sweat, shocked by the harsh truth. Standing nearby, Lady Macklin watched with a cold expression. Logan continued to open up, admitting that he had cowardly hidden his insecurity by hating his younger brother. He stood solemnly and clearly. And now, I truly regret it. Ronian, right here, right now, I want to officially apologize to you. I am truly sorry. Ronian stood frozen in place, while Logan berated himself for being naive enough to think an apology could make up for all his past misdeeds. Suddenly, Ronian tilted his head slightly and replied gently, "It's okay, brother." The boy looked at Logan with trust, affirming that no matter what the past was like, he had done very well now. Ronian put a hand on his chest and smiled radiantly. "I believe that one day, you'll return to being my good brother." Witnessing his brother's forgiveness, Logan secretly blamed himself for hesitating over something so simple. He softly called out to Ronian, then turned to Lady Macklin and spoke. "Mother," Logan stated firmly, "the affection I have for Ronian is real." Looking into the lady's eyes, he expressed his sincere hope that Ronian would become the most worthy successor to the family. Logan understood that asking her to trust him immediately was a big request, so he accepted the need to wait and promised to use real actions to prove it to her. Faced with that sincerity, Lady Macklin could only lower her head in silent contemplation. Logan smiled with relief, thinking to himself, "That's done." He walked quietly under the full moon, ending an eventful night. Dawn broke, with sunlight piercing through the forest canopy, opening a promising new beginning. While walking through the lush green forest, the old blacksmith Hema asked curiously, "My lord, where do you intend to go after returning from the campaign?" Logan replied nonchalantly that he had rested enough and it was time to get back to work. Hema grumbled anxiously, fearing this young master was about to work him to death again. Logan smiled, reassuring him that this was something he would surely like, making Hema skeptically ask if he really knew what he liked. Logan stopped before a vast valley. He raised his hands excitedly and announced clearly, "From now on, we are going to build a mine here." The simple announcement sounded like opening a new resource-gathering server. "You want a mountain as your reward and to develop it?" Lord Macklin asked in astonishment when hearing his son's strange request. Wondering why Logan wanted the barren mountain near the Teslan border, which had nothing but rocky, infertile soil, Logan just smiled mysteriously and replied, "Who knows, maybe gold and silver are buried in that wasteland." In reality, Logan held a massive secret from his past life. He knew clearly the reason why the Teslan family risked everything to launch a war was because of the giant gold mine hidden deep within that mountain. In his previous life, after conquering this land, Teslan grew rich quickly, possessing power far beyond a normal barren family until they were wiped out by Ronian's rage and vengeance. Logan ventured deep into the dungeon of the Teslan castle, as suggested by a close knight. Behind the bars, an old, gray-haired man in glasses clung to the gate, screaming desperately, "We are innocent!" He revealed that Viscount Teslan had imprisoned them here to force them to extract gold from the ore he brought in. Teslan. He locked up 5 engineers who create treasures here? Logan pondered, covering his face with a calculating look at the Viscount's cruelty. Seeing the young master's expression, the old engineer trembled, asking if he was angry on their behalf. Logan suddenly wore a sinister smile, his eyes flashing with intensity as he muttered, "This is a harvest far greater than expected." The people in the cell couldn't help but be terrified by his presence. The victory over Teslan was glorious, but to Logan, it was just a small wave before the coming tsunami. He knew clearly that within a year, the imperial invasion would cause the entire country to collapse completely, and everything would start with the sudden death of the current king. Samuel led the way to a brutal civil war for the throne between 3 princes. The 3-year conflict drained the nation's strength, giving the empire a golden opportunity to invade and ruin everything. In his previous life's memories, the Patrick family chose to remain neutral and watch from the sidelines. But this time, Logan realized this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to restore his old territory and reclaim his position as the leader of the Southwest. He even harbored ambitions of ending this brutal civil war. While he was lost in his calculations, Hema, the old blacksmith, approached and asked, "My lord, what are you thinking about, gathering everyone here like this?" Logan looked at the old man and the group of engineers he had just rescued, thinking to himself that if he told them he knew the future, they would definitely think he was crazy. He calmly reassured them, "This is something even you don't know about yet. Don't worry. You don't have to stress anymore." Logan insisted that he would pay out of his own pocket to carry out this plan, turning the mountain in front of them into a literal gold mine. He looked toward the soaring mountain peak and loudly announced his true goal. "There is gold ore on the side of this mountain. I want to dig it up and create a mine to extract it." Looking at Hema and the team of experts who were standing there stunned, Logan asked straight to the point, "How much capital do you estimate it will cost?" An absolutely ridiculous idea, the old blacksmith, Hema, thought to himself upon hearing Logan's plan. The chief engineer who had just been rescued was also full of doubt. He had only followed Logan because the pay was better than Teslon's, but he never expected this young master to dream of an impossible gold mine. He hesitantly asked, "Are you sure there's gold here?" Logan calmly replied, "Sure, why wouldn't I be?" When challenged for proof, Logan pointed straight at his own eyes and declared, "I have seen it with my own eyes." The determined answer left the engineer so stunned he couldn't speak. Logan immediately gave orders, "Everyone, pay attention. This is a secret, so it must be done quietly. First, we start drilling." The engineer was horrified and shouted, "Are you trying to kill us? How are 6 people supposed to drill?" He didn't stop complaining that no matter how many people they had, this was still a crazy mission. He desperately looked at Hima, hoping the blacksmith would speak up and declare it impossible so Logan would give up. But contrary to his expectations, Hima fell silent and then decisively said, "All right, nothing is impossible. If we're willing to sacrifice." He wore a crazed smile, asserting that as long as they slept less and were willing to sacrifice their own lives, everything could be accomplished. The engineer could only hold his head in despair. "Oh no, we're screwed." Logan looked at Hima, silently admiring that this old slave really looked like a true engineer, ready to face any challenge. He turned to ask about the estimated costs, and the engineer sighed as he gave a staggering number. The initial cost could reach up to 5 million gold pieces. He explained that for the extraction process to stabilize, it would take half a year to prepare and another half a year to perfect. Logan calculated silently. Just as he had predicted, this gold mine would take a lot of time and money. But this was the source of power that helped Teslon become immensely wealthy in his previous life. He told himself that no matter what happened, he had to develop it. Logan sighed softly, wishing he could sell the pile of monster meat right now to get capital. But its effects wouldn't be widely known for another year. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind, making him freeze. Wait a second. Do I really have to wait that long? Logan realized that monster meat could be turned into medicine immediately. He just needed to find a way to extract all the toxins. Logan told himself that if this only required a neutralizing agent, he could completely do it himself, as his experience as a mercenary in his previous life had helped him use it countless times. "I will make the medicine myself and sell it." Logan wore a calculating smile. A week later, in the Patrick territory, Rick was drenched in sweat, reporting that the work was finished. He explained that this strange medicine consisted of evening primrose, herbs, and crushed Ricky grass. But Logan immediately corrected him, saying it wasn't a strange medicine, but a neutralizing agent. Logan asked about the monster meat. Rick replied that it had been cut and stored in the warehouse according to the young master's orders. Logan excitedly gave the order. "Good. Now let's head to the warehouse to use this neutralizing agent to process the monster meat." Rick turned pale with horror and stammered, "Wait, I have to go too?" Despite Logan's firm affirmation, Rick screamed tragically, "I don't want to. I hate it so much." "Young Master Logan, you haven't been to the warehouse, so you don't know." Rick's noise was starting to annoy Logan. He cursed the servant for being too bothersome, but then he himself turned pale, quickly covering his nose as he muttered, "Oh, what is that terrible smell?" Logan was shocked when he got near the warehouse area. The foul, pungent stench rising up made him want to vomit until his face turned gray. Meanwhile, Rick behind him had already collapsed, vomiting his guts out. To resist, Logan immediately focused on using his internal energy to numb his own sense of smell. After sighing with relief because he didn't have to smell the stench anymore, he said firmly, "All right, let's go in." Rick jumped up in surprise, not understanding how the young master could suddenly become so stable and calm in the face of such a horrific smell. Logan nonchalantly explained that it was his spiritual power that helped him neutralize his sense of smell, leaving Rick only able to feel jealous and curse under his breath. Must be nice to have that ability. It was annoying. Logan urged everyone to start working immediately to avoid delays. He grabbed a handful of white powder and began to give detailed instructions. "Now, apply the neutralizing agent to this meat. Just put enough on so the skin turns white." He didn't forget to warn them that the black layer was where the toxins were, so they had to be extremely careful when handling it. Rick replied submissively, "Understood." Right after that, they started mincing the processed monster meat and used their hands to compress it into small blocks. Logan held a small brown pill in front of Rick and asked, "How is it? Does it look like a pill?" Rick was still dazed, not understanding what was happening. Logan immediately explained that everything was done. Now they would sell it as a type of medicine, and told Rick to memorize the process. Immediately, Rick protested vehemently because he hated this foul-smelling job so much. "What? I don't want to. I hate this job." Logan calmly offered a payment of 100 gold per week. Instantly, Rick's attitude did a 180-degree turn. He smiled, satisfied, and accepted. That's more like it. Looking at the greedy servant, Logan thought to himself that he definitely couldn't shortchange him on this money. He continued. First, I need to test the medicine's effectiveness. Rick curiously asked what it did. Logan replied briefly, it's good for men. Rick was still confused and asked again, what does that mean? Logan looked annoyed and snapped, this is so frustrating. I'm only going to say this once, so listen carefully. To explain it to the slow-witted servant, he gave the example of a rabbit that was exhausted from overworking. As soon as it took this pill, the little rabbit would instantly wake up, its eyes glowing with energy, its power surging as it began pounding medicine with the pestle at a staggering speed. Its muscles bulging as it transformed into a giant, powerful rabbit. Logan asked triumphantly, get it now? Rick, his face flushing with excitement, nodded repeatedly. Hey, I get it. What an incredible invention. He had an idea and suggested, I know the perfect person to test this on. When Logan curiously asked who it was, Rick immediately named the manager, Domian. Outside, Domian was busy checking the books, completely unaware that he was about to become the test subject for the young master's new vitality-boosting drug. Just as he was peacefully doing paperwork, he was suddenly called, which felt a bit ominous. Domian cautiously approached, knocked on the door, and spoke up. Sir, I'm here. Hearing Logan give him permission to enter, he walked in but curiously asked if there was something urgent. Looking around the empty room, Domian puzzledly wondered, where are you, sir? Right here. Logan appeared right behind him with a mysterious glint in his eyes. He whispered softly, I've been waiting for you. The sudden appearance made Domian shriek in terror. He tumbled to the floor, his heart feeling like it was about to jump out of his chest. Logan immediately changed his demeanor, walked over to massage Domian's shoulders, and asked kindly, You've been working so hard lately, haven't you? Domian awkwardly replied that he was fine, and that it was actually the young master who worked much harder. Logan sighed dramatically, complaining about how he was on the verge of collapsing from all the effort and expressing empathy for his subordinate's exhaustion. Logan pointed out that the family budget was getting tight after the war and that he was struggling to pay everyone's wages. Moved by Logan's thoughtfulness toward his administrative staff, Domian's eyes welled up with emotion. He regretted ever misunderstanding the young master. He felt a secret appreciation for Logan's deep compassion. Suddenly, Logan looked straight at Domian and asked a very sensitive question about whether his performance in the bedroom had been suffering due to overwork. Completely embarrassed, he hurriedly tried to take his leave, but Logan quickly held him back. Wait. Hear me out first. He brought out a small black pill and introduced it. I'm giving you this. Logan claimed it was a product patented by the Felix P. Trading Company, stating that just one pill would provide miraculous results instantly. Even though Logan had never actually tried the drug himself, he enthusiastically gifted it to Domian as a special first-time gift. Domian stared at the pill in his hand, with a dazed, hesitant expression. A moment later, hurried footsteps echoed through the hallway. It was Domian, rushing in, out of breath and drenched in sweat. Rick asked nervously why he was running as if his life depended on it. Domian managed to shout in pure excitement. How much, young master? How much is that pill? He yelled with the desperation of someone who had just found the light of their life. Looking at the manager's uncontrollable joy, Logan flashed a sinister smile, cheering inwardly. Success. Rick, standing to the side, could only break into a cold sweat, nervously asking, Are you even listening, sir? Logan didn't answer but coldly demanded, Domian, give me your hand. Domian immediately stood at attention, his face suddenly turning extremely serious, which made even Logan hesitate to call his name. After the resounding success of the first test, Logan began looking for other men experiencing similar delicate issues to continue testing the product. He found High Lap, the captain of the Knights, and dropped a subtle hint. High Lap, I've heard a rumor. You've been arguing with your wife frequently lately, haven't you? The question hit a nerve, and High Lap jumped in shock. Who on earth started that rumor? Not letting him argue back, Logan took action immediately. Try this. He firmly shoved the pill into High Lap's mouth, making the captain the second test subject. As soon as he swallowed it, a surge of heat suddenly erupted deep inside his body, and his eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Sensing the power awakening, Logan casually commanded, Hurry and go to your wife. He didn't forget to smile and reassure him, I won't say a word to my father. High Lap beamed, a look of pure satisfaction on his face as he bowed in gratitude. Thank you, sir. The captain immediately and loudly requested, I request to clock out early. Then he turned and dashed off like a whirlwind. Watching his subordinate vanish, Logan started thinking about the third test subject. And that was none other than his own father. Lord Patrick. Confronted with the obvious efficacy of the drug, the dignified lord couldn't help but blush, softly blurting out an embarrassed admission. Very effective. Logan walked away, thinking to himself, sorry, mother. I might be getting another sibling. Witnessing the potent effects of the drug he had just created, he couldn't help but smile triumphantly. Right at that moment, Rick ran after him. Young master, please wait. Why won't you let me try it? Seeing Logan remain indifferent, Rick shouted indignantly, I work hard too. Logan stopped and looked at his valet with a look of pure disdain that made Rick bristle. What's with that look, sir? Logan casually turned away, dropping a devastating line that twisted the knife into the valet's insecurities. You don't have anyone to use it on, do you? Rick froze at the jab about his single status, only able to stammer, What are you saying, young master? Afterward, Logan contacted Felix P. via the magic orb. He confidently asserted, All right, I think people will have a need for it and will come looking, because it really works. When Felix P. asked about the price, Logan didn't hesitate to set a sky-high figure. 100 gold coins per pill, 1,000 gold coins for 10. The exorbitant price left Felix P. stunned as he asked, Do you think the nobles in the capital will believe that and actually pay for it? Logan was firm. Yes, I believe it will sell. Relying on his memories from his past life, he knew well that nobles used to fight over buying this drug at astronomical prices, and producing it in small quantities would only make it even more expensive. Felix P. agreed, but Logan added one condition. If a famous person uses it and proves its effectiveness, it would be even better. Felix P. began considering finding a prominent noble who needed the drug to serve as an example. Logan immediately brushed the idea aside. No need for ads. Just let the rumors spread in secret, and they will swarm like bees. Felix P. came up with another idea. Well then, what about a party in the capital? Hearing that, Logan immediately changed his expression, looking disgusted. A party? You're telling me to go to a party? In his heart, Logan absolutely loathed those extravagant places, because the only party he ever attended was the mercenary troops' victory bash. However, Felix P. persistently insisted that partying was the best way to build connections for business. Felix P. suggested a bold plan. You could sell the drugs yourself at the party? Logan was stunned, thinking to himself, sell it myself? I thought I was going to socialize, but it's turning into a live stream sales event. Felix P. panicked, warning him that refusing to attend parties would leave the Patrick family completely isolated from high society. But Logan was firm. Of course not. I'm never going because I don't like it. Instead, I asked Felix P. to track down a lead on an information broker in the capital, Grandia. When Felix P. pressed for more details, Logan just gave him a cryptic smile, claiming he was heading there soon and would explain everything later. Felix P. was sweating bullets, sensing that something ominous was about to go down. Sure enough, 1 week later, Logan officially stepped into the capital, Grandia, much to Felix P.'s shock. You actually came, Felix P. said, worriedly asking if Logan had gotten permission from his family. Logan casually assured him he'd already taken care of everything. Looking at the caravan loaded with 2,000 crates, completely unguarded, Felix P. couldn't help but worry that Logan was going to run into some serious trouble on the road. Logan figured that the only reason they'd let him travel so easily was thanks to his glorious military achievements in the recent war. Felix P. was still skeptical, wondering if it was really okay for a young noble to be traveling all on his own. Logan cut him off sharply, insisting that having soldiers around just made him feel uncomfortable, and demanded they get straight to business. Looking at the crates, he thought of Rick, who was left behind to handle a massive burden back at their territory. Logan remembered his loyal valet, who had served him diligently in both lifetimes. Even though he was always complaining about the stench of the medicine, a smell so strong that no one would dare get near him. That medicinal odor was enough to make the entire castle keep a safe distance. Rick used to grumble that Logan was trying to ruin his chances of finding a wife, questioning if a production process where each person gets one pill was even feasible. Logan silently thanked Rick for his selfless sacrifices. He clenched his fist with resolve and loudly announced that he'd made an important decision. Seeing Logan's excited expression, Felix P. once again felt a premonition of impending disaster. Logan excitedly declared that to recognize Rick's hard work, the name of this medicine would now be Impor Rick. Let's use that name. This bizarre name left Felix P. completely speechless. His face darkened in utter frustration at the young master's hopeless naming sense. Just as they arrived in the capital, Felix P. suggested they head to a bar to rest after the long journey, but Logan immediately shot it down, worried about eavesdroppers in public places. However, Felix P. insisted that it was the perfect spot to discuss sensitive matters. He announced that the investigation was complete and handed Logan a folder. Seeing the 900 gold coin fee for the information, Logan paused, asking if it was really worth that much. After a careful review, he admitted the quality was top-notch and was confident he'd recoup his investment quickly if the intel was accurate. Felix P. proudly stated he'd followed instructions to the letter and began listing 3 potential target groups. First, nobles married for 10 years, who still had no children. Second, those with concubines or mistresses. And finally, nobles actively seeking health supplements to improve their bedroom life. Logan was extremely satisfied, showering praise on Felix P. for his diligence, both in his investigation and his previous tasks. Felix P. modestly replied, but couldn't hide his concern upon learning that Logan had joined the war a bit late. He only felt relieved once he heard everything had ended peacefully that evening. Logan kept his own worries to himself, especially when thinking about the mountain of monster meat in storage, and wondering who would be willing to shell out the cash for that pile. While Felix P. was still muttering complaints, Logan suddenly whacked him over the head with a rolled-up scroll, making Felix P. yelp in pain. Logan got back to the main point, asking who the most suitable first client was from the list. After a moment of deep thought, Felix P. pointed to a specific name and suggested, "How about this person?" Logan looked at the list and muttered, "This guy?" Immediately, the scene shifted to a lavish high society party, where nobles were clinking glasses and chatting loudly under glittering chandeliers. The first target had been identified, Count David. Amidst the grand ballroom, Count David was sipping his drink when he suddenly froze, stunned by the appearance of a strange guest. Logan stepped forward in his gaudy, slightly peculiar outfit and loudly introduced himself. "Greetings, Count. I am Logan, the eldest son of the Patrick family from the southwest of the continent." Looking at Logan's somewhat rustic appearance, David broke out in a cold sweat from the awkwardness, forcing a reply. "I see. You are the new guest. Welcome to the capital." The surrounding nobles began to whisper and mock the signature gaudy clothing style from the southwest that he was wearing. Standing amidst the sarcasm, Logan kept a calm, confident expression. He was secretly pleased that Felix P.'s plan was working. This outfit was the perfect shield to keep annoying people away, helping him focus entirely on his one goal at this party, David. David was a high-ranking official in the Kingdom of Randia's finance department. Although he had been married since he was 20, he hadn't produced a single heir to this day. Logan recalled that in his past life, this count had been at the center of a shocking tragedy when he decided to commit suicide after his wife humiliated him in front of a crowd. In Logan's memory, David's wife had screamed viciously for all to hear, "Are you flirting with others? You can't even get it up." It was that very insult, aimed directly at his manhood, that caused a status-obsessed noble like David to collapse completely and take his own life. Looking at the man trying so hard to maintain his dignity, Logan knew this was the perfect client, the one who met all the conditions to be his first sale. Logan began to approach with slick, polite small talk. "I came to the capital on business. After hearing of your reputation, I wanted to get to know you." David took a sip of his wine, acting superior as he mocked that there was nothing you couldn't find in Grandia. He assumed someone like Logan from the boonies was only there to buy things their pathetic rural town couldn't provide. Despite the giggles and mockery from the surrounding ladies, Logan suddenly gave a sinister smirk. He stared straight into David's eyes and loudly declared, "Oh, no, I'm actually selling something that I'm certain you can't find here. It's excellent for men." Logan leaned in close to Count David's ear and whispered something shocking. It was an aphrodisiac. That statement hit David's pride like a lightning bolt, leaving him frozen in place, his eyes wide with horror. David shouted, "Good heavens! A young noble selling aphrodisiacs?" His angry outburst caused the surrounding ladies to start whispering, "What did he just say? What a pathetic young man." The capital's nobles looked at Logan with disdain, assuming this rube was causing a scene at the party. David felt deeply insulted, as if Logan's gaze had seen right through all his secrets. The nobles of the capital looked at Logan with contempt, thinking this country bumpkin was causing a scene at the banquet. David felt deeply insulted, as Logan's gaze seemed to pierce right through all his secrets. Logan kept his cool, telling himself to stay patient. Seeing David about to turn away, Logan immediately added in a submissive, fawning tone, "I've come from the outskirts, and I've brought a gift for the nobles of the capital, as a token of my respect. I hope you'll accept it, even if it isn't worth much." He discreetly produced a wooden box and introduced it. "I intend to sell this drug, called Emporic, for 100 gold coins per pill, but I would like to specially offer one to you, Count, to try first." Logan even declared on his noble honor that the medicine had absolutely no side effects. David, though trembling, could not resist the allure of the pill. A few days later, at Logan's shop, An elegant butler arrived and proclaimed, "My master has ordered me to purchase a drug called emporic." Logan welcomed him radiantly. "Oh, you must be from Count David's household, right?" Inside, he was screaming with joy. It was a success. After finalizing the transaction, Logan happily waved goodbye to the customer. "Thank you. Please come back and shop again soon." Looking at the money he'd made, Logan excitedly showed it off to Felix P. "A box of medicine for 1,000 gold. The first harvest is huge. We have to make even more gold." Felix P. reminded him that the rent for this small shop in the heart of the capital was 10,000 gold per month, so finding it was quite an effort. Felix P. insisted that from a strategic standpoint, opening the shop was essential to create a crowd effect. Logan nodded in agreement. "That's true, and now I have to get ready for a banquet." Felix P. groaned. "Again? We just got here, and you've been out of the house constantly. Is it really necessary to attend 2 banquets in one day?" Logan smirked with a calculated look. "We've got Count David as our first customer, but that's not enough. We have to meet everyone on the list to advertise our medicine." A week later, Count David's butler was walking stealthily through the night, thinking to himself that he couldn't believe the Count had told him to go buy that medicine again. Even though he had already bought plenty to satisfy his needs, it still wasn't enough. He suddenly froze when he noticed a shadow standing ahead. In front of Logan's shop, a long line of people were pushing and shoving, leaving the Count's butler stunned. So many people are queuing up? Looking closer, he recognized familiar faces, Baron Talent's butler, and even Count Himel's butler. Realizing the rumor had spread, he told himself he had to buy the medicine quickly and head straight back. Suddenly, Felix stepped out of the door and announced loudly, "My apologies, unfortunately, we are sold out for now. Please come back tomorrow." This announcement hit the crowd like a bolt of lightning, causing chaos. A butler frantically questioned, "Sold out? What are you talking about?" Felix P. maintained his polite attitude and explained, "I am very sorry, but due to the high demand for emporic, our supply is limited. Therefore, we are limiting sales to 50 boxes per day." Immediately, desperate pleas rang out. "Please sell some to me. If I return empty-handed, my master will kill me." Witnessing the lively scene, a few nobles passing by were curious. "What are they making such a fuss about over there? Let's go see." Observing from above, Logan smirked triumphantly. He was pleased with himself. Knowing his strategy of driving up consumer desire by limiting the quantity was creating a highly effective crowd effect to attract passers-by. Logan told himself that everything was going according to plan, while Felix P. continued to shout that they were sold out and told customers to return tomorrow. In the following days, the situation didn't cool down at all. Felix P. still had to constantly announce they were sold out to the despair of customers. A man angrily slammed his coin purse on the table and yelled, "Increase the supply. Why is it sold out every single day?" Witnessing the sales skyrocket after just 1 month, Logan couldn't help but exclaim, "Amazing." It would sell out as soon as they opened. At this rate, making 4 to 5 million gold per month was completely feasible. Logan chuckled sarcastically. There were quite a lot of nobles in Grandia who were weak in that department. Although Logan had proactively tripled the price, the buying and selling continued very smoothly. Some even offered to pay more just to get their hands on the medicine. Looking at the pile of gold stacking up like a mountain, Logan sighed mockingly. "I'm genuinely worried about the future of this country." Logan excitedly ruffled Felix P.'s hair and praised him. "You did a great job, Felix P. You son of a gun, you're good." Even with his hair messed up, Felix P. replied humbly, "It's all thanks to the efforts of both you and me," Logan declared firmly. "All right, starting next month, you'll get 1% of the sales profit." Hearing the 1% figure, Felix P. was overjoyed. He hugged Logan and shouted in extreme excitement, "Lord Logan, I swear I'll do my absolute best." Logan panicked, pushed his overexcited partner away, and barked, "Hey, you crazy guy, stop kissing me." The sounds of their shouting and laughter echoed through the street as the sun began to set. 10 tons of gold per year? Logan couldn't hide his shock upon hearing the earth-shattering news from the magic orb. The chief engineer on the other end confirmed that the miners had verified a high possibility of a massive gold deposit deep underground. Logan quickly calculated. 10 tons of gold was equivalent to 100 million gold coins, a number far exceeding all initial expectations. He flashed a sinister smile, his eyes glowing as he realized he was about to hold an endless treasure in his hands. However, the old engineer was worried about the extremely high mining costs, estimating the initial capital required to be 5 million gold. Facing his subordinates' worries, Logan remained completely confident. He declared clearly that he didn't need to worry because he would cover all costs and labor. Witnessing his master's insane level of generosity, the old engineer could only sigh. wishing he could have retired sooner. That night, walking on the streets of the capital, Logan calculated that if Emporic continued to sell as well as it was, he would rake in 4.5 million gold per month. He would only need to sell the medicine for 2 months to have enough money to operate the gold mine. With 700 boxes of Emporic remaining, he planned to return to his hometown soon to send more supplies to the capital to start the extraction work. But while lost in his calculations, Logan suddenly froze when he detected a figure lurking right in front of his shop. Suspecting an intruder, he immediately drew his sword and lunged forward with incredible speed, cursing inwardly. Is it a thief? Logan kicked the door open and rushed inside, but the room was completely empty, which left him stunned. He quickly realized something was wrong, as this room only had one entrance, so the intruder must still be hiding somewhere nearby. Logan carefully observed every nook and cranny, gripping his sword hilt, ready to act. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he felt an extraordinary presence lurking right beside him. Logan swung his sword, roaring, "Who are you?" He scanned the silent courtyard, thinking there must be someone hiding nearby. Suddenly, an icy, sharp killing intent struck him from behind, making Logan shudder in terror. Logan immediately looked up and spotted him on the roof, a mysterious silhouette in a hooded cloak, standing tall atop the building. Logan stomped his foot hard and leaped onto the tiles to confront the intruder directly. Beneath the hood, a middle-aged man with a thick beard appeared, looking quite enigmatic. Logan gripped his sword hilt tightly and demanded, "Who are you?" He was met only with the heavy, stifling silence of his opponent. Just as Logan prepared to strike, the stranger vanished in the blink of an eye like a ghost, leaving him stunned. Logan looked around the empty rooftop, bewildered, wondering how the intruder could have disappeared so instantly after just being there. Suddenly, he spotted an object left behind on the roof tiles. Logan picked it up, his eyes widening in shock as he recognized what it was. "Why is this here? Yesterday morning?" Felix shouted in panic. "You're saying a thief broke in?" Logan sat pensively by the table, asserting that the intruder was definitely a master of high-level divine power, with an incredibly distinct energy signature. Felix couldn't help but wonder, why would someone so talented, someone possessing the kind of power that could turn a slave into a noble resort to thievery, and what exactly were they after? Logan replied softly, "That's just a theory." Checking the inventory again, they were stunned to find the thief had taken exactly 2 Emporic pills. Felix realized the intruder's goal wasn't money. They were stealing the medicine for their own use. Logan immediately decided to cross-reference their list of noble clients to see if anyone was capable of using aura. Although Felix warned that this information was top secret and costly to acquire, so they hadn't investigated it yet, Logan suddenly recalled a highly suspicious figure. It was a noble among the few in the capital who could use divine power, but what was most notable was that he had no heirs. On a street corner, a small family was enjoying a happy moment, the child calling out to their parents, a sight the blonde noble watched from afar with a pang of heartache. When his wife approached to ask what was wrong, he forced a smile to hide his feelings. "Oh, my lady, I was just admiring the scenery for a moment." Seeing the sorrow in her husband's eyes, his wife gently asked if he was looking at their children. The noble hurriedly denied it, ushering her inside to avoid dwelling on the thought. When his wife embraced him and expressed how happy she was to have married him, the noble's expression grew heavy and tormented. "I feel the same." Felix, known as the kingdom's greatest swordsman, softly returned his wife's embrace with a heavy heart. Few knew that this renowned hero harbored a deep grudge against himself. In his youth, while charging onto the battlefield for his country, he had suffered a severe injury in his groin. At the time, a young knight like him didn't pay much mind to such a wound. But now, sitting at the pinnacle of power as a duke with a prestigious reputation, he realized bitterly that everything was meaningless without an heir. Sitting in the quiet library, his wife gently took Felix's hand and comforted him tenderly. "I understand. You must have been in so much pain." Watching the tears roll down the face of his devoted wife, Felix felt his heart tighten as he heard her plea. "If you are willing, please allow me to spend the rest of my life by your side." Witnessing such immense sacrifice and love, Felix agonized, wondering if there was any way to make it up to her. His eyes were filled with helplessness and pain. On his way to a family gathering, Louis, his trusted guard, asked worriedly if Felix wanted to arrive a bit early. Felix replied wearily that arriving early would only mean listening to the same old, tiresome, nagging about finding an heir. Seeing his master's distress, Louis lowered his voice, speaking seriously. "I heard there's a miraculous medicine in the capital lately. They say it can heal even those kinds of wounds." Felix merely glanced at him with indifference. "And?" Felix sighed in frustration as Louis continued to push the rumors about the medicine's effectiveness. Deep down, the Duke thought to himself, he had already stolen it to try. It turned out that, because he couldn't bear the sight of his wife's tears, a great swordsman like him had been reduced to the humiliating act of stealing. But the result hadn't been what he hoped. Felix brushed it off coldly, saying that after taking the medicine, nothing happened. "Louis, you shouldn't believe in rumors so easily." Louis could only bow his head. "Forgive me, my lord." Felix continued walking. "That's right, it was just a rumor anyway. How could medicine solve a problem that even divine power couldn't fix?" He secretly thought he would have to abandon this final hope. Suddenly, a shout erupted at the city gate. "What is this? You came without an appointment?" Amidst the chaos at the main gate, a red-haired youth stood his ground against the guards and spoke loudly. "Just report my name to him." With a confident smile on his lips, Logan asserted firmly, to the guard's astonishment, "I'm sure he will agree to see me. You want to meet him personally?" Felix shouted in panic upon hearing Logan's insane plan. He nervously reminded him that the man was one of the most powerful people in the kingdom, and that meeting him just to say things like, "You stole that from me yesterday, didn't you?" was practically suicide. Felix even imagined Logan acting arrogant, and then having the Duke act arrogant right back at him, causing him to cry out in despair. "Is that really what you're planning to do?" Logan simply replied, "You can read me like a book." Despite Felix warning him that the place was a hornet's nest and advising him to let it go, Logan held firm to his decision. Sitting alone in his room, Logan contemplated Felix's warning. If anything goes wrong, we're done for. Even knowing the risks, he told himself that if the other party was truly a top-tier swordsman, this was an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. Shortly after, Logan arrived at the majestic mansion, where an elegant, elderly butler opened the door to invite him in. "Please, enter." Stepping into the main hall, Logan sensed the overwhelming presence of one of the most powerful men in the country, right before his eyes. Logan bowed respectfully. "Greetings, my lord. I am Logan Patrick, the eldest son of the Patrick family." Observing the man's appearance, Logan couldn't help but be amazed that, despite being 70 years old, he looked much younger, wondering silently if the power of an aura master could truly slow down the aging process that much. The Duke turned slightly and asked in a low voice, "Patrick, is that a family from the Southwestern Territory? What brings the heir of that family all the way out here?" Logan kept a calm, steady smile. He decided not to bring up yesterday's break-in, choosing to get straight to the point instead. "I've been dealing in a certain item in the capital lately, and I wanted to bring you a gift." Logan placed a wooden box on the table and presented it. "It's a type of medicine with incredible benefits for men. Its effectiveness has already been verified by several other nobles." The Duke just stared at the box and replied softly, "Is that so?" His silence made it impossible for Logan to tell if he was the intruder from yesterday or not. He decided to take it a step further. "But since you are a superhuman, sir, a gift like this might not be necessary. That is why I have prepared something even more special." Immediately, Logan noticed a slight flicker of reaction from the other man. He smirked internally, knowing he had struck a nerve. Logan was certain that because he was a superhuman master, the emporic he used yesterday hadn't been effective. Logan explained that the toxins in monster meat naturally have properties that stimulate and treat sexual dysfunction, and the current emporic had been refined to be edible. However, because the toxicity of the standard version was too weak, it had absolutely no effect on superhumans who possessed divine power like Felix. Therefore, Logan had extracted pure toxin from monster meat to create a special limited edition with potency many times stronger. To ensure it worked, Logan had even tested it on himself, which forced him to endure stomach cramps so agonizing he thought he was going to die. He warned that if a normal person without divine power used it, they might lose their life on the spot. But for an aura master like Felix, this was the perfect medicine. Logan asked Felix to report the results to him once he had finished it, while promising that the Marl family would provide enough supply and keep the matter strictly confidential. Felix silently looked at the box in his hands, lost in thought at the young man's offer. The next day, the Duke's attitude had changed completely. With a radiant face, glowing with vitality, he looked at Logan and offered, "What do you need? I will help you." Just one night, and his life went from gloomy to a total success. Logan screamed with joy inside, because he couldn't believe he had actually convinced such a powerful martial arts master with divine talent. Logan knew for sure the medicine would work for Felix, and if he kept up the treatment for about 30 doses, his condition would be completely restored. Felix clutched his chest, feeling the long-standing sorrow and insecurity in his heart finally resolved. He looked at Logan with eyes full of warmth and appreciation. Felix sincerely thanked him, because Logan had not only overlooked his trespassing, but also brought a gift beyond his wildest expectations. Furthermore, he was incredibly amazed by the swordsmanship. of Logan that he had witnessed with his own eyes that night. He couldn't stop praising him as a talented individual and a master of miraculous medicine. The Duke affirmed that Logan's gift had restored his condition of many years, and to repay him, he flatly declared, "If you need anything, just tell me." "If that's the case, could you give me a copy of the swordsmanship book you studied?" Logan didn't miss his chance, immediately making a request that caught Felix off guard. The two walked into the vast royal library, which held thousands of precious secret texts. Felix searched silently among the towering bookshelves. Felix didn't forget to remind him, "If you follow this, you might get hurt. Just choose the sections that fit your ability to reference." Logan bowed respectfully and thanked him. However, he wasn't done yet and continued with a cunning request. "If possible, could you please write a line certifying that you personally gifted this to me? Would that be okay?" Faced with this clever plea, Felix happily agreed. "Sure, that's not a big deal." Logan felt smug for achieving his ultimate goal, though he felt a bit of regret only getting a book from such a legendary hero. This signature would probably be worth more than the book later on. Suddenly, Felix grew contemplative. "But there is one thing I don't understand." When Logan was still confused and asked, "Pardon?" he continued, "I don't know why, but I just want to. I will teach you swordsmanship." Felix's declaration left Logan frozen in shock. Deep down, he couldn't believe he was actually getting personal instruction from the strongest swordsman in the kingdom. Felix explained that because Logan was so humble, he felt uncomfortable just giving him a book. Logan quickly shook off his amazement. He understood this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be trained by the most prestigious sword saint of both his lifetimes. Logan responded excitedly, "Thank you, sir. That's incredible." The two immediately moved to the grand training ground. Felix drew his sword and excitedly declared that testing the talent of a young person was one of the few joys for an old man like him. "Focus. I won't teach you gently," Felix warned clearly as he took his fighting stance. Logan gripped his sword hilt, focusing all his senses to face the senior. Suddenly, Felix's eyes turned icy cold. He commanded in a stern voice. Logan drew his sword, and instantly, a red aura exploded, engulfing the entire training ground with suffocating pressure. Logan was stunned to realize he was struggling against an immense amount of divine power weighing down on his body. The suffocating pressure made Logan feel his hands trembling, to the point he couldn't even hold his sword properly. He was secretly astonished, wondering if this was the true power of an aura user. Looking at Duke Felix, standing tall with his red aura, Logan questioned whether anyone who used aura could perform a technique that linked their entire body with energy like this. If one only needed energy to fight, then every war on the continent would be meaningless. He realized the secret wasn't just in the energy, but that he, himself, must possess some kind of special technique. This wasn't just raw power, it was an entire system of techniques. Logan noticed that divine power seemed only to be used to amplify his senses, not his whole body. He tried to hold his stance, telling himself he had to analyze this pressure no matter what. Every time Logan tried to move, the Duke's energy would start to shift. He discovered that this was how he distributed his power onto his opponent. Although the method wasn't clear yet, Logan believed he could handle it. Just as that power began to disperse, Logan tightened his grip on his sword, deciding to counterattack quickly. Witnessing Logan's sharp reflexes, Felix secretly judged him to be a very talented individual. Logan braced himself against the pressure, sweat pouring down, but his eyes remained incredibly sharp. Felix nodded in satisfaction. "Good." Logan was shocked, wondering if this was the aura sword technique. Felix stared at him, encouraging, "Try to grab it. That's the one." Logan realized that this very sword was the source of that terrifying pressure moments ago, making Logan feel the suppression weighing heavily upon him. Though he noticed the sword's pressure building slowly, Logan was horrified to realize he couldn't move at all. The power from the sword penetrated his body and scrambled his senses, throwing everything into chaos. Logan gritted his teeth, enduring as he realized a terrifying pattern. The redder the blade, the greater the pressure. Faced with such a dire situation, Logan wondered how he could escape this hold. Suddenly, the divine power within his body erupted, glowing right in front of his chest like a natural reflex. Logan felt this energy trying to neutralize the sword's aura, and he knew he had only his instincts to follow. A burst of brilliant golden light exploded, enveloping Logan to counter the crimson pressure from his opponent. Witnessing this potential resistance, Duke Felix smiled faintly in approval. "Ho, you've managed to control the pressure radiating from my sword, have you?" Immediately, he gripped the hilt, pushed off his feet, and lunged forward with blinding speed. With eyes glowing with power, Felix swung his blade, unleashing a massive crimson aura in a direct strike against Logan's defense. Logan gritted his teeth, eyes wide at the impending destructive force. Felix's powerful strike collided, creating a massive shockwave of internal energy that sent Logan flying back. Duke Felix sheathed his sword, calmly watching Logan gasping for air in the dusty training yard. That was sword aura, Logan whispered to himself, his breath coming in ragged gasps. His body trembled violently, and he had to plunge his sword into the ground to keep his balance. Despite taking such a powerful hit, Logan struggled to stand back up. Seeing such tenacity, Duke Felix looked down with an appreciative gaze. You copied me, even knowing you didn't have the ability to pull it off? But it seems you got it right. A sinister smile appeared on Logan's sweat-drenched face, forcing Felix to admit that it was this recklessness that made him fight seriously. The Sword Saint chuckled meaningfully. You want to defeat me? You're quite something, aren't you? Felix watched Logan's retreating figure, silently musing that he was truly an interesting young man. After the grueling training session, Logan prepared to leave the mansion. The elderly butler asked with concern, Are you leaving already? His Grace told you to rest here until you've recovered, so you can stay as long as you like. Logan smiled and declined. It's fine. The potion he gave me has already taken effect. Understanding the young master's intent, the butler bowed politely. I understand. Allow me to see you out. The grand mansion gates opened under the brilliant sunset. Logan waved goodbye. Thank you, sir. He walked away quietly, leaving the butler watching him with a pensive look. But as soon as he was out of sight, Logan suddenly froze. He had to rush to lean against a wall to keep from collapsing. Logan's face contorted in pain. He groaned in desperation. Ah, it hurts like hell. His body swayed, unable to walk steadily due to the deep internal injuries. Logan tremblingly took out a small blue potion. But then he hesitated. I can't use such an expensive potion for an injury like this. He knew well that this was a rare medicine meant only for high-ranking officials, very hard to find anywhere else. Logan calculated silently. Although his divine power had increased significantly over the years and his wounds could heal on their own, the harsh reality was that the Sword Saint's strike was too deep, causing his body to throb constantly. However, pushing past the physical pain, Logan looked at the paper in his hand, with glowing eyes. Still, I got something valuable. Felix's handwritten invitation. This is the location of my private residence. Come here to learn how to control your pressure. I welcome you. Looking at the respectful words from the strongest master in the kingdom, unable to hide his smugness, he told himself, who knew things would go this smoothly? I get beaten up and still score a VIP course. That's an investment with no losses. Logan figured that by this point, Duke Felix truly saw him as a disciple, and this relationship would definitely help him a lot in the future. While lost in thought, Felix suddenly appeared from behind and called out, Lord Logan. Startled, Logan turned around and asked in surprise, Felix P. Why are you here? Felix P. explained that he had been waiting outside for a long time, but immediately panicked upon seeing Logan's pale complexion. Lord, why are you so pale? Felix P. asked nervously, wondering if Logan had somehow offended the great swordsman. 1 week later, at Logan's shop, the sold-out, please come back later sign was hung up because the entire stock of Emporic had sold out. Felix P. excitedly reported that total sales revenue had reached about 4.1 million gold. He insisted that if they kept this pace, earning 4.5 million gold would be incredibly easy. Logan and Felix P. looked at each other with sinister smiles at their unexpected, massive success. A hearty laughter echoed throughout the house. Felix P. nervously asked if they could maintain this revenue for long, but Logan immediately brushed it off. Don't interrupt my dreams. He instructed Felix P. to have monster meat delivered here to keep the sales going. Seeing Logan pleased and praising him, Felix P. suggested he should find a house in the capital to stay long-term. Logan nodded in agreement, finding it logical after calculating his living expenses. However, he insisted he would only stay here for at most a year and a half to focus on selling Emporic, after which he might have to go elsewhere. This news left Felix P. stunned. Huh? What do you mean? Logan simply replied that he had things to do. Logan reassured him that he had been in the recovery room for a week, but Felix P. remained skeptical about whether he had truly rested and recovered, since every time he visited, he saw Logan busy working at his desk. Logan just smiled and said it was because he had tasks to finish. Logan thought to himself that although Felix P. complained, he never asked too many deep questions, unlike Rick, who would nag incessantly until he got beaten. Finally, Felix P. asked if Logan was returning to his territory now. Logan confirmed and told Felix P. to reassure the customers not to be impatient until the next shipment of Emporic arrived. One handling strategy, one handling public relations. Also, every month, spend 1 million gold to buy food and send it to Heyman Teslon and Patrick Islands. Logan suddenly made a request that shocked Felix P. so much his jaw dropped in amazement. He frantically asked if the young master intended to feed everyone in the territory. Logan walked away casually, instructing Felix P. to carry it out for at least a year and find food supplies from wherever he could. Felix P. watched Logan walk away, secretly marveling at how a young lord like him could genuinely care so much for the common folk. In his heart, Logan knew that a food shortage would be a massive disaster, and he needed to protect his labor force well into next year, because if the people were starving, conquering Teslon would be completely meaningless. Logan left Felix P. behind, filled with questions about his secrets, to go meet an underground information broker. The broker frowned at the file, worried because the target had no name or clear physical description. It was like trying to search the entire continent. Logan didn't care about the difficulty. He cut him off. "Can you do it or not? Just give me an answer. If you can, I'll pay you right now." Faced with Logan's decisiveness, the broker finally nodded. Logan left quietly. He knew finding these people would be incredibly tough, as even the names he knew were just aliases. Logan's goal was to gather the extraordinary talents from his past life, people who had reached a supreme level and didn't rely on anyone. In his mind, he pictured a grand mage, a beastman warrior, and a master archer. These people would become the core force in the war against the Empire later on. Most importantly, there was the mercenary he was desperately hunting for. However, Logan suddenly paused, blaming himself for being so impatient and hasty. He told himself that things were going well, and he needed to slow down because there was still time to prepare. Meanwhile, in another location, a burly man with a thick beard and a long scar over his eye was seething with rage. He slammed his hand on the table and roared. A shivering subordinate approached, trying to persuade the boss to stay calm and let him explain. The leader gritted his teeth, asking about the background of the person they were tracking. The subordinate stammered that it was someone from the Patrick family who came from the southwest and had been operating in the capital for half a year. Hearing this, a fierce killing intent erupted from the leader. He clenched his fist and declared that everything has a limit. He had to handle this personally, right now. Logan headed to the Plain Magic Tower to prepare for the next step in his plan. Entering the majestic tower, he spotted a young clerk dozing off at the reception desk. After a sharp knock on the desk to wake him, the clerk jumped up, flustered, and greeted him. "Welcome to the Plain Magic Tower." The clerk glanced at him, secretly judging Logan's status by his rather cheap-looking suit, assuming he was just a poor noble. When Logan said he wanted to look at some magic scrolls, the clerk was certain he'd only buy a few and leave. But then, Logan calmly made a shocking request. "Sell me 150 scrolls." Before the other man could recover from his shock, Logan pulled out a piece of paper and said firmly, "This is my account certificate at Cooper Bank. Check it and verify. You might think otherwise, but my wallet is bigger than you'd imagine." The clerk trembled as he took the paper, whispering as he counted the zeros. 0, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 zeros. Immediately, he shrieked in total horror. 4 million gold. The clerk's attitude did a complete 180. He broke into a cold sweat and led the way obsequiously. "Right this way, sir. I'll take you upstairs." Logan maintained a cold expression, following the respectful guidance. From a commoner to a VIP in just one document. Logan's goal was the Collapse Magic, a 4th-tier earth spell with immense destructive power. This magic could bring down a massive stone wall. But because it took so long to activate and only worked in rocky terrain, it was completely useless in combat. However, Logan knew it would be extremely useful for construction and gold mining. He told himself that if he had it, the work pace would accelerate at a breakneck speed. Standing before the old, silver-haired mage, Logan received a confirmation question. "You want to buy 150 magic scrolls?" He answered flatly. "That's right." Latius, the master of the Plain Magic Tower, beamed at Logan, unable to hide his excitement since it had been a long time since he'd seen such a big spender. Logan was secretly surprised to see one of the 5 most powerful tower masters on the continent personally selling goods just for 150 scrolls. He realized business here must be in dire straits and decided to exploit this weakness to squeeze the price. When Logan humbly introduced Patrick as just a small territory in the southwest, Latius laughed loudly, insisting he had come to the right place and praising the young lord's unique demeanor. Latius couldn't stop showering him with praise, making him look so generous that Logan worried he was about to get ripped off just because of his rich label. In his heart, the old tower master was determined not to lose this customer, as earth magic was hard to sell unless it was for construction or farming. Latius suspected Logan was planning a massive project, which was why he was spending so much on this mediocre magic. He bitterly admitted that the magic tower had become poor since he took over. They were even over budget this month, so the appearance of such a big spender was like a savior. However, Latius started playing games, claiming there was a slight problem. When you're poor and meet a big spender, naturally, you have problems. Faced with Logan's questioning, Latius explained that 4th-tier scrolls required a 5th-tier mage to craft, and high-level personnel at the tower were extremely scarce. Logan immediately radiated a chilling pressure with a sharp gaze, making the old tower master shudder, secretly telling himself he needed to probe this guy's reaction once more. When Latius continued to whine about the rarity and high cost of the goods to drive up the price, Logan stood up abruptly and coldly declared, "Fine, then forget it." Logan turned to walk away quietly, leaving the other man stunned. "I plan to buy 150 scrolls every month. If you can't fulfill that here, I'll just go to the Imperial Magic Tower." The massive number and the prospect of losing such a lucrative deal sent Latius into a panic. He lunged forward to grab Logan and shouted, "Wait, wait, sir." Hearing Logan's final offer, buying a total of 900 scrolls over 6 months, Latius's eyes ignited with extreme greed and hope. He couldn't miss this once-in-a-lifetime chance to save the Magic Tower from poverty. Throwing aside his dignity, the Tower Master hugged Logan's leg tightly and affirmed resolutely, "I can do it." Logan pressed him to confirm he was capable of fulfilling the order. At this point, Latius had no shame left as a Tower Master. He knelt on the floor, clinging to Logan's leg and promising, "That's right, we'll definitely have enough." In the old man's head, all he could see were numbers dancing. 10,000 gold per scroll, 150 scrolls equals 1.5 million, and a total of 6 months would bring him 9 million gold coins. Thinking of the massive fortune that could save the entire Magic Tower from ruin, Latius's eyes lit up with pure greed. Seeing that he'd hooked his mark, Latius immediately pitched a new offer to squeeze out more profit. "But would you be interested in hiring a few mages from my tower to come and cast the spells for you?" Logan blinked, slightly confused, wondering why he would need to hire more people. He analyzed the situation internally. Usually, mages who wanted to avoid the battlefield were the ones who took on scroll crafting duties, and perhaps this old man was just looking to dump some of the tower's budget-draining staff. Logan calculated that a level 4 mage could cast up to 300 spells a month, but he asked skeptically, "Is there anyone even willing to work at a dusty construction site?" Latius scratched his head, apologizing sheepishly because level 4 mages were hard to recruit, but he immediately proposed an alternative. "Instead, I'll send 9 level 2 mages and 1 level 3 mage. They've already got years of experience working on construction sites." After hearing that, Logan just wanted to ask if the tower offered some kind of staff combo deal. Logan frowned, realizing that if he went with this, he'd have to lower the grade of the magic scrolls to match their abilities. Latius kept pushing, insisting that for a long-term project requiring consistency, this group would be much better than a single level 4 mage, because they were true experts in construction. Logan stared at the group that had just appeared, secretly wanting to test the skills of these people who looked so frail. A mage with a tired expression and dark circles under his eyes stepped forward and introduced himself. "I'm Hylap, a level 3 mage. It's a pleasure." Logan replied coldly, "I'm Logan." "All right, that's enough introductions." Watching the mages trudge away, Logan couldn't help but feel doubtful about this choice. As soon as they were out of sight, Logan snapped. "Looking at those kids, they looked like twigs. How could they possibly last?" Latius quickly defended them, saying that looks could be deceiving. They were the tower's most seasoned construction experts. Using his senses, Logan realized they actually did have some real strength. With a level 3 master and several level 2s in their 20s, the potential for growth was huge if they were trained properly. However, Logan was still hesitant, because lowering the magic grade would definitely impact the gold mine's production speed. Seeing Logan's lingering concern, Latius grinned triumphantly, reassuring him that with 10 people, the sheer productivity would make up for everything. Logan smirked, a wicked glint in his eyes. He seemed to have already found a way to squeeze every drop of labor out of this group of mages. Logan made his final offer, 120 scrolls and 10 mages for 1.2 million gold per month. He calculated internally that, considering the actual skill of these mages, this price was dirt cheap. Real geniuses would never settle for such a low salary. But contrary to Logan's calm demeanor, the Tower Master Latius suddenly exploded with frantic excitement, signing the contract right there on the spot. It was hard to tell who was the real businessman and who had just been played. Logan was stunned by the old man's lightning-fast processing speed. He was shocked, wondering how the man could have finished the contract so quickly that the ink hadn't even dried yet. Right, while Logan was still full of doubt, a loud blast shattered the room's door. A massive man with a fierce, bushy beard stormed in like a hurricane, roaring with rage. "Tower Master, Hold it right there. We need to talk. It was Cleon, a powerful level 5 mage. Seeing the sudden appearance of their mentor, the disciples were terrified and tried to hold him back, but Cleon had completely lost control. The surge of powerful magic radiating around him made even Logan break into a cold sweat. Clay roared, demanding to know why Latius dared to ship his disciples off to do grueling labor at a construction site, especially since they had only just returned from a mission. The shameless Tower Master tried to justify it, claiming it was for the greater good and to toughen up the youth through hardship. The argument escalated when Cleon exposed Latius's scheme, claiming the old man was deliberately causing trouble out of jealousy because he had just reached level 5 and become an elder like him. Logan watched quietly. He realized Cleon was a rare genius to have reached this level at such a young age. This seemed to have made the Tower Master feel threatened. This drama was enough to make the whole tower shake like it was about to collapse. Looking at the chaotic scene before him, Logan not only wasn't worried, he wore a devious smile. He was secretly pleased because he knew that this internal conflict was exactly what helped him hire a team of mages for an incredibly low price. This was truly a lucrative deal beyond his wildest expectations. Meanwhile, Cleon had reached his limit. He firmly declared that if Latius didn't listen, he would lead all his disciples to leave the magic tower immediately. Killing intent erupted. Cleon clenched his fists, channeling all his mana into his body until the surrounding space shook violently. He roared in fury, preparing to unleash a devastating attack on the Tower Master. Latius didn't hold back either. He released a counterburst of energy, gritting his teeth, ready for a life-or-death confrontation. The disciples screamed in terror, trying to rush in and stop the two masters who were about to clash. "This is a disaster. We have to stop them," Cleon screamed in a frenzy. "Tower Master, prepare to die." Just as the cataclysmic magical battle was about to erupt, Logan stepped forward, blocking the exploding energy. With a completely calm face and a wicked smile on his lips, he held the signed paper high in front of the two men, burning with murderous intent. Logan smirked, dropping a single sentence that plunged the room into sudden silence. "Wait a second. The contract is already signed." Logan held up the contract, looking with satisfaction toward the 10 mages waiting on the sidelines. He firmly ordered them to follow him, while not forgetting to remind Tower Master Latius and Elder Cleon to settle their personal conflict on their own. Latius could only wipe his sweat, feeling deeply ashamed in front of such a big client for the recent chaos. He hurriedly promised to send the magic scrolls as soon as they were completed, regardless of the fact that Cleon was still growling with rage because the argument between the two hadn't actually ended. With his temper flaring, Latius barked at Cleon, demanding that he know his place and not use force to interfere with an official deal made by the Plains Tower. Facing the Tower Master's insistence, Cleon gritted his teeth in resignation. However, he suddenly made a shocking decision. "Fine. If the Tower Master is that insistent, then I will follow my disciples." Latius screamed in shock, saying that for an elder like Cleon to follow the workers to the construction site was an insult, and he didn't know where to put the face of the magic tower. Meanwhile, Logan went pale, internally screaming because he didn't have enough money to pay for a level 5 mage like Cleon. Logan was frantically recalculating his finances as if he'd just seen a massive bill, but Cleon immediately reassured him that he didn't need a salary at all. The sole purpose was to help the disciples finish their work as quickly as possible. Moved by the master's kindness, the young mages burst into tears. "I will serve Logan with all my heart." Ignoring Latius's screams of protest behind him, Cleon suggested that Logan delay the departure by 1 day so the disciples could rest before the journey. Logan happily agreed and made an appointment to meet everyone at the East Gate tomorrow afternoon. The next day, the carriage train quietly left the fortress to begin the journey. Logan walked with a very excited mood, telling himself that he had hit the jackpot by hiring a level 5 mage without spending a single penny. Usually, this would cost millions of gold pieces, and he was impatient to return to his territory immediately to send more emporic to the shops. While lost in thought, a gentle voice suddenly rang out. "Is that Mr. Logan?" Logan turned around, stunned, catching sight of a beautiful girl with silver hair, her face hidden behind a red fan. He whispered, "Rena." The girl smiled at him. "It's been a long time, sir." Logan wondered if they were really close enough to call each other by their first names yet, but he forced a smile to return the greeting. Indeed, it has been a long time. The princess, in his heart, was full of weariness, wondering what kind of trouble was coming his way again. Rena hid behind her red fan, mocking Logan for trading such sensitive goods in the capital and asking sharply if his family had gone bankrupt to the point that he had to personally go out and earn money. Logan laughed out loud, asserting that he was just a bit greedy for money so the princess didn't need to worry, but secretly told her to mind her own business. Rena wouldn't let it go, wondering why. With the money she had once given him, Logan had to live in such a barren territory. Logan flatly excused himself to avoid this annoying woman and get rid of the debt. Just as he turned away, Rena's voice echoed from the carriage about rumors that he had used a strange weapon to win the recent battle. She smirked and made an offer. "So, would you like to sell it?" Logan immediately waved his hand to refuse, claiming it wasn't any special item, and firmly rejected the princess's offer to buy it. He just wanted to make a profit. He didn't want his life's secrets bought out. Logan walked away quickly, leaving Rena behind with an annoyed click of her tongue at the carriage window. He pondered. Even though selling Emporic made him famous in the capital, no noble should really care about a small skirmish on the border. Logan realized Rena had noticed this far too quickly, and no matter who she heard it from, the rumors were spreading way too easily. He told himself he still wanted to use that weapon again in the future, so he couldn't let the information slip out too early. While lost in his calculations, a voice calling Mr. Logan suddenly rang out from behind. Clan and the disciples were already waiting. He wondered why Logan was here instead of at the East Gate, as previously agreed. Logan awkwardly explained that he had just run into an acquaintance, but it was really bothersome. Seeing that everyone had gathered, he urged the group to set off immediately to leave the capital. 3 carriages rolled silently along the dirt road through the lush green forest toward the distant territory. Inside the cramped carriage, Logan sat in silence with Cleon and 2 others, amidst the constant jolting of the wheels on the rough road. Cleon observed the 3 large carriages and the experienced drivers, silently calculating that Logan must have spent a significant amount of money on this trip. He couldn't help but grumble. Why is it necessary to rent carriages like this? Why waste so much money? Seeing his master speak so disrespectfully, the 2 disciples panicked and tried to stop him. Master Logan understood that the pride of level 5 mages was very high, so he didn't pay much mind to it. He smiled and replied very politely, "To serve such noble mages, this is the least we can do." In his heart, Logan was extremely smug about having hired a level 5 mage for free, so he was willing to let him say whatever he liked. When night fell, Logan decided to stop. "It's getting late. Let's rest here for tonight." Beside a flickering campfire in the deep forest, Logan sat meditating under an ancient tree to regulate his inner energy. Suddenly, a dark figure silently approached from behind. The blade of a long sword glowed brightly in the moonlight. Deep in meditation, Logan suddenly sensed a murderous aura and narrowly dodged the sneak attack. He shouted, "Who's there?" From the shadows, masked men gradually revealed themselves, surrounding the young lord. One of them smirked and teased, "You dodged that? Not bad for a young master." He began to reveal his intention to rob him, mentioning the strange medicine that was taking the capital by storm. He asserted that Logan must have made a huge profit from the Emporic business. Logan calmly looked at the group surrounding him and silently guessed that they were definitely road bandits. He stood up, stretched comfortably, and told himself, "That's enough rest. Let's see what I've learned from that last lesson." Seeing the opponent had no intention of leaving, Logan drew his sword from its sheath. He wore a confident smile, declaring he would use these very bandits to practice the sword techniques he had just mastered from Duke Felix. The leader hadn't even understood what Logan was saying before a lightning-fast sword strike hit him, causing him to be heavily injured and collapse immediately. Witnessing Logan's swift counterattack, the bandits were terrified. One stammered, "How? How could he be that fast?" Another lunged forward crazily, gnashing his teeth. You bastard, die." Logan remained incredibly calm. He lowered his center of gravity and suddenly delivered a powerful horizontal slash. The overwhelming power left the remaining bandits frozen in fear as they saw their accomplices lying scattered, unable to resist. The leader trembled and ordered his men, "This is madness. Everyone, retreat." But immediately, he realized in horror that he was now in Logan's crosshairs. He screamed in despair as his legs went completely numb. His legs wouldn't move, and he couldn't control his body anymore. The sword in Logan's hand now blazed with a brilliant golden aura, emitting a suffocating pressure. His eyes were cold, and looming behind him was the majestic image of Duke Felix, who had taught him the essence of controlling aura pressure. Logan moved like a flash of lightning, pouring all his inner energy into every sword swing, carrying destructive power. A large bandit was thrown away by the energy wave, accompanied by a painful scream. "Ah!" Logan paused, looking with some surprise at his sword, which was still emitting small sparks. He marveled to himself as he saw the aura still dancing persistently on the blade. "So, this stuff can actually last a while, huh?" A confident smile appeared on Logan's face as he saw the sword practice had been a brilliant success. Logan focused all his spiritual energy into the sword, sensing a new power taking shape within something people call aura. He recalled that day when even his own swordsmanship was completely overwhelmed by the pressure of aura. He never imagined that, even at his current level, Logan could reach and wield such divine sword power this early. He broke into a satisfied smile, whispering to himself that he could finally master it. Suddenly, a strange noise from the thicket caught his attention. A bandit was desperately crawling away in terror. The man was sobbing and cursing himself, regretting the day he decided to mess with such a monster. Logan analyzed the situation. The secret was using the power emitted from the sword to dissipate the opponent's energy, thereby exerting pressure through the sword's aura. Logan looked down with an icy gaze, confidently asserting that once he possessed this power, fighting would no longer be a problem for him from now on. The bandit shrieked in sheer terror before finally being subdued. Logan sheathed his sword, standing silently amidst the battlefield filled with corpses, thinking to himself that this was enough. But, just as he was about to leave, a deep, gruff voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "Young master, I saw everything." Logan jumped and turned around, his eyes filled with shock at this unexpected presence. Emerging from the forest's shadows was a massive, towering figure, each heavy footstep causing the ground to shake violently. It was none other than Elder Cleon, the fifth-tier mage. He stood tall, facing Logan, his stern face hidden behind a cloak that radiated a suffocating pressure, his piercing eyes locked onto the young master. Logan worriedly wondered why the old man looked so angry. He told himself they were just a bunch of thieves, and if Cleon changed his mind about joining him now, it would be a disaster. But contrary to his fierce appearance, Cleon spoke in a low, complimentary voice. "That was truly an excellent technique, young master." Logan was taken aback. The elder admitted he didn't care for divine power, but he knew full well that for someone Logan's age to achieve such a feat was unimaginable, the classic case of someone his age being way ahead of the curve. Logan scratched his head, forcing a laugh to brush it off, feeling a wave of relief realizing Cleon wasn't actually mad. That was just his natural expression. As they walked back together, Logan thought about how he had intentionally lured the thieves away from where the others were resting because he didn't fully trust them yet. He hadn't expected Cleon to be secretly following him the whole way. Logan was curious about the old man's true intentions. Cleon sighed, sharing that his disciples had suffered quite a bit, choosing him as their master, so he wanted to use this time to teach them as many skills as possible. He suggested that even when they reached the territory and started working, Logan should arrange for the disciples to have time to train while they worked. Cleon earnestly asked to take on more work himself so the kids could rotate in to rest. Logan nodded slightly. "Oh, that." Suddenly, Logan froze as he detected a flow of mana being silently channeled into the ground from Cleon. He watched in astonishment as the energy flowed straight to the tent where the young mages were sound asleep. Seeing Cleon sweating profusely, exhausting himself to maintain support magic for his students, Logan couldn't help but feel moved. He smiled at the elder and remarked, "It seems you care quite deeply for your students." Cleon insisted that, as their master, he was only doing what was necessary. Logan silently marveled at the fact that he had even stood up to the Tower Master for their sake. But Cleon just let out a huff, blaming the old man's wicked behavior. After a long journey, Logan finally returned. The majestic Patrick Castle loomed ahead. Meeting his father in the study, Lord Patrick asked if Logan had managed to expand their influence in the capital. Logan confidently confirmed that everything had gone very smoothly. When asked if there was anything else, Logan hesitated, finding it difficult to bring up such a sensitive topic. He took a deep breath and revealed that the business in the capital was doing extremely well and would bring in massive profits. Hearing the word profit, Lord Patrick was stunned and pressed him for details. Logan calmly dropped the bomb. "The medicine I made as a gift for you, father. I'm selling that medicine." The Lord's face turned pale. He pointed a trembling finger at his son. "Are you telling me you went to the capital just to sell aphrodisiacs?" Logan kept his composure in the face of his father's shock. Lord Patrick sighed, and although he declared he wouldn't interfere, he still reminded Logan to mind the family's honor and dignity before doing anything else. Logan was silently surprised that his father took the news easier than he expected. Logan felt his credibility had increased significantly. He added that he had managed to forge a connection with a legendary swordmaster in the capital. Lord Patrick asked in disbelief, "A swordmaster? You mean Duke Felix?" He couldn't believe his son would dare sell such medicine to the famed sword saint. Seeing Logan's beaming confirmation, Lord Patrick roared, "Why are you dragging this family's name through the mud like this?" Immediately, Logan produced a book and explained that, because of that connection, the Duke had personally taught him skills and gifted him a mid-tier martial arts manual called The Iron Blood Sword. Holding the book in his hands, Lord Patrick was completely stunned and speechless. Yet, in his heart, Logan smirked triumphantly, for it was all a lie. In reality, this manual was something he had written himself, based on his own knowledge right after leaving the Duke's estate. The Iron Blood Sword was originally a manual that would be excavated by a merchant from ruins, eventually ranked as one of the top mid-tier swordsmanship techniques of the modern era. Initially, that merchant only copied and sold it to a few people, but somehow it leaked, leading to mass reproduction like common goods that any knight could buy. However, that wouldn't happen for another 10 years. Logan calculated that, if the knights of this era read it, the family's strength would skyrocket, especially if combined with the secret techniques of the Sword Saint. His father and Ronian could use it as the family's secret ultimate art. Even so, the Iron Blood Sword required maximum force, making it very easy to cause injury during practice. And Logan knew for sure his father would never allow it if he knew the truth. To get his father to accept it, Logan had borrowed the Swordmaster's name to gift the book. Holding the manual, Lord Patrick was shocked to realize this was in a completely different league compared to the family techniques he had practiced for so long. He couldn't stop praising it. This is incredible. In reality, even nobles rarely possessed suitable mid-tier swordsmanship techniques like this. The Lord sat in deep thought, wondering if the reason he hadn't made progress in 10 years of training was because of this. He asserted that if practiced correctly, the family knight's strength would increase by at least 30%. Could the issue that kept me from making progress for 10 years be right here? He asserted that with the proper training, the family's knightly strength would increase by at least 30%, and wondered how he could ever thank that master swordsman. Seizing the moment, Logan smiled. Well, I have an idea. The Lord nodded. All right, to show our gratitude, let's learn it well. But just as Logan was about to explain his plan, his father unexpectedly entrusted him with something. Now is not the time for other matters. Our priority right now is to master it as quickly as possible. Logan was stunned when his father suddenly shoved a heavy object into his hands. Because of that, I need to free up some time. His eyes widened in shock when he clearly saw what he was holding. The Lord's crest, the sign of absolute authority. Help me take care of the family affairs. I will return with perfect swordsmanship. Thanks. With that, he dashed away, leaving his son in complete bewilderment. Logan was left stammering. Dad? I had something to say. He'd just handed over the seal and run off. Logan stood there blankly, clutching the seal, but he quickly realized this was a golden opportunity. Wait, if Dad gave me his seal, that means I can do whatever I want without needing anyone's permission. He smiled triumphantly, promising to use it effectively before his father's training session ended. Just then, Domian pushed the door open and rushed in. Young master, I've heard about what you did in the capital. The steward's face contorted with anxiety as he cried out desperately. Please, you must add more funds to the family treasury, Domian pleaded, knowing that Logan had acquired a fortune from the war, while the current treasury wasn't enough to cover expenses for both castles. Because of the war's aftermath, the workforce had dwindled, production had plummeted this year, and support from the Cairo region had been cut off long ago. He clasped his hands and begged, Please, I beg you to put some money into the treasury. I heard you made a huge profit. Just barely got a hold of the authority and already got cornered by the finances? Faced with Domian's desperate plea for the family budget, Logan just chuckled and replied nonchalantly, Sorry, I already spent it all. The steward was horrified, unable to believe that millions in gold could vanish so quickly. He stammered, demanding to know what the young master had done with the money. Faced with Logan's firm confirmation, Domian completely collapsed, falling to the ground in utter despair. As Domian slumped over, trying to ask where that massive fortune had gone, Logan began listing the details. He had spent 1.2 million gold coins on magic scrolls and hiring mages. The rest was used to buy construction materials and food to provide for the commoners. Domian was bewildered by these strange expenses, but he was truly shocked when Logan declared that he would continue to spend 1 million gold every month to buy food for the people. Seeing the steward screaming in shock, Logan thought to himself that every reaction was exactly as he had planned. After all, it was hard for anyone to believe that a young master could change this much after the war. Logan insisted he was dead serious because keeping the people in his territory alive was a mandatory duty. When Domian questioned the purpose of the construction materials and magic scrolls, Logan smirked meaningfully and revealed the real goal: to build a dam. 2 weeks later, an urgent notice was posted, summoning all workers from both the Patrick and Teslon families to gather at the castle entrances, accompanied by threats of strict punishment for those who failed to comply. At Teslon Castle, the people trudged toward the assembly point, never ceasing to grumble about nobles who only knew how to exploit their labor. The situation at the other castle was even more tense, with a man shouting in indignation, arguing that being forced to work right in the middle of the farming season would cause their families to starve to death. Before they could even understand what was happening, they were called in to build a dam. Resentment flared as the people felt they were being pushed to the edge, either run away, starve to death, or work themselves to death. One man gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with the fire of resentment, realizing that no matter which way they chose, it was death either way. In their desperation, they decided they could no longer just sit and wait for death. They loudly urged the crowd to use their own hands to rise up and fight the Lord. Outside the castle gates, the crowd had gathered in full force with scythes and shovels in their hands. Their anger reached a boiling point as they faced the forced labor order. Someone asked anxiously, "Are we really supposed to work today?" An old man gritted his teeth in fury, claiming the nobles treated the poor like trash, indifferent to whether they lived or died. Looking at their large numbers, they began to consider a reckless plan. With this many of us, it wouldn't be hard to take a gamble, for once. A man clenched his fist. "If we have to, let's just attack those nobles right now. If we're pushed to the brink, we have to fight back. Why just sit here waiting to die?" As soon as he finished speaking, the dry sound of iron chains echoed out. The castle gate slowly creaked open to the crowd's astonishment. "Open the gate." The shout from inside made the people, who were brandishing their weapons, freeze in their tracks. Everyone's face showed extreme tension. But instead of a massacre, a squad of knights rode out at a leisurely pace. The lead knight announced loudly, "All knights, begin distribution." The crowd began to stir in confusion. What was happening? They said distribution? The elderly man with white hair remained suspicious. He roared bitterly, "Don't listen to their lies, those nobles." The long-standing hatred made it impossible for them to believe in anything good coming from the castle. However, the knight's next action made everyone stop dead in their tracks. He handed the old man a heavy sack and announced clearly, "By the order of Lord Logan, anyone who participates in the task will receive enough grain to feed their family for a month." The knight continued to urge everyone to stay in order so the distribution could begin. The old man with white hair was stunned, clutching the sack of grain tightly, his eyes welling up with tears, unable to believe it was true. Is this real? His family wouldn't have to starve anymore. Joy erupted across the entire area. Cheers rang out. "It's real grain. We don't have to eat watery porridge anymore." The crowd no longer had any intention of resisting. They chanted in unison with utter gratitude. "Long live Lord Logan." The old man hugged the grain bag to his chest, tears streaming down his face as he felt moved after so many days of starvation. He roared in extreme gratitude, "Long live the Lord." The cheering echoed throughout the square as the impoverished people finally found hope to survive. Everyone's face was beaming. They looked at each other, smiling happily beside the bags of food that had just been distributed. "As long as we have something to fill our bellies, it's all good." Standing on the ramparts, observing the crowd, Domian was still wondering if it was necessary to summon everyone in such a forceful way. He thought Logan should have announced the food distribution beforehand to avoid causing a riot. Logan calmly explained that if he had done that, they surely wouldn't have come, because they had never trusted the nobility to begin with. Logan understood that for the ruling class, commoners were just property to be protected, but with the experience from his past life, he knew clearly that in the eyes of the people, nobles good or bad, were all just bloodsuckers who would exploit them to the bone. "These nobles are like demons, they suck you dry. They're a rare breed," Logan mused, adding that even his own father always prioritized knights over commoners, seeing them as the ultimate symbols of power. Despite a tight budget, the family still maintained a force of 50 knights while neglecting the lives of the working people. He realized his father forcing everyone into the military was just an extreme way to help them have enough to survive day by day. Logan turned to look at Domian with a meaningful gaze, asking if he agreed with his perspective. Domian couldn't help but be surprised, admitting that the young master had lately been making him go from one surprise to another. Logan smirked confidently, asserting that if he gained the trust of the administration, he would definitely pull off this project. However, immediately waved his hand. He wasn't talking about the dam, but was stunned by the prospect of a crazy project costing up to 2 million gold per month. Logan sighed slightly when he realized this reaction was exactly the same as the other two. Cleon and Hema were both shouting in shock at his intention to dig a tunnel through the heart of the mountain to divert water there. "How are you going to pull this off, my lord?" His novel idea left them both wide-eyed and speechless. Hema asked skeptically, while the three sat at a lavish dining table. Logan casually enjoyed a piece of steak, firmly insisting that it was entirely possible, especially with the help of the two of them. He began to analyze the terrain, explaining that their territory was surrounded by the White Mountain Range, like a barren wasteland in the middle of a desert. But to the north, The range was relatively low and blocked by a river flowing from the south. So Logan's plan was to dig a massive dam right there. Hema still couldn't believe it, muttering, "Making a mountain collapse would be easier to believe than this." Logan explained that the dam would be 30 meters below ground level and connect directly to the Lear River through a water-conducting tunnel. He mentioned this was a method often used in the west of the continent, calling it a dam. Deep down, Logan knew this knowledge wouldn't become popular for another 20 years, but currently, he possessed two key factors: a dwarf expert and a fifth circle mage. Logan painted a vision of the barren land turning into fertile ground if they succeeded. Cleon was still hesitant, but Hema had already started muttering, calculating soil conditions, water levels, and tunnel dimensions. Hema understood and agreed with Logan's approach. The old blacksmith even discussed with Cleon about building arched architecture to keep the tunnel from collapsing. This absolutely required the mage's intervention. Seeing the two of them starting to discuss the technical details, he thought, wait, so it is feasible? Hema awkwardly admitted he hadn't expected such a plan. You said it's feasible, right? Logan smirked craftily, raising a glass of deep red wine. He decisively declared that he had prepared everything from magic scrolls to manpower to begin the work immediately. Logan requested Hema to help him find the most suitable mountain for the project. Looking at the young master's excited expression, Hema realized the lavish feast from earlier was actually just a trap to rope him into the work. Now that he was caught, Cleon observed thoughtfully. He sighed, wondering if this insane plan would truly yield results. Cleon stood towering before the sheer cliff face, preparing to showcase the power of a true fifth circle mage. Looking at the elder's powerful back, Logan smiled confidently. No more difficulties now, right? Hema, standing behind him, nodded in agreement. He believed that with the young master here, everything would certainly turn out well. Hema urged him on. Master Mage, if you're ready, let's begin. Cleon nodded slightly. He stepped forward and placed his hand on the rugged rock surface. As the flow of mana was infused, cracking sounds began to echo continuously, making the ground shake violently. Cleon shouted a warning. Watch out! It's going to collapse. A massive section of the mountain crumbled down, creating a chaotic scene. Thick dust billowed up, along with the panicked screams of those nearby trying to find cover. Amidst the rubble and smoke, Logan stood tall, with his arms crossed. He calmly reassured them. Stay calm. Why is everyone freaking out? A mountain is crumbling, and you're still standing there spectating? Something feels off, doesn't it? While Hema complained incessantly about the dust, Logan focused all his senses to observe the glowing magic circle. He silently analyzed it, realizing this power was mana, something he had only felt vaguely in his past life, but now appeared incredibly clear. Logan realized mana originated from the heart of the earth, a complex but infinite energy source capable of stirring stone and soil. A satisfied smile appeared on Logan's lips as he noticed his senses had developed to an astonishing level, allowing him to see through complex energy flows. Cleon called out clearly, "Look, my lord," causing Logan to pause as he realized the event hadn't ended yet. A strange aura suddenly erupted from the elder's body, leaving Logan stunned and wondering if this was an entirely different type of magic. Cleon stretched his hand forward, and the dark energy began to swirl intensely, preparing for an even more terrifying feat. Cleon clenched his fist, and immediately, the shattered rocks on the ground began to float and gather together magically. Logan watched in amazement as the stone structure gradually took shape right before his eyes. A giant stone entity loomed, making him gasp in awe. This is a golem, a giant stone human formed from small rocks. Magic is actually pretty impressive after all. Deep down, Logan began to calculate with excitement. If he could create many golems like this, not only would the project be completed ahead of schedule, but he could also use them as weapons of mass destruction in war. Logan's eyes blazed with ambition. He immediately rushed over and grabbed Cleon's shoulder. Logan asked excitedly, "How many golems can be created? Can your disciples create them too?" Cleon confirmed that because they belonged to the golem school at the Magic Tower, they could absolutely do it. However, he noted that because the disciples were smaller and weaker than him, they would definitely need magic stones to create a golem core from a 5-circle magic spell. Hearing this, Logan froze, silently repeating in his mind, "Magic stones? That's the rare gem known as the Metal of the Gods, a rare ore containing natural energy, which is mana. Because they couldn't be created artificially and serve to strongly supplement magic or craft items, their cost was incredibly expensive." Logan pondered deeply. He realized the cost for this type of stone was no small sum. If he were to build an entire army, it was going to be tough, my friends. But then, he calmed himself down. If we're talking about wartime, high costs don't really matter. As long as we win, the price is totally worth it. Logan asked curiously if Cleon also wanted to use magic stones to create golems. The elder confirmed that with magic stones for support, the golem's strength, speed, and durability would multiply, enough to crush any enemy in their way. Logan broke into a wide, excited grin after hearing that, but his smile vanished when Cleon added, "However, if you want to use level 5 magic, you'll need the highest grade magic stones." Logan's face twisted. He sighed to himself that he was about to go bankrupt. Seeing that look, Cleon quickly explained that even a low-grade stone was enough to create a level 2 golem. This type of golem could stay active all day and possessed strength far exceeding that of a grown man. Logan started doing the math again. Since one magic stone costs nearly as much as a gold bar, using them for everyday tasks definitely wouldn't be profitable. But in brutal territorial wars, the benefits they bring would far outweigh the costs. Logan muttered that this stuff didn't depend on the magic tower's management anyway, seeing Cleon looking confused and asking, "What did you say?" He quickly waved his hand to brush it off. "Ah, it's nothing. You're just being a bit curious, old man." Right after that, at the construction site, an official panicked and screamed when he saw a massive, monster-like figure. A thunderous explosion echoed as the stone golem brought its 1,000-pound fists down onto the ground. The trembling official shouted that the monster was destroying their territory, but Logan immediately corrected him. It was digging a tunnel, not destroying anything. Even with Logan's explanation, the man was still panicking and urging the Lord to flee immediately. Turning to the blacksmith, Hema, Logan gave a firm order. "Take all the workers to the water channel site. There's no need for anyone else to stay here to dig the tunnel. That one golem is enough." Currently, the territory was pouring resources into 3 major projects, starting with the massive tunnel system and dam. Next was the intricate irrigation network designed to bring river water throughout the land so that every area would have water for daily life and farming. The third project was mineral mining. Even though it was still in the planning stages, Logan had already seen its massive potential. While waiting, most of the workers would focus on finishing the 2 irrigation projects. Logan mused that since returning from the capital, he had been so busy with the dam that he hadn't had time to look into the mines, so he decided to go inspect them tomorrow. The next day, at the mine, Logan found Old Man Hema covered in grime and completely exhausted. When Logan approached to ask about their previous agreement, the blacksmith immediately snapped. What? What are you saying? Whose orders made me run back and forth from the dam to the mines like this?" At the peak of his anger, Hema roared, "I'm done. I'm not doing it anymore." He threw a tantrum, complaining about not getting any rest and claiming he was the most miserable person on earth, which shocked all the workers around them. Oh no, Hema's lost it. Everyone. Logan saw that the old man had lost his cool and wasn't interested in working, so he quickly grabbed the blacksmith by the shoulders. "Hey, all right. I know you've been working hard." He flashed a friendly smile and made an offer that made the other man freeze. "How about this? From now on you're in charge of this place. Just report the results to me." Hema was stunned and blurted out, "Huh?" He immediately realized the trap. "Now you're telling me to manage this whole mess?" Logan just smiled sheepishly to coax him. "Oh, come on. I promise you." Logan promised that once the project was finished, he would let Hema rest to his heart's content, but the blacksmith immediately refused, point blank. Seeing the old man's stubbornness, Logan forced him to pinky promise, but he applied so much force that Hema shrieked in pain, feeling like his hand was about to break. Logan smirked, thinking to himself that this was a lesson for being so arrogant. Looking toward the mine entrance, he felt confident that with this push, the mineral extraction progress would speed up. Now, the only thing on his mind was the progress of the dam. Logan reassured himself that everything would definitely be all right. Back in his room, he contacted Felix P. through the magic orb to check on the situation. Felix P. reported that the transportation of materials was going smoothly thanks to their existing wood trading relationship, and they had easily locked in a price of 100,000 gold per month. Nice, right? Business going this well makes me happy. Heh. Logan happily praised his partner's shrewdness. Felix P. excitedly painted a picture of how the territory would completely transform after the mining and land reclamation were finished. He was even impatient to go there soon to see it with his own eyes. Logan secretly thought that Felix P. would be forced to come here next year anyway. Seeing the young master so certain, Felix P. asked out of curiosity, but he knew deep down that even if he asked, Logan would never tell him. Logan suddenly changed the subject, mentioning rumors he had accidentally overheard at the Swordmaster's house about the royal family being in major trouble. He told Felix P. to take advantage of his trade trips to investigate this matter further. In his heart, Logan was revisiting the memory that the king would suddenly pass away next year, leading to a brutal civil war. However, He feared that the timeline might be off compared to his past life, just like how the recent territorial war had its timeline shifted, and he didn't know why. Logan understood that only when that event occurred would everything truly begin. With the ambition to lead the M House to overthrow the entire kingdom, he firmly ordered Felix P. to use the remaining money from the reserve fund to buy armor and weapons, preparing enough equipment for 1,500 men. Felix P. swallowed hard in surprise. Realizing Logan was completely serious about this plan, he questioned why they needed such a huge number when the Mar House only had 100 knights. Logan held up a finger and coldly stated that the gear wasn't for the knights, but for the soldiers. Whoa, he's really plotting something big. Can we even handle it? Logan's statement shocked Felix P. so much that his glasses nearly fell off. He stammered, "Are you serious?" Felix P. couldn't help but yell out, worried that equipping the entire army would cost an astronomical fortune, and he wondered if a war was coming that was big enough to justify doing all this. Logan covered his ears and pondered. He understood why his partner was shocked, but the memories of the countless lives lost in his past life still haunted him. To minimize casualties as much as possible and limit the need to draft more soldiers, Logan was determined to strengthen the protection for both knights and soldiers right now. To him, proper equipment was the key to helping reduce the damage in the brutal wars to come. Seeing Felix still hesitating, Logan looked him straight in the eye and asked, "Have I ever made a wrong move before?" Felix P. stayed silent for a long moment, then quietly admitted, "Yeah, not yet." Logan smirked, looking incredibly arrogant. "Then do as I say." Faced with the young lord's absolute confidence, Felix P. could only sigh in acceptance and promise to find out the truth about the rumors at the royal palace soon. Logan clenched his fists, silently calculating the three massive expenses ahead: mining operations, building the water dam, and arming his forces for war. He told himself everything was ready for House M to take a giant leap forward. Only by preparing this far in advance could his family avoid annihilation. However, reality hit like a freight train right after that. When Logan was buried under a mountain of paperwork, Guy kept piling documents onto the desk and urged, "Now, read this one, then that one, and just stamp them." Looking at the towering stack of files, Logan was so exhausted he had dark circles under his eyes, but W just calmly dropped another stack down. Seeing Logan start to stamp mechanically, W nagged that he was being careless for stamping without reading. Logan asked sluggishly, how long had it been since his father touched this mountain of paperwork? And when Domian replied about a month, he could only look up to the heavens. He had such an incredibly irresponsible father. W just grinned, advising Logan not to blame him since the Lord was also very busy with training. Logan jumped up, shouting in frustration, "Why are you pushing all of this onto me?" W argued calmly that since Logan was the successor, he had to handle everything, but he immediately retorted, "I'm not the successor. Who even acknowledges that?" In the middle of the heated argument, the door suddenly burst open, and a one-eyed knight rushed in, his face deathly pale with terror. He gasped out that something major had happened, making even Logan jump. With a trembling voice, the knight screamed, "Hemar! Hemar is trapped in the tunnel." "Oh, we're screwed now." Logan's eyes went wide with shock at the devastating news, and cold sweat began to bead on his worried face. "Hema is trapped in the mine?" Logan exclaimed in horror at the bad news. The one-eyed knight confirmed that one of the main tunnels had collapsed. While W stood by, still bewildered, wondering when they even had a mine, Logan demanded to know the extent of the damage and Hema's location. Kai reported anxiously that the tunnel had collapsed over 50 meters deep, so they still couldn't pinpoint the exact location. There was no time to lose. Logan immediately ordered everyone to head to the mine. He left behind W, who was still screaming in confusion, having no clue where the hell this mine even was. Logan spurred his horse and galloped like a whirlwind through the forest to reach the accident site. Seeing their young lord, the panicked workers cheered with hope. Logan dismounted, asked for the location of the collapse, and was told to head deep inside and take a right at the fork to reach the deepest part. He walked silently into the dark, gloomy mine, where the air was growing thick and cold. His heart was racing. He hadn't found a way to save Hema yet. The tension was sky-high. Logan's footsteps echoed in the deep tunnel. He stopped, his eyes glowing as he felt a strange pulse of energy ahead. In front of him was a massive pile of rocks that had completely blocked the path, where other workers stood, helpless and desperate. The old chief engineer hurried over to greet him as soon as he saw the young lord had arrived. Logan coldly ordered everyone to step back and approach the wreckage. He placed his hand on the rugged rock wall, channeling all his spiritual energy to sense the life behind the thick stone barrier. A brilliant golden inner energy flared up, helping Logan see through the earth and rock, confirming that Hema and over 10 workers were still trapped inside. He said in a deep voice that, fortunately, no one had died yet, but many were severely injured. This extraordinary sensitivity left the old engineer standing nearby in total shock, unable to understand how the young lord could know the situation inside so accurately, but he silently thanked the heavens that everyone was still safe. Logan turned to ask the engineer about the estimated rescue time. The old man broke into a sweat, replying that even in the best-case scenario, it would take at least 3 days to clear this mountain of rubble. Logan went deep into thought. He knew that no matter how strong the dwarves were, they couldn't endure for long while injured and buried under the suffocating earth. The longer they waited, the slimmer their chances of survival became. Therefore, the rescue had to be done as soon as possible. Immediately after, Logan summoned Cleon and his team of mages into the forest. Cleon was confused about the reason for this emergency gathering. Without beating around the bush, Logan looked the elder in the eye and got straight to the point, saying bluntly, "I need you to rescue Hema and the workers trapped in the mine." Logan firmly assured them that he would pay them well for their efforts. Cleon was stunned. He was shocked to learn of this mine's existence, and that it had collapsed. He never mentioned having a mine. If it hadn't been for this accident, he probably never would have known it existed. Why was he hiding it like a secret? He suddenly understood why the dwarf Hema had been running back and forth between the mine and the dam construction site all this time. Realizing lives were in danger, Cleon agreed to help. Logan placed a hand on his chest, sincerely thanking him and promising to repay the favor. Deep down, Cleon couldn't help but wonder how tightly Logan had guarded this precious mine. Yet now, he was ready to reveal his biggest secret just to save a few slaves and workers. Logan looked ahead with an incredibly determined gaze. Cleon began to channel his magic. He placed his hands on the rock face, pushing all his mana into it, causing the energy to erupt violently to stabilize the tunnel structure. Cleon shouted orders to his disciples. "I will hold the tunnel walls. You use the golems to clear the rocks quickly." He didn't forget to shout a reminder to everyone to work carefully to ensure the safety of those trapped. Receiving orders from their master, the disciples answered in unison and immediately pulled shimmering blue magic stones from their cloaks. They were willing to use such precious items because of Logan. What great guys. Logan watched from behind, silently realizing these were the red earth stones that Gon had mentioned. The young mages began to chant, activating the energy within the stones, and carefully placed them on the wreckage, blocking the path. In an instant, a staggering scene unfolded as the entire pile of debris suddenly shook and transformed into massive golems. The workers standing nearby were stunned, their jaws dropping. They couldn't believe that just like this, the young lord had cleared such a massive amount of rock and earth from the tunnel. Logan was incredibly anxious. He urged everyone to speed up, knowing the fate of those trapped inside remained a complete mystery. Instead of just standing by, Logan himself dove into the rubble, using his own strength alongside the golems to shift the massive boulders. Seeing a noble young lord like him personally hauling rocks to save those of lower status, Cleon was left stunned and moved. He thought to himself, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he never would have believed that a noble could be like this, and he silently judged Logan to be a man of true character. Suddenly, the chief engineer's cheering broke the tense atmosphere. "Found them! Someone's here! Thank God, there you are." He nearly had a heart attack. But beneath the dirt and rocks, Hema's figure finally appeared. He let out a faint moan in his unconscious state. Logan immediately rushed over to call out to him. He quickly checked him over and let out a sigh of relief upon realizing the blacksmith had only fainted from pure shock. Luckily, his injuries weren't serious. Logan whispered, "Thank goodness. I can't believe someone would actually fall asleep. Right, while using a magic scroll to build a mine." Hema, lying on his hospital bed with a weary face, confessed that he had been pushing himself way too hard lately. Logan reassured him, "Don't you worry, old friend. Just rest until you've fully recovered before you think about getting back to work." Yet, Hema remained stubborn, insisting he'd be back on his feet in just a day. Logan looked at him skeptically, questioning if he'd really be okay if he didn't rest a bit longer. "You're killing yourself here, and you're asking me if you should rest?" Hema snapped, finally agreeing that he would get some rest. Logan quietly left the room, inwardly marveling at the incredible power of magic for saving everyone within just 2 hours. As he stepped into the hallway, Logan jumped as Cleon suddenly appeared behind him. The elder looked at him with sharp eyes and praised him. "You have a magnificent mine there, young master." Logan thought to himself that a master earth mage like Cleon must have realized it was a massive gold mine. He worried trouble would follow if this news leaked, and wondered if Cleon would keep his secret. Logan asked him bluntly why he was helping, even after knowing he had been hiding the mine just to secure his support. He explained that right now, No one could replace Hima's role in tasks related to the mine, Logan continued, asserting that no matter the risk, saving the blacksmith was more beneficial for the future, as the mining plan would be severely delayed without him. Deep down, Logan told himself that if he couldn't protect his own people, no one would ever want to stay by his side again. Cleon watched him silently, seemingly deeply impressed by the young lord's mindset. He values his people more than gold and silver. Suddenly, Cleon spoke up. Young Master Logan, do you have any need for a mage tower in your territory? The question stunned Logan, leaving him speechless. Cleon explained that it was time for him to strike out on his own from his current magic tower, and asked if the Patrick territory could support a small mage tower. Seeing the seriousness in the elder's face, Logan realized this was no joke. Logan shouted happily, "Of course you're welcome here. Why would I say no to such a sweet deal?" "Haha." He excitedly asked if Cleon's disciples would settle here too, and what kind of support they would need. Cleon confirmed his disciples would certainly come, only asking for the necessary support, while expressing absolute trust in Logan's character. Witnessing this, Hima, who had just woken up, could only grumble that the old mage must have been hit on the head by a falling rock to make such a strange decision. Logan urged Hima to go back to rest as night fell, enveloping the castle. A week later, the blacksmith Hima had fully recovered. He excitedly announced he was ready to get back to work. Logan stood in the room with his arms crossed, sternly reminding him that because of the delay, he had to work twice as hard to make up for it. Hima bowed his head slightly, not forgetting to thank the young master for all the trouble he'd gone through for him. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and someone peered in with such a sinister look that the air in the room grew heavy. He trudged inside and growled, "Young master, it's time you told us about that mine." Logan sighed, exhausted, telling him to just come inside and stop acting like he was possessed. You standing there is more intimidating than a police interrogation. As soon as he stepped in, Domian exploded, shouting in frustration about why Logan had been secretly operating the mine without even the manager himself knowing. Logan just gave a sly smile, offering a half-hearted apology that he'd just been careless and forgotten. This absurd reason made Domian furious. He kept questioning what kind of mineral Logan had been hiding so carefully. Was it iron, copper, or some other high-yield ore? Logan kept a calm expression. He looked straight at Domian and casually dropped the bombshell. Gold. Domian froze, muttering for Logan not to joke around like that. Seeing his manager still didn't believe him, Logan smirked, insisting there was nothing shocking about having a gold mine, then dealt a final blow by revealing the projected profit would reach 100 million gold coins per year. Seeing the young master's serious face, Domian started to realize this wasn't a lie. Oh, he's hit the jackpot. No wonder he kept it so hidden, he asked, trembling, to confirm if Logan was really not joking. But faced with the earth-shattering news of such an astronomical sum, Domian's brain completely short-circuited. He collapsed to the floor and fainted on the spot. Logan panicked, rushing over to prop him up, shaking him and shouting, "Domian, wake up. This is not the time to faint." Despite the unexpected incident with the manager, Logan's plan proceeded incredibly smoothly. In fact, things moved even faster than originally expected, and he was pleasantly surprised that the dam, which was supposed to take half a year, was finished in just 3 months. Domian approached to report that all the administrative officials had gathered, waiting for the young master's next orders. Everything was on track, and he felt a weight lift off his shoulders. "Good. Is everyone here?" Logan spoke up when he saw the crowd had assembled. He admitted he knew everyone was busy with administrative work, but asked them to stay until the end to hear him out. However, not everyone was convinced of this plan. One official, sweating profusely, secretly doubted that even if this was a project of the century, would redirecting water from the Ler River actually change anything for this wasteland? The man muttered that using that money to reinforce the southern city wall against enemy attacks would have been far more useful. The people around him began to whisper and murmur as well. No one understood why the young master would do such a thing. A government official turned to Domian and asked, "Do you know anything about this?" Domian remained silent for a moment, his face suddenly turning extremely serious as he realized the true scale of the plan. Deep down, he was shocked to realize this dam wasn't just for irrigation. It was directly connected to the heart of the Ler River. Domian trembled with excitement at the prospect that if they could provide a constant water supply through this massive canal, the entire vast wasteland of the territory would undoubtedly become a fertile plain. Surely he must have been thinking about this for a long time. This time, you're a bit slow. Logan stood there, watching with an incredibly sharp gaze. The workers involved in the construction, the mages, and even the administrative officials had all gathered in full force to await the pivotal moment. Logan looked toward the elder and gave the command. "Clay, start it," Cleon replied decisively. "Yes." Standing nearby, Hema the blacksmith was still grumbling, questioning why they had to make such a big fuss when he had already crafted the water gates to be opened. Logan wore a confident smile, asserting that the first impression had to be spectacular to etch it into everyone's minds, so that all the people of the territory could see what they had achieved together with their own hands. Suddenly, giant stone golems appeared right at the dam gates, causing the crowd of officials to be absolutely terrified. They pointed with trembling hands, shouting in a panic, "Gah! What is that? A monster." While Logan and the mages maintained a perfectly calm expression. "Here we go again. Why are these guys so weak-kneed?" Clay cleared his throat, trying to sound modest as he explained that summoning golems was actually quite common in the magic world. Right after that, he clearly gave the order, "Open the gates." A giant stone golem stretched out its massive hands, gripped the gate mechanism, and began to put all its strength into pulling. Logan stood watching with a calm expression, while Cleon and the other mages looked visibly worried about the performance of the stone entities. An official, blankly, asked about the situation when he saw that the gates seemed to be open, but there was still no movement. The atmosphere suddenly became strangely silent as the three golems stood motionless in front of the dam gates, and yet there was still no sign of water. Clay was sweating profusely. The elder turned pale and trembled, unable to understand why the gates were open, but the water still wouldn't flow, leaving Logan to grit his teeth in disappointment. Oh, is this a total failure for everyone? In reality, the golem's display of power earlier was just a facade, because the doors were so heavy they couldn't be lifted the normal way. Cleon explained that it usually required over 100 workers pulling, on pulleys together, to open the inner discharge gates. This unexpected situation gave Logan a massive headache. He feared that if he didn't handle it quickly, the reputation of his golem core would be seen as weak. Seeing Hema, the blacksmith, still grumbling about the unimaginable weight of the doors, Logan decisively made a bold choice. He looked straight at Cleon and ordered him to destroy it. Cleon was stunned, unable to believe his ears, but Logan insisted that the gates could be rebuilt later. The important thing right now was to break it, to let the water through. Receiving the firm command, the elder shouted his consent. Yes. Immediately, the giant stone golem poured all its strength into its massive fist, delivering a 1,000-pound blow that shattered the dam gate in an instant. Destroyed! He destroyed the discharge gate. Fragments of rock fell away, giving way to the rushing waters of the Lair River as they surged forward. Cries of amazement echoed everywhere as everyone witnessed the cool, refreshing water flowing powerfully through the gates. Standing before this great achievement, Logan just smiled with satisfaction. Good thing we handled that incident in time. Otherwise, all our hard work would have gone to waste. Logan watched the water gradually filling the irrigation channels, while the people cheered excitedly. "Water! It's water! We did it!" The joy erupted and spread throughout the valley. They couldn't believe they had just created a river on land that had been barren for generations. Logan calculated silently that with this abundant water source, the food problem for the upcoming civil war would certainly be solved thoroughly. He told himself there was no need to rush the land reclamation. Just starting cultivation from next spring would be enough to change the fate of the entire territory. Suddenly, a figure rushed over and hugged Logan tightly, making him jump. The manager sobbed with regret. "Hick, young master, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Looking at the grown man crying like a child, Logan could only chuckle and comfort him. "It's all right. Why is a grown man like you acting so teary-eyed?" On the other side, Hema the blacksmith couldn't help but feel heartbroken looking at the shattered dam gate, asking worriedly how long it would take to remake it. Clay approached him, calmly reassuring, "Don't worry, I'll help you." Logan firmly declared that the current discharge gate wasn't strictly necessary yet, so everyone should just take a comfortable break for a week. He laid out the next plan to finish the mining operations, after which there would be a long vacation to prepare for next year's harvest. Hearing about the rest, Hema's eyes lit up. He asked joyfully, "Are you serious, sir? Finally, we get some time off. This is great." Haha. Logan laughed heartily, confirming it for sure because he knew that soon enough, everyone would be so busy they wouldn't have time to breathe. Logan looked toward the flowing water, thinking to himself that this fertile land would certainly attract many farmers to come and settle, but the daily journey from the city to the plains would be a significant challenge for them. Logan came up with the idea of building a new village right here so the people could have a stable place to live. He intended to ask Hema, but then he paused, changing his tactics to use a cunning psychological trick. Logan turned to ask with a skeptical face, "Hema, even for you, building this must be difficult, right? I've never heard of dwarves being good at construction anyway." Touched in his national pride, Hema immediately jumped up and shouted, "What are you talking about? Aside from weapon crafting, we dwarves are best at construction." Seeing the blacksmith fall right into the trap as predicted, Logan felt smug. That's it, but he still pretended to be impressed, which made the blacksmith puff out his chest in pride. Hema wondered why Logan suddenly asked this. He just waved his hand, saying he was only curious, then urged the old man to go rest. Logan wore a sly smile, watching the blacksmith's back as he walked away, thinking to himself, "Go ahead and enjoy this short vacation. Soon enough, you'll know what enjoyment really means." Haha. Having a boss like this is quite tough, isn't it? Because right after the break finishes, a massive housing construction project is waiting to drain every bit of the blacksmith's energy. Standing before the gathered crowd, Logan announced clearly, "Everyone is here, so listen to me. The workers are waiting to exploit this old blacksmith." Standing before the crowd of people gathered there, Logan declared clearly, "Everyone is here now. Listen to what I have to say." Logan reiterated the two key promises he made before opening the dam. First, anyone is welcome to come and reclaim land in this M-land territory. Second, the land tax is reduced to only 3 to 10, and they have the right to cultivate the land they've cleared. This unprecedented lenient policy has the people absolutely thrilled, hope lighting up their weary faces. This land is finally going to change, and with that, the nobles won't have a leg to stand on to object. 4 weeks later, in his office, Logan looked over the new files with satisfaction. He quietly praised, "Hema, you've really finished the model house designs. I knew I chose the right person." Rick walked in with a stack of documents, admitting that the old blacksmith was incredibly productive. Logan recalled when he first made the proposal, he thought the dwarf would refuse, but to his surprise, Hema confidently declared that construction was a dwarf's specialty. You have to wonder how he got tricked into this in the first place. The new town plan is scientifically laid out in a cross shape. The houses are interspersed with equal spacing. Each area has a communal well, and a modern water supply and drainage system to keep the garden plots lush and green. Logan felt smug about perfectly applying the urban planning knowledge from his past life to complete these designs. A grand ambition burned within him. A new empire is about to be formed. However, he knew the immediate goal was to gather enough people to come and develop the land. While lost in thought, Logan suddenly winced at a pungent, foul odor. What is that strange smell?" Rick, surrounded by a gloomy purple aura, replied resentfully, "Whose fault do you think it is, sir? It's because that medicine is selling too well." The attendant grumbled constantly, complaining that if it weren't for that medicine, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Hema rushed in, shouting. Young Master Logan snapped, "Don't you know how to knock?" Hema panicked, reporting an urgent matter. The gold mine is ready for extraction. He excitedly presented the shimmering raw gold samples he just found in the mine, explaining that usually it takes backbreaking work to mine and extract it. But in this mine, you just have to look, and the gold appears right before your eyes. Looking at the brilliant chunks of gold in their hands, both Logan and Hema couldn't hide their excitement, to the point of tearing up. Talk about wealth pouring into a rich man's house. Logan excitedly patted the blacksmith's shoulder in praise. "You've worked hard. It really is a literal gold mine." In the face of the young master's excitement, Hema, with eyes dark from exhaustion, weakly asked if he could finally go and get some rest. Logan didn't answer immediately, instead asking about the estimated production of the mine. Receiving the shocking figure of about 1 ton per month, which could last for 10 years, Logan still wouldn't let him go, reminding Hema to focus on building the village and producing more bows and arrows. Looking at Logan's eager face when he asked if he was okay with having so much work, the blacksmith Hema only felt a jolt go through his head from being overloaded. "If I handed you a hammer right now, would you try to hit your master with it?" Witnessing Domian kneeling on the ground while Hema swayed, Logan silently thought to himself that perhaps the blacksmith was truly overloaded and needed to rest so he could recruit more dwarves for the work later. He decisively ordered, "All right, you can take a month off." As soon as he heard the word rest, Hema immediately snapped back to life. The moment he got Logan's nod, the dwarf took off at incredible speed, leaving clouds of dust in his wake. Logan stood frozen in shock, unable to believe someone with short legs could run that fast. Suddenly, Domian's sobbing was heard again. 100 million gold coins? The manager calculated through his tears. 1 ton per month, 12 tons a year, equivalent to a massive sum of 100 million gold coins. Domian shouted in sheer joy. "We're going to be stinking rich, young master." Logan looked at the man crying tears of joy at his feet, and couldn't help but sigh. He coldly poured a bucket of cold water on him, asserting, "This gold mine belongs to me personally, not the family." That statement made his face go dark with shock instantly. But immediately after, Logan softened the blow by promising to contribute 3 parts of it to the family. Domian paused for a moment, then whispered, "Brilliant. That's a clever way to handle it, young master." He stood up, showing total trust in Logan's decision, seeing that both the dam project and the gold mine had been resoundingly successful. Logan felt a touch of suspicion, wondering why he accepted terms disadvantageous to the family so easily. He warned sternly that this news must never be leaked. Otherwise, neighboring territories would be in an uproar with greed. Domian assured him that he could rest easy, then quietly stepped back. Watching the manager's retreating figure, Logan felt a clear change in him. Now, all the family troubles seemed to be resolved, except for one person, his father. Logan mused that he still needed to ask for his opinion on a few important matters. A week later, standing before the newly cleared river flowing through the territory, Logan was amazed to observe his father. He silently marveled. So, has father actually become a sword master? After just a few months of practicing the iron blood sword technique that Logan had imparted, Lord Patrick had achieved great success, overcoming every obstacle that had held him back for so many years. "You've done a great job while I was away. My good son, having a child like you really warms a father's heart." Logan smiled faintly in response. "Yes, but for now, father, please listen to my plan." The Lord leaned down and touched the cool water. He still hadn't gotten over his astonishment at seeing this barren land now have a river flowing through it. He exclaimed emotionally, "This is truly a miracle." Feeling the abundant inner energy in his body, he admitted that his strength had improved significantly, and he also noticed that the land had undergone remarkable changes. Lord Patrick sincerely affirmed, "This is all thanks to you, Logan. You might even be better than me." The praise made Logan blush in embarrassment. He replied awkwardly, "What I've done can't compare to you, father." The Lord laughed radiantly. He believed that what Logan had accomplished recently was comparable to 30 years of his own efforts. He pensively expressed his luck in having such a talented son, and thanked him deeply for what he had done for the family. Logan was deeply moved and softly called out, "Father!" Immediately, Lord Patrick decisively declared that he could now rest easy, handing over the territory for Logan to manage. He planned to step back to focus on his training and coaching the knights. Logan quickly replied, "Yes, but I didn't plan on staying here as the Lord." Lord Patrick looked into the distance. He shared that this training had helped him realize a harsh truth. He was truly getting old. Looking at his own hands, he admitted that even though his strength had grown significantly, there were still many nuances of the iron blood sword technique he hadn't fully mastered yet. He regretfully thought to himself that if only he could return to his youth, having this secret manual right from the moment he first awakened his internal energy, things would have turned out so differently. It might be a bit greedy of him, but I actually like that everyone wants to be young again, right? Lord Patrick mused, confessing that he was getting old and could no longer handle everything on his own. He wanted to pass the opportunities and the future on to Logan and Ronian. As this was the era for the younger generation, he planned to step back, to support them and provide useful advice based on his own experience. Logan replied thoughtfully, "I understand, father." Deep down, he knew that once his father had made up his mind, there was no point in arguing. Lord Patrick then turned to his wife, reminding her that she already understood what he meant, and asked her to help Logan fulfill his responsibilities. Lady Patrick stood quietly under her umbrella, her expression fleetingly sad. After the Lord left, she approached Logan. She admitted that what he had accomplished was truly extraordinary. In a sincere tone, she expressed her hope that Ronian could live in peace and blamed herself for being so foolish in opposing him before. When Logan started to apologize, she immediately stopped him, insisting that the fault was entirely hers. She regretted being so narrow-minded, failing to recognize his sincerity when he had humbly apologized back then. And now, she earnestly begged for his forgiveness. Family members should be this accommodating to each other to be happy, don't you think? She softly asked about Logan teaching swordsmanship to Ronian lately. Logan enthusiastically confirmed it and couldn't stop praising the exceptional talent of his younger brother, who had learned the first move of the iron blood sword in just 1 week. Hearing that her son was so happy, Lady Patrick smiled in relief. She pleaded with Logan to take more care of his brother in the future and offered him her sincere gratitude. Watching her walk away, Logan sighed to himself. No mother would address her own son so formally like that. He suggested that from now on, she should talk to him freely, just like old times. Hearing him call her mother warmed her heart. Lady Patrick was stunned, and tears of emotion welled up in her eyes. Lord Patrick watched this heartwarming family reunion with a satisfied smile. Logan smiled as well, feeling the warmth spreading between them. The three of them walked back toward the majestic castle under the brilliant sunset. It's truly rare to find a great noble family where everyone loves and supports each other like this. Logan confidently outlined his future plans. Before next spring, when the town is finished, we will clear everything up properly and start moving the people to their fields. I hope this land will produce a bountiful harvest. Although Lord Patrick acknowledged the potential of the land, he still had his worries. I know this land is quite good, but I'm not sure if the people will actually move here to farm. Logan reassured him that he had already planned for this, promising to prioritize those who move to farm and build villages with high-quality houses for them to settle in. He added another suggestion. I have also posted a recruitment notice for more soldiers so they can ensure the security of this village. Would you be able to train them, Father? Lord Patrick nodded confidently. Of course I can. Don't worry about that. You really know how to handle things. Immediately after, Lord Patrick appeared at the training ground and roared with authority. You bunch are hopeless. Since when did you start splitting into two factions like this, huh? Logan stood by, observing the extreme tension between the Knights of Patrick and the Knights from Haman Teslon, who had surrendered after the battle. Once mortal enemies on the battlefield, they now treated each other like dirt. Lord Patrick lowered his voice. I know you fought each other like enemies, so it's hard to be friendly. But now that you're on the same team, you have to use your heads. It's not like you can just start a conversation out of nowhere. It's awkward, I know. He demanded that the knights unite to keep the peace in this region. Lord Patrick promised to help them train to become stronger, leading to a better life. What's the point of just kicking each other like this? He gritted his teeth and admitted, but this is partly my fault, too. I didn't manage you strictly enough, and I let you run wild for too long. A knight quickly spoke up. My lord, it is not your fault. Logan curiously watched the captain of the two groups approaching his father. The captains couldn't hide their amazement. It's true. Your strength has increased significantly. I can feel it. You've got quite an eye for talent, kid. Lord Patrick nodded in agreement. Captain, first, I need to help you whip this unit back into shape. His body erupted with a fierce crimson aura. The Lord swung his sword, unleashing a world-shaking attack. Feel the power of my swordsmanship. The terrifying force of the slash left the knights absolutely petrified. One soldier stared with wide eyes, screaming in despair. Ah! Lord Patrick roared with power, declaring that once the knights underwent such grueling training, they wouldn't have any time left for such useless nonsense. He was determined to mold them into a true order of knights so he could rightfully hand everything over to Logan's management later. Meanwhile, at the estate's office, Domian was hard at work at his desk. He took pride in the fact that with his years of experience as a steward, caring for everyone and approving documents was his greatest source of happiness. Outside, the knights began gossiping about how the young master had been acting strange lately, making almost every decision himself. But Domian told himself that the young master must have his own reasons. Seeing his subordinates still whispering, he sternly reminded them not to gossip while on the job. He asserted that the funds were being taken directly from Logan's private budget, so no one had the right to interfere. But the moment he flipped to a new invoice, he suddenly froze, his eyes bulging in horror. He stared at the astronomical number on the paper and screamed in total panic. Young master, what exactly do you intend to use these 10 million gold coins for? Facing the manager's panic, Logan calmly replied that he wanted to buy about 100 kilograms of midran to craft weapons. The figure of 10 million gold just for raw materials made Domian go numb. Logan firmly pressed the paper down, asking Domian to sign it, relying on their long-standing trust, but the manager still tremblingly refused, as the sum was simply too massive. Even Felix P. couldn't help but be shocked. He couldn't believe the young master intended to use midran to make weapons, and blurted out, "How could you? Being rich must be nice. Are you really burning through money like this?" Logan's expression suddenly turned dark. The heavy pressure radiating from him made the air in the room feel incredibly tense. Logan slammed his hand down on the table, shot to his feet, and snapped, "Why not?" Felix P. hurriedly explained that midran is a legendary material infused with magic, 10 times harder than steel, but only 1/13 the weight, so it can't just be bought with gold. He insisted that no matter how much money you have, this mythical material isn't something you can just buy on demand, especially such a huge quantity, 100 kilograms. Felix emphasized that to own it, power is just as indispensable as money. Logan pensively repeated the word, power, then suddenly broke into a mysterious smile and declared he had an idea. Logan smirked with a calculating look. He knew exactly who could help him solve this problem. At Duke Felix's mansion in the capital, the atmosphere suddenly buzzed with activity when a magical call from the remote countryside of Maclen was connected. The servants looked at each other, confused, having no idea where this obscure place called Maclen was. although they were sure a noble duke would never bother with a call from such an unknown backwater village. They still went through the motions of forwarding the call with skeptical looks, but just 30 minutes later, the door to the office flew open with a loud bang. Duke Felix rushed in, breathless and demanding to know more about the call from Maclen, leaving his subordinates stunned. No one could understand why such a small, insignificant village could make the greatest swordsman in the kingdom run over to them so quickly. Sitting down in front of the magic orb, Felix spoke up. "Long time no see. Logan." Logan smiled in greeting and didn't forget to ask after the senior's health. Felix smirked slightly, confirming that everything was fine, but said there was actually something very special this time. Logan replied playfully, "Why would I dare call to check on you privately without a reason? I know my place." After all, Felix laughed at that familiar sarcastic tone. He urged Logan to get straight to the point. However, before Logan could open his mouth, the Duke expressed his desire to send his deepest gratitude for everything the young lord had done for him. Logan was slightly surprised, wondering what he could have accidentally done to help, or if the Duke had some other motive. Suddenly, Felix broke into a radiant, happy smile and dropped a bombshell. "My wife is pregnant." Logan was so shocked his eyes went wide. Then he immediately cheered with excitement. "Congratulations, sir." Wait, if his wife is pregnant, why is he thanking Logan? Felix emotionally insisted that all this success was thanks to Logan's help. Facing such sudden praise, Logan blushed in embarrassment, stammering that it was the blessing of heaven and the Duke's own effort, not his doing. Felix laughed heartily. He signaled Logan that there was no need to be humble anymore. With eyes full of respect and gratitude, the strongest swordsman in the kingdom once again affirmed his sincere thanks to Logan for this priceless gift. "When my child is born, you must come to the capital," Felix suggested excitedly. He mentioned that his wife was also very eager to meet and thank Logan, promising that when he arrived, he would teach him more sword techniques. Seeing Logan hesitate for a moment, Felix challenged him. "You don't want to?" Logan immediately stood up and bowed deeply and formally. "Yes, thank you in advance, sir." Felix laughed, satisfied, declared his business finished, and turned to ask what Logan's true goal was. Logan didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Can you help me buy some midrin? I need 100 kilograms to make a weapon." That huge number made the sword saint gasp. 100 kilograms? And he calls that some? He really caught the old man off guard. Felix squinted at Logan, realizing that besides money, he truly needed his power to get his hands on this legendary material. He curiously asked Logan where he got so much money, as he knew full well how rare and expensive midrin was. Felix sighed, admitting that even he couldn't afford to invest in his knights like that. He praised Logan's determined heart, calling it truly noble, and affirmed that this young lord always brought about surprising things. Logan thought to himself that the man was flattering him too much. Finally, Felix firmly agreed to help, but on one condition. "In exchange, when my child is born, you have to come here." He also asked Logan to call him Master instead of Count from now on. "Wait for me to find the material, then I'll contact you." The call ended, leaving Logan standing still for a moment. Suddenly, he waved his arms and cheered with excitement, startling a maid in the distance. "I'm going to be a disciple of the Sword Saint? That's awesome. That title sounds so cool." Logan thought to himself how funny it was that he had helped the man have a child. Now, it was time to tell everyone to get ready to craft the weapon immediately. Logan intended to tell Hema the news, but then he paused, remembering that the old blacksmith was on vacation. He decided to let him rest a little longer because not everyone was as hardworking as he was. Waiting for him to return wouldn't be too late. Logan smiled smugly, thinking he was truly a kind master and that Hema was lucky to have an owner like him. But contrary to that optimism, the old blacksmith Hema was currently curling up, sweating in a nightmare, seeing the image of a sinisterly smiling Logan surrounding him. Hema was having a nightmare, working for a boss. Like this, even his sleep was haunted. How miserable for the old man. Boo-hoo. On the outskirts of Maclen, a crowd of teenagers under 20 was gathered following the recruitment announcement. But among them, only one person passed the general test. Du looked worriedly at Logan and asked, "But are you planning to recruit that many?" "Normally, only a fraction of them get selected," Logan replied coldly. "Didn't I say I would handle it? Even though I know that expanding the military so aggressively could cause negative effects, Logan told himself this was necessary and he had to be the one to choose them carefully. For a territory, knights are the symbol of power, and supporting them is an elite army of soldiers or squire knights. Usually, territories check the strength of children early on, and only those who pass the basic physical standards are chosen for training. The most talented soldiers would have to go through rigorous training to reach their limits, thereby awakening their internal energy and officially becoming true knights. However, Logan knew that the Empire had established a completely new theory and standard. Physical strength and the awakening of internal energy were two completely different issues. The most important thing wasn't muscles, but the ability to sense. Based on this theory, in the battle that would happen 9 years later, the Empire already commanded over 50,000 knights and easily leveled neighboring nations. Logan was determined to gather all available troops to screen and form a squad of trainee knights. This way, while it would be tough to stop the Grandia Civil War in 1 year's time, it would serve as the foundation for building an army strong enough to resist the Empire's invasion 9 years later. Logan clicked his tongue in frustration. Although he wanted to focus on all residents over 20, he worried about depleting the workforce needed for other production duties. Seeing the crowd bustling, the recruitment officer barked, "Quiet! Your master is right in front of you." Silence fell. Logan turned and asked, "How did you handle recruitment before?" The old man respectfully explained that they used to just make them run and select them based on raw physical strength. That was why it was so hard to increase the number of knights. Logan immediately changed the process, ordering them to select children with keen eyes and quick reflexes, to start a brand new training regimen. After all, quick hands and feet are essential for reacting to enemies, right? The recruitment officer couldn't help but wonder about Logan's strange testing method. He began the first test with the order: walk forward until you see the painting. Stop immediately when you see it. From afar, the teenagers trudged forward through the dust. Some of the kids started buttering him up. "That's an amazing painting, my lord. You look so handsome." Logan coldly ordered the elimination of those sycophants because he didn't need people who only knew how to run their mouths, even as the officer kept whispering praises about the chicken painting he had just drawn. Suddenly, one boy stopped and raised his hand clearly, asserting, "It has a comb. I think it's a chicken, isn't it?" Logan was stunned, unable to believe the kid could see the details of the drawing from that far away. Right after, he moved on to the second test, to challenge their hearing. The officer shouted, repeating the order to stop immediately upon hearing the description of the next painting. The teenagers murmured, hearing nothing clearly. Some even wondered why the officer's voice sounded so strange. In the midst of that, a boy with sharp eyes answered clearly. "The correct answer is a sparrow, but just now, that man called the master a jerk, which is very disrespectful." The officer turned pale and panicked, covering his mouth, stunned that his malicious whisper was caught by a kid from such a distance. Logan smiled with satisfaction, patted the officer on the shoulder, and ordered them to select that sharp-eared boy immediately. Logan flipped through the list, noting that they had already passed 250 kids just by testing eyesight and hearing. He silently calculated that he needed to pick at least 500 people, with a total goal of 1,000, including the Teslan territory. However, looking at the small, thin children who hadn't been fed properly, Logan understood he couldn't expect them to get strong overnight. He told himself he needed to care for and train them thoroughly until they were truly strong. Logan strode through the castle grounds, thinking it was time to check on Vector's situation. At the training ground, the teenager was swinging his sword like crazy. Witnessing that effort, the guards couldn't help but be impressed. The kid is hardworking, but they were also wary because his swordplay was a bit too aggressive. Vector was drenched in sweat, the words of his benefactor constantly echoing in his head. "Lord Logan said I could become a knight if I practiced my sword technique thousands of times without tiring." There was truly some tireless effort going on here, everyone. He understood that awakening his inner strength was the most important thing to quickly become a real knight. Vector worried silently, wondering how long Lord Logan would wait for him. Seeing her brother overexerting himself, his little sister approached and called out softly. Just then, Logan arrived. He raised a finger to his lips, signaling the girl to stay quiet and observe. Logan marveled silently. What a talented kid. Even though he had only been learning swordsmanship for a year, this 16-year-old boy still maintained perfect basic stances, even while swinging his sword like a madman. Logan realized Vector's fighting drive was much higher than those who only practiced the basics. He told himself that even though the future path of becoming a noble assassin had changed, the boy's martial talent was still incredibly superior. However, he also realized that training alone wasn't enough. Vector needed a real opponent. Logan suddenly called out loudly. Vector startled in surprise. "My Lord Logan," Logan stated firmly. "Tomorrow, I'm leaving for Man City to train troops in Teslan. I'll be there all winter." The two siblings could only stare blankly. "Yes," Logan ordered Vector directly. "Come with me. I'll make sure to explain everything to your sister." The teenager hesitated for a moment, then asked tentatively, "Can I bring Leah?" Logan couldn't help but be skeptical about this request. He shot back. "You want to bring a little girl to an all-male training camp? Do you think that's a good idea? Regardless of the opposition, Vector hugged his sister tightly and affirmed firmly, I want to go with her. Logan observed silently, realizing that this kid was usually very mature, but whenever his sister was mentioned, he became stubborn like that. Finally, Logan sighed and agreed. All right, bring her along. Vector bowed happily. Thank you, my lord. However, Logan's expression suddenly turned intimidating. He emitted a heavy pressure and warned sternly, but if any problems arise, remember, it's all on you. Vector didn't flinch, immediately pledging to take good care of his sister. Logan asked out of curiosity, Is your sister that important to you? Vector lowered his voice. Because she is the only family I have. He sadly revealed a painful truth. My parents died because of me. Leah lost our parents because of me, so I must protect Leah, the only one I have left. He didn't want his only relative to be out of his sight. Witnessing Vector's torment and determination, Logan was silent for a moment, before placing a hand on his shoulder and encouraging him, All right, you can do it. A few days later, in Teslon City, the training atmosphere became extremely intense under the supervision of the one-eyed knight, Colin. He roared, ordering the exhausted recruits. 5 laps around the city is the bare minimum. The last 100 to finish will do 2 more. This news left the teenagers so shocked they couldn't speak. Colin immediately erupted in rage, shouting fiercely, Did you come here for a vacation? Why aren't you running yet? Yes, sir. The shouts of the recruits echoed across the training ground as they struggled to carry out the brutal training. Colin stood watching, smiling slightly, and turned to compliment Logan. You've got some good experience, don't you? Looks like the instructor is a great fit for you. He admitted he accepted the contract term because of the promise that he would be treated like a knight. But in reality, this job was incredibly well suited to his abilities. However, Colin couldn't help but wonder, I was surprised you extended the contracts with the other mercenaries, Lord Logan. Logan calmly replied that it was because the information had already leaked. Colin leaned in slightly, lowering his voice to ask, You aren't planning on starting a war in the next 2 years, are you? He was curious again. Just because I'm recruiting so many soldiers doesn't mean I'm itching for a fight, right? Logan smirked, giving a calm answer. I'm not a warmonger. Yet, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and his hand tightened around his clothes, a silent affirmation that eventually there would be no choice left but war. Suddenly, a beastly shout startled them both. Before their eyes, a figure was sprinting with wind-like speed, leaving everyone else far behind. Who the hell is that guy? He's so fast. The recruits stared in shock as Vector shot past them like an arrow. When they heard he was just the young master's slave, they were stunned. What? A slave? Vector's appearance dealt a massive blow to the soldier's pride. A young soldier gritted his teeth, drenched in sweat, telling himself, If a slave can do it, why can't I? A fire of rivalry ignited. He screamed in his mind, I can't lose to him. Watching the scene, Colin murmured in admiration, The Vector effect. You were right, Lord Logan. Logan smiled with satisfaction. He asserted that he wasn't expecting overwhelming strength from the recruits just yet. What he needed most was their refusal to give up. Looking toward Vector, Logan noticed the internal energy beginning to take shape within the boy and calculated that his awakening wouldn't be far off. Logan was convinced that if Vector could awaken his internal energy, he would become a huge driving force to push all the soldiers forward. But contrary to those high hopes, a dark vision was beginning to manifest. Vector would soon tread a path of no return. With his hands clenched in a chilling, murderous aura and eyes burning with hatred, Vector stood silently amidst the gruesome scene, having officially crossed the line into unforgivable sin. At the Teslon Castle barracks, the mood during dinner was lively. The recruits couldn't help but marvel at the steaming bowls of soup and fragrant bread being served. This looked so good. Even though they were complaining about how grueling the training was, everyone dug in with enthusiasm. Some joked that they seemed to have gained weight because the food was so good this week, secretly wishing to be treated this well for the rest of their lives. Just then, Leah, Vector's younger sister, appeared to distribute more food. With a gentle look and a quiet reminder, Please, eat as much as you'd like. The recruits cheered in unison. The little girl's cuteness made the young soldiers swoon. They secretly praised her as an angel, and some even thought about approaching her to strike up a conversation. Watching their eyes light up like floodlights, the senior soldiers thought, these guys have absolutely no shame. However, that intention was immediately extinguished by a terrifying killing intent radiating from nearby. Vector slammed his hand onto the table, his eyes glaring menacingly. Back off before I gouge your eyes out. The ferocity of the future noble assassin made the soldiers shrink back in fear, only able to stammer, Yes, sir, while hurriedly bowing their heads. Leah nervously carried the tray away, while Vector never took his cold, sharp gaze off those who dared to eye his sister. However, life at the training camp wasn't just about eating and working as it seemed. From a dark corner, a stranger was silently observing every move the recruits made, with calculating eyes. He licked his lips in a twisted way, as if harboring some dark plot against everyone present. In the dead of night, a figure silently dashed through the barracks and vanished. Vector was holding some loaves of bread when he caught sight of his sister. He frowned, suspicious. Leah? It looked like she just went to the back door to take out the trash. What is she doing out this late? Just then, strange noises echoed, causing Vector to spin around, startled. He rushed toward the sound, shouting, "Leah, what are you doing out there?" But upon seeing the scene before him, Vector's dual-colored eyes ignited with absolute rage. A recruit was roughly dragging Leah, who was sobbing and calling out for her brother in despair. "Hick, big brother." Seeing his sister being abused, Vector dropped the bread and lunged forward like a wild beast. He unleashed a lightning-fast punch directly into the man, causing severe injury and sending him flying. The guy screamed in humiliation, "How dare you? You're just a slave. How dare you do this to me? How dare I?" Vector was already beating him to a pulp while the guy was still shouting. Even faced with the insults, Vector kept a terrifyingly cold expression. The killing intent radiating from him made the very air stifling. The man stubbornly persisted with threats. "You hit me like this. Do you think you and your little sister will be safe?" Before he could finish, Vector went berserk, raining down brutal punches on the man's face. Agonized screams echoed as the recruit was beaten to the point of being unable to resist, collapsing to the ground unconscious. Vector stood still in the scene, his breath heavy, accompanied by a growl of hatred, while Leah could only stand and watch her brother in utter shock. Vector gritted his teeth, grabbing the hair of the recruit, who was moaning and begging for mercy. "Please, stop." The perpetrator's pleas didn't move him at all. Instead, he grew even more frantic, his eyes burning with hatred. Vector roared, "Die," and continued to rain cruel punches on the man. This horrific scene was witnessed by a young new recruit hiding behind a wall, who was frozen in terror. His limbs went limp. He didn't know how to stop them. Petrified, the boy turned and fled to find help, screaming internally because the situation had turned so dire. Meanwhile, Vector's mind was completely swallowed by painful memories from the past. The voices of his parents from that fateful night, "Vector, Leah, run, hurry, run," echoed in his ears. The pain of losing his loved ones and the final instruction from his parents to protect his sister pushed Vector's rage to the breaking point, causing him to relentlessly attack the man beneath him. The plea, "Take care of Leah," echoed in his mind like a curse, causing Vector to lose all reason. Just as he was about to land the killing blow, a commanding voice suddenly rang out. "Vector, snap out of it!" The boy stood stunned, looking up. Vector stuttered in amazement. "Lord Logan?" Logan looked at him with a stern gaze and demanded, "Calm down and look." Vector woke from his delirium, hurriedly turning his head to see his sister Leah trembling in the arms of a woman under Colin's supervision. The poor girl seemed completely broken by what she had just witnessed. Seeing how pitiful she looked, Logan ordered Leah to be taken away to rest immediately, as she was in deep shock. Leah mumbled a soft yes and stumbled away with the servant. Logan turned to Vector, coldly ordering him to handle the scene himself and deal with the body of the person who was no longer able to fight back. Vector bowed his head in obedience, leaving the loaves of bread scattered on the cold ground. Under the silent night sky, Vector stood with his head bowed before Logan, his face still splattered with the blood of the man who had just fallen. The boy spoke up softly, his voice full of remorse. "I am sorry, Lord Logan." Logan stared intently at the teenager and asked coldly, "Do you regret it?" Immediately, Vector's heterochromatic eyes lit up with fierce resolve. He declared clearly, "Of course not." Logan narrowed his eyes and questioned, "Then why are you apologizing?" Vector hesitated and replied that it was because he had killed one of the young master's own soldiers. Logan sighed softly. He didn't think the boy was wrong for doing that, but he was truly hoping for a different kind of remorse from him. Logan said in a low voice, mentioning his younger sister, "Your sister, bringing her all the way here, was truly unnecessary. I told you, and now she's traumatized." He bluntly criticized that it was Vector's own stubbornness that nearly put Leah in harm's way. The image of Vector risking his life to protect his sister surfaced, but Logan poured cold water on it by asserting that blind protection is not always the best way. Logan looked straight into Vector's eyes and asked pointedly, "Do you intend to insist on bringing Leah to the battlefield?" The boy exclaimed in shock. "That." Logan continued his analysis. Clearly, instead of bringing his sister to a place full of danger and trying to protect her, Not bringing her along from the very beginning would have been the safest option. Logan revealed the true reason he agreed to let Vector bring Leah was so that he would realize this bitter truth for himself. However, in his heart, Logan couldn't help but feel tormented, admitting that he hadn't foreseen the situation becoming this extreme, and he felt truly sorry for poor little Leah. He looked at Vector and asked, "Do you understand what I'm saying?" The teenager just stood in silence with his head bowed, his hands clenched tightly in pain. Logan secretly hoped this lesson would help Vector avoid being overly protective of his sister in the future. Suddenly, Vector raised his head and asked about his punishment. Logan smirked. "Are you afraid?" "No," Vector replied decisively. "Very well, my son." He confirmed that he was ready to accept any punishment, but he earnestly pleaded with Logan to go easy on Leah, as she was completely innocent. Logan looked at the teenager and suddenly gave a gentle smile. He said softly, "Murder is a crime, but you did well today." The statement left Vector stunned. Logan instructed him to remember to ask for his permission before taking action next time. Seeing Vector still bewildered and asking, "Huh?" Logan laughed brightly and explained that this was just a warning so he wouldn't let his own life get dragged down just because of a bastard who didn't even deserve to be his knight. Vector was so moved he blushed. He mustered all his strength and shouted into the night, "Yes, I will remember." By the flickering firelight, Colin expressed concern that a slave killing a citizen would cause the trainees to gossip. Logan remained calm, asserting that Vector was his slave, so how he was dealt with was his own business. He added that the person who just fell was actually a notorious pervert who frequently made insulting remarks toward Leah. As Logan put his pen down, he coldly declared, "I used my own subordinate to take out a criminal, so what? He handled this matter well enough. We can't just let women get bullied forever, right?" Colin admitted that, in reality, Vector had acted in accordance with Logan's wishes. Logan decisively decided to hang the perpetrator's head at the city gate, along with a list of his crimes, as a warning to all the soldiers. Seeing the young master busy drawing on the map, Colin curiously asked about the next plan. Logan lifted his head with a confident smile. On the map, a large black circle had been drawn right over the mountainous forest area. That was the monster's lair. Logan affirmed that this was just an unexpected event for his soldiers. Vector's crime initially caused a massive uproar among the soldiers. The recruits whispered in shock, "What? That guy dared to kill a comrade?" However, as soon as the disgusting true face of the soldier who was killed was revealed, public opinion immediately flipped. Angry shouts erupted. "He dared to do that to Leah? How dare he touch our angel?" Those who had doubted him now felt satisfied. "That bastard always looked suspicious. I knew this would happen. Doing shady, immoral things always leads to consequences, doesn't it?" Logan quietly observed everything from afar. The incident finally settled down just like that. Time passed quietly. 3 months had flown by since the day the snow covered the landscape. Entering the new year, Logan exclaimed, "It's a new year." Colin, walking beside him, also remarked, "Time flies like a dog running through a field." Logan smiled, remembering, "Actually, it's been 2 years since we met." The trainer nodded in agreement. "Yeah, it's been a long time." On the training ground, the atmosphere was still blazing with the sounds of 1, 2, echoing. After 90 days of hellish training, the results were extremely impressive. Out of the original 1,000 recruits, only 12 had quit, and 1 had unfortunately died. The remaining 987 warriors had successfully passed the basic training. Colin looked down at the troops and proudly affirmed that there was no one left who intended to quit, because only those with enough stamina and iron resolve had made it this far. Logan calculated silently that since the basic training was nearly complete, he had asked Hema to craft 400 more repeating crossbows. Although this number was still not enough to equip all the soldiers to Logan, it was more than enough to start. He turned to ask Colin with a knowing smile, "We can start real combat now, right?" Just then, Lord Mar appeared. Logan called out to him. The man nodded, agreeing with his son's intention. "Yeah, the forest at the foot of the mountain is probably a suitable location. I've been feeding the troops for so long, it's finally time to use them, isn't it?" Lord Mar decisively announced that the family's knights also needed to participate in this field exercise. Logan was a bit surprised and asked, "Oh, so that means all the knights are now able to use the Ironblood sword technique?" His father replied thoughtfully that everyone had now mastered the basics, but he understood clearly that those who truly mastered this killing skill could only emerge after going through life-and-death combat. Logan smirked wickedly, fully agreeing that real combat was the best way to hone their skills. The two men looked at each other with eyes burning with killing intent, flashed a crazed grin as he prepared to turn the forest into a brutal hunting ground. Colin sighed in exasperation, telling himself the coming days were surely going to be exhausting. A few days later, in the forest at the foot of the southern mountains, the Lord gave a crisp order for the entire unit to draw their swords and steady their breathing, preparing for their first real battle. The young soldiers couldn't help but feel tense, gripping their hilts tightly as they awaited the next command. Suddenly, a blast of crimson internal energy erupted, sweeping across the space with earth-shattering power. The powerful strike tore through everything in its path, felling massive ancient trees in the blink of an eye. With top-tier power like this, fighting is going to be a lot easier. Watching the giant tree trunks get sliced in half so effortlessly, the soldiers were stunned in amazement, unable to believe they could possess such terrifying strength with just a single strike. The Lord clearly declared that their grueling days of training had finally paid off. Logan observed the scene, lost in thought, secretly wondering if this was the true power of the Iron Blood sword technique when unleashed on the battlefield. While the recruits were still busy marveling at cutting down big trees in one hit, the Lord immediately warned the entire unit never to let their guard down. Logan squinted into the hazy mist ahead. He realized this wasn't an ordinary forest, as a monstrous phantom lurked silently in the shadows. It was a monster forest, and fierce goblins were swarming out to attack. The monsters charged with axes and shields like a storm, amidst the soldiers' cries of alarm. However, instead of fear, the warriors flashed confident smiles, ready to face their first targets in this live combat exercise. Flaming sword strikes were unleashed instantly, with everyone aiming to achieve the highest score. Sharp blades swung out, easily tearing through the enemy ranks. Seeing their comrades fall so quickly, the goblins panicked and scattered in two directions to escape. Logan immediately observed and ordered the second reserve squad to kill the fleeing ones. Following his stern command, the archers opened fire in unison, a rain of arrows tearing through the air and striking straight into the backs of the retreating monsters. One goblin turned its head, eyes wide with terror, as death drew near. The volley of arrows found their mark, and the forest echoed with the miserable screams of the monsters as they fell one by one. Witnessing such total dominance, one soldier laughed loudly in excitement. "Wahahaha, see that? I got two of them." The other soldiers also started to become overconfident. They casually rode their horses forward, mocking the weakness of their opponents, and wondering why they had ever been afraid of these small fry. But that complacency was quickly shattered by a threatening growl from the bushes. Heavy footsteps shook the ground, causing the recruits' expressions to change instantly. Sweat poured down like rain as they realized a truly terrifying presence was approaching. "The pack leader is here. Everyone, focus on the fight." A massive figure lunged out of the mist, a ferocious one-horned wolf with glowing, bloodthirsty eyes. Faced with such a dangerous predator, a thundering shout of command rang out. "One-horned wolf. Form up." The soldiers immediately halted, hurriedly lining up to withstand the sudden assault from the beast. One soldier gritted his teeth and used his sword to block a lightning-fast pounce from the pack leader. His eyes widened in shock at its immense strength. A violent melee erupted. Knights and soldiers struggled to fend off vicious bites from the wolf pack. Realizing the situation was becoming dire, Kaisal immediately waved his hand and shouted to deploy the crossbow unit. The mounted crossbowmen pulled their triggers in unison, unleashing a volley of rapid-fire bolts straight into the head of the charging wolf. Refusing to back down, the pack began to call out to each other. The howling of the one-horned wolves echoed throughout the forest as they began an all-out attack. A barrage of crossbow bolts was fired, but the monster's thick hides left the recruits feeling panicked. A soldier screamed in fear as he realized the arrows seemed to have no effect on the enemy's defenses. Logan immediately roared, ordering the infantry to their positions, firmly insisting that not a single monster be allowed to break through the perimeter. Vector and the most elite teenagers immediately charged forward with burning determination. The close-quarters combat was incredibly brutal, with dust and smoke rising to fill the area. Vector moved with blinding speed, executing precise sword strikes that sent the monsters falling one after another beneath the feet of the young warriors. Even though they were just trainees, the power they displayed showed the results of their grueling training. Yet, real combat is always more cruel than they imagined. Screams of pain erupted as a soldier was tackled by a savage wolf, his leg bitten to shreds. He wailed in despair, no longer able to fight back. Witnessing that horrific scene, another recruit nearby completely collapsed. He stood frozen in his tracks, his whole body trembling with terror. "How can I escape? The opponent is too strong. Boo-hoo." Just as the monster was about to finish off its prey, a wave of fire-infused sword energy swept past, slicing the wolf in half in an instant. Logan appeared just in time, coldly shouting at the panicked soldier to regain his composure immediately. He snapped at his subordinate for the lack of focus and ordered him to quickly take the injured man to the rear for treatment. Logan observed the battlefield, lost in thought, silently noting that most of the recruits still couldn't adapt to the pressure of a life-or-death battle. However, his eyes shifted as he looked toward the teenagers ranked 100 and above, seeing them fighting with a completely different, highly professional demeanor. Among the teens fighting, the most prominent was Vector, a recruit who was trembling while facing two wolves at once. Sweat was pouring down like a waterfall due to the suffocating pressure. But at that split second, a moment of life or death, a shadow flashed by at a terrifying speed. Vector lunged like a whirlwind. With a decisive and powerful sword strike, he executed a lightning-fast slash, downing the monster in an instant to the astonishment of his comrades. The battle slowly drew to a close. The snow-white forest was now left with nothing but the scattered corpses of monsters. Vector stood in the middle of the scene, his breathing heavy, but a face-splitting grin of excitement on his face. Even though he was covered in grime, the other recruits looked at him with a mix of awe and trepidation, unable to believe someone their own age could possess such terrifying strength. Watching from afar, Logan gave a slight, satisfied smirk, silently noting that Vector had completely transformed. The day of his true awakening was not far off now. Just then, a surge of brilliant red energy suddenly erupted and swirled violently right in front of Vector's chest. A powerful aura emanated, enveloping his body amidst the white snow, marking the first step in the official formation of a future Aura Master. Lord Marl sighed in relief after taking down the final monster. Hylap also finished his work on the other side and stepped forward to report the situation. A month and a half had passed since the start of the field training, and together, they had completely cleared out 3 areas that had been swarming with thousands of monsters. Lord Men couldn't help but shudder at the thought of those monsters flooding into the castle if they hadn't been stopped in time. He wondered to himself if Logan had foreseen everything to plan such a precise, preemptive strike. Over at the construction site, Logan was still busily urging his soldiers on. Come on, everyone, just a little more effort. If we finish chopping down these last trees, we can finally take a break. He kept reminding them to be careful when transporting the timber to avoid any damage. However, the soldiers started grumbling and complaining about having to use their iron-blood swords to fell trees after a long month of fighting monsters. Logan was secretly pleased with his kill, 2 birds with 1 stone plan, as he was training his troops while gathering building materials for the town from a precious, near-abandoned forest. Seeing this, the knight accompanying him could only click his tongue, thinking that collecting wood was clearly the young master's main priority. You hit the nail on the head, didn't you? We spent a few days fighting monsters, but we've been hauling wood for a whole month. Haha. Although it took longer than expected due to the higher number of monsters, Logan had gathered a wealth of valuable information about his soldiers' potential. He realized that even those, of low rank, had the ability to absorb divine power and possessed incredible survival instincts. A sinister smile crept across Logan's lips as he thought about the mighty knight's force that would be ready to face the Empire once the Grandia Civil War ended this winter. That chilling expression made the blacksmith, Hema, tremble as he asked, "What do you mean by that smile, sir?" Logan immediately wiped the smile away and urged everyone to focus on finishing the watchtower, as spring was only a month away. He was concerned about the pace of the upcoming large-scale land reclamation, but Hema reassured him that everything was going very smoothly. The blacksmith affirmed that, thanks to the support of the mages, the workers' morale was high. After the success of the dam project and the housing design in Dongnat, construction efficiency would surely keep rising. Logan couldn't help but be amazed by the lightning-fast construction speed. He wondered to himself, since when did old Hema become so reliable? Haven't I always been reliable, young master? Even we get proper rest while working. Witnessing the blacksmith's enthusiasm, Logan silently marveled that rest really was a miraculous tonic that could help people completely transform. He turned and asked if Cleon had finished building the magic tower in the center of town yet. The elder immediately focused all his magic into his palms and loudly cast the grand earth-shaping spell. A seismic wave of energy erupted, causing the ground to shake violently and erecting sturdy castle walls. The workers nearby were so stunned their jaws dropped at the power of a 5th-rank mage. "What are you all standing around for?" he barked at those who were frozen in place. "Go on, pack the soil down properly." Noting everyone's hard work, Cleon sincerely thanked Logan for granting their seemingly unreasonable request. Logan mused, noting that building a magic tower in a reclaimed village instead of a fortified castle was truly no simple matter. Cleon smiled and replied, "Logan, you are too kind." The elder continued to express his gratitude for Logan's generous support of 10 million gold coins per year, He asserted that with this massive budget, building anywhere was no longer a problem. Money makes anything possible, right? Cleon was certain this place would soon become the heart of the kingdom's largest village. Logan looked ahead with a satisfied gaze, looking forward to a village even grander than a castle. Cleon noted that if the plan went smoothly, this town, not Marl or Testrin Castle, would be the true heart of the territory. Cleon pointed to the vast, flat land, explaining that people usually build castles in the center. But Logan had a completely different way of thinking. He insisted that just creating an environment where people could live in peace and thrive was more than enough. However, Cleon also expressed concern that a large town would attract too many people, increasing the risk of riots. Logan gave a slight, confident smirk. He believed that was actually very simple. We just need to make sure we don't exploit the people, Logan declared boldly. He painted a vision of a nobility that didn't exploit, a thriving land meant for everyone. A peaceful country and a happy people. His way of thinking is truly advanced. The young lord's noble ideals moved Cleon deeply. He teared up, praising Logan as a uniquely talented lord and swearing to support him with all his heart. Suddenly, Cleon looked at the earthen wall and worriedly asked if it would truly be safe if they were attacked. Logan gazed into the distance, his eyes shining with determination as he affirmed that this place would never become a battlefield. Because he wouldn't let that happen, he would strike the enemy first. Cleon looked at Logan with admiration, showering him with praise. Indeed, your heart for the people is truly admirable. Logan smiled modestly in response, saying it was no different from the heart Cleon had for his own students. As night fell over the snowy forest, Logan spent his time alone, focusing every ounce of his energy to train under the cold moonlight. His eyes glowed with a sharp red hue, channeling all his divine power into the sword in his hand. Logan suddenly unleashed a lightning-fast slash, creating a blinding explosion of light in midair. A terrifying burst of inner energy swept away the darkness, making the whole forest light up in an instant. He truly lives up to his name as a disciple of the sword god. Guys! Logan's sword strike pierced through a giant boulder and slammed into the trees behind it with ease. Logan breathed a sigh of relief. Success. He looked at his sword, silently whispering the name of the technique he had just mastered. Second. Secret art of the sword god. Steel cutting slash. Even though the strike looked small, its power could pierce through steel as easily as paper. While the territory was developing smoothly, Logan told himself that now, he just needed to become even stronger. Time passed quickly. A month later, Cleon and his mages were still hard at work at the site, while Logan buried himself in a mountain of paperwork, continuously stamping his approval on new decrees. 2 months later, the official sign for the town of EXILED was finally erected. Sturdy, new houses sprouted up side by side, the joyful laughter of families and the cries of newborns echoing everywhere, bringing great delight to all the citizens. Summer arrived in EXILED, accompanied by the festive atmosphere of young families welcoming new members. Amidst the bustling pace of life, Logan remained buried in a mountain of paperwork at his desk. W approached him to report that the land reclamation was going incredibly smoothly, but the massive size of the territory was causing a severe labor shortage. Facing this issue, Logan decisively ordered them to accept all the refugees pouring in from other regions after hearing the rumors and to provide jobs for every single one of them. At this rate, the population will skyrocket in no time, won't it? Logan suddenly asked for news about the old blacksmith, Hema. Domian replied that he was still enjoying a long-term vacation and likely wouldn't be back for a while. Logan clicked his tongue, wondering if he had given the old man too much time off, but then reassured himself that Hema deserved it after his efforts in building the town and producing crossbows. When Ngenwe mentioned the massive amount of midrin that Hema had taken with him, Logan casually explained that it was just a gift for the old man to tinker with and try forging weapons for the knights during his spare time. That answer left Domian speechless, unable to fathom how crafting precious metals could ever be considered a way to rest. Although the migration and land reclamation had gone well, Logan understood that a storm was still brewing on the horizon. In a neighboring territory, Viscount Pareda slammed his hand down on the table, roaring in utter astonishment upon hearing the news that EXILED had successfully reclaimed that barren land. He frantically questioned how such dead land could have been revived in such a miraculous way. A subordinate hurriedly reported on the tunnel through the mountains that brought water from the Lur River, which EXILED had secretly constructed. Pareda was stunned by this insane act and raised a huge question about the opponent's enormous financial resources. The assistant listed a series of rumors, ranging from booming trade and the discovery of a gold mine to money simply falling from the sky. Pareda brushed off the nonsense. He only cared about the harsh truth that MC Len's harvest yield would certainly be double that of his own territory. He only wanted to earn more than everyone else. He couldn't stand it when others surpassed him. The sudden wealth of his neighbor made Peretta unable to sit still. He gritted his teeth, insisting that they couldn't just leave things as they were. The subordinate wore a sinister smile, suggesting a perfect excuse to capture those who had fled their territories to go there. He harbored ambitions of seizing that fertile land or even the entire Haemon-Teslan region. However, Peretta remained extremely cautious, knowing full well that acting alone right now was too dangerous. His eyes burned with cruelty when he mentioned the name Soto Sylvan. Peretta ordered his men to contact Viscount Sylvan immediately, who was also struggling with the issue of citizens fleeing due to sky-high taxes. He believed that if the two territories joined forces, they could easily crush and take over the entirety of MC Len. The subordinate bowed, praising his master's wisdom. While Peretta revealed his true nature as an old fox preparing for a bloody invasion, someone else was greedy enough to want to swallow the cake that someone else had worked so hard to bake. Inside the private meeting room, Logan clearly presented a new military plan. I have handpicked 300 elite youths, exempting them from all other duties to participate in special training. Lord MC Len asked back, shocked, to confirm. Are you saying 300 people have the potential to become knights? Faced with his son's nod of affirmation, he broke into a cold sweat in astonishment. He asserted that this number far exceeded all conventional laws. The commander explained that even after 10 years of rigorous training, the rate of awakening divine power was only 1 in 1,000. That meant out of 1,000 people, only about 10 succeeded. Yet, Logan was now declaring he had 300 such talents. Despite everyone's skepticism, Logan requested to continue training according to the current method, while simultaneously strengthening the systematic recruitment of soldiers annually and adding more warhorses and weapons. Gui panicked and shouted upon hearing the costs, claiming this was a waste of money on useless things during peacetime. Lord MC Len was also deeply worried that excessive military buildup would be seen as a provocation by other families. Logan coldly replied that even if they remained polite, the enemy would find their own excuse to cause trouble, especially when the town of MC Len was turning into such a fertile and lucrative plain. He pointedly named the two greedy men, Sylvan and Peretta. Do you think those two wolves will just sit back and watch such a fat piece of bait without making a move? His prediction was spot on. They were already eyeing it. Logan flashed a sinister smile, affirming that the enemy already had more than enough reasons to attack MC Len. Domian and Ha asked themselves in confusion what they had done wrong, but Logan immediately pointed out that the issue lay with the thousands of migrants the territory had received recently. Logan looked at his father and asked, "Father, have you wondered how many of them came from Peretta and Sylvan?" He insisted that if he were the opponent, he certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity to demand his people back as a pretext for aggression. Domian snapped in frustration, arguing that if the young lord had anticipated the consequences, he should have blocked the migration flow from the very beginning. Lord MC Len looked at his eldest son with a troubled gaze. "Do you truly crave war?" Logan did not flinch. He asserted that no matter what, they had to eliminate the seeds of danger immediately. Witnessing Logan's ruthlessness, the lord began to fear that he had handed power over to his son too soon. Suddenly, a servant rushed into the room, cutting through the tense atmosphere with shocking news. "My lord, Sylvan and Peretta have sent envoys here." Logan faced the situation calmly. "What's done is done. Let us discuss how to handle this." Below the city gates, the delegations from Peretta and Sylvan had officially appeared, riding their horses into the MC Len territory as soldiers watched them cautiously. Upon stepping into town, the envoys couldn't help but be stunned by the bustling scene and the joyful cheers of the people. One man exclaimed in surprise, "This is strange. This is the first time I've witnessed a city like this." They didn't hold back their praise for the houses built in straight lines along the wide, intersecting roads. Even though it wasn't as magnificent as the great cities, this place brought a fresh and vibrant feeling. What caught their attention even more was the radiant and hopeful expression on each resident's face. However, behind that admiration were sinister, greedy smiles. They muttered, "Truly a land worth seizing. Their greed must be growing. They're probably drooling over it by now, aren't they?" An envoy curiously asked the knight leading the way. "This is truly amazing. No one knows who truly orchestrated this miracle, but it is undeniably a phenomenal effort." The knight puffed out his chest with pride and replied, "It is all thanks to our young master." The envoy asked in shock, "What? The young master must only be about 20 years old, right? Are you saying this entire city was built based on the young master's ideas?" The knight smiled and confirmed, "Yes, our young master." He then began to ramble on with an expression of pure adoration. He is a kind, courageous man, far superior to his peers, always putting the interests of the territory and its people first. With a heart of immense compassion, he is a great leader who has brought prosperity and flourishing to this land. The praises went on so long that the two envoys grew dizzy and tired to the point of collapse. The knight still wouldn't stop, enthusiastically offering to tell another story about Logan's feats to keep them from being bored on the way to the castle. Only when another comrade shouted, "Hey, shut up, you idiot!" did he finally stop. As soon as they entered the castle hall, Logan was already waiting with a calm smile. "Welcome to Patrick, both of you. You must be exhausted after such a long journey, right?" The two envoys turned pale and stammered, "Oh no, it's fine. Young master, you certainly have some talkative subordinates. The long trip was nothing compared to that human megaphone talking in our ears the whole way. I'd have taped his mouth shut if it were me." The lead envoy put on a haughty air. He figured they shouldn't keep people waiting any longer and decided to get straight to the point. He loudly made an absurd demand. "We demand the return of the people who fled from our territory. And to ensure this doesn't happen again, we demand that Patrick hand over control of the adjacent Haman Teslon fortress, Peretta, along with the southwestern reclaimed land to Peretta and the northwestern land to Sylvan." He smirked triumphantly as he delivered the ultimatum. "That is what we desire." Logan squinted at these greedy fools, silently repeating their demand to surrender the fortress and half the reclaimed land. He coldly exposed their scheme. "In other words, you are looking to provoke a war." Logan turned to look at his father, recalling how he had warned him about this. Lord Patrick nodded gravely. He radiated an overwhelming aura and roared in interrogation. "Sylvan and Peretta, do you want to declare war on Patrick?" The atmosphere in the hall exploded. The Patrick Knights immediately drew their swords and surrounded the envoys. Shouts echoed. "You bastards, have you lost your minds? Get out of here right now. How dare you? If it were me, I'd have punched their teeth in for making such ridiculous demands." The envoys started to turn pale with fear, but the leader still tried to point his finger in a threatening manner. "You are not allowed to threaten an envoy like this, Lord Patrick. If you don't want war, then tell these hounds to back down." Lord Patrick looked at them with eyes burning with killing intent, decisively stating, "You are the ones declaring war. Patrick does not fear war." The envoy stubbornly kept threatening the destruction of Patrick, asking if they really wanted to be wiped out. Logan looked at them coldly. He was furious to see the people, who had fled from brutal tyranny, being treated as mere bargaining chips. Logan turned to his father and asserted, "Father, they have forgotten the duties of noble blood. There is no need to negotiate with them." Faced with the approaching knights, the envoys trembled and shrieked in total panic. "Ah, do you really want to start a war? Are you insane? Do you all want to die?" Logan stepped forward, his voice grinding as he insisted these ridiculous demands were a literal declaration of war. Looking straight at the arrogant fools, he coldly retorted, "Insane? You've got some nerve." Logan advanced with authority, challenging the trembling group. "Do you dare point your finger at me and insult the lord of this land? So, you've chosen death, haven't you?" Logan's hand gripped the hilt of his sword, his voice fierce as he insisted it was the envoys who were the ones acting insane. Under the suffocating pressure, the envoy stammered a denial. "Oh, no, that's not what I meant." The envoy's face twisted in terror as he desperately screamed orders at his accompanying guards. "Guards, what are you doing? Stop him!" But Logan's eyes were already glowing with a crimson killing intent. He drew his sword with lightning speed and plunged into the group of guards, knocking them aside one by one until they were left incapacitated. Logan stood proudly among the fallen. He coldly declared a harsh truth. "If you draw your sword on someone else's land, you must be prepared to bleed." The envoys scrambled back, shaking and begging for mercy. Don't come any closer." He tried to cling to one final threat, saying Patrick would not be safe if they touched him. Logan looked at him with utter contempt. Ignoring his screams about being an envoy, he swung his sword and sent him to the ground. "Your mouth will be the death of you trying to act tough in someone else's house. Learn your place." Logan looked down at the defeated man with an ice-cold gaze. The remaining envoy completely broke down, kneeling on the ground, frantically apologizing for his rudeness and promising to relay the message of Patrick's will to his master. Logan smirked slightly, dropping a sarcastic remark. "Smart move." Lord Patrick, standing behind, witnessed the entire scene. He nodded, satisfied with his son's decisiveness. Lord Patrick declared to his entire army, "Knights of the Patrick territory, prepare for war." Cheers erupted throughout the hall as the knights raised their swords in unison, ready for the life-or-death battle to come. On the very day the envoy from Sylvan was killed, Logan decisively sent a magical message full of defiance to the two Viscounts. At his mansion, Viscount Soto Silvan was shocked when he received the terrible news. He slammed his hand on the table and roared in disbelief. Kill the envoy? Have the people of Patrick all gone mad? Standing nearby, a subordinate nervously reported that Patrick also demanded they pay a heavy price for the rude actions of their previous envoys. Greedy people who don't know their place wipe them out. Sipping his wine, Sylvan smirked with disdain. Rude? Those beggars have lived in peace for a while and have become arrogant. He confidently assumed Patrick didn't have the numbers to engage directly and decided to give the other side one last chance, but with extremely harsh conditions. At the Heyman Teslon Castle military camp, Logan and his father were focused on observing a magic orb. Lord Patrick summarized Sylvan's demands in a low voice. Return the refugees, pay 10 million gold coins, and hand over the Heyman Teslon region. Logan murmured, "Is that so?" He then wondered why, after waiting 2 days, the opponent only sent back such a short reply. Lord McLean said that as soon as the message was sent, the enemy forces began their march toward Teston. He confidently asserted that McLean's current forces were more than enough to crush a petty viscount like Sylvan without needing to rush and call up the levies. Logan looked his father straight in the eye and decisively declared that their goal was to seize Sylvan as quickly as possible to serve as a warning to others. He insisted that by using their main regular army to swiftly subdue the opponent, Peretta would surely never dare to make a move. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey, and let them know what happens when they dare to threaten us. Logan emphasized that the key to victory lay in the speed of their actions, and Lord McLean completely agreed with that assessment. Just then, there was a knock at the door. The one-eyed knight Colin entered to report on the military situation. He announced clearly in the presence of the father and son. Aside from the 100 soldiers stationed at McLean Castle, 1,389 regular soldiers and 313 mercenaries were ready and awaiting your orders. Sir. Logan nodded in satisfaction upon hearing the report. He then asked about the state of their equipment. Colin confidently stated that everyone was fully equipped with armor, spears, repeating crossbows, and warhorses. I am confident that we are not inferior to any army, he added. Deep down, Logan calculated that his force of crossbow cavalry was now 5 times larger than in the previous battle. Moreover, his father and the knights had all reached a higher level after their grueling training in the blood-iron sword technique. Looking at the map, Logan knew that even if they had to face both Sylvan and Peretta at the same time, their side wouldn't necessarily lose. But for now, he couldn't let that happen, because if he annexed both territories, the McLean family would possess 5 castles, a scale comparable to a powerful warlord. That's way too fast and way too dangerous. This rapid expansion would surely catch the attention of the First Prince's and Second Prince's factions, the ones crazily fighting for the throne, who would try every trick to drag the McLeans to their side. Logan told himself that right now, they couldn't afford to be in their crosshairs. The person he truly wanted to put on the throne was the Third Prince. Logan recalled that in his past life, the First Prince had taken the throne, but he only viewed the Macleans as a tool to be used and discarded without mercy. The blood-soaked purges he carried out years after his coronation severely weakened the nation's strength, leading to the tragedy that followed. Logan understood that the Second Prince was no better, so the only right and proper choice was the Third Prince. Even though he was the third son, he was the Queen's son, young but incredibly talented, and originally the one the king intended to name Crown Prince. However, tragedy struck when the king suddenly passed away before the boy could establish a solid foundation for himself. Helping the Third Prince avoid the tragedy of the past life was the only path forward. Therefore, Logan made up his mind to win this civil war and put him on the throne. The Third Prince surely never dreamed in this lifetime that someone would be helping him from the shadows, right? To realize that ambition, he needed to keep everything a secret until Sylvan was captured, maintaining their territory at just slightly larger than a Viscount's domain. While Logan was deep in thought about his plan, Colin suddenly walked in with a radiant smile. Something good happened? Yes, I have good news. Colin immediately announced something shocking. Vector has awakened his divine power. He wants to report to you directly, so he's been waiting here, Logan exclaimed in extreme excitement. It's finally here? Seeing the young master so hyped up, Colin asked if he should call the boy in. Logan said decisively, "Of course." Rapid footsteps echoed up the stairs. Vector entered the room and bowed respectfully. "Apologies for the intrusion, Lord Logan." Logan interrupted with a bright, encouraging smile. "No need for formalities. Show me that power." Vector nodded and focused all his energy. A powerful aura suddenly exploded, enveloping the young man in a cloud of blinding white mist. Witnessing this, both Logan and Lord McLean were stunned to see that his divine power was a strange gray color. No one had ever had that color before. Logan couldn't help but marvel, silently amazed that in just 2 short years, Vector had achieved such an extraordinary feat. He told himself that the talent of the strongest person from his past life hadn't changed at all, no matter the circumstances. Well done, Vector. The boy smiled radiantly, his heterochromatic eyes sparkling with the happiness of finally receiving recognition. Right after, Logan pulled out a piece of paper and clearly announced, "This is your slave emancipation paper. You're becoming a knight now. You don't need this anymore." Vector was startled as he took the paper, whispering, "Did you always carry this with you?" Logan smiled and explained that since he had a feeling Vector was about to awaken, he kept it on him, waiting for this moment. However, Logan suddenly announced that the knighthood ceremony would be postponed until after the upcoming expedition. Vector asked nervously for the reason. Logan said, in a serious tone, "I can't have a rookie like you facing seasoned knights on the battlefield right away." Seeing Vector look uneasy when he burned the emancipation paper, Logan asked, "Don't you trust me?" The boy quickly denied it. "No, it's not like that. It's natural for him to be disappointed if he wants to show off his talent but gets held back, right?" He knew full well that Vector's true desire was to fight immediately, to test his swordsmanship against other strong opponents. Logan assured him, "For someone with your strength, that wish is well deserved. I've already prepared an opponent for you. When the time comes, I'll let you fight to your heart's content." Logan looked at the magic orb and said decisively, "Now, let's send our reply to Sylvan." Lord McLean nodded in agreement. He was curious to see how his son would respond to those ridiculous demands. Logan mused on the rude attitude of the envoys and the absurdity of the opponent's justifications. Seeing his son beating around the bush, Lord McLean urged him, "Forget that empty talk. Just say what's on your mind." Logan smirked, wearing a challenging smile. He delivered a short but steel-edged reply. "Enough with the provocations. If you want to fight, come and get it. You like my land? You can come and leave your army here permanently. Heh." Immediately, the sound of galloping horses thundered. The McLean cavalry charged out, filled with momentum, heading straight for the enemy territory. The McLean army rushed forward like a storm, kicking up dust that clouded the sky as they approached the enemy walls. A shout like thunder echoed through the space. "Soto Sylvan, come out here and face my blade." The sudden appearance of the elite army struck absolute terror into the guards atop the Sylvan castle walls. They looked down in a panic, only to realize they were facing the fiery banners of House Patrick. A soldier trembling with fear urged his comrade, "Quick, alert the Lord." The sound of frantic footsteps echoed through the stone corridors as they scrambled to deliver the grim news. Viscount Sylvan bolted upright, unable to believe what he was hearing. "Patrick is attacking?" He gritted his teeth in fury as he looked down at the massive army surrounding his castle, feeling deeply insulted by his opponent's brazen disregard. Just then, Kalian, a knight with purple hair and a signature mustache, stepped forward and clearly requested to lead the vanguard to stop Patrick. With 120 knights and over 2,500 soldiers ready for battle, Sylvan slowly regained his confidence. He wore a sinister smirk, smugly thinking that even though Patrick's forces were larger than expected, his side still possessed vastly superior combat strength, especially now that Kalian had become a true high-ranking knight. With power like that, his confidence was only natural, right? Kalian tightened his grip on his sword, his eyes burning with a fighting spirit, as he declared that Patrick was no longer the only high-ranking knight in this region. However, that confident atmosphere was suddenly cut short by a worried question from a soldier about the lack of any response regarding reinforcements from Peretta. Kalian snapped, demanding silence, assuming the enemy's internal leadership still couldn't reach a consensus. Even though a subordinate suggested they shouldn't wait since Peretta's reinforcements would take half a day to arrive, Viscount Sylvan suddenly froze, breaking into a cold sweat due to a new, creeping fear. He tremblingly realized a nightmare scenario. If they exhausted all their strength to defeat Patrick, it was very likely that Peretta would seize the opportunity to stab them in the back and swallow up Sylvan as well. Soto Sylvan narrowed his eyes in suspicion, feeling that everything unfolding was incredibly strange. The declaration of war from Patrick had been sent out right after his own message of protest was announced, a coincidence that felt far too convenient. He realized Patrick was acting with lightning speed, while Peretta remained unusually silent. When Kalian confirmed that this was highly abnormal, Sylvan gritted his teeth and concluded that those bastards had definitely colluded to backstab him. He clenched his fists and roared in outrage, "Those damn scavengers!" Logan wanted him and his faction to fight internally. He had successfully driven a wedge between them. Just then, the challenge from Lord Patrick echoed from outside the castle. "Are you scared? Yet?" Soto Sylvan. Lord Patrick stood proudly on horseback, loudly mocking Sylvan, telling him to keep hiding in his hole like a cowardly fox. He firmly declared that he would take the Viscount's head himself to end it all. Sylvan was shaken by the provocation. He immediately ordered them to contact Roger Bifrost to seek support. He was prepared to offer half of the spoils of war acquired after destroying Patrick in exchange for this help. Sylvan shrieked frantically, demanding they do whatever it took to stop Peretta from interfering before he poured all his strength into crushing Patrick. He urged his troops to move fast, to finish the battle before those bastards from Peretta could arrive. The entire Sylvan army shouted in unison, preparing for a life-or-death bloodbath. Deep down, the old Viscount was boiling with a desire to take revenge on those who dared to betray him. Sylvan silently swore that after devouring Patrick, his next target for total annihilation would definitely be those bastards from Peretta. While on the march, Logan observed the situation and made a suggestion. Wouldn't it be better to use the artillery first and then send the troops in? If our soldiers have the skill for it. However, Lord Patrick immediately dismissed this, believing that if they didn't act now and gave the enemy a chance to run, it would be a huge headache. Logan quickly realized his father was right. He silently predicted that the enemy would reveal themselves soon, because they always believed they could withstand the Patrick Legion. Logan smirked with confidence because he understood Soto's personality all too well. He was a man who could never tolerate humiliation and would definitely appear to face them if they just stayed patient a little longer. Just as predicted, the dry sound of iron chains echoed as the massive Sylvan gate slowly creaked open. Right after that came the thundering sound of hooves as the entire army of Soto Sylvan charged madly out of the fortress. The war horses neighed, and dust clouds filled the sky, as the enemy cavalry lined up, preparing for a fight to the death right before the gates. Around 3,000 soldiers, a formidable number. No wonder they looked down on Patrick. Lord Patrick hardened his expression, realizing the enemy force was 1.5 times larger than his own. From the other side, Soto Sylvan revealed a sinister look, roaring with rage. "Patrick, you have no shame charge." Faced with that arrogance, Lord Patrick did not flinch. He gritted his teeth and cursed. "Shameless bastards, don't they know their own limits?" He felt nothing but disdain, seeing only a bunch of weaklings before him. He assumed the Patrick soldiers were just amateurs trying to wear fancy armor, mocking them by saying the family must have too much money to be buying such new equipment. Confident in his vanguard of knights supported by cavalry, a tactic proven effective in many battles, he was determined to teach the Patrick father and son a lesson for daring to play with death like him. "Ha ha!" Callian raised his hand high, giving a decisive signal. "Take aim." Immediately, the Patrick soldiers simultaneously raised their repeating crossbows, ready to fire. "Using crossbows on the battlefield?" Sylvan roared with mocking contempt. "What a disappointment, Patrick." Even so, he cautiously ordered his soldiers to raise their shields immediately. At that same moment, Logan's shout echoed across the battlefield. A rain of pitch-black arrows poured down on the enemy formation with terrifying speed. The arrows flew with immense force, slamming straight into the shields of the Sylvan army. Callian struggled to hold his ground, sweat pouring down his face as he realized their power far exceeded that of standard crossbows. A bolt tore through the air and struck with such depth that his sturdy shield began to crack and shatter. Callian gritted his teeth, a surge of crimson inner energy erupting as he had to exert all his power just to keep from being pushed back by the relentless rain of death. Callian was stunned, realizing the situation was spiraling out of control. This isn't just some normal attack. He frantically urged his men, "Bring our full force to bear." Even as his soldiers were being heavily wounded and falling, he still roared aggressively, "Increase the defense, charge," but with his men dropping like flies. Who was left to charge? It was a pitiful sight, but it didn't matter. Watching his own knights lose their lives because they were too slow to react, Callian couldn't help but be terrified by the power of the crossbows the enemy possessed. He gritted his teeth in hatred, wondering when Patrick had hidden this ace up his sleeve, before roaring in pure killing intent. "Kill them." Callian's face distorted with hatred. He screamed maniacally, "I'm going to kill you." A surge of crimson inner energy enveloped. He recklessly charged ahead, leading his remaining troops. In response to that aggression, Colin remained incredibly calm, barking out orders with precision. The Calli army suddenly froze in shock. What? Before his eyes, the entire Patrick Legion was thundering toward them in a perfectly disciplined formation, radiating an aura that completely overwhelmed the battlefield. Callian realized in horror that his enemy's tactics had completely shifted. The Patrick crossbowmen weren't targeting the knights at all. They were focusing their firepower on hunting down and wiping out his infantry in the back. Callie gritted his teeth in fury. These crossbowmen were completely ignoring his knights and going after the foot soldiers instead. Those damn bastards. He knew he had to change his plan immediately before his entire army fell apart. Amidst the chaos, Lord Patrick appeared, valiantly leading his cavalry forward and sneering. What a pathetic commander. If you have any guts, come on out. He was trying to goad Callie, knowing it would break his focus on commanding the troops. Callie was stunned to see the sword in Patrick's hand suddenly erupt with a brilliant, radiant glow. Was he using a light sword? With a single swing, Patrick unleashed a massive slash, carrying a fiery red aura, sweeping through the enemy ranks. In an instant, agonizing screams filled the air as the Sylvan soldiers were sent flying and collapsing in droves. Callie trembled, unable to believe his eyes as he recognized the terrifying power of his opponent. He was a sword master. He was shocked, wondering when Patrick had reached the level of a sword master without him even knowing. In the midst of the burning battlefield, Patrick radiated an overwhelming presence, shouting clearly to boost the morale of his entire army. Brave knights of Patrick, destroy our enemies. Immediately, the Patrick knights surged into the enemy encirclement like a whirlwind. Watching his own army being torn to pieces, Callie could only stand frozen in despair. This can't be. Is it possible I'm failing in this battle? He felt helpless against such a massive shift from the enemy. Everyone. The disparity in power had become all too clear. The Patrick knights easily overwhelmed and took down their opponents with precise, decisive strikes. They were inwardly amazed to realize that just half a year ago, the two sides were evenly matched. Yet now, they had completely seized control of the battle. Furthermore, right in the heat of battle, some had even broken through and leveled up their power. A Patrick knight radiated a fierce red aura, clearly ordering his comrades to get out of the way so he could finish off the target, wearing a confident smile. The strict training from Lord Patrick over. This pastime truly wasn't in vain, as the Patrick knights were now displaying absolute overwhelming power on the battlefield. With decisive, powerful sword strikes, they struck terror into their enemies. A knight loudly declared, "Let's see how long you can keep laughing." The speed of the Patrick Legion was so fast it left behind glowing red after-images, leaving the Sylvan soldiers unable to react and just standing there in shock. The Sylvan soldiers realized in horror that even their own commanders couldn't reach such terrifying speeds. Their hands trembled so violently they couldn't even hold their weapons steady. The Patrick knight smiled confidently, inwardly musing that thanks to the Iron Blood Sword secret technique, he had successfully leveled up to a high-level knight. To him, dealing with the enemy's mid-level knights was no longer a big problem. His cold gaze turned toward Callie, thinking to himself that the only threat right now was that high-level knight leading them. But immediately after, he broke into a sinister grin, reassuring himself that there was nothing to worry about anymore. Because right then, Logan, surrounded by a radiant golden fire aura, had begun his move. He bolted like a lightning strike, tearing through the enemy ranks to head straight for the enemy general. Witnessing the terrifying pressure charging toward him like a storm, Callie turned pale with horror, sweat pouring down like rain as he only managed to gasp out a desperate line. "Damn it, he's too fast, too dangerous. Looks like this commander isn't coming back alive, is he?" After completing the second form of the secret sword technique, Logan realized he had finally reached the threshold of a high-level knight. Looking back at the frustrating time before when he couldn't feel any progress, he understood that the wall separating him had easily been broken through. Logan told himself, if he weren't facing people proficient in the Iron Blood Sword like his father or the others, but rather a high-level knight from another territory, this very battle would help him break his own limits. Callie was stunned by his opponent's sudden power. The sounds of clashing blades rang out incessantly. The high-level knight realized with dread that Logan wasn't using technique or finesse. He was just using pure strength to overwhelm him. A thunderous slash descended with terrifying force, forcing Callie to grit his teeth and defend in pain, beaten back miserably. Callie couldn't believe he was being pushed to such a dire state by a mediocre, mid-level knight. He struggled to rise amidst the smoke and dust, trying to hide his panic with the excuse that he had just been a bit careless. Now he's preparing his move. Callie roared, saying he wouldn't hold back anymore, making Logan narrow his eyes to observe the strange developments taking place. A bizarre technique appeared as 3 phantom swords suddenly formed around Callie. Logan realized it was the triple sword technique, but he quickly saw through it. Those floating swords didn't matter, because the real sword had to be hidden underneath. However, right as he lunged in for a desperate attack, Logan suddenly hesitated, realizing this technique seemed far too simple for the reputation of a high-level knight. Callian lunged with a reckless strike, making Logan panic as he realized both of the opponent's sword auras were real, not illusions. Callian smirked maliciously, aiming for Logan's throat, but he managed to dodge by a hair's breadth. Logan inwardly exclaimed about this strange technique, having to face two real swords at once. Callian roared, demanding Logan enjoy this bizarre technique until his dying breath. Another sword aura suddenly appeared, leaving Logan nothing short of astonished. However, he immediately regained his confidence and declared that he had a few tricks of his own to respond with. Logan radiated a powerful, brilliant, golden aura that left Callian stunned, wondering what kind of power this was. The high-level knight realized a terrifying truth. The closer he got to Logan, the more his own sword was deflected. It was as if the aura from his opponent was tightly binding his weapon. Callian gritted his teeth in anger, shouting at Logan not to make a fool of him. Even while under the heavy pressure of Logan's aura, he still frantically poured in power to create even more sword auras. Logan murmured softly, intrigued as, seeing his opponent was still able to maintain and develop their stance even under the intense pressure of his blade, the two clashed in a fierce sword fight. Sparks flew everywhere with every collision. Callian smirked, sensing that Logan's aura had begun to wane. Haha, this time, I'm the one who wins. That brat is getting confident a bit too soon. The relentless, high-intensity collisions made Logan feel as though he were fending off an attack from 5 people at once. Even with scratches appearing on his face, Logan kept reminding himself to stay calm and find an opening. He calculated that if he could use the pressure of his own sword to lock down 1 or 2 of his opponents, the opportunity to turn the tide would surely reveal itself. Despite being pushed back slightly, Logan remained perfectly calm. He looked his opponent straight in the eye, flashed a cocky grin, and retorted with a mocking, disdainful comment. "Is that really all you've got? How pathetic. You're so boring." The words hit Callian's pride like a bucket of ice water, sending the man into a frenzy. Eyes bulging, he roared, "Die!" He charged with everything he had, his crimson-red energy blades whistling through the air. In that life-or-death moment, Logan's heart pounded with fierce intensity. His eyes flared with a powerful, golden radiance. Logan moved like a ghost, effortlessly slipping past his opponent's lethal strikes by a hair's breadth. A terrifying burst of inner energy exploded as Logan focused all his power into a single point, launching a lightning-fast counterattack that tore through the enemy's defenses. Finally, that taunt actually worked. Callian screamed in pain as he took a critical hit. The man stumbled back in shock, unable to believe his eyes. Even though he had seen the strike coming, Logan's speed was just on another level. While Callian was still in a panic, Logan spoke coldly. "Since you helped me get stronger, I'll give you one final gift." A massive pillar of golden light erupted from Logan's sword, piercing straight into the sky with suffocating pressure. Callian realized in horror that his opponent was using a top-tier enhancement technique. Logan told himself he had to make it look grand to boost the morale of all his soldiers. Behind him, the Patrick army erupted in cheers. The sheer power of Logan's attack left the enemy army paralyzed with fear. Amidst the fiery battlefield, Logan concentrated all his divine power, clearly unleashing his secret holy sword technique. First form, Golden Radiance. A colossal wave of light exploded, the ground roared as it quaked, and he unleashed a slash filled with destructive power, wiping out all resistance from the defending troops in a cataclysmic explosion. The collapse of their command structure sent the Sylvan soldiers into total panic. They screamed in desperation, "Commander, our commander has been defeated." Amidst the smoke and dust, Logan calmly sheathed his sword, his towering presence dominating the entire battlefield. He loudly declared victory. "I have captured the enemy commander." Immediately, Lord Patrick appeared with a look of stern authority. "I have captured Baron Soto Silvan," he roared, ordering the remnants of the enemy. "Those who kneel and discard their weapons will be spared. All of you, surrender now." Watching thousands of enemies drop their weapons in unison, Logan scratched his head in confusion, wondering how they had managed that. The casualty report after the battle showed a horrifying disparity. The Soto Silvan side lost 42 knights and 1,223 soldiers. Meanwhile, the Patrick side lost only 5 knights, with 0 soldiers sacrificed. The war broke out just half a day after the declaration and ended quickly within a few hours, with a total victory for the Patrick family. However, this shocking victory immediately sparked new controversies in the upper echelons. At a magnificent palace, a mysterious high-ranking noble narrowed his eyes suspiciously upon hearing the report, growling to confirm the unbelievable news. Soto Silvan lost to Patrick? The demonic knight below could only bow his head and confirm it decisively. That is correct. Lord Patrick stood tall before Soto Silvan, who was kneeling on the ground. He pointed his cold blade at his opponent and offered one final mercy. Soto Silvan, I'll give you one chance. Apologize for the sins you have committed, then pack your bags and leave this territory with your family. However, instead of being grateful, Soto Silvan trembled and screamed defiantly that this illegal occupation would not be forgiven by the royal family. And specifically, Count Roger Bifrost will certainly not allow the Patrick house to act so recklessly. He was still holding on to his arrogance. Witnessing such stubbornness, Logan sighed with annoyance at seeing a defeated man try to use his backer to threaten his father. In Logan's memories, Roger was one of the biggest reasons for the fall of the Patrick house in his previous life, as this vassal had seized the chance to rebel when the family couldn't determine an heir. He had taken over the fertile lands of Patrick to become the Lord of the Southwest. Even though royal intervention prevented him from swallowing everything, what was left for Patrick at that time was nothing but barren, worthless land. A surge of rage flared up. Lord Patrick gripped his sword hilt so hard his veins popped out. He growled, "You refuse a chance to live and want to die instead?" A decisive swing of his sword ended the stubborn man's life once and for all. Now his neck couldn't tense up to argue anymore. He had kicked the bucket. Logan walked over, calmly stating that they should respect the Viscount's decision. He chose a death of honor rather than being spared in disgrace. Lord Patrick nodded slightly, looking at his son with satisfaction and praise. "You did well." Logan internally calculated that offering that choice before acting would help the family avoid rumors from other nobles, especially to guard against Roger's prying eyes while they were still not strong enough for a direct confrontation. 1 week later, in Soto Silvan City, the atmosphere had gradually stabilized. Inside the office, the knight reported to Lord Patrick that despite close surveillance, the Funeretta side remained completely inactive. It seemed there would be no further trouble for now. Logan mused that there would likely be many more shifts in Teslon City, but the presence of Mr. Cleon there was a solid guarantee. He silently concluded that the victory over the Soto Silvan family was not based purely on brute strength. It was the arrogance of Viscount Soto Silvan that gave Patrick the opportunity to utilize all their wit and strength to deliver the decisive blow. Just like the saying, "Know yourself and know your enemy to win 100 battles," he had calculated everything perfectly. Furthermore, Logan still had one trump card left in reserve stationed in Teslon, the mage Cleon and the powerful golem entity. Even after winning, Logan was still preoccupied with the fact that managing and monitoring 3 cities at once was an incredibly difficult task. He proposed to his father, "Father, what about moving the central hub of our territory?" Logan reasoned that if they could establish a town at the center, managing the 3 fortresses would become much more convenient and easier. McClen agreed enthusiastically, suggesting that once the monsters in the forest had been cleared out, they could leave a small defensive force at Imlen and concentrate all their elite knight forces in the new central area. Moving on to the prisoners, Logan confirmed to his father that all 8 of the enemy's intermediate knights had been captured. He gave a calculating smirk and suggested, "Could we pressure them to surrender?" Logan believed that no one was truly loyal to Soto Sinan. They would soon switch sides to serve McClen once they saw the greater benefits. Deep down, he was extremely smug, knowing that recruiting so many knights after a battle was far more effective than hiring and training them himself. However, Logan also shuddered inwardly when he thought about it. If the opponent had been just a little more careful, McClen would surely have suffered heavy casualties, and the number of prisoners would have been significantly lower. A feat like this happens once in 1,000 battles. The casualty rate was so low it should be recorded in the history books. Lord McClen laughed heartily. He confidently asserted that with their current numbers, even the Funeretta family was no longer a scary threat. "Thanks to you, Logan." At his father's praise, Logan blushed with embarrassment, only able to scratch his head in silence, secretly thinking that this peace would probably only last for today. Just as predicted, the joyful atmosphere was suddenly extinguished by a frantic scream from the soldiers, reporting an urgent message that had just arrived. Logan and his father were shocked to hear such a powerful name. A message from Roger. The knight tremblingly opened the letter, preparing to read the shocking content inside. The messenger continued, clearly reading the arrogant words in Roger's letter. "As the Lord of the Southwest, we deeply apologize for the battle." Hearing this, Lord McClen's face tightened with annoyance, but Logan signaled quietly, "Let's hear him out." The letter continued, digging deeper into the issue. However, the cause of this conflict and war is that Roger has not fulfilled his duties and failed to unify the territory. And then, a calculated invitation was extended. "Next month, on the occasion of the 50th birthday of Count Roger Bifrost, we invite the heirs of the noble families in the Southwest to gather and discuss the future of the Southwest." This old man is truly cunning. This carrot and stick letter is incredibly frustrating to listen to. Nonsense. Lord Maclen roared in a rage, slamming his hand on the table so hard the room shook. He couldn't believe the shamelessness of the other side sending for the heir to discuss the future. He thought Maclen had to listen to Roger Bifrost. Watching his father burning with killing intent, Logan just broke into a cold sweat, telling himself. Just thinking about it made him burn with anger, knowing that if they didn't attend, they would be erased from all future important meetings in this land. His father growled. They dare threaten me like that? No way. Maclen will never be threatened. Contrary to his father's rage, Logan observed thoughtfully and then suddenly smirked. This looks interesting. Seeing his son's strange reaction, Lord Maclen turned and asked, What did you say? Logan looked straight into his father's eyes, clearly asserting, That meeting seems worth attending. Father. Logan's determined gaze made Lord Maclen pause for a moment to reflect. Finally, he sighed, placed his hand on the table, and made a firm decision. Fine, I respect your decision, Logan. But no matter what happens, we will never bow down to Roger Bifrost. Even if I die, I won't allow it. Lord Maclen could only clutch his head in frustration, then tiredly asked what on earth his son was thinking. Logan was silent, his gaze becoming incredibly cold and calculating for his next moves. Logan bluntly admitted, Right now, no matter what we do, we cannot defeat Roger. Lord Maclen agreed, deep in thought. True. Logan began to list the enemy's fearsome strength. 2 top-tier knights, 15 high-ranking knights, and over 300 knights divided into 2 squads. And that was only the publicly known count. He warned that although things were going well, the situation was still unstable. If Maclen took over both Haemon Teslan and Soto Silvan, Roger would certainly take notice and be more wary of their family than ever before. With their borders adjacent, Logan asserted that if they were too arrogant, the whole family would be destroyed. He emphasized, We need time. It was time to integrate the knights of Soto Silvan to defeat Funeretta and reorganize the army systematically. Logan himself also needed time to master the 3 sacred sword techniques to match his current level. At the same time, the knights under his command also needed more time to develop their strength. Being impatient won't work. Patience is key. Come on. Lord Maclen stood up, analyzing that the Southwest was different from other regions. Roger couldn't easily force the nobles here to surrender, because if he abused his position, other places would rebel. However, Logan immediately poured cold water on that idea by revealing shocking information. When I went to the capital, I confirmed that Percivan and Lukman, to the north of Roger, had been conquered by them long ago. This news made Lord Maclen gasp in horror. What? Logan thought to himself. He had actually seen this in his past life. Lord Maclen sat slumped, realizing the situation had gone much further than he had calculated. He sighed in torment. You have suffered enough for our family. I am sorry, my son. Seeing his father's remorse and acceptance, Logan smiled slightly to himself because his plan had succeeded. Lord Maclen looked at his son with trust, stating that he always knew his son's capabilities, so there was nothing to worry about. Logan closed the conversation by affirming that he was only going there to see how the land of their ancestors had changed. Hema the blacksmith hurried after Logan, anxiously asking if he really intended to go meet the enemy to surrender. The old man had a point. If you're not going there to surrender, are you going to start a war? Logan could only sigh in annoyance, affirming that he was only going there to scout the situation and asked him not to believe baseless rumors. Seeing Hema's panicked expression, fearing that Logan would lose his life, he smiled to himself, realizing this dwarf seemed to truly care about the future of the territory. However, Hema immediately brushed off the sentimentality by shouting a reminder about the promise of freedom, forcing Logan to guarantee he would return alive. Logan firmly asserted that he would not die or be taken prisoner, but the blacksmith added a killer blow, stating that most of the crazy rumors about him so far were actually true. Seeing that Logan was still determined to go, Hema suddenly pulled out an object wrapped in cloth and demanded that he take it with him at all costs. Logan was stunned to see a beautiful sword gradually revealed from behind the fabric. Hema suddenly pulled out a wrapped object and insisted he take it with him at all costs. Logan was stunned as a gorgeous sword was slowly revealed from beneath the fabric. Hema explained that, due to the tight deadline, he didn't have time to decorate the scabbard, but he guaranteed this would be the most effective weapon Logan had ever owned. Logan's eyes lit up when he realized this was a sword forged from pure midrin, a priceless gift the blacksmith had poured his heart and soul into crafting just for him. Holding the treasure in his hands, Logan was overwhelmed by the sophistication and power radiating from the blade. He could only gasp in absolute awe. Amazing. Any swordsman would love to get their hands on a treasure like this, right? We've arrived at the gates of Roger Castle. My lord, please be careful. In a waiting area nearby, Fran Funaresta, the heir to the Funaresta house, is quietly watching everything through the window. Upon hearing from his soldiers that they had to wait there until that person appeared, Fran coldly replied, "Fine, I get it. Just keep an eye on things." As soon as Logan came into view, Fran narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "Huh? Is that him?" He stared intently at the young master of House McLean being led through a private entrance. Seeing Logan appear, looking so disheveled, covered in a cloak, and even carrying a giant backpack all by himself without a single escort, Fran couldn't help but feel contempt. He muttered to himself, "Damn it, so they really occupied Sinvan? He came all the way here without any guards? It seems the war with the Sinan forces really took a toll on the McLean family. Yeah, that must be it. Don't judge a book by its cover, though." That guy, Fran, wore a sinister smile, confident that the McLean family was nothing more than a hollow shell after the war. He arrogantly believed that without the interference of the Count Roger family in the last battle, the Marin clan would have been wiped out by his own House Funaresta long ago. Unable to hide his arrogance, Fran stepped off his carriage and barked at his soldiers. "What is this? Why do I have to be treated as an equal to such common, rustic trash?" Even as his guard awkwardly tried to intervene, Fran continued his insults. "This won't do. I deserve more respect. If it weren't for the Count's family, they would have been begging for their lives on the battlefield by now." Logan kept walking silently, completely ignoring the provocations, which made Fran think that his opponent was either too distracted or too terrified to respond. To assert his dominance, Fran stepped forward and called out, "I am Fran Funaresta. I've heard a lot about you from Ray. They say you cut down many knights on the battlefield in the blink of an eye." However, looking closely at Logan's appearance from up close, Fran's eyes suddenly narrowed in caution. He realized that beneath the simple cloak, Logan was fully armored, and in particular, the clean hilt of the sword radiated the aura of a high-tier weapon. Fran began to wonder if the rumors about Logan's terrifying strength might not be so baseless after all. In the tense atmosphere, Logan reached out to offer a polite greeting and replied calmly, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Logan McLean." Fran wore a sinister grin, squeezing Logan's hand while sneering, "You look younger than I thought." I guess the rumors were a bit exaggerated. He intended to use his strength to crush the other man's hand to show off, but Logan's face didn't even twitch. Immediately, Fran's smile vanished as he felt a terrifying force crushing back against him. He groaned in pain, sweat pouring down his face as he realized his own hand was trembling under the monstrous strength of the young master of McLean. Deep down, he was shocked, thinking, "This power is..." Logan calmly let go and gave a mocking smirk. "Oh, sorry. I thought you wanted to test your strength a little." The humiliation in front of his own men made Fran furious, his face twisted with resentment. "You bastard!" Unable to control his rage, Fran instantly drew his sword and roared, "You arrogant brat!" He pointed his blade at Logan and declared loudly, "I'll teach you some manners." Faced with the threat, Logan remained perfectly calm, adjusting his baggage on his shoulder and reminding him, "Within Roger territory, personal conflicts are forbidden, you know." Logan's nonchalance only made Fran even more enraged. Logan added more sharp mockery. "Oh, you're just spouting empty words you can't back up, and you're supposed to be a regional heir too?" Stung in his pride, Fran screamed uncontrollably, "How dare you? Take him down." The guards surrounding them charged at Logan all at once. Logan sighed in exasperation. This is really not good. As the enemies closed in, he drew his sword from its scabbard in a blur of motion. A massive golden aura erupted, and the powerful clash created a blinding streak of light, sending the entire group of guards flying away in a single strike. Their swords shattered and fell to the ground, all destroyed by that one hit from Logan. Fran Funaresta stood frozen, his face pale with shock at the unbelievable scene unfolding before his eyes. He trembled, wondering how a country bumpkin master could so easily slice through rows of guard weapons like that. Fran stared blankly at Logan, a feeling of absolute terror rising within him as he realized he couldn't detect any trace of magic or divine power radiating from his opponent. He was horrified to realize that Logan had accomplished this extraordinary feat purely through absolute mastery of swordsmanship, combined with an explosive surge of raw physical energy from deep within his body. Realizing he stood no chance against Logan, he backed down, no longer daring to act out. Faced with his opponent's astonishment, Logan maintained an expression of icy calm. Fran squinted at the sword in Logan's hand, silently judging that it had no traces of magic, so it definitely wasn't a magical artifact. Logan silently sheathed his sword and glided past Fran like a ghost, making the young Funaresta heir flinch back from the pressure. Watching Logan's retreating back, Fran couldn't help but admire the craftsmanship of the sword. He even thought about asking where Logan bought it, but immediately cursed himself for such a rude impulse. He could only stand there, reassuring himself that perhaps Logan had just gotten lucky and found a good blade somewhere. The thunderous footsteps of knights in shining armor echoed through the citadel hallway. Logan glanced back as he sensed a tremendously powerful aura approaching. Just then, a loud announcement broke the tense atmosphere. The Moonlight Knight, Sir Felix Esperanza from the south, has arrived. A middle-aged man with silver hair and an imposing mustache appeared, radiating the overwhelming authority of a battle-hardened warrior. Looks like someone with quite a bit of status has come to join the party. A middle-aged man with silver hair and a dignified mustache appeared, radiating the overwhelming presence of a battle-hardened warrior. He sure seems to have quite the status, walking around and mingling like that. The moment Sir Brian appeared, the crowd began to buzz. Whispers of awe echoed everywhere, praising the reputation of the renowned Moonlight Knight. Logan narrowed his eyes, silently assessing that this man was one of the two strongest high-ranking knights of the Roger Bifrost territory. Just as rumors suggested, his appearance with that vibrant silver hair and those glowing silver eyes truly stood out in the crowd. Logan began to sense that something was off. He wondered why a nobody like him would be personally greeted by such a high-ranking knight. He tightened his grip on his luggage. He realized that Roger sending someone of this caliber meant they were keeping a close watch on his Patrick family, and were wary of them. Fran Funeretta hurried forward, bowing subserviently. "It's an honor to meet you, Sir Brian. I am the successor of Funeretta, Fran." The Moonlight Knight gave a slight nod in return. Then, he immediately shifted his focus to the red-haired young man standing quietly behind him. "If you are with Funeretta, then you must be Patrick. Is that right?" "That's right. The one and only." Suddenly, an invisible but heavy pressure radiated from Brian, engulfing the surrounding space. Logan narrowed his eyes, silently catching onto his opponent's intentions. "So, you're trying to intimidate me, huh?" Even so, he kept his composure and introduced himself clearly. "I am Logan, Sir Brian." Brian's sharp gaze was fixed intently on Logan. He couldn't hide his surprise. It's truly astonishing. He looks so young to have already reached the rank of an intermediate knight at that age. This news stunned the guards and even Fran. Murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. "That young master, he's an intermediate knight? So, that's why he's so strong." Logan clenched his fist, secretly shocked that the man could see through his true strength, despite his efforts to hide it. He knew that. Usually, only high-ranking knights or above could sense the sharp aura of those at or above their level. But the reality was even more terrifying. Logan mused, "I've reached the level of a high-ranking knight, with strength far surpassing others, so I can control the aura I emit." He's still holding back, not showing his full hand. He's probably trying to probe me even further. Logan deliberately suppressed his power, deciding to only show the level of an intermediate knight, to lower the Roger family's guard. This was also why he chose to come here alone without any escorts. Logan flashed a polite, social smile, and skillfully replied, "Thank you, sir. I hope to shine and learn a lot under your guidance, Sir Brian." Brian laughed with a cryptic look. He figured that with such natural talent, Logan should at least aim for the rank of swordmaster to be worthy. The Moonlight Knight invited him enthusiastically. "Anyway, it's great to meet you. Let's head into the castle." The massive castle gate slowly opened, leading the group into the lavish reception area of Roger. Brian announced that the successors of the Percivan and Lumen families had also fully arrived. He instructed, "You all should rest until the banquet tomorrow. Understood?" Logan smiled and accepted. "Very well, thank you, sir." Brian gave a slight bow and quietly walked away. "In that case, if you'll excuse me." Logan politely thanked Sir Brian, but in his heart, he began to realize this was a major problem. Standing right behind him, Fran Funeretta didn't miss the chance to mock Logan's solitary state. "With no servants accompanying you, I guess you're going to run into some trouble." He flashed a look of contempt and added, "Should I lend you a servant?" Ignoring the cheap taunts, Logan tiredly asked the guide for the location of his room. The servant bowed respectfully. "I will lead you there. Please, follow me." After that, he quietly followed the guide, leaving the others standing there like idiots. Logan reminded himself that he had known exactly what he needed to do ever since he received the warning that fighting was forbidden here. He silently labeled Fran as a fool who couldn't grasp the current situation. Looking at the lineup of the opponent's successors and their weak knights, Logan was confident that taking over Funeretta in the future wouldn't be too difficult. He decided not to show any sign of contempt, so they would continue to be complacent. Standing before the majestic castle with the rose flag fluttering, Logan felt sentimental, wondering if this was the land his ancestors had lost long ago. Stepping inside, Logan reminded himself never to lower his guard here. Under the luxurious chandeliers of the banquet hall, he strode proudly into the main palace, where a powerful shadow sat waiting on the throne. Count Roger Bifrost curled his lips and called his name mysteriously. Logan, in his shining armor, tightened his grip on the sword hilt. His combat instincts warned him to draw his blade immediately, because he truly had no way of knowing what might happen to him here. They have so many people, and I'm all alone. Coming here was quite a gamble. Logan walked proudly into the magnificent banquet hall, where chandeliers shone brilliantly, and the nobles were gathered in full force. Marching straight toward the throne, he introduced himself clearly. Logan, son of Gebra Patrick. I am honored to meet the lord of this land, Count Roger Bifrost. Logan bowed to perform the diplomatic ritual for the lord's birthday. However, his out-of-place armor immediately became the target of mockery from the surrounding nobles. Oh my, why are you wearing armor? That country bumpkin must not know the rules. Logan ignored the whispers. His cold eyes were fixed on Roger Bifrost. Roger Bifrost, who was sitting with his chin in his hand, looking arrogant. Before coming here, Logan had spent a few days inspecting the surrounding villages, and was surprised to see that the people here actually cherished their lord. One farmer had excitedly shared, "Our lord? He's a kind man. At least the taxes here are low." Logan silently realized a formidable truth. Roger Bifrost didn't need to exploit his people simply because he was already too wealthy. Where is he getting all that money to be so rich? Cutting off his train of thought, Roger Bifrost spoke up. Good, you've arrived just in time. Count Roger Bifrost smirked sinisterly and began to probe him with an overwhelming pressure. Can your arrival be taken as the Patrick family agreeing to submit to me? Logan didn't waver at all, responding skillfully. If your wish is for peace, then Patrick is always ready to lead the way. This tactful answer made Roger Bifrost laugh triumphantly. The old man praised Logan as a young hero who cared for the nation's peace and invited him to enjoy the banquet. But Logan was shocked to sense a powerful fluctuation of mana around his opponent. He silently panicked as he confirmed that the man was truly a fifth circle mage. Logan immediately recalled the rumors of Roger Bifrost's extraordinary power during the Civil War in his past life, something he had ignored because the man had sided with the second prince back then. Now he understood that those rumors were definitely true. A fifth circle mage possesses power equivalent to a high-ranking knight. Logan realized that, especially in large-scale warfare, the destructive power of mages like him is far more terrifying. How reckless! How could you overlook such a crucial detail after reincarnating? Logan felt a surge of anxiety knowing there were two high-ranking knights under Count Roger Bifrost. As he contemplated this, an announcement echoed, drawing the entire banquet hall's attention. Count Roger Bifrost stood on the dais, clearly and sincerely thanking his guests for attending his birthday party. He excitedly boasted that although the second prince couldn't attend, he had gifted the son's tear treasure, expressing infinite gratitude for such favor. The nobles whispered in astonishment, never expecting Roger Bifrost to be so close to the second prince. Roger Bifrost continued his speech regarding the long-standing divisions among the southwestern nobles. Logan sipped his wine quietly, guessing the old man was about to talk about regional unity. Suddenly, Roger Bifrost roared, calling for everyone to cast aside meaningless traditions and stand together. He openly declared that the second prince was seeking support from the southwest, and Logan realized this was a blatant demand for submission. Roger Bifrost suddenly shifted his gaze toward Logan, introducing him as the successor of House Patrick, the origin and the end of the 200-year war in the southwest. Logan was stunned to be singled out in front of the crowd. Is he aiming at me, wanting me to surrender unconditionally? Roger Bifrost didn't hold back his praise, calling Logan an extraordinary genius who led Patrick to victory and reached the rank of mid-level knight at just 21, an achievement that even high-ranking knights struggle to reach. Logan tried to stay calm, breaking out in a sweat as he asked himself why the old man was flattering him and what kind of scheme he was cooking up. Roger Bifrost insisted he had no intention of threatening anyone and only wanted to offer an attractive proposal. Logan was caught off guard. Roger Bifrost's call forced him to respond awkwardly. The Count revealed that Duke Banterhem, the second prince's grandfather, was desperately searching for talent and offered to introduce Logan to him. The crowd erupted in amazement. Whispers about the disciple of the Sword Saint and the Fire Sword filled the room. Logan stood frozen, his face changing color, sweat pouring down as he realized he was being cornered into a dangerous predicament. Logan smiled and firmly declined the Count's invitation. I appreciate the kind offer, my lord, but I already have a master of my own. The answer stunned Roger Bifrost. He narrowed his eyes and asked if his master was his father, Baron Patrick. Logan calmly denied it, stating he had been lucky enough to meet another wonderful teacher, and officially turned down the Count's offer. Roger Bifrost chuckled, praising Logan's decisiveness, but he immediately launched his next move, announcing that the Sword Saint would soon visit his castle. He suggested Logan should accept training from him, and even offered to invite Logan's master as well. Logan was shaken, realizing the enemy's plot. He was intentionally grouping Patrick under his own banner to silently declare that Logan had surrendered. Deep down, Logan was seething with rage, realizing Roger Bifrost's true goal was to drag Patrick onto his side by any means necessary. Facing a situation where he couldn't refuse outright, Logan had to accept the invitation to meet the Sword Saint, silently hoping that he had prepared enough in advance. Roger Bifrost triumphantly declared that Patrick's decision was the beginning of the Southwest's unification, while revealing that the Percivan and J-Man families had also officially joined him. To reward their loyalty, Roger Bifrost presented their successors with incredibly valuable gifts. A large chest was brought out, radiating a blinding aura that left everyone in awe. Logan narrowed his eyes, recognizing them as high-grade artifacts. Magical tools crafted with exquisite skill from mithril and enchanted with level 3 magic or higher, worth tens of millions of gold coins. Logan stood still, observing the precious treasures, silently judging the extravagant display of terrifying power Roger Bifrost was flaunting right before his eyes. He is intentionally showing off his wealth and generosity. What a show-off. Even I'm drooling looking at those. To create a level 3 artifact, it requires a 5th circle mage, meaning the crafter's level must be 2 tiers higher than the item. Because of this scarcity and strict requirement, their value is an astronomical figure that even the great nobles have to respect. Count Roger Bifrost looked down at the banquet hall, pleased to see all eyes on him. He boomed, "Ramon Percivan, Eric Rapman, step forward." As soon as the two successors stepped up, Roger Bifrost asked bluntly, "Can you pledge your loyalty to me?" Without hesitation, Ramon and Eric both knelt down, swearing on behalf of their families to be absolutely loyal to Count Roger Bifrost. The Count smiled contentedly and accepted the oath, while Logan stood below, quietly sipping his wine and observing the whole performance. To reward their loyalty, Roger Bifrost gifted the lemon sword to Ramon and the Sen axe to Eric. The two recipients were overjoyed, shouting their thanks for the Count's grace. Roger Bifrost laughed arrogantly, claiming he had never been stingy and promising that any family joining Roger Bifrost in the future would receive equally worthy rewards. Logan narrowed his eyes, realizing the old man was making veiled remarks for him to hear. Suddenly, a drunk noble from the Peretta family stumbled over and blurted something out, shattering the atmosphere. "But, doesn't Logan's sword look better? Damn it, this guy is ruining everything." The fool's remark left the hall stunned. He rambled on that the Count seemed to be exaggerating and insisted that Logan's sword looked far superior. He even mocked Roger Bifrost for having poor taste, leading the people around him to frantically cover his mouth and drag him away, claiming he was too drunk. Logan watched coldly. He realized this idiot was digging his own grave for daring to insult Roger Bifrost right in the middle of the party. In truth, the sword Logan was carrying was a masterpiece created by Hema, a master dwarven blacksmith. It was named Lux, which in the ancient language means hope or dawn. With power that could certainly rival a true artifact, Hema had poured his heart and soul into creating a perfect sword, tailored specifically to Logan's physique. Logan knew that finding a dwarven blacksmith wasn't easy, but those greedy nobles would never even think of it. In the worst-case scenario, if his plan failed and the Count intentionally caused trouble, Logan planned to use this sword as a bargaining chip, or a way to buy time. Seeing his elaborate scheme fall apart, Count Roger Bifrost barked furiously. "What did you say?" He radiated killing intent, unable to believe this brat actually dared to ruin his perfect plan. The stage he had spent so long setting, that punk nearly ruined it all. Is Logan's sword really that special? Count Roger Bifrost's question shattered the silence. Logan calmly replied that it was just a piece of dwarven craftsmanship he happened to come across. A glint of curiosity flashed in Roger Bifrost's eyes. He stroked his chin, musing that if it truly was dwarven made, its value would be on par with a divine artifact. He reached out, demanding to examine the sword personally. Logan remained on guard, knowing full well that if he handed it to this old fox, he'd never see it again. He skillfully bowed and refused, asserting his knightly honor, claiming the sword was an inseparable companion that couldn't be entrusted to anyone else. Roger Bifrost laughed, remarking that Logan spoke just like an old man. Then, unexpectedly, he challenged Logan to prove his skills in a duel like a true knight. A duel? Logan paused, genuinely surprised. Roger Bifrost casually gestured toward those who had just received artifacts from him, proposing a bout to test the strength between them. He called out Ramon Percivan, confirming his status as an intermediate knight who had reached that level years ago. To up the stakes, Roger Bifrost set a dangerous condition for the bet. If Ramon won, the Count would take the dwarven sword. If Logan won, he would be gifted a worthy divine artifact. Logan was stunned by such a massive gamble. He hadn't expected the old man to bet so high. "This is getting tight, huh, Logan?" Roger Bifrost sneered in provocation. "Well?" The Count cornered Logan, demanding he draw his sword immediately if he wanted to play. Contrary to everyone's worry, Logan suddenly wore a confident, devious smirk. He was secretly excited. With an opportunity this good, there was no reason to say no. Without a moment's hesitation, Logan drew his blade. A brilliant golden aura erupted with immense power as he declared clearly, "Fine, I accept." Standing in the middle of the lavish banquet hall, Logan and Ramon Percivan faced off under the gaze of the nobles. Ramon, in his elegant suit, smirked with a sense of superiority and announced, "Since I'm older, I'll let you take the first strike." However, Logan showed no gratitude. He replied coldly, "No need, thanks. I don't want it said that I only won because I was given a head start." Logan's gaze was icy as he firmly added, "Even if you don't hold back, I'll still win. If I'm going to win, I want it to be a glorious victory, right?" Logan's arrogant attitude made Roger Bifrost's face twist in rage. He roared, "Being called a genius must have made you reckless, huh? Let me teach you that there is always someone better than you." Immediately, Ramon drew his longsword from its scabbard, and a brilliant blue aura from the divine artifact exploded, enveloping his entire body. The young ladies and nobles around them couldn't help but gasp in awe. "Oh my, how impressive. Do creations usually have such beautiful effects?" Logan watched silently, secretly realizing this wasn't a standard way to announce one's presence. Logan looked at that flashy light, wondering if the opponent had intentionally given Ramon a flashy toy rather than something practical. He glanced at his own blade, evaluating it. Compared to that, Hema's blade was simpler, yet perfectly balanced, sharp, and sturdy. A good sword only needs to fulfill its purpose. Seeing Logan standing still, Ramon mocked, "With that cute little sword, can you really handle a masterpiece like this?" Logan smirked, secretly despising the guy for having no eye for quality. He was even worse than that fool from the Funerita house. Suddenly, Ramon stomped his foot. Logan noticed the Knight of the Moon was among the spectators, so he reminded himself to hold back his movements to keep his true strength hidden. Against an opponent like Ramon, Logan decided to put on a modest performance. The two swords clashed violently, sending sparks flying. Logan intentionally pretended to struggle for a moment to fool the crowd. He gritted his teeth while blocking an attack, and let out a pained grunt. Logan purposely let himself get nicked a few times, only unleashing powerful counters occasionally to put on a show of stubborn fighting spirit. After a dramatic struggle, he suddenly landed a decisive blow, taking his opponent down in a flash. Ending the match with a tricky strike, Logan pretended to pant, wiped his sweat, and gave a weary smile. "Whew, that was lucky. Fighting might not be tiring, but acting like this sure is exhausting. I really sold that performance." Deep down, Logan was pleased. The way he cycled between attack and defense to break a sweat was the perfect act to pull the wool over everyone's eyes. Cornered, Ramon turned pale and stammered in fear. "Wait, it's a misunderstanding. It's just that I'm not used to this sword yet." Witnessing his subordinate's pathetic display, Count Roger Bifrost roared in fury. "Enough! Ramon, you disappoint me. Are you trying to say you lost because of the gift I bestowed upon you?" Ramon knelt in panic, begging for mercy. Roger Bifrost turned to Logan with a fake expression, apologizing for having him witness such a shameful scene, and admitted his people had underestimated Logan's talent. To compensate, he generously declared, "I will personally open my vault and let you choose an artifact yourself." The nobles couldn't help but whisper at this display of grand generosity, but Logan kept his gaze cold and alert. He calculated internally that no matter what treasure Roger Bifrost offered, the old man would surely find a way to take it back. His only goal was to keep Logan there, at any cost. "I won't let things go your way," Logan told himself. Just then, a servant rushed in with shocking news. "The Duke, the Swordmaster, has sent a congratulatory message for your birthday, my lord." Roger Bifrost was dumbfounded. What? Why would he suddenly reach out to a shrimp like me? The image of Duke Felix appeared majestically in the magic orb, sending warm birthday wishes to Roger Bifrost, whom he called a firm pillar of the Empire. The Sword Saint expressed his regret at not being able to attend, but didn't forget to mention that everyone was witnessing the Count's great generosity. Seeing the powerful figure appear, Roger Bifrost immediately changed his attitude. He scrambled down from his throne and grinned obsequiously. "Ha ha ha, thank you, Your Grace." Logan stood by, observing the whole show, secretly surprised that his master would personally send a message at this moment. He smirked as he saw the previously arrogant Count now acting so spineless, even stepping down from his seat in front of Duke Felix. In the magic orb, Duke Felix suddenly exclaimed when he spotted a familiar figure among the crowd. "Oh, isn't that Logan over there?" Logan smirked, feeling triumphant as the elaborate ruse he and his master had painstakingly prepared finally began to unfold. To the utter astonishment of Count Roger Bifrost, Logan walked calmly up to the magic orb and greeted him clearly. "Long time no see, Master." The shocking announcement sent a wave of panic rippling through the banquet hall. "Master?" The nobles couldn't believe their ears. They whispered among themselves, wondering how some country bumpkin could possibly be a disciple of the most legendary swordmaster in the kingdom. Duke Felix laughed heartily, playing along with the ruse as he called Logan a reckless student, feigning surprise at meeting him in such an unusual way. Felix curiously asked when Logan would finally return to the capital to attend the banquet he had prepared. Logan skillfully placed a hand over his heart, looking apologetic, and made the excuse that he was busy handling family matters and had to stay at the Frost Castle because of an offer from the Count he couldn't refuse. Upon hearing this, Count Roger Bifrost turned pale with fear, waving his hands frantically to deny it, insisting that his own business could wait so as not to offend the swordmaster. Logan smirked to himself, realizing that relying on his master was a brilliant move, because Felix, a neutral party with high status who supported the royal family, was someone even the Count dared not offend. He wouldn't dream of crossing him even if his life depended on it. Felix winked, said goodbye, and told Logan he would see him in the capital. Logan gave a radiant smile in response. "Understood. Thank you, Master." While Logan internally felt lucky that his plan had succeeded beyond expectations, Count Roger Bifrost could only stand there grinding his teeth in utter helplessness. The next day began with Logan's determined footsteps as he headed toward new developments. Logan entered the Count's dazzling treasure vault, unable to help but exclaim in awe at the sheer extravagance. The guard announced that he had exactly 1 hour to inspect and was permitted to choose any one treasure as per the Lord's orders. Glancing over the roughly 30 items on display, Logan mentally mocked the pettiness of Count Roger Bifrost, knowing for sure the old man had hidden away all the truly important pieces. However, he told himself that no matter what he chose, it would be worth at least 10 million gold, so he was determined to find something of real value. "That's right, that's all cold hard cash. I'd be an idiot not to take it." Logan began to concentrate, amplifying his senses to detect the most subtle magical resonance among the artifacts to accurately assess their true utility. Scanning the row of weapons, he quickly bypassed them, confident that his own blade was more than enough, and that this lot couldn't compare to the sword from yesterday's banquet. Logan stopped before a suit of armor infused with lightning and fire magic, but he clicked his tongue in disdain, thinking the suit looked like it would just roast whoever dared to wear it. Looking around, everything seemed fairly ordinary, until he suddenly froze, feeling something strange. Logan's magic power seemed to be pulled in a certain direction. He walked over curiously and stopped before a pair of combat boots that looked incredibly simple, with nothing about them standing out. Logan skeptically wondered if this was truly an artifact, because he felt almost no trace of magic radiating from them. He crouched down to observe them closely, curious about the mysterious item that was drawing his attention. He's just focused on the simple things, isn't he? The moment Logan touched them, the boots began to ravenously absorb his magic power. He tried to pour more energy in to test them, but suddenly, the mana was sucked away as strongly as a receding tide, making Logan let out a pained, choked gasp. He realized with a jolt that if he continued letting them drain his energy like this, he would certainly suffer serious internal injuries. Logan gritted his teeth in pain, trying to regain control while the mana was still surging violently into the boots. Logan clenched his jaw, sweat pouring down his face as a golden aura engulfed his entire body. He roared with determination, daring the item to see who would be the winner. The mysterious boots continuously unleashed wild arcs of magical lightning, sucking up his divine strength, until Logan was forced to strain himself to the point of distortion. Suddenly, the energy flow calmed down, and Logan realized in shock that his mana was returning. Stunned, he felt a strange change inside the artifact he had just tamed. Under the full moon, news of Logan's sudden disappearance left Count Roger in utter shock. "Logan's gone?" Standing by the window, the old man smirked viciously, realizing Logan had snagged the treasure and fled right before the main banquet. "The banquet is in 3 days. and he's already taken the artifact and vanished safely. Did he really plan this just to toy with me? By the time he realized it, the boy had finished his business. Fury flared. Roger clenched his fist so hard his veins bulged. He growled an order to his subordinates. Follow him and retrieve both the sword and that artifact. His eyes burned with malice as he delivered the final verdict. Do whatever it takes, just keep him alive. Far off in the night, Logan walked quietly with his luggage, completely unaware that he had become the target of a manhunt. In the quiet of the night by a flickering campfire, Logan was meditating when he suddenly sensed a cold, murderous intent closing in. He instantly jumped up, drawing his sword with a vigilant gaze. Murderous intent. Could it be Roger's goons? Footsteps crunched on dry branches, and a deep, gravelly voice from the shadows praised his keen senses. Logan realized the speaker's voice had been artificially altered, as if he were deliberately trying to hide his true identity. From the thicket, a group of masked assassins emerged, led by an old man cloaked in deep robes. He mocked Logan, asking if he felt annoyed having to go the long, difficult way from Roger's place to here, then coldly ordered his subordinates to finish him off immediately. As the assassins lunged with their swords, Logan didn't flinch. He just smirked confidently. He instantly activated the magic boots he'd taken from the vault, creating a powerful gale around his feet. In the blink of an eye, Logan darted away at terrifying speed, leaving after images that caused the enemies to lose track of him and stand there frozen in astonishment. The sound of clashing metal rang out incessantly as Logan launched a flurry of thunderous strikes. The assassins realized in horror that even though Logan was only a mid-tier knight, his movement speed was absurdly fast. Logan closed the distance, unleashing powerful blows that left them unable to counter. He silently congratulated himself, thinking that choosing these boots was truly a brilliant decision. They were like a secret weapon, silently fighting by his side. When the boots began to absorb his power and resonate, Logan was truly amazed by their real value. Not only did they noticeably boost his reaction speed, but this ancient artifact also allowed him to perform triple jumps in midair or climb with ease. With its adaptive capabilities, with its size and restorative power, Logan estimated it had to be at least level 4 or higher, so he decided to call it the Wind God's First Boots. The assassins were terrified by his incredible speed. They panicked, realizing they couldn't take him on alone, and begged to use their last resort cards to turn the tide. From the shadows, a mysterious cloaked figure watched the minions' pathetic display and sneered. How embarrassing. Without a second thought, he lunged forward, his silver sword glowing with overwhelming power. Logan shuddered, recognizing the familiar aura of the silver jade magic sword as a massive surge of energy came crashing down. The powerful impact forced Logan back. He gritted his teeth, bracing against the suffocating pressure. Ugh. The sheer power of that surprise attack immediately reminded him of the legendary Moonlight Knight. Logan stared intently at his enemy, definitively confirming that the person standing before him was none other than the Moonlight Knight himself. He's already made his move. I wonder if you can handle it? The mysterious figure quietly pulled back his hood, revealing the face of the veteran knight with a sinister, mocking smile. Bran admitted that Logan was not only good at hiding his true strength but also possessed a truly miraculous relic. Logan had no intention of hiding it anymore, because the moment he saw that signature silver-bladed sword, he knew his opponent's identity had been fully exposed. Bran stared coldly at him and retorted with a sneer. Consider that relic as your tuition fee. Logan looked at him, bewildered. Huh? Tuition? The Moonlight Knight continued with a haughty tone, asking if his reputation made Logan feel ashamed. Then, he firmly declared that, one way or another, he would put Logan through the most rigorous training possible. Bran slowly drew his sword, but his stance was so bizarre that Logan narrowed his eyes in caution. His posture was peculiar. He was holding the blade like a whip. Immediately, he unleashed a magical attack that tore through the night. Logan was stunned to see the sword strikes undulating like an actual whip. Can sword techniques really move like a whip? This is bad. Can he even survive this alone and make it home? The consecutive slashes rained down like a storm, leaving him with no choice but to grit his teeth and defend. The strikes kept coming relentlessly. Logan realized that even with his heavy pressure sword, it was completely useless against this bizarre technique. Knowing that passive defense had reached its limit, Logan steeled himself, determined to use every ounce of his strength to break the current stalemate. The assassins watching from the sidelines were horrified by Logan's power, yet they noticed that Sir Bran was still fighting with absolute composure. Logan gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, still nothing. Even after unleashing his first and second skills in quick succession, his breathing became heavy from exhaustion. Suddenly, Logan sensed danger and, quick as a flash, somersaulted to dodge a lightning-fast strike by a hair's breadth. A massive explosion erupted exactly where he had just been standing, filling the air with dust and debris. Logan struggled to his feet, sweat pouring down his face after narrowly escaping death. That was close. If I'd let my guard down for even a second, I would have been a goner. Witnessing that incredible dodge, Bran curiously wondered, how did Logan do it? Was that power from his relic or some famous sword technique? Logan looked at his opponent with deep concern, seeing that he was completely unscathed. Man, I'm in deep trouble, he muttered to himself, realizing his previous attack hadn't done a thing. And if it weren't for the power amplified by his wind god's first boots, he probably would have been hit by that destructive attack. Logan realized that going head-to-head with a high-level knight like Bran was out of his league, but achieving this much wasn't too bad. Seeing his opponent still caught in shock, Logan coldly asked, "What did you say?" He flatly declared he would show him one more sword technique. Warning: Bran not to get overconfident just because his own experience was still lacking. Bran wore a challenging grin and retorted loudly, "Oh, sure. I'll be waiting. Go ahead and show me what you've got." Looking at the excited expression on the arrogant man's face, Logan told himself this was the last shred of hope he had. He poured all his focus into his legs and his sword, recalling the grueling month of training he'd endured to grasp even a sliver of this secret technique's essence. Logan calmed himself, staying sharp, knowing full well that if he lost here, all his gear and his treasure boots would be stolen, leaving him as nothing more than a pathetic loser. A brilliant golden aura began to flare violently, enveloping Logan's entire body, but Bran quickly launched a counterattack with a powerful stream of silver light. He laughed triumphantly. "You were too naive to trust your enemy." A terrifying blast of internal energy occurred immediately, causing dust to swallow the entire battlefield. Bran stood firm amidst the rubble, thinking that with that level of shockwave, Logan couldn't possibly be unscathed. However, just as the smoke began to clear, a massive pillar of golden light suddenly erupted right before his eyes, leaving Bran stunned in absolute disbelief. Logan appeared within the radiant glow with a sinister smile plastered on his lips. He had officially unleashed his ultimate technique, the third form of the green leaf sword. A massive vortex of energy swirled violently around Logan, creating a suffocating pressure that made Bran's eyes widen in horror. Just before the earth-shattering collision descended, Logan realized his gamble had paid off. He had managed to break through with one more skill. The golden aura from the third form exploded, forming a massive energy tornado that swallowed the Moonlight Knight. The high-level knight was completely caught off guard. His face twisted in terror as he took the full brunt of the destructive power at point-blank range. Deafening explosions rang out repeatedly, wiping out everything in the vicinity. The assassins accompanying him screamed in horror. "Sir Bran!" frantically urging each other, "Find the captain." Amidst the clouds of dust, Bran's sword lay shattered on the ground. He collapsed, coughing up blood after a violent fit of agony. He looked up at the sky, secretly admitting he had just escaped death by a hair's breadth. I actually dodged it." He realized in pain that the power of that attack was so terrifying that he couldn't help but despair, thinking it would have been better if they had both just died. Meanwhile, Logan had already urged his horse to flee the battlefield at breakneck speed. Logan left him to die if he wanted. He had to stay alive first. On horseback, Logan kicked himself for his mistake. "I was way too reckless." He began to analyze the fight, recalling the moment he looked at Bran, when he had spotted a coin-sized hole on the right side of his chest. Logan was certain that was the wound caused by his piercing technique. He realized Bran's strange, excited look and his taunting words were all just a distraction, but because his vision was limited during the fight, he hadn't realized that fatal opening in time. However, Logan remained extremely confident in his growth. "One thing is for certain. With the secret techniques and treasures I possess, I can defeat a high-ranking knight, even while only at the intermediate level." Looking down at his wind-blessed boots, Logan let out a soft sigh. "For now, this is enough. But the price for fighting above my weight class is too high." Exhausted, his vision blurred, and he suddenly collapsed in the saddle. "Young master!" Rick's frantic shout echoed through the castle when he saw Logan return in such a battered state, his armor covered in dust and his face pale. Rick asked anxiously, "What on earth happened to you?" Logan just offered a strained smile, scratching his head to hide his wounds and casually making up a story. "I fell asleep and fell off my horse." His miserable return after 2 weeks at the Roger Bifrost territory caused an uproar in the McLean domain, sparking endless rumors about what the young heir had endured. Standing silently by the window, Lord McLean stared into the distance, his face filled with torment, lacking sufficient evidence to formally challenge the Roger Bifrost family. And, Fearing that making a scene based on a wounded honor would only cause greater trouble, the family decided to let the matter slide for the time being. He blamed himself bitterly. Our family is too weak, which is why you were humiliated like this, son. I don't even have the face to look at you anymore. Logan looked at his father's lonely back, his eyes burning with determination as he vowed, Father, we will have our revenge one day. To do that, we must strengthen our family's power. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, so everyone, don't lose heart. Down on the training ground, Ronian was pouring all his energy into his flaming sword strikes. A brilliant golden aura exploded violently with every swing. Logan thought to himself, this war will be over soon, you don't need to get involved. Now is the time for you to focus on honing your skills. However, Ronian's heart burned with a different will. He didn't want to be treated like a child forever. He yearned to become a true sword that could protect the family, especially after hearing that his brother had been humiliated at Roger Bifrost. Logan approached and cut through the training session. You're working hard, aren't you? Ronian, take a break. Seeing his brother's bewildered expression, Logan smiled and introduced him. Today, I'm going to introduce you to a new companion. A recruit Knight Vector. Vector stepped forward in majestic armor. His sharp, icy blue eyes and the aura of a newly awakened warrior left Ronian stunned. Ronian curiously asked if the armor fit, and received a firm yes. From Vector, the boy was secretly amazed that someone his own age could possess such powerful divine energy, a rare talent, something even he, as a noble's son, hadn't yet achieved. Logan explained that because Vector had only recently awakened his divine energy, he needed time to get used to it and control it, encouraging them both to learn from each other. Seeing Ronian still hesitating, asking if he was really going to train with Vector, Logan was firm. Sparring. What else? Do you want to test your strength? The two young geniuses stood opposite each other, the invisible pressure from their divine energy making the air around them seem to freeze. Logan stepped back and shouted clearly, Now, begin. Instantly, Vector and Ronian lunged at each other like lightning bolts. Their swords clashed violently, creating dazzling sparks and the dramatic screech of metal on metal. Ronian tensed up to defend himself, secretly astonished by the terrifying pressure of the blood-iron sword style from his opponent. He couldn't believe Vector had only just awakened his divine energy, yet already possessed such frightening power. Gritting his teeth to avoid being pushed back by the heterochromatic eyes glowing with killing intent, Ronian resolved to give his all and retaliate with a flaming sword strike. We're the same age. It'd be embarrassing to lose now. The match became more intense as Vector suddenly leaped into the air, catching Ronian off guard. From above, a lightning-fast strike crashed down, pinning Ronian's sword to the ground in a powerful explosion of internal energy. After the fiery collision, both separated to probe each other. Looking at Vector's cold face and overwhelming aura, Ronian couldn't help but shiver. Are you a monster? Watching the high-level match, Logan stood behind them, laughing with delight. Haha. He kept teasing the two kids for looking so cute, which made Ronian blush, deep red, and snap, Brother. Logan quickly regained his serious composure, ordering them both to focus completely on the match. Watching the healthy competition between the two young geniuses, he felt satisfied. As expected, they are a great match. Logan silently evaluated that Vector hadn't just mastered the blood-iron sword in only a few weeks, but also knew how to adapt it into his own wild style. Meanwhile, Ronian, who used to defeat intermediate knights with fixed techniques, had now broken out of that mold to move more freely. A wild sword. Moving freely, combined with a disciplined, precise sword. They would surely learn from each other to develop rapidly. Suddenly, Ronian yelled in frustration after being hit with a sneaky punch, but Logan just laughed, insisting that on the battlefield, there was no such thing as fighting dirty. Whoever stays alive, wins. You have to use any means necessary to take down the opponent, even biting, Logan calculated silently. Only 7 years left until the war with the Empire. He hoped that during that time, both Ronian and Vector would perfect their skills. Watching Vector's rapid progress, Logan longed to pass on the secret sword techniques to him, but he was still cautious about how much he could trust him. Logan told himself he needed a reason strong enough to bind this boy to the McLean family forever. Meanwhile, in the study, Mr. Clayton suddenly discovered young Leah's innate ability. He asked in astonishment if she could truly see the threads of magical energy. Logan realized that if Leah could learn, she would certainly find a suitable path for her future. Clayton continued to test her by asking if Leah could learn to control a clay puppet using those golden threads. Her confirmation left both Clayton and Logan in shock. Logan thought to himself that he had only intended to cheer Leah up because she looked sad, not expecting to stumble upon such a surprising discovery. He had suspected it since the day they met, but couldn't believe she could actually see the magic threads. Another genius appears. These siblings are talented. To verify, Clayton channeled magical energy to a secret spot and asked Leah to point out where it led. Without a moment's hesitation, Leah pointed and confirmed, "That man over there." To be sure, he performed the test again with many different objects. Leah still answered accurately, not missing a beat. "That water jug and that man." Witnessing this exceptional talent, Clayton couldn't help but shout in amazement that this child was truly a prodigy. Logan assessed silently. Even legendary archmages cannot perceive mana with the naked eye. If people knew you had this ability, they'd go absolutely insane. Logan gently asked Leah if she really wanted to study magic. She firmly replied that she did, if that was the way to control the giant puppets. When asked why, Leah innocently replied that, if she had a powerful puppet, she could do much more to help people. Moved by her determination, Logan officially entrusted Leah to Cleon for training. The mages were immediately bustling with preparation, even frantically grabbing measuring tapes to custom-make a wizard's robe for their little apprentice since they didn't have any in her size. Finding a gem like this out of nowhere, who wouldn't be scrambling? Cleon looked at Leah, secretly wondering who the parents of these two geniuses were to produce such extraordinary children. Meanwhile, Logan noticed that the family's strength was growing remarkably well, so he decided it was time to return and fulfill his promise to Master Felix. Logan planned to travel alone, figuring that bringing servants would only be a nuisance. However, a few days later, an unexpected event occurred right in the castle courtyard. A squad of knights in full armor was standing by, led by a commander shouting with great enthusiasm, "It is my honor to accompany you, young master. I will serve you with all my heart." Standing amidst the overly eager and disciplined group, Logan's face darkened with annoyance. He just stood there frozen, looking helpless while screaming internally, "Get lost, all of you." He wanted to be free and unburdened, taking a whole crowd like this? Was he crazy? Henderson, the captain of the Markland's Knight Order, stood at attention and shouted excitedly, affirming how honored he was to serve such a talented young master. Deep down, the knight was thrilled to be heading to the capital with Logan, convinced he was serving a legendary figure and dreaming of becoming his right-hand man in the future. However, Logan immediately poured cold water on that fantasy, with a very mundane order. "Hey, go pick up some firewood for the campfire." Seeing the captain dejectedly shuffling off to gather wood, Logan just stared with a blank, helpless expression. In reality, Logan had intended to go alone, but Lord Patrica had firmly objected, insisting that he at least take a few servants to maintain appearances. After much arguing, Logan had to concede and bring a few knights, but he couldn't help but wonder why Rick had also shown up in the group. When questioned, Rick panicked while feeding the horses, justifying that if the young master went without servants, the world would look down on the family. Logan narrowed his eyes suspiciously, asking directly if Rick was just making excuses to get to Gran. Having his secret laid bare, Rick frantically admitted the heartbreaking truth that no girl in their current territory would talk to him, so he had to go to the capital to find a chance at marriage. This kid was clever. He didn't want a girl from the sticks, he wanted a city girl. The noise from his companions gave Logan such a headache that he had to cover his ears. He lamented to himself that these people were truly too much trouble. Logan reassured himself, reminding himself that this trip to Gran wasn't just to visit Master Felix. His main goal consisted of two important tasks. One was to re-verify potential changes in the future, and the other was to find a way to build a good relationship with the third prince. Logan recalled the history. The reigning Emperor Samuel hadn't had an heir by age 40, so he married several concubines and had his first two sons. However, nearly 10 years later, the Empress unexpectedly gave birth to the third prince when she was over 40. This youngest prince possessed innate swordsmanship and incredibly smooth speech, soon far surpassing the other two, who only knew how to cause trouble, to become the most potential successor. Although the emperor favored him highly, the families of the other two princes wouldn't stand for it. They constantly used sinister schemes to smear the third prince's image in the eyes of the people. Logan understood that if nothing changed, in the winter right before the third prince reached the age of succession, the emperor would suddenly die, and a bloody civil war would erupt. Royal brothers were usually each other's worst enemies, stopping at nothing for the throne. The first prince, Blas, was a sixth circle mage, receiving solid backing from his grandfather. He had formed an alliance with the second prince, Roman von Grandia, a man known for having invincible strength. With these two massive forces, the third prince had absolutely no chance and was soon cornered. In that moment of life and death, the most powerful neutral noble in the kingdom stepped in to set conditions with the emperor. This is the emperor's command. If you spare the third prince's life, I will become the most loyal sword of the new emperor. Thanks to that pledge from the Duke, the third prince was lucky enough to save his life. Eventually, the first prince defeated the second prince to take the throne. But his years of reign only brought suffering and starvation to the people, right until the neighboring empire invaded. Even more bitterly, he cowardly used Ronion as a shield for defense. Looking back at those painful memories, Logan gripped his sword hilt, his eyes burning with determination. I will never let him take the throne again. He would rewrite history so it wouldn't end like his past life. Logan told himself that the second prince's nature wasn't any better, so he decided he had to meet the third prince in person to see if he was truly worthy of succeeding the throne. Upon reaching the mansion gate, the guard clearly announced that his identity had been confirmed and he could enter. Stepping into the grounds, Logan couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the majesty of the place. Is this really the Sword Saint's residence? Rick, walking beside him, also had his jaw drop in amazement. Wow, it's beautiful. While lost in his admiration, Rick jumped in fright when he accidentally bumped into a beautiful maid of the Duke's estate. Rick immediately leaned toward Logan's ear, whispering calculatingly, "Young master, if I could marry a maid from the Duke's house, wouldn't our family be supported by them? Help me approach her." Before he could finish, Rick was hit by a painful blow from Logan that sent him straight to the floor. Dreaming big, huh? Keep dreaming while you sleep. Just then, a refined, blonde-haired man approached. "Ah, you must be Logan. Please follow me." He signaled for the rest of them to follow him as well. Logan paused, sensing an extraordinary aura radiating from the man. This person is. Seeing Logan silent, the man smiled politely. "May I ask for your name? I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Han, the butler of the Duke Felix family." The blonde man's introduction left Logan stunned. Sweat beaded on his forehead, born of sheer shock. Deep down, he was stunned to realize that the man standing before him was truly him, the legendary captain of the Grandia Liberation Front from his past life. Unlike Logan, a man who once lived only for revenge, Lise Hone was, in his memory, a truly great man, one who lived and fought for the noblest of ideals. Logan still remembered the very first time they met in that past life. Back then, Lise, clad in armor scarred by the battlefield, had looked him straight in the eyes and pleaded, "I need your help. You are the only one who can do this." He handed Logan a vital document and gave him careful instructions. "Remember everything in this book, learn it by heart, and then burn it if you must, and pass the knowledge within it on to those who are worthy." Was it destiny that brought them together like this in his past life? Logan tried to scour his mind, wondering what else was in those final messages Lace had left him all those years ago. The image of the captain with the long scar on his face flickered in his mind. It seemed he had said something else, even when he couldn't finish, when suddenly, a headache as sharp as a hammer blow struck him, making Logan groan while clutching his head. He was panicked and questioning himself. Why couldn't he remember such a crucial memory at a moment like this? Noticing the young guest's distress, Lise asked him with concern, "Are you all right?" Logan hurriedly reassured him, "I'm fine, thank you, Captain." "Oh no, butler," he corrected himself, stammering an excuse about losing sleep last night to hide his confusion. Lise smiled kindly, patted his shoulder, and advised, "You're still young, so you should take better care of your health. Don't end up like me, regretting it only when you're old. Take care of yourself." Logan had heard these words until he was tired of them in his previous life, but hearing them again now, he still smiled faintly, feeling it was a blessing to see an old friend once more. Logan told himself to forget what that final, unfinished sentence was. He had to focus on the present and ensure that in this life, he would prevent every tragedy from happening. In shows, I always hear that if heaven gives you a second chance, there's a reason for it. Approaching a majestic wooden door, Lise announced, "The Duke is waiting for you inside." "See you later," Logan replied firmly. "All right, I'm going in." Just as he placed his hand on the door, a voice full of authority and a hint of impatience rang out from within. "Get in here already. What are you waiting for?" Logan was startled for a second before regaining his composure. He flashed a bright smile and pushed the door open. Facing the powerful figures waiting for him, he greeted them respectfully. "It is an honor to meet you both. Are you both doing well?" As he stepped into the room, Logan caught the kind gaze of the Duchess. She smiled gently. "You must be Logan, right? I've heard my husband speak so much about you. We owe you a great debt of gratitude." Logan bowed respectfully. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Duchess. Congratulations, you finally have an heir." Suddenly, Felix spoke up with a serious expression. "Regarding that, I have a question for you." Logan replied politely. "Yes, please ask." And then, the master swordsman made a shocking proposal. "Logan, could you name this child for me?" The unexpected question left Logan stunned, only able to gasp in astonishment. "Pardon? You're asking me to name your child? That's quite unusual, Duke. Felix explained calmly. My wife and I have already discussed this. To show our appreciation, I think you should be the one to name my son. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Logan stood frozen. In his heart, he began to piece together the sacred significance of a name. In Grandia, a name follows a person for their entire life, determining the path the child will take in the future. It is a deeply held belief among the people here, and nobles often choose the names of those they respect the most for their children, even hosting grand banquets to announce them. Logan panicked internally. And yet, they want me to do this. Logan marveled to himself, realizing that even though they had only met twice, the Duke and Duchess had truly placed so much trust in him. He understood that this was a monumental responsibility, but he had absolutely no reason to decline such a great honor. Logan flashed a radiant smile and answered clearly, I would be honored to do so. Felix was overjoyed. Thank you so much. Immediately after, the Duke affectionately instructed his wife, You should go rest. I've told you before, don't walk around too much. It was natural for the lady of the house to greet guests, but the couple's mutual affection was like a scene out of a romantic drama. Watching her leave, Felix thought to himself that Logan had received no small favor, as the title of naming the Duke's son was something to be immensely proud of. After reminding her to rest, the door slammed shut. The room was left with only the two men. Logan breathed a sigh of relief, secretly blaming himself for being poor at small talk in social situations like these. Felix suddenly changed the subject. Let's talk about something else. Logan asked, bewildered. About what? The master swordsman's eyes turned sharp. He remarked, Surprising, truly. In such a short period, your strength has increased significantly. Let's see just how strong you've become. Felix issued a challenge without hesitation. Immediately, both moved to the majestic training grounds. Logan didn't hesitate. He channeled power into his legs. The sound of clashing metal rang out incessantly as Logan unleashed lightning-fast strikes toward his master. Yet, Felix remained calm, easily neutralizing all of Logan's dangerous attacks with simple, gentle sword parries. He was truly worthy of being called the sword saint that everyone worshipped. Logan gritted his teeth, sweat streaming down, as he realized the man could easily block every one of his attacks without breaking a sweat. He told himself that a duel with his master was the best chance to see where his true potential lay. Suddenly, Felix stopped and commanded firmly, Stop. Logan retracted his sword, bewildered, but was completely frozen by the master swordsman's cryptic question. Do you even know what you're doing? Logan questioned himself in a panic. Felix stood tall, eyes filled with disappointment, and challenged him. What are you doing? Don't tell me this is all you've got. Logan gritted his teeth, sweat dripping down his face, but replied firmly, No. Felix smirked slightly. He challenged Logan to give everything he had. Logan told himself this was the first training session since they had officially become master and student. He absolutely could not let the Sword Saint be disappointed from the very first moments. Logan gathered all his inner energy, creating an earth-shattering surge of power. As their swords collided, he held nothing back, showing everything he had. Right after the blue dragon slash, Logan immediately pivoted, unleashing his next attack, the Swordbreaker technique. A blinding, brilliant aura erupted, sweeping everything away in a massive shockwave of energy. Yet, amid the dust and debris, Felix's mocking laughter echoed. How funny, he sneered. Logan was stunned to realize his opponent had vanished from sight, and the very next second Felix appeared right behind him. The Sword Saint dripped with biting sarcasm. Already collapsing after just 2 moves, the impact was so intense it knocked the wind out of Logan. Felix looked down at him coldly and issued a blunt order. Get up. Using brute force without thinking isn't the best way to start. Logan realized with a jolt that the very technique he'd used to deliver a fatal blow to the Moonlight Knight was now being treated by Felix as a joke. He gripped his sword hilt until his hands shook, feeling the humiliation burning in his chest. Felix stared straight at Logan with piercing eyes and clearly demanded, Show me your true skill. He's already shown everything he's got. There's nothing left to hide. Master, don't disappoint me again. Logan. Felix's warning hit like a splash of ice-cold water against the young master's pride. Logan knelt on the ground, gritting his teeth against the suffocating pressure weighing on his shoulders. He roared in his mind, I'll get serious this time. Logan stomped hard, unleashed an incredible burst of speed, and executed his ultimate royal sword strike. Yet, through the thick cloud of dust, Felix stood tall without a single scratch. He sighed, deeply disappointed. Still don't understand what I'm saying? In the blink of an eye, Felix moved with speed far beyond human limits, closing in right in front of Logan, who could only widen his eyes in terror. Logan was shocked to find his opponent had vanished from his field of vision. He hadn't even heard a single footstep. Before he could react, he was struck square in the face with the hilt of a sword. This is twice as humiliating. Do you even have the spirit to fight anymore? He gritted his teeth against the stinging pain, trying to pull himself up through ragged, gasping breaths. Logan felt his chest tighten, each breath becoming agonizingly difficult under the crushing pressure from his master. He collapsed to the floor, clutching his chest and coughing uncontrollably in utter helplessness. Felix looked down coldly and uttered a sarcastic remark. "You call this swordsmanship? Are you sure you've actually studied properly?" Logan gritted his teeth in resentment and screamed in desperation. "Enough of this nonsense swordsmanship. What on earth do you want?" Anyway, Felix remarked that although his skills had improved slightly compared to the first time, Logan's fundamental swordsmanship remained the same, and was arguably even worse because his foundation was completely ruined. Felix sternly criticized Logan for pouring all his energy into his supernatural abilities, mistakenly thinking that would make his swordsmanship stronger. He insisted that to be truly powerful, he needed a solid foundation because the challenges ahead would only get much harder. Logan stood there, lost in thought, silently admitting, "So that's how it is." He realized that his own arrogance, born from the experience and powers of his past life, had led him astray. After regressing, because things had gone so smoothly, he'd made the foolish mistake of focusing only on the holy sword, while neglecting the most basic fundamentals. Logan tightened his grip on his sword, his eyes burning with a new resolve to fix his mistakes. He's finally learned his lesson. They say you can't succeed without a teacher, right? Let's do it again. Even though his body was falling apart, Logan didn't waver. He gripped his training sword, his eyes burning with determination as he shouted, "Please, spar with me again." Deep down, Logan told himself he had to start from the absolute basics to perfect his own abilities. However, the terrifying intensity of the training exceeded his limits, causing Logan to collapse, his face pale from pure exhaustion. The guards rushed over in a panic, placed him on a stretcher, and shouted, "Emergency! Hurry up! Get him to the doctor." Watching from afar, Liz smiled faintly and remarked, "Someone who uses their own body to learn swordsmanship. The harder it is, the better the body will remember it." He turned to tease his master. "I think you're actually enjoying this, aren't you?" Felix smirked. Despite sarcastically calling it a waste of talent, he admitted, "I do like his perseverance." Suddenly, Rick, the attendant, rushed over to interrupt their conversation. "Excuse me, may I interrupt for a moment?" Facing Felix's inquisitive gaze, the servant stammered as he introduced himself. "I am Lord Logan's personal attendant. My name is Rick." He actually managed to reach the Duke himself. Rick respectfully handed Felix a secret letter. Felix asked with surprise why Logan's father didn't just use a communication device for speed. Rick awkwardly explained that there were some matters the young master absolutely should not know about. Upon opening the letter, Felix read the sincere pleas from Patrick. The Lord expressed deep gratitude, noting that thanks to Felix's swordsmanship, the level of the family's knights had improved significantly. However, Patrick earnestly begged Felix to help Logan broaden his perspective on the Holy Sword, as he had been stuck in a rut for 2 years. Felix secretly found it funny, as he had only taught them the most basic, entry-level techniques. Patrick himself didn't hesitate to admit his own incompetence in having to rely on the Duke to help his son. He affirmed that the Patrick family would never forget this kindness. Felix smirked. "Haha, how interesting." He turned to ask Rick to confirm whether Logan really knew nothing about this letter. Upon receiving the answer that the young master was focused entirely on training, Felix couldn't help but click his tongue, marveling at a 20-year-old man who cared nothing for women. A week later, having just recovered, Logan asked in bewilderment, "A party?" Felix stated clearly that it was ridiculous and troublesome for a noble heir to be 20 years old without a fiancé. "Looks like you're getting married after all, Logan. So, I've decided to introduce someone to you myself." Felix's sudden announcement left Logan stunned. He wondered why his master had changed his mind so quickly when he had previously demanded he focus entirely on training. Felix calmly explained that peace of mind was an essential factor for improvement, a truth he only realized after meeting his own wife. Deep down, Logan began to worry. "This isn't right. The Civil War is happening in a few months. Why am I getting engaged now?" However, Felix remained firm in his intention. He revealed that someone had asked for his help, and that he himself was very worried about the future of his only disciple. Felix continued his lecture on how it's natural for parents to worry about their children, especially when a son has reached adulthood but hasn't settled down yet. Even though in his heart he thought this was absurd, Logan understood that he couldn't bluntly reject his master's request, so he reluctantly agreed to spend a day meeting the girl. As soon as the date began, a young woman with vibrant reddish-brown hair and sharp, piercing eyes appeared. She offered a formal, graceful bow. "It's a pleasure to meet you, young Master Logan McLean. I'm Alan Freud. Honestly, how could I avoid this? Whether I like it or not, I'll have to get married eventually. Right?" Her sudden appearance left Rick, standing behind, stunned by her breathtaking beauty. Even Logan, who had always been indifferent to women, was momentarily dumbstruck. But what shocked him even more wasn't her looks, but the powerful aura radiating from her. Logan realized this arranged fiancé was actually a powerhouse, already at the peak of the low-rank tier and nearly reaching the level of a mid-rank knight. He couldn't believe an 18-year-old girl could achieve such a terrifying level of strength. The name Freud suddenly triggered a haunting memory in Logan's mind regarding the 3-year civil war from his previous life. Aline Freud was one of Grandia's brilliant geniuses, but she had a tragic fate. She was known as the Iron Flower, from a fallen noble house, a legendary woman who once single-handedly held a fortress gate and took down 100 elite knights all by herself. Logan was stunned to realize he was standing in front of an invaluable talent. He silently calculated that, if he could pull her over to the McLean family side before the war broke out, it would be a huge advantage. The idea of a full-blown marriage, instead of just an engagement to bind her to his family, crossed his mind. But Logan hesitated, as he had never seen nobles marry upon their first meeting. "You didn't want to come at first, but now you're thinking about marriage?" Noticing Logan's hesitation, Alan smirked. "Looks like you weren't too thrilled to be here either." "Young master," Logan jolted out of his thoughts. He awkwardly apologized, making an excuse that he was lost in thought. Alan bluntly declared that she felt the same way, as she didn't want to waste time on meaningless things. Suddenly, she stepped closer, looked him straight in the eyes, and made a bold proposal. "So, what do you think? Shall we spend some meaningful time together?" Rewinding back in time, Alan had let out an annoyed, shocked cry when she heard the news from her father. "You're making me go on another blind date with some pampered pretty boys?" She firmly insisted to Count Robert Freud that she had absolutely no intention of thinking about marriage right now. The Count smiled kindly, trying to persuade his daughter by mentioning her fame and beauty, and specifically revealed that the one who introduced them was none other than Duke Felix. Hearing the name of the renowned sword saint, Alan was stunned, her eyes lighting up with curiosity. Robert Freud laughed, explaining that this time the suitor was the Duke's own disciple, a rising talent who wasn't yet widely known. He didn't forget to praise his daughter a genius who had awakened her internal energy at age 12, something rarely seen. However, behind the glamour lay a legendary past where her first fiancé was beaten so badly he had to cancel their engagement. Robert Freud could only hold his head and groan at his daughter's violent tendencies, which had led to her being banned from sword practice for a long time. Yet, just 2 years later, Alan went on to defeat a real knight during another matchmaking session, just to prove she was stronger than most warriors. The nickname, the Night-Slaying Maiden, stuck to her from then on, causing all future marriage proposals to end in fear. Count Robert was sweating bullets. He told himself he couldn't afford to miss this chance, as Duke Felix had guaranteed that this Logan guy was an extraordinary talent, the only one capable of handling his monstrous daughter. Back at the date, Logan was sweating buckets, stammering in confusion. Meaningful time. What exactly do you mean? The male lead is really getting put through the ringer." He nervously watched her clutching her skirt, her face flushed with excitement. Alan stared directly at him, clearly stating she had heard of him being the Sword Saint's disciple. With eyes burning with fighting spirit, she suddenly made a shocking proposal. "Do you want to spar with me?" Seeing this, both the maid and Rick cried out in despair. "My lady, my master." The maid rushed over to stop her. She scolded Alan for trying to beat up another potential fiancé, despite the Count's warnings. Alan looked annoyed at being interrupted, but firmly insisted this time was completely different. She remembered the previous suitors, who had only looked down on her, and made rude comments about how she would birth strong children because of her internal energy, and even arrogantly claimed they could handle her bare-handed. Alan gritted her teeth in resentment, admitting she still regretted not beating them even worse. She turned and walked away decisively, her cold, sharp gaze fixed on Logan, as she insisted things would be different this time. Rick scrambled after him, begging him not to hit her, warning that he'd be the one getting wiped out first. Logan McLean calmly warmed up, his muscles with enthusiasm, insisting that wouldn't happen. In reality, he was extremely curious about Alan's true abilities, wanting to verify if the rumors of her defeating 100 knights in his previous life were true. Logan even ordered the training ground entrance locked to keep the verification strictly private. Inside the training ground, the servants were still bickering about their master's origins. Alan Freud quietly drew her sword, declaring she had been practicing for 10 years on her own. Logan was slightly surprised that she was self-taught, but Alan immediately added a sharp warning that she had already taken down real knights, so he should definitely not underestimate her. Logan smiled faintly, explaining he was just amazed, not dismissive. Logan declared he had no intention of going easy on her, so if his attacks felt a bit intense, he hoped she would understand. That powerful statement left Alan momentarily flustered. Not giving her a second to recover, Logan stomped his foot and opened with a high-speed dash. The lightning-fast approach left Alan unable to react. Her eyes went wide with terror as she saw his blade nearly upon her. A thunderous strike descended. Logan firmly used the blunt edge of his sword to strike her side, making Alan let out a pained oof. She collapsed to the floor, using her sword to prop herself up, leaving the maid in shock. Logan looked down at her coldly and reminded her, "If you leave your guard open like that, you'll be eating through a straw." Alan gritted her teeth in frustration, determined to find a way to counterattack. But Logan remained utterly calm, coldly criticizing her for holding her sword too loosely, and immediately followed up with another strike that left her defenseless. Logan urged her, "Move faster," then landed another painful blow that made Alan groan in agony. He kept pointing out her flaws, her sides were wide open, and he unleashed a barrage of precise strikes against her. It was a completely one-sided match. Alan collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted and gasping for air, while Rick and her maid looked on from a distance, paralyzed by pure worry. Logan looked down at the girl, who was spent, and offered a comment laced with concern. "Seems like you're tired, huh? Let's wipe that blood off your forehead first." Taking advantage of Logan while he was speaking, Ellen suddenly launched a reckless, lightning-fast surprise attack, but Logan dodged it with ease, just barely. Ellen could only grit her teeth in frustration as her strike missed its mark so bitterly. Unlike Elend's irritation, Logan just nodded in approval. "Good call. How is anyone supposed to handle being praised like that?" The unexpected compliment left Alan stunned and bewildered, unsure of what he was playing at. Suspicion flared up inside Alan. She wondered if he was genuinely praising her or just mocking her weakness. Logan kept his stern expression and continued his instruction. "But you need to keep your movements tighter, understand?" He landed a sharp blow that made Elend cry out in pain. This action made her snap. She scolded him through tears. "You're too much, you jerk." Logan watched her silently, inwardly realizing that Elend had developed too many bad habits from training on her own all this time. However, he was also amazed to see her improve so rapidly after just a few pointers. Looking at Alan's raw, untapped talent, Logan quietly empathized with what his master Felix must have felt when he saw him. It would be such a waste if she weren't trained properly. Stung in her pride, Elend roared with spirit. Alan executed a series of high-speed movements, leaving behind after-images that made the space around them seem to tremble with every step. Logan silently noted that Elend's footwork had become far more impressive, no longer as reckless as it was at the start. Ellen screamed in frustration and went crazy, swinging her sword to attack, but Logan easily deflected every blow and countered with cold, precise strikes. The girl grit her teeth in helplessness as she realized she was completely outclassed. Logan flashed by in a blink and landed a heavy strike to her back, making Ellen stumble. She collapsed onto the training floor, her breath coming in heavy, exhausted gasps. Logan stood by, watching her, and mused to himself, "Now that's a rare find, talent and heart all in one." He sheathed his sword, stepped forward, and reached out a hand with a polite gesture. "Let me help you up, my lady." "I'll say it again." Logan pulled Ellen to her feet and declared firmly, "I'll give you another chance next time." Ellen gasped in shock. The way Logan had gotten so close left her flustered. Logan looked her straight in the eyes and said in a low, firm voice, "Join my squad. You'll be a warrior, not a baby maker. I'll ensure you have the freedom to train and spar, and I'll make sure you have an arena where you can make a name for yourself." Ellen went quiet for a moment before suddenly cheering in excitement. "That sounds good." Logan felt a sense of triumph, realizing her sword sense wasn't any worse than Ronian's, and he felt certain that the rumors about this genius from his past life were absolutely true. He told himself that if the price for recruiting such a brilliant talent was just an engagement, then it was a hell of a bargain. Logan wondered why his master had specifically introduced him to the Freud family. Felix calmly explained that there were two main reasons. First, the Freud family was a powerful house in the capital, but didn't belong to any prince's faction. They could represent Patrick, a family with no connections in the complex political landscape of the capital. Logan quietly realized that with this backing, it looked like Roger would have to suffer a lot more in the future. Even though he'd been so focused on the upcoming civil war, Logan had to admit his master's perspective made a lot of sense. Felix leaned in close, revealing the second, more important reason, with a mischievous look. I was just curious to see what would happen if I paired up a clever brat with such a wild young lady. Logan was speechless at his master's sudden quirkiness, but he told himself that no matter the reason, as long as it served his plans, it was acceptable. Felix remarked that seeing Logan's embarrassed expression on a blind date finally made him look like someone his own age. His master said in a low voice that he didn't know exactly how heavy the burden was on Logan's shoulders, but he always saw him carrying a troubled look, as if he were bearing the world's worries all by himself. Felix placed a hand on his student's shoulder, sincerely advising him that he didn't have to endure everything alone and should try to open up and trust those around him so he could relax. He believed that the young lady, Alan, could bring some peace to Logan's soul. Logan smiled faintly, moved by his master's kindness, but deep down, he remained steadfast in the heavy responsibility of changing the future, a burden only he could carry. The emotional atmosphere suddenly vanished when Felix added a piece of seasoned advice. I've been single for ages, so, let me tell you, get a kid early, or you'll end up like me. The off-color joke was so much that Logan could only shout in panic and helplessness. Master! In the training hall, the sound of clashing steel rang out, followed by pained groans. Henderson braced himself to defend, but was still knocked away. Logan stood there and coldly reprimanded him. You can't even block that? You'd better focus. 3 weeks had passed since arriving in the capital. Aside from boring social functions, Logan spent all his time training every day. He clicked his tongue, thinking to himself, or just fighting these weaklings. Does this even count as training when you're so strong that your opponents feel like toys? Logan wondered why his subordinates' attitudes had become so weird and annoying since arriving here. Watching Henderson and the others look so thrilled after being beaten by him, he was puzzled. Do I feel like these losers are acting even more annoying since we got to the capital? Have I been hitting them too much? The look of absolute worship in Henderson's eyes made Logan shudder. Outside, the knights of the Duke's estate started whispering. When they saw Patrick's squad training until they collapsed, they mocked them, saying they heard these knights were mediocre, and by capital standards, only the lowest rank would have to work this hard at swordplay. One guy even arrogantly suggested, why don't they go find some reserve knights to spar with? Witnessing that arrogance, Henderson and his team just walked away in silence, marveling at their young master's endless energy. Suddenly, Henderson froze. He realized something very strange. They really are strong, but it's weird that their swordsmanship is still below the iron blood sword level. His comrade next to him immediately agreed. Yeah, I think so too. Those capital knights keep bragging that their swordsmanship comes straight from the swordmaster, wondering why the Marl clan uses such inferior techniques. Pride comes before a fall. Those words left Henderson deep in thought. He wondered if what their family was learning really did originate from the swordmaster. A shocking realization flashed through Henderson's mind. Of course, this couldn't have been invented by just anyone. Their master had learned a swordsmanship that far surpassed the Duke's. He was convinced that it was Logan who gave them the ability to become the very best. With eyes brimming with emotion, Henderson and his comrades clasped their hands in admiration, silently affirming that everything was exactly as they had hoped from their great master. Regardless, Logan privately felt relieved that Felix P. wasn't causing him any extra trouble. He watched him and noticed the guy seemed to be focused solely on training, which made Logan start considering whether he should hand him an important task. At a bustling street corner in the capital, the air was filled with noisy, enticing calls from vendors. A young man wearing glasses, looking sharp and agile, stood in the middle of the crowd holding up eye-catching signs. Exclusive items here. You'll regret it for the rest of your noble life if you don't buy them. That was Felix P. He was fired up and muttering to himself. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to turn a profit. Felix P. eagerly pulled at nobles passing by, advertising these as the most essential products for noble families in the capital. Seeing a customer who looked worried, Felix P. immediately closed in and pitched smoothly. Oh, sir, please, just take a look. You seem worried that this medicine will just wash it all away. No sooner had he finished the sentence than he spun around with a radiant smile. Oh, sir, you look just like our master. Felix P.'s smile froze instantly when he realized the person standing right behind him was Logan, his face darkened with killing intent. The sudden appearance of the young master and his knights made Felix P. panic. He immediately knelt, his whole body trembling as he stammered, "The competition is just too brutal. I had no choice." Logan stared coldly at the man, groveling at his feet. He spoke in a low voice, demanding he stand up straight. "You're a brand ambassador, not a beggar. Are you?" Logan firmly declared that he would help Felix P. earn money the proper way and told him to stop pulling these cheap stunts just to make a few extra coins. He ordered Felix P. to get up and announced, "We're ending this here. I have a job for you. Hearing the words new mission, Felix P's eyes couldn't help but sparkle with curiosity. Right after that, Logan introduced a group of knights in polished armor standing by and waiting. I'm assigning them to you. This is the 18th unit of the Patrick Knights. They will be responsible for protecting you. Logan wore a radiant smile, sincerely expressing his hope for a good partnership. Felix P was shocked, looking at the 6 elite knights standing before him. He stammered, "Same here. But what kind of mission requires protection?" "All 6 of them," Logan reassured him. "Don't be too worried. This job is just a bit more of what you were already doing last year." Logan got straight to the point. He demanded that by the end of the year, Felix P needed to supply the largest possible amount of weapons, horses, and timber. This news hit like a bolt from the blue, and Felix P screamed in total panic. "Are you planning to go to war again?" Logan smirked mysteriously and replied calmly, "What? Do I look like a warmonger to you? I just want to be prepared for an emergency." Talk about a world-class liar. Felix P went pale, trembling as he muttered, "An emergency. Every time you say that, something big happens." The bad premonition made Felix P wave his hands frantically. "Oh no, no, bite your tongue." After regaining a bit of composure, he cautiously asked about the budget scale for this massive procurement. Logan looked at Felix P with complete trust and clearly stated a shocking figure. 30 million. Get as much as you can with that. 30 or 40 million? Felix P exclaimed, stunned by the massive sum Logan had just dropped. Logan was deep in thought. He had reached this conclusion after going head-to-head with the Sinan clan. He realized that if he increased the number of archers, his army could defeat a brigade of low-level knights using only regular soldiers. He believed that, if successful, this tactic would completely change the military landscape of the entire continent, reaching a level close to the royal archers he saw in his previous life. However, Felix P immediately threw cold water on him, claiming Logan didn't know the details of the trade, and insisted he wouldn't even get half the goods he imagined. Felix P explained that when demand is too high, prices skyrocket, especially for war horses. He emphasized that horses can't just breed by throwing money at them, and they can't be reproduced overnight. Logan was slightly flustered. He wondered if he was too late, as he had thought everything would be settled before the war broke out. Hearing the word war, Felix panicked and demanded to know if the young master was really planning to start another one. Logan hurriedly waved his hands to deny it, asking Felix P to calm down so he could explain things more simply. Felix P held up 3 fingers, firmly asserting that no matter what, the price would triple at least, and he became determined to stop this wasteful spending plan at all costs. Logan thought for a moment, and then made a firm decision. Double the price? Take it. Money isn't an issue. The priority is getting the supplies. Logan cut off the manager's train of thought with a new offer. He smirked calculatingly, declaring that if Felix P could buy the goods for less than twice the market price, he would give him a bonus. Felix P asked out of curiosity what the bonus would be, and he froze when Logan locked in a figure of 3% of the difference. Like a bolt of lightning, Felix P was excited to the point of madness. He instantly changed his attitude and swore to give his all. When the commission is higher than your pride. Meanwhile, Henderson stood behind them, still confused about how big 3% actually was. Logan felt smug. Don't talk about morals. Talk about bonuses. Felix P happily rushed over to massage the shoulders of his generous young master, to the absolute satisfaction of both. By fighting alongside Master Felix, Logan had found a way to improve his swordsmanship. At the same time, he secretly marveled at having gained a genius like Alan on his side. Everything seemed to be going incredibly smoothly. But in his heart, Logan still had lingering worries, noticing that King Samuel was dissatisfied with the current monarchy. Although there were no signs of war yet, based on the memories of his past life, Logan knew that no one would expect the king's death until the very last moment. Logan told himself that at least knowing this in advance gave him time to prepare. He had now gained the absolute trust of his master, and although he desperately wanted to meet the third prince, he worried that making the first move now might seem a bit suspicious. He planned to return to Ain immediately after attending the naming ceremony for his master's child. Suddenly, Duke Felix spoke up, breaking Logan's train of thought. "The king is calling for us," Felix said. Logan was stunned. He couldn't believe he was being summoned so abruptly. Felix led Logan toward the grand palace gates, where the guards loudly announced, "The Duke has been verified. Please, follow me." The two walked silently deep into the heart of the royal palace. Logan couldn't help but feel anxious, wondering why the king would want to meet an heir to a barony from a remote, backwater region. He never imagined he would be summoned like this. Noticing the pressure weighing on his student's shoulders, Felix calmly reassured him, Feeling the pressure, are you? Don't worry, the Duke affirmed, insisting that the king just wanted to see his student for himself, as he was a man who truly cherished talented individuals, and this meeting would certainly bring no harm to Logan. Logan softly replied, yes, but his eyes kept scanning the magnificent beauty of Granvia Castle. He thought to himself that as long as the Empire stood, this masterpiece would be preserved. Yet, haunting memories of how it became a den for corrupt powermongers after the war crept back into his mind. Looking at the palace's splendor, Logan told himself, it's a beautiful place, but it's destined to become a pit of political filth. He swore to himself that he would never let that future happen again. The massive gates of the main hall slowly swung open, revealing a long, opulent corridor lined with red carpets and drooping banners. Logan followed silently as Master Felix headed toward the majestic throne. Once they reached the ruler, Felix firmly ordered him to bow to the leader of the land. Both men knelt, performing the deepest mark of respect before the king. From above, the king's voice boomed as it always did. I told you, there's no need for such formalities, the king said. Felix remained formal, insisting that if the elders didn't set the example, those beneath them would never follow suit, and one must show respect where it is due. The king expressed his joy at seeing his old friend still holding on to his same old personality and told them to stand up. He reached out his hand, expressing his desire to see with his own eyes the apprentice Felix was so proud of. Logan looked up, and finally, he saw the majestic presence of King Samuel sitting on the throne, his hair and beard snow-white, wearing a magnificent crown. The old man in front of Logan was none other than Samuel, the king history had labeled as incompetent. Seeing how healthy he looked, Logan couldn't help but ponder. As no one would have guessed, this monarch was nearing his end. He thought to himself, if the king had shown clear signs of illness, the succession issue might have been settled peacefully, and the bloody civil war from his memories would never have occurred. Still, Logan told himself that at least everything was proceeding exactly as he remembered. Seeing Logan staring at him, King Samuel chuckled and remarked that the kid certainly had enough nerve to be Felix's student. After all, it was the first time he'd met a young man who dared to stare him down like that. Logan snapped out of it, startled, and hurriedly spoke up. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. The king smiled kindly, saying it was fine, and reminding him not to copy his master's overly rigid manners, as he really liked young men full of passion. Felix immediately chimed in, asserting that Logan didn't just have passion, he was incredibly talented, having overcome every disadvantage to lead the knights to victory in 2 consecutive battles. The master believed that with such courage and extraordinary intelligence, his student was top tier. It would be a waste not to put him in a leadership position. Hearing the glowing praise, King Samuel nodded in approval. Oh, is that so? The kid really is worthy of being your student, isn't he? However, he curiously asked how the two of them had first met. Felix lowered his voice and recounted how he had been severely wounded in the past, back when the king was still a crown prince. The story of this unexpected bond made King Samuel laugh heartily. Suddenly, the king's expression turned serious. He looked straight at Logan and said, Logan, was it? Thank you. Truly, thank you. The words left Logan stunned, and he hesitantly asked, Pardon? He wondered to himself why the king would suddenly thank him. King Samuel said, moved. Seeing my friend crippled broke my heart, and you were the one who saved him. That guilt was so heavy I never dared to speak of it. King Samuel looked at Logan with great respect. He affirmed that Logan helping Felix was just like lifting 1,000-pound weight off his own heart. Thus, a thank you was inevitable. Felix quickly protested, Your Majesty, you are too kind, but the king remained firm in his intent. He emphasized that without Logan, he wouldn't have been able to sit firmly on this throne, and as a king, he had to express his gratitude in a way that was befitting. King Samuel waved Logan over to receive a worthy gift, a bracelet studded with gemstones that radiated a powerful, deep blue aura. Felix gasped in shock, recognizing it as one of the kingdom's national treasures. He anxiously tried to stop him, suggesting that the king should let him reward Logan himself, instead of using such a precious relic. Logan stood frozen, internally reeling as he realized the bracelet contained an incredibly pure source of magical energy. Just one look, and Logan was stunned. This was top-tier, 5-star gear. Putting this on would instantly put him in a league of his own. King Samuel firmly handed over the gift, insisting it was a reward for Logan, helping them clear a long-standing injustice. He urged Logan to take it before he changed his mind, leaving the young man trembling as he accepted it and vowed respectfully, I will etch this favor into my heart. Watching his student receive the gift, Felix remained uneasy, thinking Logan shouldn't have accepted such a massive treasure so easily. King Samuel narrowed his eyes at Logan, joking whether he thought the gift was too trivial. Logan immediately regained his composure, put the bracelet on his wrist, and vowed to cherish and use it with all his heart. Seeing Logan's decisiveness, King Samuel laughed heartily, remarking that the kid was even more generous and decisive than his own master. He looked at Logan with a gentle gaze, silently hoping this gift would lead the miraculous bond between them toward a brighter, more brilliant future. Before Logan stepped back, King Samuel reminded him to always honor his master as he would the heavens, and to dedicate himself fully to this country, just as Felix had done. Logan thoughtfully repeated the king's words, but deep down, a whirlwind of complex thoughts was brewing. Logan wonders to himself if his future actions are truly for the fate of the nation or just for his own personal gain. However, there is one thing Logan can state with ironclad resolve. He will stop the Empire's expansion at any cost. Logan drops to his knees, swearing firmly before the throne. "Yes, Your Majesty, I will certainly do it." As he walks out of the palace, Felix muses that the king seems much more soft-hearted than before. Logan calmly reassures him, "Master, don't worry so much." Even though they had only met for a short time, he could sense that the king is someone who confides everything in Felix. Logan cleverly adds that if the king didn't say anything, it was likely something his master didn't need to know. Felix smiles slightly, admitting he might be getting old and worrying too much. He is perplexed to see Logan accept the royal treasure without a moment's hesitation. Felix explains that it is the Rebirth Bracelet, a level 5 artifact that uses dark magic for rapid healing. Its effectiveness is on par with a spell from a high priest, leaving Logan stunned as he stares at the treasure on his wrist. Logan is shocked when he realizes the true power of the bracelet. It can turn fatal wounds into minor ones in the blink of an eye, and possesses maximum recovery capabilities. Felix expresses relief, knowing his disciple now has that protective treasure. Logan sincerely thanks his master for everything, but suddenly, Felix's face turns menacing with a sinister smile. He declares clearly that he can now torture Logan to death without worrying anymore because the bracelet will heal every wound. Felix coldly orders Logan to prepare himself, emitting a wave of dark pressure that leaves him frozen in terror. Logan tells himself to treat this as part of his growth process and promises to do his best to meet expectations, because the harder the struggle, the greater the reward. Immediately after, Logan collapses to the ground in a miserable state, his face bruised from being beaten to a pulp. He gasps for air, feeling as if this scene is a dream he has experienced before. Felix stands tall behind him, coldly shouting to ask how long he intends to lie there, and demanding he stand up to continue training immediately. Nearly a week after the meeting with the king, the event everyone had been waiting for finally took place. At the Duke's estate, the atmosphere was more lively than ever with a lavish, magnificent party under brilliant chandeliers. The crowd of guests couldn't help but whisper when they saw the Sword Saint organizing such a grand ceremony just to celebrate the birth of a baby girl, showing the boundless love he had for his daughter, which made everyone admire him. Logan appeared elegant in his formal suit, holding a glass of red wine. His presence immediately drew every eye, and whispers spread throughout the banquet hall about the identity of the Sword Saint's only disciple. A guest approached to introduce himself. Logan smiled politely. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Logan." But in his heart, he understood that ever since taking on this title, hiding to avoid attention at parties had officially become a distant memory. He turned his eyes toward his master in the crowded hall. In the center of the party, Felix was beaming, holding the little angel tightly in his arms next to his wife. Logan silently remarked, "Master is smiling so brightly. Did he forget about beating me up a few days ago?" Suddenly, a clear announcement rang out, breaking the atmosphere. Bishop Matthew Crimson, representative of the unified church in the kingdom, had arrived. The bishop, with snow-white hair and a long beard, radiated an aura of majesty as he slowly walked into the main hall, led by a servant. Bishop Matthew approached to offer his congratulations. "Congratulations on your new heir, Duke." Felix shook the clergyman's hand with great respect, expressing his honor at being visited personally by the bishop. The bishop smiled and asserted that as the daughter of the Sword Saint, the pillar of this nation, the baby's birth was a momentous event he could not send anyone else to represent. Logan watched quietly, understanding that most nobles on the continent longed for their children to receive a divine blessing right after birth. Among the 9 gods, Aetna, the goddess of plants and life, was the 5th deity that every parent wanted their children to be blessed by, as it brought intense health and vitality to the child. The presence of Bishop Matthew Crimson, the high priest, left Duke Felix unable to hide his radiant joy. Getting a check-in from the bishop for his daughter meant the highest level of prestige in the capital. The bishop slowly stepped onto the high platform before the eyes of all the guests. Below, the tiny child stirred and let out weak cries, preparing for the most sacred moment of the ceremony. Bishop Matthew respectfully lifted the child high, while the baby's cries echoed throughout the hall. He declared loudly, inviting the gods to bear witness to this top-tier naming ceremony. Standing from afar, Logan narrowed his eyes, observing the aura taking shape, and wondered to himself, is that divine power? He realized this energy was extremely unique. It was closer to the origin than divine power, and held a mystery that far exceeded ordinary magic. Logan understood why others only saw a brilliant light, and could absolutely not feel its true essence. The bishop continued the ceremony with an authoritative voice. In the name of Etna, goddess of life, I bestow a blessing upon the newly born child of this family. Immediately, a blinding blue light erupted from the baby's body, spreading throughout the space like a miraculous sight. This glorious scene left all the guests present at the banquet stunned, amazed to the point of being speechless. Excited cheers began to erupt everywhere. Congratulations, Duke, congratulations. The crowd of nobles heaped praise, certain that with such a brilliant light, this child would definitely become an extraordinary figure in the future. But in the midst of that joyful atmosphere, Logan's face revealed sheer shock. He stuttered in denial. No, that's not it. Logan looked toward Bishop Matthew and was horrified to realize the high priest was trembling. The old man's face was distorted with extreme fear as sweat poured down like rain. A terrifying truth gradually emerged. The bishop realized that all the divine power he had just bestowed had been violently pushed back by the baby. The mystical power suddenly rebounding from the child's body left Bishop Matthew stunned and deathly pale. Sensing something was wrong, Duke Felix asked anxiously, "Is something the matter? Bishop?" The high priest was drenched in sweat. He hastily covered it up with a clumsy excuse. "This kid is immune to holy power. I better get out of here before I'm exposed." Right after that, he silently turned and walked away quickly, leaving the Duke and his wife standing there, staring after him in utter bewilderment. Watching that scene unfold, Logan quietly realized that the child's body would likely react to holy power on its own. This is getting complicated. While he was lost in thought, a mocking voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "Long time no see, Logan Patrick." The old man smirked viciously, probing him with his words. "Too bad you look healthier than I expected." Logan kept a calm smile on his lips and retorted cleverly. "It has been a while, hasn't it? Count Roger Bifrost, thank you for your concern. I'm doing quite well." Logan's composure only made Roger Bifrost flush with anger. The old man growled. Still, as insolent as ever, Logan winked playfully, dropping a sarcastic line. "That's just part of my charm. The height of artistic provocation." Suddenly, a harsh shattering sound erupted as a furious Roger Bifrost crushed his wineglass in his palm, sending glass shards flying and bright red wine dripping down to the floor. Glancing at his bleeding hand, Roger Bifrost casually offered a fake excuse. "My hand just trembled. I crushed the glass. It's not like I'm angry or anything." He silently wiped the blood away with a handkerchief, then leaned close to Logan's ear to whisper a venomous threat. "You're only good at riding your master's coattails. Without him, you'd be finished." His blood-stained hand grabbed Logan's lapel roughly, leaving behind provocative, crimson stains. Roger Bifrost sneered. "And that's why you've managed to catch the eye of so many important people. You really are quite lucky." Logan kept his expression calm, looking straight into the old fox's eyes. He replied coldly, "You might be a count now, but you still act like such a child." In his heart, Logan smirked to himself. "Of course I know exactly how lucky I am. I did regress, after all." Roger Bifrost growled, telling Logan to keep up this arrogant attitude when he met other important figures. The name the old man mentioned was none other than the second prince, Roman von Grandia. He threatened that the prince wanted to meet him, and, if Logan refused to join the second prince's faction, his only end would be death. Unfazed, Logan casually replied that he would be very grateful for an introduction and promised to seriously consider the offer. This offer made Roger Bifrost explode with rage. He cursed Logan, calling him a foolish, impudent brat for daring to treat a prince's order as a mere suggestion. Logan stepped in close, smirking as he retorted, "Isn't it just a suggestion, though? Or would you rather I join the opposition with my own liege lord instead?" Roger Bifrost gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. He huffed that he would be in touch soon to schedule a meeting, warning Logan that he would pay a heavy price if he tried any tricks. Logan smiled, seeing him out. He told himself he could say anything now to buy time, because just a few months from now, when the Civil War broke out, these people wouldn't have time to worry about someone like him. All Logan needed to do right now was find a way to stall the meeting until then. Watching the back of the Count, who was essentially just an errand boy for the Prince, Logan couldn't help but find Roger Bifrost's pathetic nature laughable. work so hard just to end up as a glorified gopher. However, his gaze froze when he saw the man approaching, an imposing middle-aged man with gray hair. That was the great swordmaster, Jordan Vey, Duke of the Kingdom of Sitaman, one of the 6 elites and the maternal grandfather of the second prince. Logan thought to himself, those great nobles wouldn't naturally look twice at someone like him, because the only thing they cared about was his liege lord. Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder along with a reminder to watch his step. He turned to see it was Byron, who wore a fake smile and called him nephew, with forced intimacy. Byron Cairo, his mother's brother and heir to the Cairo family, acted proud of his maturity. Yet, Logan knew full well this man had never actually considered him kin, because the alliance between their houses through that marriage had always been a calculated play. Byron shamelessly brought up their family connection, ignoring the fact that the two families had long ago become enemies in the war for territory. When Logan exposed that long-severed link, Byron dragged up the financial support from the last 10 years to force him to accept a misunderstanding between the houses and let bygones be bygones. Logan replied coldly that if the Cairo family hadn't abandoned his family when they were at their lowest, those words might have held some value. Byron assumed Logan had just become arrogant because of his fame, but he was sure convincing him wouldn't be hard since the mistake back then was on his side. Byron offered a fake, belated apology, but Logan just smirked, stating it was far too late for regrets. Byron Cairo tried to lower his stance, pleading, "If you won't accept my apology, nephew, just tell me honestly what you want." He quickly pulled out a blank check to give to Logan, not forgetting to add a calculating remark. "Take the money and call it even. Quit trying to act holier than thou." Logan looked at the check in his hand, marveling internally. Oh, a blank check. He narrowed his eyes skeptically, asking if this was truly a sincere apology, and if he accepted this compensation, would the man finally keep his mouth shut? Byron immediately bowed his head obsequiously, promising to do whatever Logan asked and desperately urging him to look toward the future instead of living in the past. Logan smirked mockingly. "The Cairo family. You guys are truly world-class at dodging responsibility." He glanced at the man kneeling at his feet, realizing this desperation was surely due to pressure from above. Logan's cold gaze shifted toward a dignified blond man watching from afar. That was Duke Joan Molis, the grandfather of the first prince. This duke was no ordinary man. He was the only mage among the kingdom's 6 elites. Logan understood that whether it was the Roger, Bai, Frost, or Cairo families, they were just pawns in the duke's scheme to squeeze out the wealthiest houses in the kingdom. However, because they were among the richest, Logan decided to assign them a special task. He told Byron to lift his head, and hinted at a small errand between the two houses. Byron trembled as he approached, but as Logan spoke, the man's face twisted in terror, sweat pouring down like rain. Logan suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. He clearly declared that if Byron was going to be this generous, meeting the first prince wouldn't be such a big deal after all. Byron could only hold his head in pain. He muttered helplessly, "I lost the money and ended up a wreck. You're really going to kill me." Just then, an official announced the most important part of the ceremony, the naming of the daughter of the Paranza Duke. The entire hall prayed for the child's safety and long life. However, when he flipped to the page, introducing the person performing the ritual, the official suddenly went pale, stuttering in disbelief at what he was seeing. He trembling announced the name to the astonishment of all the guests. "Wait, why is this bumpkin kid the one naming the baby?" Logan quietly stepped forward with a calm expression amidst the gazes of pure amazement. Whispers of doubt echoed throughout as everyone wondered why a young master from the frontier had received such a great honor. Logan stood stunned, feeling the weight of expectation pressing down on his shoulders. Duke Felix smiled and gently placed the little angel into his disciple's arms. Looking at the rosy and healthy child, Logan realized she seemed to have received a blessing of awakening from the moment she was born. Suddenly, the baby let out a radiant smile that left him completely breathless. Logan was so flustered he turned red. He had prepared a few names, but right now, his mind was a total blank. Standing by the crib, Logan took a deep breath and declared clearly, "I'll name her Stella, so she sparkles just like my money." He explained that in the ancient tongue, Stella means star, with the hope that she would become the brightest star illuminating the night sky. This meaningful name immediately received absolute approval from the Duke and his wife. They smiled contentedly and decisively accepted Logan's choice. Applause and cheers of celebration echoed throughout the magnificent banquet hall to welcome Lady Stella. Logan looked at the baby resting in his arms, feeling deeply concerned about the strange power surging within that tiny body. However, seeing Stella's innocent smile, he softly smiled, reassuring himself that nothing serious would happen. Rick excitedly ran in with a thick stack of letters in his hands, shouting with excitement. "My lord, people have sent you a lot of letters. Ever since that naming ceremony, many nobles have sent letters asking to meet you." Logan calmly held his sword and coldly ordered, "Just leave them in my room. I'll turn them all down later." Rick asked in surprise why. Logan said in a low voice, "It's time to return to the estate. The civil war is about to break out." Though he regretted not being able to meet the third prince, Logan knew he needed to return to his territory quickly to prepare for the coming unrest. He was inwardly glad to receive news from home that everything was going very smoothly. Through the magic orb, Domian excitedly reported that the expected harvest would be 20 times normal, enough for the next 3 to 4 years. The news of the massive food supply made Logan extremely eager, wanting to return and witness this great achievement with his own eyes. Seeing Logan preparing his gear, his master Felix walked over and asked, "Are you leaving?" Seeing his disciple greet him, he gently said, "Leaving so soon? Take this secret manual with you for self-defense." Logan was stunned, wondering why his master would suddenly want to teach him a secret technique like that. Felix laughed, thinking it strange that someone with Logan's foresight would act so surprised. Logan nervously asked if it was that ancient technique. Felix smiled and admitted that he used to mock it, but now realizes that if used intelligently, it can surpass even his own techniques. He sternly asked Logan what was more important than any technique, and received a firm answer from him: the basics. Felix nodded in satisfaction and declared he would teach Logan the skill to maximize those basics. Logan secretly wondered about the concept of maximizing the basics. Felix began to impart his life's philosophy of swordsmanship: limit the opponent's movement, maximize one's own, and ultimately become the one who controls the battlefield. He explained, "The shattering sword is the first method to apply this grand concept." Logan clenched his fists, focusing on every step, moving according to his master's guidance, preparing to receive the important lesson he was about to teach. Felix clearly asserted that it was this essence of swordsmanship that brought him to the level of an aura master. He demanded that Logan open his eyes and watch carefully. Immediately, Felix moved with terrifying speed, vanishing from Logan's sight in a heartbeat, leaving him shocked and exclaiming, "He disappeared." Logan was astonished to realize he hadn't even seen his master lift his feet off the ground. Felix's movement was so bizarre that Logan's eyes couldn't keep up at all. Suddenly, the swordmaster appeared right behind him out of nowhere. Logan shuddered, remembering he had seen this technique in the early days of their training, when they were still probing and keeping their guard up against each other. Felix asked smugly, "Well, how was that?" Logan was so stunned he couldn't speak. He inwardly assessed that this movement was undeniably impressive, but was still skeptical if it was enough to make him an aura master. Compared to someone at the level of a sword saint, Logan didn't expect to be able to catch up with that terrifying speed. Reading his disciple's thoughts, Felix asked what the foundation of all martial arts was. Logan replied it was footwork and stance, but thought to himself that those were only for people who couldn't use aura. Felix smirked, realizing Logan had very narrow-minded thoughts. Felix affirmed that the reason he was rated higher than other aura users in the kingdom was thanks to the technique called the Phantom. Hearing the somewhat eerie name, Logan thought to himself that since his master was so proud of it, it was definitely something worth learning. Felix patted Logan's shoulder, reminding him of his difficult fight with Fran earlier. He asserted that if he had learned this move earlier, Fran wouldn't have had a chance to touch you. With a challenging smile, Felix asked, "So, do you want to learn it?" Without a moment's hesitation, Logan, with his fiery aura blazing around him, declared clearly, "A sweet deal like this? If I don't learn it, I'd be wasting this second life." The footwork training process began immediately. Felix constantly urged, "Step lighter. Only let your heel touch the ground when propelling yourself forward." Logan concentrated intensely. Witnessing that scene, Felix couldn't help but be amazed at his disciple's innate talent. Within a few short hours, Logan had gone from mimicking to fully mastering this complex technique. Felix thought to himself that for decades, he hadn't found a worthy disciple. Perhaps destiny had arranged for him to meet Logan. However, he maintained a strict appearance and shouted as a reminder, "Still too stiff. Move lightly. Carry your body weight only within the aura." Logan, drenched in sweat, decisively replied, "Yes, sir." Felix told himself that excessive praise would be poison to a genius. So, even though Logan was trying his best, he intentionally acted strict so his disciple wouldn't become complacent. Finally, he ordered a stop. "Enough. Very good. Now, keep practicing and carve that technique deeper into your body." "Great job." Logan collapsed to his knees, exhausted, but his heart was overflowing with satisfaction. Seeing Logan's contemplative expression, Felix asked curiously, What's with that look on your face? Logan pondered for a moment, admitting that the Phantom was an extraordinary movement technique, boosting his speed by at least twofold. But he noticed it. Didn't seem like something created by a conventional knight. Logan hesitated. Is this even swordsmanship? Or are you just teaching me how to be a thief, master? While Felix chuckled, affirming that the assessment wasn't entirely wrong, he began to recount the past when His Majesty was still the crown prince. Back then, Felix was just a common knight, appointed as his bodyguard. Before ascending to the throne, the crown prince had to face countless enemies and brutal conspiracies that were beyond words. The knight protecting him back then had to shed more blood than any warrior on the battlefield, to protect his master while simultaneously eliminating the enemies lurking in the shadows. That knight had to constantly research new tactics. He was forced to find ways to move faster, stealthier, and more effectively than any assassin. Felix explained, "Swift feet make for sharp hands. If you can't run, don't expect to cut anyone down." Only after mastering this footwork to its absolute limit did he truly feel he had achieved his goal, and it was only from that moment that he could officially awaken his powerful aura. The master swordsman sternly warned Logan not to just follow theory, but to spend his whole life refining his swordsmanship in tandem with this footwork. Logan bowed respectfully. "I understand." A surge of extreme admiration rose within him. His heart raced as he realized he was walking the very same path that the kingdom's greatest swordmaster had once taken to become transcendent. Suddenly, Felix looked at Logan and revealed the real reason he kept him in the capital a while longer. "The third prince wants to meet you." Logan was so shocked he froze, unable to believe his ears. Under the dim moonlight, two hooded, masked figures silently crossed the towering rooftops of the city. Logan thought to himself, "So, Master taught me the Phantom technique just to make sneaking around easier." Felix just gave a mysterious laugh and urged his disciple to stop asking questions. The two quickly landed in a deserted forest on the outskirts. Before them stood a dilapidated wooden house sitting lonely in the silent night. Logan couldn't help but be suspicious that a run-down, abandoned shack was the residence of a noble prince. Felix stepped forward silently, tapping a secret mechanism that caused a hidden passage, with stairs leading deep underground, to appear right before their eyes. Logan was still wondering if it was really necessary to be this secretive just to meet him, but Felix immediately dropped his voice, warning that the prince was currently surrounded by many enemy eyes. Felix led Logan into the dark tunnel. He whispered, "Have you ever heard of the third prince?" Logan, now fully masked, replied thoughtfully, "I've heard rumors that the other princes are all fakes, and only this one is the real deal." His blunt response made his master burst into laughter. "Haha, don't go saying things like that in broad daylight anywhere. That could cause quite a stir." The two stopped in front of a solid stone door where the truth about the mysterious prince was about to be revealed. Felix knocked and announced clearly, "Your Highness, it is Felix." Immediately, a calm voice echoed from within, "Enter." The door opened. Felix led Logan inside and bowed respectfully. "It's been a long time, Your Highness." The young prince with elegant blonde hair smiled in return. "It truly has been a while, Duke." His gaze suddenly stopped on the red-haired young man standing next to Felix. He asked curiously, "Ah, and is this your disciple?" Logan and his master stepped forward. He knelt down to perform the most respectful ritual. Logan pays his respects to the third prince. Even while bowing, Logan's eyes were cold and calculating. He silently thought to himself, "Let's see if you have the makings of a king or if you're just all looks." The third prince looked at Logan with admiration, not sparing praise for a teenager who had already become a true knight. Logan modestly replied that it was only thanks to the luck of having a skilled master. The prince laughed, saying Logan was too humble, when in reality, he was at a completely different level compared to those like him. He revealed he had heard much about Logan's achievements. From saving his family from crisis to expanding his influence in an extraordinary way, he affirmed that Logan was a talent worthy of the title of hero. Logan was secretly amazed, not expecting a prince to be so well informed about the situation of a small, outlying family that the capital's nobility usually ignored. Felix spoke up, but the third prince admitted it was precisely because of the Duke's high praise that he had to investigate Logan himself. He asked anxiously if prying into his personal life had bothered Logan, but the young head of the Patrick family quickly expressed his gratitude for the concern, asserting that Logan had even far exceeded his initial expectations. Immediately, the mood turned serious as the prince began to discuss the country's perilous fate. The nobility had split into two factions and were ready to destroy each other to eliminate the opposition. The third prince remarked that the kingdom was on the brink of ruin while those people were busy arguing. He indignantly criticized those who only knew how to fight for power without caring for the common people's lives. calling them a poison destroying this country. To save the kingdom, he declared loudly that he needed power, as well as true talents and loyal allies to kick out those who were gnawing away at the nation. Seeing Felix intending to intervene, the third prince smiled self-deprecatingly, thinking that a prince, without real power like him, couldn't force the swordmaster's disciple to do anything. The art of the bitter scheme. Looking straight into Logan's eyes, the third prince firmly asserted that he was a once-in-a-century genius, a true national treasure. He held out his hand, sincerely expressing his hope that someone as talented as Logan would side with him and stand by his side when the time was ripe. Faced with the heavy offer, Logan didn't hesitate and agreed decisively, because that was also the hope he had been pursuing. Witnessing the young prince's demeanor, Logan silently confirmed that the rumors about a true kingly talent were not wrong at all. The third prince beamed with satisfaction at his new partner's commitment. Logan looked directly at the young prince and stated in a low voice that, for now, he could not immediately act according to His Highness's intentions. The reply left the third prince momentarily crestfallen. He bowed his head, sighing in disappointment, as if he had lost his chance to recruit the talent. However, Logan immediately affirmed that he not only had a chance, but that the opportunity was huge. After all, the two remaining princes weren't exactly the role models the common folk were hoping for. Logan's blunt words made Duke Felix turn pale. He hurriedly cautioned, "Watch your mouth, kid. Keep talking like that and I won't have time to take out life insurance for you." But the third prince just waved him off. He smiled and signaled for Logan to continue sharing his thoughts. Logan dove into the practical issues, revealing that the Marl territory was currently in a tense conflict with Count Roger Bifrost. He admitted that the opponent was incredibly formidable and troublesome, making it impossible for the Marl family to handle them alone right now. The third prince nodded thoughtfully. He confirmed the intelligence that Roger had long been a loyal ally to the second prince. Logan smirked, his eyes gleaming with hidden meaning. He looked the young prince straight in the eye and made a bold pledge. Logan declared that if he was just given a little more time, he would definitely bring down Roger Bifrost. And once this threat was resolved, Logan promised to stand by the third prince's side with the full potential of the Marl family, while also hoping for the same support from him in return. Witnessing his disciple's surprising confidence, Felix felt that this demeanor was truly worthy of a student of the Sword Saint. The third prince was extremely pleased and excitedly announced that he would prepare a surprise gift for Logan at that moment, telling him to look forward to it. The two shook hands formally, officially establishing a secret alliance that could reshape the entire kingdom. As soon as they left the secret chamber, Felix curiously asked if Logan had truly decided to follow the prince. Logan let out a mischievous laugh, claiming he was just talking big, because he was confident in a future where he would overcome Roger Bifrost. Felix called Logan a slippery devil, but he just chuckled and insisted it was because he always believed in his master. Felix lowered his voice, sensing that Logan was still hiding a much larger secret. The master sincerely advised, "Logan, feel free to share if you're thinking about anything, because who knows, I might be able to help you even more." Suddenly, Logan broke the atmosphere with a sensitive question. "Master, out of the three princes, who do you think is best suited to be king?" Felix froze for a moment, then answered in a low, cautious tone, "That's not for me to decide. That's a matter for His Majesty." However, Logan didn't give up. He looked into the distance and confessed, "I once heard someone say this. The fate of the first prince is to become a tyrant who ruins the royal family, while the fate of the second prince is to become an ignorant king who destroys the nation." These blasphemous words left the swordmaster so shocked his face changed color. He roared in astonishment. "What kind of guts do you have to speak ill of the royal family like that?" Logan just looked at his master calmly. "It was you in your past life, wasn't it?" Logan pressed on in a tone full of conviction. "But I suspect your opinion now is very different. Regardless, I believe those words. I think at the very least the third prince is more suitable than the others. What do you think?" Master Felix tried to remain neutral, repeating that he wasn't the one to decide such things. But Logan looked straight into his master's eyes with a sharp, cold gaze. He stated firmly, "Right now, the only thing I want to hear is your opinion." Faced with his disciple's persistence, Felix sighed softly, his expression turning somber as he admitted, "My thoughts aren't much different from yours. The truth is often hard to swallow, folks." Logan smirked, inwardly smug. That was good enough. He would take that as a tacit agreement. He told himself this was just a seed he had planted in the heart of his powerful master. And this seed would only truly sprout and bear fruit when an unexpected crisis occurred in the future. Logan silently harbored his hopes. Until then, please keep an eye on the third prince until he comes of age, though chaos will likely erupt before then. Witnessing his disciple's terrifying growth, Felix adjusted his hood and exclaimed, I always thought you were just a troublemaker, but now I can't even read your thoughts anymore. Under the hazy moonlight, the two shadows quietly left the majestic palace. Logan mentally summarized the results of his 2 months in the capital. He had accurately assessed the king's health condition, established a close relationship with the third prince, and mapped out the trade routes, building a network that stretched across the land. He even secured a valuable promise of cooperation from powerful figures. Logan confidently confirmed his KPI was met with flying colors. Now it was time to head home and get ready for war. The sound of hooves thundered across the lush green grass, signaling the journey back. Logan spurred his horse to lead the formation, his heart filled with determination. Time to go back to the Marl family. Behind him, the knights couldn't hide their excitement as they discussed the trip to the capital. One shouted clearly, "I've been training my swordsmanship as hard as I can." The other nodded in agreement, feeling incredibly lucky to have sparred with the knights of the illustrious swordmaster's family. However, they looked at each other with knowing smiles when mentioning the most special event of the trip. But the highlight of this trip was definitely that, right? The special souvenir of this trip is the gossip from the pillow talk. Both nodded in mutual satisfaction. News of the Grand Duke's heir's engagement quickly became the hottest topic of conversation all over the capital. The crowd couldn't help but be amazed and gossip about how Logan managed to find a bride so quickly, even deciding on it from the very first day they met. Sitting alone, Logan sighed slightly as he heard the rumors. He wondered why everyone was so fascinated when he didn't see anything special about it himself. Deep down, Logan reaffirmed that the real reason he chose Ellen was not for romance, but because of her extraordinary combat ability. In reality, Logan wanted to recruit Ellen as a knight under his command, but to legally take her with him, he had to do it under the guise of a formal engagement. To get that nod, Logan had to put in quite an effort to convince her father. Count Robert Freud had flown into a rage, screaming in absolute astonishment. "What? My precious daughter is going to become a knight? And you're taking her away tomorrow?" He clutched his head in agony, then glared and threatened Logan in a terrifying tone. "If you lay a hand on her, you're a dead man. Get it, son-in-law?" The emotional farewell moment arrived as the Count held his daughter's hand, choked up with advice. "If it gets too hard there, just come back to Daddy, my dear." Ellen looked at her father with a resolute gaze, understanding that she had come too far to return empty-handed. She turned to Logan and emphasized once more, "So please, sir, you must keep your promise." Stepping out of the house he had called home his entire life, Logan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions, fully embracing the emptiness of a traveler embarking on a brand new journey. Standing on the green lawn, Logan took one last look at the majestic castle and replied firmly, "Of course." Elin stood beside him, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon with intense hope. "I hope we reach the territory of the Mai family soon." Logan smiled faintly. He shared the same wish. Me too. The carriage began to roll, taking them away from the capital, returning to the lands of the Patrick family, which were waiting for massive changes. As soon as the carriage stopped before the castle hall, Logan walked straight inside. Seeing his father and everyone waiting, he flashed a bright smile and announced clearly, "Father, I'm home." Logan confidently introduced Ellen, who was standing shyly beside him, witnessing the arrival of a beautiful, mysterious girl. The entire Patrick family was so stunned they froze in place. Lord Patrick's eyes went wide. A woman? Amidst everyone's panic, Logan remained calm. Lady Patrick looked at the stranger, bewildered, and asked for her identity. Logan stated clearly, "She is my fiancée, Lady Elin Freudy." The shocking news made the servants buzz with gossip. His fiancée? Good heavens. Lord Patrick shifted from stunned shock to an excited, radiant grin. He clapped his hands. "A fiancé? I thought you two were just dating, but you're already engaged. Well worth asking about." He loudly declared that the Patrick family warmly welcomed the new daughter-in-law. However, Logan dropped another bombshell that made the atmosphere freeze over again. "And she is also the newest member of the Knights." Aelin stepped forward boldly and firmly asserted, "I am from the Freud clan, and I will give my best as both a knight and a daughter-in-law." Aelin officially joining the Knights immediately became the talk of the entire castle. Lord Patrick furiously grabbed the servant next to him by the head, pointing at Logan and shouting in frustration, "Who in their right mind makes their fiancé go fight? You brat!" Contrary to the Lord's anger, the other knights just laughed it off, figuring if the kids wanted it that way, they should just let them be. Ronian cheered, clapping his hands to welcome his sister-in-law. "Sister-in-law, welcome." "Yeah. Ouch." Before he could finish, a scream of pain erupted as Lady Patrick pinched his ear and dragged him away, yelling, "Be quiet." In a hidden corner, the old blacksmith, Hema, snuck up close. His expression turned deadly serious as he whispered a warning, "Run, before things get even worse." You've been deceived. Ellen was stunned and asked in alarm, Hema, what are you saying? Outside the construction site, the workers kept hammering away, whispering about what weird scheme young Master Logan was up to by bringing his fiancée into the Knights. A soldier clicked his tongue, saying that compared to Logan carving through mountains to lead water, this wasn't surprising at all. He then urged everyone to focus on work as the sunset began to fall. Standing among the soldiers who were staring at her with curiosity, Ellen maintained the demeanor of a true warrior. Lord Patrick held his head in exasperation. He worried that there had never been a precedent for a female knight in the kingdom's history. Logan insisted that talent mattered more than gender, especially since the territory needed to recruit more military strength to prepare for the coming upheavals. Even so, his father couldn't help but worry because the Patrick family's training regimen was notoriously brutal, and he feared a noble lady like Elin couldn't handle it. Suddenly, Ellen declared firmly, I will prove it. Her powerful shout startled both the Lord and Logan. Elin silently resolved to shatter the prejudice that a noble lady was weak and fragile, making everyone acknowledge her worth. But the reality of the training was far more brutal than she imagined. After only a short while, Ellen collapsed to the ground, exhausted, lying motionless in the training yard under the gaze of the guards. A soldier looked at her and mocked that her bold claims earlier sounded like a last will and testament written before dying on the training field. Elin lay flat on the ground, drenched in sweat, cursing internally. These people were absolute maniacs, too. Force knights to train at such an insane intensity. She wondered if all other knight orders had to go through this living hell. However, when she looked to her side and saw the other soldiers trembling, some even weaker than herself, Elin felt a flicker of resolve not to give up. She gritted her teeth, using her armored hands to claw at the dirt and pull herself up. Right then, Logan loomed over her and coldly asked a soul-piercing question. Regretting it already? Logan looked at the fiancé kneeling at his feet with deep, calculating eyes. He knew there were only 2 months left before the war with Roger exploded, so he had to utilize this precious time to prepare his forces. Logan truly wanted Alan to fight alongside him, but he told himself, love is love, but if you're too weak, I'm leaving you behind. Alin was silent for a moment before suddenly, roaring with regret for not having trained seriously in the past. She jumped up decisively, her eyes burning with fighting spirit, recalling the promise Logan once made to take her to the battlefield so she could build a legendary name for herself. Ellen mused that if she kept standing still, that promise of fighting on the battlefield would never become reality. Standing in the garden, she looked straight at Logan and firmly declared she would earn her rightful place in the Patrick Knights herself. Logan smiled slightly. Then, as promised, I will prepare a real battlefield where you can shine. Logan picked a bright red apple and dropped it gently into Aline's hand. He hinted that the sweet fruits she would enjoy later were plentiful, so she should take it as motivation to reach the finish line. The art of the carrot and the stick. Fruit style. Ellen beamed and replied firmly, understood. 1 week later, the training intensity in the Patrick territory was pushed to a new, extreme level. The sounds of heavy collisions echoed repeatedly. A knight was struck and sent flying off a towering cliff, only having time to scream in terror. Lord Patrick approached. He picked up Colin, who was severely injured, and coldly declared, game over, kid. Go outside and wait to respawn. Witnessing this savage training scene, the other knights watching from afar couldn't help but shudder in fear. They whispered that while the Patrick Knights were known for their intense training, this level of violence was truly beyond imagination. A curious onlooker asked, who on earth came up with this insane training routine, and received a weary reply, who else but young Master Logan could it be? Logan barked out orders for the next team to get ready, while Lord McLean watched from above, noting that this was clearly training for a siege. He figured this method was also good for defense training, even if it was a bit dangerous. Logan secretly wiped away cold sweat, thinking to himself, a bit dangerous? Just then, he loudly called out the next name. Alin Frey, get ready. Alin screamed, let's do this, and dashed toward the sheer cliff face, scaling it with terrifying speed. The soldiers standing above couldn't help but be amazed. Holy crap, that's fast. Still, one guy stayed skeptical. So what? She's just climbing. What can she actually do? The moment she pulled herself up to the top, Alan's expression turned fierce, like a predator on the hunt. With incredible agility, she moved fluidly and launched lightning-fast strikes, catching the defenders off guard and taking them out one by one. She stood triumphantly among the defeated, while Logan shouted clearly, Alin Frey, success. She cheered excitedly, hey, I did it. Watching his future daughter-in-law's excessive enthusiasm, Lord McLean was stunned, wondering, whose kid is this? How is she this talented and crazy at the same time? Logan could only offer a forced laugh in response. I suppose so. Still, the Lord had to admit her performance was genuinely impressive. Lord McLean kept his eyes on Aline, acknowledging that she didn't just keep up with the brutal training, her swordsmanship was actually top tier, making him see her in a whole new light. Down below, the soldiers started getting rowdy, trying to mimic her wild techniques, turning the area into a chaotic mess. Logan mused that he should probably give Aline some pointers so she wouldn't set a bad example for the rest of them. Looking at the big picture, he noticed everyone was finally getting used to the new training method. And thanks to Felix, the supply preparation was going incredibly smoothly. He told himself there was only one thing left to do, then turned around and called out, "Father." Logan looked at him with an intensely serious gaze and spoke firmly. "I need to discuss something with you." Over at the castle's administrative wing, the atmosphere was urgent and orderly. Mr. Rugal, the head of administration, was busy coordinating work when he received a report on optimizing the storage warehouse. An employee excitedly announced, "I just checked the warehouse. There's plenty of empty space. Doing it this way will cut costs and extend our storage time." The resident miser and storage expert smiled in satisfaction. "Oh, is that so? Haha, thank you." Right after, he turned to remind Domian about the errors in the town's maintenance costs and the staff payroll issues. Domian nodded, acknowledging it. "Ah, I understand." The arrival of Felix, whom Logan had brought in to assist with administrative duties just yesterday, had brought a breath of fresh air. Foreign didn't hold back his praise. His work ethic is truly on another level. He revealed that recently, all the procurement of lumber and weapons brought into the territory had been handled solely by Felix. However, looking at the massive volume of supplies and equipment being stockpiled, Rugo suddenly turned dead serious. He pondered to himself what the young master was planning, then blurted out a chillingly accurate conclusion. "Stocking up on this much lumber and swords? They aren't planning to go on a date, they're planning for war." Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the forest, Lord McLean couldn't help but wonder why his son had dragged him to such a private place. He held his head and sighed. "You needed to talk here?" "Ha." A vague sense of dread stirred in the Lord's heart. He demanded, "Are you saying Roger is about to attack?" Contrary to his father's anxiety, Logan looked him straight in the eye and dropped a bombshell that would change everything. "That's not it. We are the ones who will start the war. The protagonist is a man of action." The bold statement left Lord McLean so stunned he was rendered speechless. His face distorted from the massive shock. Lord McLean gritted his teeth and clenched his fists until his veins popped, trying to restrain the fury about to explode. He growled, "Explain yourself first." Logan breathed a sigh of relief that his father didn't immediately go into a rage or punch him as he had feared. He calmly explained that his father must have realized Roger hadn't made a move yet solely because of the presence of his master, the sword saint, Felix. Then Logan posed a realistic question. How much longer did his father think that patience would last? He stated firmly that even though Marl was using the time to build strength, they were currently still far behind Roger. Logan warned him clearly that the enemy would never sit still and wait for the House of Marl to become a threat. Logan looked at his father with unwavering determination, asserting that if they didn't act now, they would never have another chance. Lord McLean fell into deep thought. He realized his son seemed to be holding on to some massive secret and demanded he stop hiding things. Logan took a deep breath and dropped another bombshell. "If the Emperor were about to pass away, and I knew the exact time, would you believe me?" The Lord was shocked and stuttered, asking if Logan was planning some kind of insane treason. Logan immediately denied it and explained, "I'm not bluffing. I'm setting the stage for what's coming." Lord McLean realized that if the king fell, the succession issue would become incredibly complex. Logan added, "The conflict between the Crown Prince and the Second Prince will definitely explode, and the Roger family is the primary backer for the Second Prince." He laid out the problem. If they waited until the battle for the throne began to attack Bifrost, it would be the same as Marl directly provoking a future king. Logan analyzed that to destroy Roger without outside interference, they had to act right before the king passed away. His grand goal wasn't just revenge, it was to topple Bifrost to shift the balance of power and put the third prince at the center of the coming civil war. Even though Lord McLean understood his son's intentions, he still wondered why they couldn't just wait until the power struggle was over. Logan coldly warned him that if they waited until then, the entire kingdom would be swallowed by the Northern Empire while it was weakened by civil war. He pointed out, if the second prince wins, Bifrost becomes the new king's right hand, and if the crown prince wins, this territory will be swallowed up anyway. No matter the result, Bifrost will be way out of the Marl family's reach, and the chance to reclaim our ancestral lands will be lost forever. He finished with a final strike at the family's pride. Lord McLean looked at his son, deep in thought. He nodded in admission. I understand your intentions, but honestly speaking, there are still many suspicious points. He brought up how Logan had suddenly given up his right to succession, which still bothered him. Logan paused, about to explain, but his father smiled and reassured him. But I still trust you. Looking into Logan's tear-filled eyes, Lord Marl remarked that everything he'd done lately was incredibly strange, as if Logan could somehow see into the future. He gazed toward the distant castle, and softly asked if there were things even Logan couldn't disclose to his own father. Lord Marl asserted that he would ask only one thing, and press no further. He looked Logan straight in the eye, and demanded, "Tell me the truth. Are you doing all of this for the sake of the family, or because you want to be king?" Logan didn't flinch. He looked at his father with a steady, resolute gaze and declared clearly, "My goal, from start to finish, is for our house to prosper. That is all." Seeing such sincerity, Lord Marl breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, I trust you. Leave the task of convincing the retainers to me." Logan was stunned, anxiously asking if his father would be okay, handling everything alone, and offered to go with him. Lord Marl chuckled. "You rascal. In such a hurry to have your old man retire?" He told Logan, "Don't worry, because convincing the retainers is the only thing I can do to support my son right now." Soon after, Lord Marl summoned all the family retainers to the main hall. Standing at the head of the room with great authority, he made a shocking declaration. "Once the New Year celebrations are over, we are going to go and level our neighbors." This news hit the retainers like a bolt from the blue. Given that the territory had only just begun its slow recovery, their panicked reaction was inevitable. Yet, Lord Marl remained unshakable, roaring decisively to silence any doubts. Recalling the pain of losing their land, their status, and those cowardly assassination attempts by Roger, a fire of hatred ignited in the retainers' eyes, turning their initial panic into an unprecedented, boiling will to fight. The constant threat from Roger left the retainers filled with both resentment and anxiety, but they slowly began to realize the necessity of this war. Unable to reveal the secret about the king's impending death, Lord Marl used their affection and sense of responsibility toward the territory to convince them to stand united. Regardless of everything else, Logan understood that now was the time they had to act decisively. 2 weeks passed in a flash, with only 3 days left until the year's end. The Marl forces were ready with an impressive count: 152 regular knights, 1,000 crossbow cavalry, and over 1,500 elite infantry. Charge! Lord Marl roared with power, leading the rumbling army out. War horses neighed, and the thunder of hooves shook the very earth as the Marl army surged forward like a cyclone. Riding alongside his father, Logan nodded firmly, signaling the entire army to maintain their momentum. While marching, Lord Marl probed about his son's true plan, believing Logan must have surely prepared some basic tactics before deciding to spark a war. Logan calmly admitted that if they faced Roger head-on right now, the Marl house would have zero chance of victory. Therefore, he firmly declared he wouldn't declare war on that side. Before his father's astonished expression, Logan offered a sinister smile, revealing that the true declaration of war had been sent to a completely different target. At the Parasteta mansion, a subordinate rushed in, his face pale with terror. Trembling, he reported that the Marl army was preparing to attack to settle the score for the insult from 6 months ago aimed directly at the Paretta territory. When it comes to holding a grudge, Logan is number one. The shocking news left Lord Paretta so horrified his face twisted in disbelief. He roared in rage and utter confusion, unable to understand why the Marl spearhead was suddenly aimed at him. Karma had struck without warning. The news that the Marl house had suddenly started a war with Paretta took Count Roger by Frost by surprise. A subordinate knelt and cautiously reported that Paretta was desperately begging for reinforcements and asking for his orders. Roger smirked, laughing deviously, silently cursing the Paretta fools. He told himself that for so long, he had held back out of respect for the Duke, but now, Marl's actions had unintentionally provided the perfect pretext for him to intervene officially. Roger confidently gauged that his forces now outnumbered the enemy 2-1, and although the rumored repeating crossbows were a cause for concern, he still believed in his absolute superiority in numbers. He immediately summoned his 2 trusted knights, Aslan and BR, to check the preparation progress. As soon as he received confirmation that everything was ready, Roger decisively ordered his entire army to depart immediately. He clenched his fist and showed a cruel smile, plotting to wait until Paretta fell and the Marl army was drowned in the false hope of victory that would be the moment he dragged them from heaven down to hell. Meanwhile, at the Parasteta mansion, Lord Paretta had fallen into a state of utter panic. He bit his nails nervously, questioning himself constantly. Roger is... Roger. Are you planning to use me as a punching bag for them to practice shooting? Just then, a soldier rushed in to report on the movements of the Marl army. Peretta tremblingly asked for the enemy's current position, but the subordinate's answer left him stunned. The Marl army had completely vanished from the scout's view. Before them were only empty, open, grassy fields, not a soul to be seen. When his opponent turned invisible, Peretta was shocked and couldn't believe his ears. He shrieked in surprise. "What did you say?" The shocking truth was immediately revealed. The Marl army wasn't actually heading for Peretta as expected, but had suddenly appeared right on the Roger family's own territory. This news made Roger's eyes bulge with terror as he realized he had fallen for the lure the tiger from the mountain trap. Instead of attacking the main fortress, Logan had led his army straight for the second fortress, Tomoto. Amidst the thunder of hooves shaking the ground, Logan looked toward the target and gave a clear order. "Over there," Henderson immediately responded with determination. "Yes." Logan pointed to the distant Tomoto fortress, explaining, "Hitting them in the gut is the fastest way to make the enemy." Begging for mercy, he insisted that taking this place would deal a fatal blow to the enemy's military potential. Lord Marl pondered, asking if taking only this place would truly guarantee a final victory. Logan nodded, confirming that, at least for the moment, it would. Logan revealed his lure the tiger plan, using the declaration of war against Peretta as bait, while the true target was the Tomoto fortress. Lord Marl realized with a start that his son's intention was to lure Roger's main force to Peretta, so he could easily seize the fortress. He asserted that they must avoid a head-on collision with their main force at all costs. Lord Patrick was anxious, knowing that no matter what, both sides would inevitably be forced into a bloody clash in less than 2 days. Logan reassured his father, telling him they just needed to hold their ground until the king passed away. He explained that during the royal funeral, every noble was strictly required to attend, and all military conflicts had to cease by royal decree. Hearing his son calculate the king's death so coldly, Lord Patrick couldn't help but shudder at Logan's chilling and calculating nature. Sensing his father's unease, Logan looked at him with sharp, cold eyes, insisting that even if war broke out, it would be forced to a halt. Lord Patrick sighed and admitted that even Roger wouldn't dare challenge the royal authority unless he wanted to be labeled a traitor. Still, his heart felt heavy having to resort to such methods. He pressed Logan, asking if he was truly certain about the timing, and received a firm, decisive nod. Logan stated that the king's death would be announced on New Year's Eve, and they had exactly 2 days left to carry out their plan. "We must take the Tomoto fortress before then." As soon as Logan finished speaking, the surprise raid officially began. Inside the fortress, Jerome, the captain of the elite night guard, was screaming in a panic. "What? Are they hacking or something? They just blinked, and they're already at the gate." Seeing his brother lose his composure, Vice Captain Jarek hurriedly calmed him down, noting that a messenger had already been sent to the main fortress, and they only needed to hold on for 1 day until reinforcements arrived. Jerome remained terrified. Trembling, he reported that the enemy forces numbered 3,000. He cried out in despair. 200 against 3,000? Are we supposed to win by just believing in miracles? Jarek remained resolute. He argued that even though the enemy was numerous, with the advantage of the walls and the help of elite knights like Gale, Teres, and Typh, the army would surely survive the day. The soldiers on the walls gripped their weapons, trying to cling to that glimmer of hope. However, the atmosphere shattered when Lord Patrick's roar echoed across the battlefield like thunder. Immediately following was the powerful order to attack. Leading the cavalry, Logan charged like a whirlwind. Roger's garrison panicked, urging each other to prepare their bows and arrows to retaliate. But Logan was 1 step ahead. He clearly ordered his crossbow cavalry into position. With the shout of fire, a series of arrows from the rapid-fire crossbows launched simultaneously. A rain of arrows glowing with golden energy poured down on the fortress with terrifying speed. Jerome, standing on the ramparts, saw his face distort in horror as he realized they're too fast. Though the arrows struck with immense speed, he noticed they couldn't penetrate the fortress's sturdy walls. A smug smile appeared on his lips. Jerome commanded his troops, "Counterattack! Aim!" Immediately, arrows from the ramparts rained down, thudding into the ground right under the hooves of the Patrick Legion. Observing from a distance, Logan calmly remarked that, as expected, neither longbows nor elite crossbows could shoot far enough or pierce through the defensive walls. Seeing this, Night Kai nervously asked if they should stop firing to avoid wasting arrows. Logan smiled deviously, asserting that this was necessary to keep the enemy on edge. He even jokingly gave a thumbs up reassuring them that Hema would provide enough arrows, ignoring the fact that the old blacksmith was currently screaming for a vacation back home. Logan's face suddenly turned ice cold. He turned to the elder and spoke decisively. "Now, I'll leave it to you, Cleon." Cleon sighed softly, never expecting that at his age, he would still have to engage in combat directly. The old man was a master of destruction. He waved at his disciples. "All right, kids, let's go." On the walls, Roger's soldiers began to panic, seeing that the Patrick army wasn't advancing, but just firing from afar. Jerome gritted his teeth, suspicious of what the enemy was planning. Suddenly, deep, heavy sounds rumbled, shaking the very space around them. Jerome looked down in panic, feeling the ground vibrating violently beneath his feet. A giant stone fist burst from the ground, crushing everything in its path. Roger's knights screamed in sheer terror. It was a golem. They were shocked to realize the enemy didn't just have cavalry, but also possessed powerful mages. The massive golem with glowing red eyes emitted a suffocating pressure. It gathered its strength, preparing for a devastating blow. A day earlier, Cleon had mused, wondering if Logan really wanted to bring golems into the fray. Logan firmly insisted they would be the perfect shield to protect their troops from enemy fire and easily break through the enemy formation. Seeing the elder hesitate, he enthusiastically shouted, "We have plenty of mana. You just need to go all out, old man." The elder sighed, admitting he couldn't use golems that way. Logan asked in surprise if there was a problem with resources, but Cleon shook his head, affirming that it was the lives of the mages that were at stake. Logan asked in shock, "Our own lives?" Cleon explained solemnly, something not everyone knew. If a golem took too much damage, the mana flow would backfire directly onto the mage controlling it. Though he was trying to improve it, Cleon admitted that this remained a dangerously critical flaw. Looking at the research results on the paper, Logan's dream of an invincible golem army vanished into thin air, leaving him so pained he nearly shed tears. Seeing the young master stunned by disappointment, Cleon called out to bring him back to reality, then suddenly suggested a more feasible method. Cleon began channeling magic, causing the surrounding stones to hover and assemble into giant stone arms. Massive stone entities gradually took shape, radiating a powerful pressure amidst the dust and smoke. Two giant golems appeared, slamming their 1,000-pound fists into the ground, creating violent tremors that shook the entire mountain forest. The golems and the mages suddenly retreated back into the earth, and the sound of the rapid-fire crossbows also ceased, making the atmosphere terrifyingly silent. Jerome stood on the wall, filled with confusion, wondering what the Patrick Legion was planning. He suspected they were actually trying to tunnel through the walls to launch a surprise attack from within. Seeing his brother starting to lose his cool, Jarek quickly reassured him and reminded Jerome, "Look at the sky. They started digging this morning, and it's already sunset." Jarek asserted that at this rate, Roger's main army would surely arrive to reinforce them before the golems could even get into the fortress. Jerome asked, trembling, hoping against hope, that if they just kept fighting, they could hold the fortress. But a massive sound suddenly erupted, shaking the entire space, making Jerome nearly collapse. What the hell is going on? The ground is shaking. A violent earthquake makes Jerome's eyes widen in terror. He grits his teeth, bracing himself against the wall. Intense vibrations are surging up from beneath his feet. Total panic sets in. Jerome shouts for his younger brother, his voice shaking with dread. "This is it, Jarich. The walls are about to crumble into rubble." Jarich tries to keep a cool head. He insists that it's completely impossible for the reinforced city walls to just collapse like this. But Jerome has completely lost his composure. He snaps back. "How can you say that? Don't you see the walls shaking?" Still, Jarich firmly reminds his brother not to act so rashly right now. Fear turns into pure fury. Jerome screams in desperation, "If they really fall, we're all going to be finished." He frantically demands his brother think about why the mine army hasn't launched a full-scale attack yet. Jerome is certain they are silently preparing for some kind of brutal plan. He grits his teeth and punches the wall in helpless frustration. Damn it! Jerome decisively makes a choice. He has to send an elite squad to secretly take out the mages controlling the golems underground. He even intends to lead the raid himself. Jarich immediately stops him. He reminds Jerome that, as the commander, he absolutely cannot leave his post. He firmly offers to handle it himself, as long as he's given a few nights. The sunset begins to fall, painting the old forest red. Jarich spurs his horse, leading the squad deep into the shadows, thinking to himself, the sun is setting soon. Although time is short, he decides, no choice. Since both the east and south sides are dense forests, circling through the southern woods is the safest plan. One wrong step, and it's game over. According to the map, this is the most discreet path to close in on the mages controlling the golems. Just as they emerge from the tree line, Jarich announces clearly, "We've arrived." Before him, a group of mine troops is already waiting. Jarich observes the group. There are 5 regular soldiers, but that man is different. His eyes widen when he sees the mine lord standing there proudly, surrounded by a fierce, glowing red aura. He must be a powerful knight. There aren't many knights on Patrick's level. Jarich tightens his grip on his sword hilt, calculating that if he takes him down, the advantage will shift to their side. A soldier accompanying him nervously tries to stop him. "My lord, you don't actually intend to attack, do you? It's clearly a trap." Jarich coldly retorts. "A trap, huh? Fine, I'm not scared of anything." He remains fixed on his goal, defeat them and return to the eastern wall. Seeing his master's reckless attitude, the subordinate whispers to himself, "He's doing this because he's worried about him, isn't he?" In reality, ever since the invaders appeared, their leader Jerome has been in a state of extreme panic, causing Jarich to call out for his brother in his mind. To Jarich, the 2 brothers are special. Rising from commoners to become knights is incredibly rare in this kingdom. Through relentless effort, they earned the prestigious position of guarding the family's second fortress. However, because of their humble origins, Jerome has always lived in fear of losing his status one day. That insecurity led to one mistake after another, causing the brothers' fragile mental state to collapse at the slightest crisis. Jerome's reputation among the other knights has gradually soured, and no matter how much Jarich tries to support him, there is a limit. For Jarich, this battle is likely his final chance. He resolves to win at any cost to protect his brother's honor. An alarm screams out as the mine army suddenly appears and attacks from behind their formation. Seeing the enemy quickly retreat into the tunnel, Jarich feels uneasy, even though his side still has the numerical advantage. The mine army's decisive and calculated actions make him feel restless, realizing he seems to have walked into a preset trap. Gritting his teeth, he tightens his grip on his sword to steady himself. Jarich loudly commands, "Keep pursuing." Suddenly, an arrow tears through the air, heading straight for him. Jarich realizes the enemy's goal in leading them into the dark tunnel was to exploit the shadows for sniper fire. His red inner energy flares up powerfully. He grits his teeth and asks himself, "You think these toothpicks can touch me? Dream on." He clears his throat. The next few arrows thud into his armor but bounce right off, making Jarich even more smug as he urges his troops to push forward. He smirks confidently, planning to deflect all their attacks to close in on the target. But suddenly, a painful whinny echoes out. Jarich's warhorse is struck by an arrow and collapses immediately, throwing the commander to the ground. Jarich watches in horror as his soldiers scream and fall one after another. He grits his teeth, channeling all his inner energy to defend himself, and yells aggressively, "Damn it! I can't worry about the knights who can't block these arrows anymore. Those who can protect themselves with aura, keep moving." Jarich leads the remaining elite knights on foot deep into the tunnel, calculating that if they face the high-level knight directly, the regular soldiers will handle it, while his main objective is to close in and eliminate the mages who can't fight in close quarters. He reassures himself that they still have a chance to turn the tide, but the very next second, a giant earth wall suddenly rises up, blocking the path ahead. Before he can even process it, Jarich is terrified to realize the exit behind them is also completely sealed, turning the tunnel into an airtight trap. The ground suddenly softens, turning into a deep, muddy swamp that traps the knight's feet, making it impossible to move. Jarich screams in panic. "What? Is this ground made of porridge? The more I stand here, the deeper I sink." From high above, Logan and the mine lord appear proudly on horseback, looking down at those pathetic figures in the deep pit, coldly declaring, "We shot your horses and blocked your retreat. Now, let's play." Faced with the enemy's overwhelming power, Jarich can only grit his teeth in utter helplessness. Seeing that the ambush plan has completely failed, Jarich urges his soldiers to find a way to neutralize the swamp magic, to preserve their forces, and return to the city wall as quickly as possible. However, a violent, earth-shattering sound from above suddenly echoes down, leaving him stunned and shocked. Above the city walls, Jerome screams like a madman, ordering an attack as he sees the Mine Legion rushing forward like a flash flood. Cheers resound across the battlefield, as Logan and his father lead the full-scale assault on the castle with confident expressions. Witnessing Fort Tomoto, on the verge of complete collapse, when Logan and his father led the all-out assault on the castle, with faces full of confidence. Seeing Tomoto Fortress on the brink of total collapse, Jerome gritted his teeth in agony, looking as if he'd completely lost his mind. Meanwhile, Logan and Cleon were busy plotting a daring assault. Cleon suggested, "How about I send those rock-crushing excavators to dig under their foundation?" Logan nodded, acknowledging it was feasible, but he was worried about how long it would take. But to avoid the archers, we need to start from a distance, Logan noted. No matter how strong those golems are, it'll take a while to tunnel all the way to the fortress walls. Logan pondered for a moment before offering an improvement. We'll do this. Lure the enemy into the tunnel to disperse their forces. Clay was still skeptical, asking if they would really be that easy to take down. Logan smirked with confidence, noting that the tunnel alone wouldn't be enough. That's why, Clayon, you're going to shake the earth. Clay was shocked by his young master's plan, worried that while earth magic was powerful, creating a large-scale earthquake was an incredibly difficult challenge. Logan reassured him. It's fine. The underground is already in chaos. We just need an attack strong enough to throw them into a panic. And once they spread their forces to investigate, that's when we strike. Instantly, the ground heaved violently, and the sturdy walls began to crack. The army surged forward as one, charging like a storm. Standing on the wall, Jerome was absolutely terrified. Was it an earthquake, or had the end of the world come early? Jerome realized with horror that after a long period of inactivity, the enemy had chosen the exact moment when Jarek was away to launch an all-out attack. Have they been planning this for a long time? I knew it. Even though he suspected it, panic took over. Jerome remembered his younger brother's jab that he was someone who lost his cool too easily. He gritted his teeth in frustration, letting out a desperate, helpless cry. Jerome roared, ordering his soldiers to fire their arrows. He frantically urged the men on the ramparts. Don't let them get close. A rain of arrows poured down, but the army moved like the wind, easily dodging the aerial attacks to reach the base of the wall. Leading the charge were the elite knights, burning with intensity. Recalling their grueling training, Elin poured strength into her legs and leaped from her horse. She soared into the air at breakneck speed, aiming straight for the top of the towering wall, leaving the enemy stunned. Elin told herself that after months of climbing those terrifying cliffs under Logan's training, this wall's height was nothing to her. She performed a spectacular leap, bypassing all defenses to land right in the middle of the enemy ranks. The Roger soldiers' eyes went wide with terror. They couldn't believe the person who had just made such a bold raid was a woman. Determined to earn a major achievement in this first siege, she swung her sword, which was glowing with a fierce inner energy. A Roger soldier could only grit his teeth and curse in utter despair before being cut down by the razor-sharp blade. Right behind her, another Roger soldier had quietly closed in, swinging his sword to deliver a fatal blow. Ellen, usually so sharp, was stunned as she realized the danger, but her body felt frozen, unable to react to the sudden, impending death. Then, a sharp blade pierced through the enemy's chest from behind, making him cough blood and collapse immediately. Ronian had arrived just in time to save his sister-in-law. He roared, "Snap out of it! If you just stand there, you're going to get killed." Ronian's appearance was like a bucket of cold water, snapping Elin back to reality amidst the brutal battlefield. Elin was shocked. Was she actually afraid? She realized that only after her first kill did she truly feel the cruelty of the battlefield. Ellen clenched her fist to regain her composure and then punched herself in the face, leaving her brother-in-law bewildered. She bowed her head slightly in embarrassment and said, "Forget that moment, I froze. Now it's time to start the slaughter." Elin smiled faintly and didn't forget to offer a sincere thank you to Logan's younger brother. Ronian looked at her with understanding, smirking. "I heard you wanted to make a name for yourself on the battlefield." Deep down, Ronian's own resolve was boiling. "I'm the same. I will prove myself, too. I'll become stronger." He glanced at Vector, standing quietly nearby, privately determined not to lose to the person who was improving so rapidly. Elin and Ronian stood side by side, their eyes burning with battle intent. The two let out a war cry and launched a flurry of incredible sword strikes, continuously sweeping through the enemy ranks on the walls of the Dudu fortress. Watching from afar, Logan couldn't help but be amazed at the two kids' recklessness. "They're getting carried away," he muttered, realizing the immense progress his younger brother had made. Since when did Ronian become a mid-tier knight? However, anxiety quickly took over as Logan realized the perilous situation. They're fighting well, but do they want to get surrounded or something? He couldn't sit still and watch his brother and fiancé fall into danger. He moved like a ghost, crossing every defense to land right in the center of the wall, to the absolute shock of the Bifrost guards. As soon as he touched the ground, Logan swung his sword, creating a giant vortex of golden fire that wiped out all surrounding enemies in the blink of an eye. Agonized screams echoed as the enemy was completely overwhelmed by the young master's sheer power. Logan coolly took down more obstacles, thinking to himself, "Just keep their attention divided." Just then, Lord Mar appeared with a murderous expression. He roared, making the entire fortress tremble. Roger Knights, Lord Patrick, his shout echoed across the battlefield. I am Patrick Marr. He channeled all his crimson inner energy into his sword, unleashing a thunderous slash while issuing a bold challenge. Try to dodge this if you can. He gritted his teeth, clashing against Patrick's blade, sending sparks flying before screaming maniacally. Lord Marr, I'll chop your head off. In contrast to the aggression, Patrick remained completely calm. He smirked. Oh, so you're the one in charge? Then sleep tight, kid. Jerome narrowed his eyes, calculating. He was arrogant enough to believe that even if Patrick was a lord, his actual strength was only on par with his own, just a high-tier knight. He poured everything into his next strike, constantly reassuring himself in his mind, I can do this. I can do this. I really can. But in response to that effort, Patrick suddenly unleashed a shocking technique, creating a massive column of red light that descended with suffocating pressure. Jerome only had time to gasp. I can do in desperation before being completely swallowed by the earth-shattering energy. He collapsed to the ground. At the base of the wall, the light from the explosion left the Roger soldiers terrified. A soldier trembled, calling out for his commander, Jarek. What was that light? He stared in shock. He rushed toward the scene and froze in horror at what he had just witnessed. Jerk stared in shock at Jerome, who had collapsed. He let out a pained cry. Jerome, why? Amidst their desperation, the remnants of Roger's army suddenly cheered, believing reinforcements had arrived. Despite his severe injuries, Jerome screamed maniacally, demanding to regain command. He urged his soldiers to fight to the bitter end so their comrades wouldn't die in vain. But then, a cold voice boomed from above. There are no reinforcements. Logan appeared, radiating an overwhelming aura that dominated the entire battlefield. Seeing Logan, Jerome went mad with hatred. He roared, You red-haired brat, I'll kill every last one of you. Logan swung his sword coldly, delivering a lightning-fast strike that swallowed Jerome in roaring flames. Jerome looked down at his fatal wound, stuttering, When did you? Logan looked at the defeated man with glowing red eyes and spoke in a deep voice. You're the one about to die. The thunder of hooves signaled the arrival of reinforcements just as the battle lulled. Lord Logan! The call rang out as Logan turned to look. Lord Clayton, the elder and Knight Hake had arrived on the scene just in time. Seeing the young master safe and sound, they both breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad you're safe. Logan smiled faintly, responding with trust. Thanks to you both. However, Hake still looked visibly worried as she reported, but the two enemy knights broke through the mud walls and escaped. Logan shrugged it off nonchalantly, insisting there was nothing to worry about. Every single enemy knight here has been dealt with. This marked the moment House Patrick officially took full control of Tadoe Castle. The white flag, bearing the leaf emblem of the family, flew proudly atop the fortress walls. Witnessing the swift victory, the two couldn't help but marvel. Thanks to you two, we won without much effort. Clayton smiled modestly. I just dug a few holes and threw a few punches. It's nothing. Suddenly, Logan stepped closer and patted his shoulder, making Clayton jump in surprise. Lord Logan, why are you patting my shoulder? With calculating eyes hidden in the shadows, Logan said in a low voice, I actually have another favor to ask of you. Clayton's face went pale, his breathing hitching at the bad premonition. Without hesitation, Logan made his next request. Please, create a massive trench around this castle before the enemy army arrives. The young master's excited smile left the elder standing there, frozen in shock. That very night, earth-shaking magic once again rocked the fortress, and surging water flooded the deep trenches that had just been carved, creating a solid defensive system surrounding the entire castle. The next morning, Logan cheered and clapped excitedly as he saw Clayton collapse on the ground from exhaustion. Elder Clayton is the best, truly the world's #1 human excavator. He didn't skimp on praise for the elder's extraordinary power. As expected, earth magic and the others just can't compare. Clayton could only pant in exhaustion, responding weakly, You flatter me too much. Witnessing this, Clayton could only weep internally, feeling that his school of magic had seemingly been repurposed into a construction firm. Logan stood on the wall, observing the trench, which was at least 5 meters wide and deep. He calculated silently, if someone in heavy armor fell in, even a knight would have a hard time climbing out. To turn this place into a true death trap, Logan ordered his soldiers, pour plenty of oil in there. Make it so slippery that even a light touch will make them slide. The soldiers responded loudly in compliance. Every preparation for the final defense was complete. Logan looked up at the sky. He knew it was nearly noon, and the main force from Bephoros would surely be arriving soon. From the horizon, dust billowed as a massive army rumbled toward the fortress. Logan smirked wickedly. Right on time. He shouted loudly to warn his troops to prepare for battle. The thunderous sound of hooves shook the ground as the Roger army approached the base of the walls. Logan, Lord Patrick, and the knights stood tall on the ramparts, their cold gazes fixed on the enemy. Below, Count Bephoros of the Silver Knight Order was leading the army with an overwhelming presence. Amidst the extreme tension, Logan silently recalled a shocking truth. The king will pass away in the middle of the night. Logan steeled his resolve. They only needed to hold out through tonight. The flag of House Patrick, flying proudly atop the captured castle, left Bephoros so stunned that his face twisted in rage. He roared in utter fury. "That brat! Who gave you permission to change the house number, huh?" Bephoros asked anxiously about the situation with Jerome and Jerich, but the adjutant coldly remarked, "It seems they were taken out by the enemy." "Ha, that must be why they dug trenches, the incompetents. They couldn't even defend the fortress properly." Count Bephoros gritted his teeth in contempt as he looked at the water-filled trench surrounding the fortress. He immediately shouted for Aslan to get a real update on the situation. Aslan, the commander of the Bephoros army, stepped forward to report based on news from the soldiers who had managed to retreat. According to them, the Patrick army currently had fewer than 150 knights and under 2,500 soldiers. Bephoros continued to press for details on the others and learned that Lord Patrick was a high-ranking knight accompanied by about 10 earth mages. Bephoros smirked with calculating eyes, assuming the opposition had also prepared their own secret weapons. When asked for a projected outcome for the battle, Aslan offered a confident smile and declared loudly, "An overwhelming victory for us, my lord." The air felt extremely heavy. Meanwhile, standing on the high walls, Logan and Lord Patrick were somberly observing the enemy's massive force. Logan reported with concern that the enemy had over 300 knights, and their infantry far exceeded 5,000. He emphasized the presence of Roger Bephoros and the mages from the Wind Tower. He specifically warned his father to be careful of Bephoros, a man confirmed to be a 4-circle mage, but rumored to actually have reached the 5-circle level. Logan continued to list the greatest threats on the enemy side, including Aslan, the Speed Knight, and their old enemy, Prince, the Moonlight Knight. With such a massive gap in strength, Logan couldn't help but feel anxious about the coming life-or-death battle. Suddenly, a powerful voice, amplified by magic, echoed throughout the fortress, startling Logan. Bephoros roared with humiliation, calling the Patrick army a bunch of trash who didn't know their place, daring to invade his territory. Faced with the blatant provocation, Logan immediately issued a decisive order for all troops to prepare to fire. Bephoros' face distorted with malice, and he screamed cruelly, "I will personally pull your entire lineage out by the roots." Immediately following that was the earth-shattering command, "All troops, attack." Thousands of Frost cavalry charged forward like a violent storm, making the ground shake as they headed toward the walls. Are they not using shields? Do they plan to use their faces to block Logan's arrows or something? I'm not sure, but we'll find out soon enough. Logan spoke in a low, steady voice while observing the enemy's bizarre maneuvers. Immediately after, the order to fire was given. Huge multi-shot crossbows unleashed a hail of arrows down upon the Frost cavalry. Yet, instead of falling, the enemy forces emitted a strange blue aura, leaving the defenders in shock. Kai and Logan stared with wide eyes in horror as they muttered, "The arrows. The same arrows that strike with the force of 1,000 pounds are being deflected with ease," while the enemy knights simply smirked in triumph. Behind the enemy lines, mages from the Wind Tower were frantically channeling mana, weaving a solid protective barrier over the entire army. The Roger commander sneered arrogantly. He scoffed to himself, thinking those little crossbows were barely fit to hunt birds, let alone challenge the Wind Tower. Logan gritted his teeth, realizing the high-speed arrows were being neutralized by magic, making it useless to aim for the knights. He immediately ordered his men to shift their focus and target the infantry instead. If you can't beat them, change the objective. Sensing the dire situation, Lion roared, ordering the knights to take their defensive positions at the castle walls. Determined to crush the invaders before they could scale the ramparts, he knew all too well that this war had become a battleground for powerful aura masters. Realizing the crossbows were no longer effective, Logan decisively drew his sword. If the toys aren't cutting it, it's time for some manual labor, boys. The Roger Knights charged wildly, their eyes burning with a murderous intent that shook the very ground. Standing firm on the wall, Logan gripped his hilt, his gaze cold and defiant. "Come and get it, you cowards. Let's see which side you'll attack from." Suddenly, a warhorse lunged upward, marking the start of a bloody melee right on top of the ramparts. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Aslan, known as the Knight of Speed, was darting forward at a terrifying pace. He gritted his teeth, remembering the bitter insults from the past when the capital's nobles would constantly mock his short stature and monkey-like face. The laughter. A dwarf like that is a knight? Can you even carry a sword? Still echoed like an unhealed scar in his mind. With his long, awkward arms and distinct appearance, Aslan had always been the butt of the joke wherever he went. But now, everything had completely changed. He refused to be pushed around by those idiots anymore and had trained relentlessly to become a high-ranking knight. Aslan's eyes blazed with malice as he roared in his mind. Now, you are the prey. Aslan sprinted madly along the vertical wall, ignoring the fact that the defenders had turned it into a slippery trap of mud and oil. He confidently told himself these freakish traps couldn't stop him. But just as he pulled himself up to the top of the wall, Aslan faced a new insult. Elend stood high above, looking down, and innocently blurted out, "A monkey." The remark struck right at his deepest insecurity, causing Aslan to lose his focus, and he slipped on the slick oil. Seeing their ace commander fall, the Roger soldiers screamed in terror. Beyond just Aslan falling, did a high-ranking knight actually plummet off the wall? Feeling utterly humiliated, Aslan shrieked, cursing his subordinates as a bunch of useless idiots. While Aslan was still struggling, another presence filled with crushing pressure appeared on the ramparts. It was Lord Patrick. He drew his sword with a flourish, his eyes burning with killing intent. Facing the man who had nearly taken his son's life, the Lord growled in a threatening tone, "I hear my son owes you something." A high-stakes duel between two of the highest-ranking knights from each side officially erupted at the top of the fortress. Cheers erupted throughout the fortress, as the flag fluttered amidst the smoke and fire of battle. The melee was incredibly fierce. Soldiers from both sides lunged at each other with piercing screams. Surrounded by the enemy, Ellen gritted her teeth, defending herself, but was blasted away by a powerful strike. She could only let out a grunt, and a voice filled with mockery rang out. "I'm impressed you're still conscious after a hit like that." The one speaking was the monkey-faced knight. He grinned nastily, asking if all the women in her lands were as brave as she was. Elend realized with horror that this bastard was focusing his entire attention on her, or more accurately, he was playing with her like a cat toying with a mouse. Seeing her silence, he prodded her again. "What's wrong? Are you mad because you were beaten by a monkey?" Ellen gritted her teeth in frustration, regretting her loose tongue from earlier. It was her own taunt that had made this annoying pest stick to her like glue. However, Ellen quickly regained her composure. She told herself this might be a stroke of luck. Her current goal was to, at all costs, keep the enemies, highest-ranking knights pinned here for as long as possible, to create an advantage for her comrades. She tightened her grip on her sword, ready to face the danger. Meanwhile, the knight across from her wore a perverted grin, declaring he would play with her a little longer. In another corner of the wall, the sound of clashing steel rang out incessantly. A Roger knight was knocked back, accompanied by a painful groan. The guards watched in shock as they saw Logan standing tall, single-handedly facing 3 of their elite knights without flinching. 3 of you combined, and you still lose? They couldn't believe their eyes. Even though they had heard rumors that Marl's son was an exceptional knight, the fact that he could overwhelm all 3 at once unscathed was simply extraordinary. Logan stood towering in the circle of enemies, his sword glowing, ready to crush anyone standing in his way. The silver-haired Roger knight gritted his teeth in disbelief, unable to accept that the very kid in front of him was the one who had severely injured his master. Logan smirked with disdain and mocked them. "Are you guys here to fight with swords, or just stand around talking?" Having his pride wounded, the knight roared in fury. He swore he would teach this arrogant brat a lesson, and then lunged forward in a wild frenzy. Logan calmly raised his sword, closing his eyes for a split second to channel all his focus into his blade. In the blink of an eye, the collision created a massive explosion of internal energy, leaving the Roger knight horrified as he realized his opponent had ghosted behind him before he even knew it. The knights trembled in fear. They couldn't believe Logan could increase his speed through pure physical strength alone without any visible footwork. Logan looked down coldly and declared clearly that he could see through all the cowardly thoughts inside their heads. He smirked mockingly, questioning if their legs were freezing up from fear. The silver-haired knight tried to calm his comrades down, reminding them that Logan was, in fact, a formidable opponent. He approached cautiously, determined not to let himself get caught up in Logan's taunts ever again. Logan silently noted how tough these old geezers were. They really weren't pushovers. He realized that during the last exchange, the silver-haired knight had shielded his vital points, taking only the lightest wounds with minimal impact. Logan narrowed his eyes, calculating, sensing the battle was about to hit a fever pitch, protecting the weak spots on his body to only take the lightest wounds with minimal force. Logan squinted, full of calculation. Realizing this battle was about to enter a stage more intense than ever before, Logan glanced toward his father, who was locked in combat with the Moonlight Knight, and thought to himself, as for the Moonlight Knight his father was facing, that was a whole different story. He warned himself that he'd been held up here for too long already. This wasn't good. He decided he couldn't waste any more time. Logan lunged forward decisively, making the gray-haired knight scream in terror. "He's coming." The knight gritted his teeth, bracing for a hit. "You think I'm gonna fall for that twice?" But Logan suddenly performed a lightning-fast spin, completely disorienting his opponent. "Do you think I'd fall for the same trap twice?" But suddenly, Logan performed a lightning-fast spin, leaving his opponent completely disoriented. The knight only managed a gasp of shock before Logan took him down in a single blow. Seeing his comrade fall, the mustachioed knight panicked and roared. Logan kept moving like a ghost, his sword clashing violently against the guards. The mustachioed knight was screaming like a madman, trying to intervene, but Logan was completely focused on the finishing move. A massive, golden burst of aura erupted from Logan's sword, sweeping across the entire rampart. The earth-shattering power sent guards flying and made the fortress tremble. The mustachioed knight looked on in absolute terror, only able to scream in despair, before being swallowed by the destructive force. The blue-haired knight, one of the three elites, charged in frantically, but Logan coldly countered with a sharp, precise strike, cutting the enemy down. Logan stood tall, looking down at his defeated foe with icy, vacant eyes. The knight lay there gasping, wondering to himself if this monster in front of him was even human, possessing movements so bizarre and complex it was unbelievable. On the other side, another one of Roger's knights pointed at Logan with a trembling hand. You're like a demon," he stammered in horror. Before he could finish, a sword pierced him from behind. Amidst the battlefield littered with the fallen, Ronian rushed over, shouting, "Brother, are you okay?" Seeing his younger brother was safe, Logan called his name to reassure him. Ronian excitedly bragged that since he saw his brother fighting 3 elite knights at once, he had rushed in to help and confidently claimed he was the one who stabbed the enemy in the heart before it was too late. But Vector suddenly appeared from behind and coldly cut him off. Dreaming, "I'm the one who sent him packing. You only stabbed a corpse." A heated argument erupted between the two young geniuses right in the middle of the battlefield. Ronian insisted he was faster. Meanwhile, Vector kept his stony face, arguing that his decapitation strike was the real finishing blow. Ronian snapped, calling Vector unreasonable and saying he didn't act like a knight at all. But the blue-haired boy just retorted with a challenging look, claiming he was clearly the stronger one. Both turned to look at Logan, eyes filled with anticipation, begging him to judge who had actually landed the first hit. Watching the two kids compete so fiercely, Logan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. He flicked both Ronian and Vector on the forehead, making them both wince with an ouch. He warned them sternly, "Judging what? You two better watch it. On the battlefield, you need to take things more seriously." Both mumbled, "Sorry." Logan mused that thanks to the commotion caused by the two kids, he had managed to get a moment to assess the situation. He gave the order to move out, then surged forward amidst the roar of soldiers clashing on the ramparts. On the other side, Elin was in a desperate situation. She couldn't stand, forced to use her sword as a crutch to keep her balance, her breath coming in ragged gasps from exhaustion. The monkey-faced knight, Aslan, lumbered closer with a smug grin. "Ha ha. Brave enough not to scream something most knights can't even claim." He narrowed his eyes at his prey, taunting her cruelly. "I love the stubborn ones. It's more fun that way." Elin gritted her teeth in frustration, her armored hands trembling so badly she could barely hold her weapon. "Damn it, I'm out of gas. I can barely even grip my sword anymore. It's slipping." Ellen bitterly admitted the harsh truth. She had been too arrogant to think she could go toe-to-toe with an elite, battle-hardened knight like him. She realized with a jolt that if that bastard had really wanted to kill her from the start, she would have been dead long ago. Aslan suddenly accelerated, lunging like a shadow with his signature twisted grin. He landed a heavy blow, making Elin scream. Aslan watched with amusement as her face twisted in pain. "You look absolutely terrified." He grabbed Ellen's neck roughly, leaning in to whisper in her ear with disgusting intimacy. "Now, let's take this nice and slow. I'll make sure to take good care of you." Getting pummeled and still yapping, Ellen roared through gritted teeth, then spat directly in his face with utter contempt. Even though she was being choked, Ellen wore a defiant, wild smile. She growled, "You're full of yourself. I'd rather end it myself than let you humiliate me." Her eyes burned with resolve as she glared at her enemy. "You bastard." Aslan's rage flared up, his face distorting with indignation. He glared, roaring, You think you have a choice, bitch? He tightened his grip, teeth gnashing with malice. I'll give you a free trip to hell. Elin was in such pain she couldn't breathe, only able to emit choked, wheezing sounds. Aslan was busy savoring his prey's suffering, but his twisted grin suddenly froze. A chilling, murderous aura suddenly surged from behind him, causing him to recoil in pure terror. Amidst the fiery battlefield, Logan appeared like a god of war. His sword flared with a brilliant golden aura. Logan's blade closed in on Aslan with blinding speed, leaving the knight too stunned to react. A massive explosion of inner energy erupted instantly, creating a shockwave that blew everything around them away. Through the swirling dust and flames, Logan declared coldly, "Bastard, your opponent is me." He quickly stepped forward, catching his fiancée, and asked with concern, "Can you stand?" Ellen fought back the pain and wheezed, "Ugh, I'm okay." Seeing she was completely spent, Logan gently told her to rest and wait for the soldiers to take her to the healer. Ellen gave a small, approving nod. "All right then." From a distance, Aslan smirked, watching the whole scene with keen interest. A bit too much melodrama, but it ends here. The monkey-faced knight roared, reeking of menace. He warned Logan to be careful, boasting that he wouldn't be taken down as easily as Alin. Logan narrowed his eyes, focusing intensely, silently realizing that this new opponent was the real deal. He was shocked to feel his own hands beginning to tremble under the suffocating pressure, telling himself that the man in front of him was on an entirely different level from the ordinary knights he had faced before. They lunged at each other. The battle unfolded at a terrifying speed, leaving streaks of fiery orange light crisscrossing the fortress walls. The Roger soldiers watching from the sidelines were left stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes, seeing combat speed that far exceeded human perception. One soldier, dazed, wondered aloud how that young Master Mar could possibly be fast enough to go head-to-head with a legendary knight like Sir Aslan. In the heat of the bloody clash, Aslan suddenly broke into a sinister grin. He casually remarked that Logan's speed was decent, asking, "Nice gear, kid. Where'd you buy it to get that fast?" Logan silently acknowledged that their own lord had unknowingly gifted him this priceless treasure. Instantly, Logan poured power into his legs, gliding like a cyclone, and making the ground tremble violently beneath him. He closed the distance with lightning-fast footwork. Logan mentally gauged that the monkey-faced knight was just as formidable, barely a notch behind him in skill. Just from one direct clash, Logan had already begun to grasp his opponent's fighting style. He told himself that it was only thanks to the power boost from his holy boots that he could maintain this incredible agility. Seeing Logan silently observing, Aslan taunted him smugly, claiming he was racking his brain to find a way to deal with him. He mocked the noble brats who only knew how to overthink even when their enemy was right in front of them, declaring that they would all perish because they couldn't keep up with his speed. "And you're going to die just like that," Aslan roared madly, transforming into a streak of red light as he charged to attack. A flurry of vicious slashes rained down like a storm, creating fiery, jagged cuts in the night air. Logan gritted his teeth, holding his ground. The sound of metal clashing rang out across the fortress walls as he used every ounce of strength not to crumble before the high-ranking knight's terrifying speed. Aslan's gaze suddenly changed, from smug to shocked when he realized his opponent was mounting a strong resistance. A massive impact sent a groan of pain through Aslan, knocking him reeling backward. Logan stood firm amidst the dust, his breath ragged but his eyes burning with determination. He gripped his sword tightly, his overwhelming aura completely crushing the staggering enemy in front of him. Logan gritted his teeth and pushed forward, his intense, fiery gaze leaving Aslan stunned and terrified. He thought to himself. Just as Plan had warned him, Logan was using some bizarre, unpredictable secret technique. A sword strike flared with golden fire, descending with bone-chilling power, forcing Aslan to pour all his energy into blocking it in a panic. The nightmare didn't end there, as Logan's speed became increasingly, absurdly fast, completely dominating the flow of battle, leaving Aslan gritting his teeth in fury. He realized Logan must have known his secret technique from the Moonlight Knight, making his surprise attacks useless. Terrified, Aslan realized he was being backed into a corner, and he roared in frustration. "Trying to corner me to get the upper hand? An arrogant man like Aslan couldn't accept being humiliated by some backwater brat." He screamed, "I'm elite capital stock. How could I lose to a kid from the boonies?" But Logan, eyes ablaze with resolve, gave him no chance to retaliate. A swing carrying a massive wave of crimson inner energy descended from above, as if to crush everything in its path. The collision created a earth-shattering explosion, leaving a deep crater in the fortress floor. Logan clicked his tongue, disappointed to realize the killing blow had missed its mark by a hair. Seeing Aslan trembling in the distance, Logan was secretly amazed. wondering if that monkey-faced knight had truly been lucky enough to avoid that destructive attack. Shouldn't have talked so much. Now my hands are shaking. Aslan gritted his teeth, berating himself for letting his own impatience work against him. The assault on Tomoto Fortress and the resilience of the Mel army had completely cost this high-ranking knight his usual composure. Logan watched coldly, realizing the opponent's attacks were losing their edge, and decided to exploit this hesitation to end the match. Logan suddenly erupted in speed. Aslan was stunned by his opponent's strange footwork. He roared in rage. "What kind of tricks are you pulling now?" He swung his sword wildly, but Logan was already upon him in a flash, making Aslan's eyes widen in horror. Aslan turned pale, realizing the situation had gone south. He was dazed to see Logan rushing straight at him, recklessly, without even attempting to dodge the incoming attack. Aslan gritted his teeth, cursing in desperation. "You lunatic, trying to take me down with you?" Responding to the panic, Logan kept his gaze icy and asked softly, "What's wrong? Scared?" The question hit like a bucket of ice water, making Aslan roar like a madman. "You think I'll be taken down that easily?" But it was nothing more than a desperate last-ditch effort. Logan unleashed a lightning-fast thrust, piercing through the resistance and ending the speed knight right in midair. Aslan stood there, mocking. "Missed me, kid. Thought you were something. But you're just a novice." To Aslan, victory was now firmly in his grasp, and he declared this the disastrous consequence that the young master of the Mii house would pay for his arrogance. Blood from Logan's wound dripped down, soaking the treasure bracelet. Aslan turned around silently, just as Ellen High rushed over, screaming Logan's name in shock. The monkey-faced knight laughed sinisterly. "If I'm already sending one guest off, might as well send you both to keep each other company." Elin froze in horror, seeing the sword still embedded in Logan's gut. She screamed in silent despair as she took in the horrific sight. But then, an unbelievable scene unfolded right before their eyes. The bracelet on Logan's wrist suddenly emitted a brilliant, azure glow. Aslan was struck dumb with shock. He was stunned to realize that aside from high-ranking priests, no one could possibly conjure such a pure, healing light. An ominous premonition washed over him, making his face drain of color as he realized the presence of a divine treasure. Gritting his teeth in fury, Aslan roared that he absolutely had to destroy that bracelet before it could take effect. He lunged wildly, but someone intervened quickly, shouting for him to stop. With everything he had, Logan blocked his opponent's blade, determined not to let him harm the castle walls ever again. Even though he was forced to fight one-handed, which put him at a disadvantage, Aline gritted his teeth and held his ground. Meanwhile, Aslan was struggling immensely. The wounds on his body were beginning to take their toll, preventing him from unleashing his full power karma for his habit of tormenting beauties. Aslan let out a crude roar, using his overwhelming strength to knock Alan away. Just as he prepared to deliver the killing blow, a massive, earth-shaking surge of energy suddenly erupted from where Logan stood. A giant pillar of light pierced the night sky, radiating a suffocating pressure that made Aslan let out a terrified scream, helpless against such unstoppable power. Amidst the smoke and blinding light, Logan calmly pulled the sword out of his own body, as if he felt no pain at all. The fatal wound had completely vanished, thanks to the miraculous healing power of the treasure bracelet. Logan silently tossed the old sword aside, standing tall with a brilliant golden aura surrounding his body. Logan stared straight at his enemy with icy eyes and declared loudly, "Let's pick up where we left off now that I've switched weapons." Logan looked down at the sword lying on the ground, a defiant smirk on his face. "Pick up your weapon, let's keep fighting." He casually picked up his opponent's own sword, leaving Aslan so shocked his face twisted in disbelief. Gritting his teeth, he cursed in frustration. "You bastard. That's my sword." Clutching the treasure sword, Logan felt the magic surging through it and realized the secret behind his opponent's terrifying speed. He understood that when power was channeled into this blade, the internal magic directly stimulated the user's nerves, creating a strange sensation where everything around them slowed down, except for themselves. Logan smirked, feeling smug, so he was basically hacking his speed with gear. "Well, this toy is mine now." Watching his treasure fall into enemy hands, Aslan's eyes widened in horror. Logan didn't give him a chance to recover. He instantly unleashed terrifying speed, darting forward like a lightning bolt. Aslan screamed in desperation, "That's my sword." Logan looked coldly at the defeated man, silently mocking whether someone like him really thought he was worthy of wielding this sword's power however he pleased, robbing someone and then lecturing them on morality. A golden aura exploded as Logan unleashed a slash carrying devastating power, striking his opponent with a massive, internal energy-fueled blast. The violent collision caused Aslan to cough up blood, He screamed in pain as his heavily wounded body gave out. Logan watched the gasping enemy, thinking to himself that this was the golden opportunity to take out one of the most useful and powerful figures in the Roger family. Seeing Aslan struggling to get up, breathing heavily with wounds covering his body, Logan channeled all his internal energy, causing it to flare around him. Determined to end him right here and now, he swung the treasure sword down in a lethal strike, aimed straight at the foe dying at his feet. Aslan's eyes bulged in terror, but at that life-or-death moment, the Roger soldiers rushed over to save him, shouting, "Sir Aslan!" Logan froze in surprise at the sudden intervention. He gritted his teeth, forced to withdraw his sword to deflect the spears thrusting toward him. Logan was furious, cursing under his breath. It was so frustrating watching as Aslan was helped away by his subordinates, his body severely mangled. Logan stood on the ramparts, quietly watching the cavalry frantically whisk Aslan away. Elin rushed over, unable to hide her curiosity. "Are you not going to chase them?" He gritted his teeth in regret. "Damn it," and gripped the stolen sword tightly. Suddenly, Logan held Aslan's sword high toward the sky, declaring loudly for the whole army to hear, "I, Logan, have defeated the Knight of Speed." The shocking news left the Roger soldiers below in a state of terrified panic. They pointed and whispered at the weapon in his hand. "Is that really Sir Aslan's sword?" The harsh truth sent the enemy ranks into chaos. They couldn't believe their talented commander had been subdued so quickly. He defeated Sir Aslan already? Where is Sir Aslan? Is he still alive? Watching this pathetic scene, Roger Bephoros gritted his teeth in hatred. He could only utter in utter humiliation, "How disgraceful." A mage approached him and asked, "Should we join the battle?" But Bephoros flatly refused. "No need. Even if we attack him here, he will just pin us down. Besides, his shouting just now has already dampened our troops' morale." Just then, a soldier ran over, panting, to report on Aslan's condition. He stated that the knight's life was not in immediate danger, but because they hadn't brought enough high-level healing potions for this campaign, Aslan would certainly not be able to continue fighting. Hearing the bad news, Roger Bephoros could only offer a cold, mocking laugh. Ridiculous. He looked toward the fortress with icy eyes, silently admitting that those rats had definitely prepared quite well for this battle. But the longer this war drags on, the more bogged down they'll get. Let's see how long they can hold out. He decisively ordered a retreat. That was an order. "All troops, retreat!" The shout echoed, causing the entire Roger army fighting on the walls to immediately drop their weapons and flee in disarray. The gate guards stared blankly at the backs of their enemies, unable to believe their eyes before cheering in astonishment. "The enemy is retreating. Did we actually win?" Amidst the rubble, the Moonlight Knight, Pren, smirked, looking toward the castle lord with a provocative glare. He silently sheathed his sword, dropping a sarcastic remark. "You're lucky. If we had traded a few more blows, it would have been over." The castle lord gritted his teeth in silence, his face showing visible exhaustion and resentment after the tense, bloody battle. Before turning to leave, Pren didn't forget to deliver a cold, psychological blow. "But now I'm certain, the elite soldiers of the M family aren't all that impressive." Seeing his father, Logan rushed over and called out, "Father!" The lord hurriedly turned around, asking worriedly, "Logan, are you okay?" Seeing his father's concern, Logan replied softly. But deep inside, the lord felt a lingering sense of guilt. He bowed his head, his voice low with shame. "Father is too weak. I fought forever, and couldn't even finish off that old man. It's embarrassing for my son," Logan observed quietly. He was shocked to realize that the enemy's elite forces were truly strong, so strong that even his father could only manage a lucky stalemate against one of their commanders. Realizing his father was exhausted, Logan kindly advised, "Father, just sit back and relax. Let me carry the team for the next round." The lord gently placed a hand on his son's shoulder and instructed, "All right, you should get some rest too, son." The two of them sat down right on the ramparts, leaning their backs against the cold stones to catch their breath and recover their strength. A short distance away, Alan and Vector were also taking a breather, while Ronian was busy checking on the status of the other soldiers. As the Tomoto fortress gradually grew quiet, Logan and his father sat together in silence, keeping a watchful eye on the enemy's movements. Logan silently prayed for the night to pass peacefully, but the silence was quickly shattered. A sentry on the wall squinted through his telescope, spotting flickering fires in the distance. Above the flames, a banner with an eagle emblem fluttered proudly. He turned pale, realizing the identity of the approaching army, and stammered out the news. A panicked shout echoed through the air. It was the Peretta cavalry. Baron Peretta's forces were thundering onto the battlefield. Standing on the rampart, Logan and Lord Marcelin hardened their expressions as they witnessed the arrival of this new enemy. One of Roger's knights approached to ask if Peretta had come as reinforcements. With a calculating look, Peretta offered a thin smile, claiming that even though the southwestern forces were weakened, he had come to help out a little. However, deep down, he was nursing a cruel scheme. Once Roger's main force crushed the Min troops, it would be the golden opportunity for him to seize the fortress for himself. Lord Marcelin looked down at the encroaching army and likened them to vultures waiting for a free meal. He spoke in a low voice to his son, Logan. "It seems we have no other choice left for this battle." Logan replied calmly, "Don't worry, father." Amidst the dust and smoke, a mysterious figure in a black cloak silently appeared from behind, setting the stage for a new turning point in the battle. Inside the houses within the city walls, the atmosphere was suffocating with anxiety and fear. A small child huddled into their mother's arms, trembling as they asked how much longer they would have to hide. The mother could only comfort them, telling her child to hold on a little longer because the danger hadn't passed yet. The father choked back tears as he suggested the whole family pray, pinning their hopes on the New Year's dawn, to bring peace and an end to this brutal war. But reality was far from the peace they prayed for. Standing on the wall, Marcelin's archers received the order to fire. The repeating crossbows unleashed a volley, showering the advancing formation with a rain of arrows and sending the enemy collapsing amidst screams of agony. Knight Kai noticed that the crossbows seemed to be taking down only Peretta's men, but Logan coldly ordered them to keep firing without pause. Watching his subordinates being slaughtered, the Moon Knight, Bran, glared with contempt at the pesky insects. He urged his entire force to push harder and break through the enemy's sturdy defense. Bran loudly warned the knights not to be complacent until they had successfully set foot on the ramparts. Immediately after, Bran performed a spectacular leap from his horse, soaring through the air, aimed straight for the top of the fortress. As soon as he landed, he took a defensive stance amidst the dust, his cold, sharp eyes locking onto Lord Marcelin, who was waiting on the opposite side. Bran growled, his voice firm and icy. "This time, I'll end this annoying business with you once and for all." A massive blast of golden energy erupted, blowing away everything in its path and shaking the very foundation of the Tomodo fortress walls. Standing in the thick cloud of dust, Bran couldn't help but be shocked by his opponent's extraordinary reaction speed. He narrowed his eyes at the sword, radiating a powerful aura in Lord Marcelin's hand, and silently marveled. "That's a nice blade. Is it a high-end piece or a fake? It looks seriously intense." Lord Marcelin stood tall and proud. A crimson aura flared around his body as he clearly identified the treasure in his hand. It was called Velocitas. In reality, this was the legendary sword that Logan had seized from the Speed Knight and secretly handed over to his father beforehand. Logan had figured that it didn't suit his own fighting style, so giving it to his father would unleash much greater power. Accepting his son's filial devotion, Lord Marcelin gave a firm order. "Go, Logan." He understood that although he might be lagging behind the elite knights of his rank, with the divine sword his son had given him, he would certainly be strong enough to hold this ground. Logan nodded, acknowledging the order, then immediately turned and sprinted toward another part of the battlefield. The Moon Knight, Bran, gnashed his teeth in fury as he saw his comrade's sword in the hands of his opponent. He roared in rage, "You dare handle my comrade's weapon?" With that, he leaped off the wall to join the bloodbath directly. Amidst the explosions of internal energy, Logan moved with blinding speed. He told himself to place full trust in his father and leave the duel with Bran to him. Logan dashed through the smoke to support the other threatened sections of the wall. At that moment, Vector was also ferociously sweeping through enemy ranks with cold, precise sword strikes. The blue-haired youth moved with fluid grace, consecutively downing Roger's soldiers who were trying to swarm the ramparts. Vector called out urgently, "Master Logan, you're busy fighting." Logan turned back, asking hurriedly, "You can still keep fighting, right?" Vector stated clearly that he had just personally finished off another squad of soldiers. Logan offered a satisfied smile and encouraged him. "That's good to hear. Keep taking down as many of them as you can before they scale the wall." Logan's expression suddenly turned very profound as he shared a mysterious plan with Vector. "If that doesn't work, just let them climb the walls, then they'll really pay the price." Down at the foot of the fortress, the Roger army was still rumbling forward through the night. Seeing his troops climbing much more easily than before, Count Bephoros felt incredibly suspicious. He mused that it seemed as if Marcelin's troops were intentionally holding back, causing his soldiers to mock them, thinking the enemy had truly run out of steam. Bephoros narrowed his eyes with doubt, sensing a dark, hidden plot behind the enemy's unusual silence. On the walls, Logan and Vector were still fighting tirelessly, but the young lord suddenly realized that the enemy below had stopped appearing. He looked down at the base of the wall, his eyes hardening as he felt a violent tremor vibrating deep from within the earth. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light exploded, engulfing the entire Tomoto fortress. Logan roared a shocking order. "Scatter, everyone! The time bomb is about to go off." The shout left Ronian, Alin, Kai, and even Lord Marcelin stunned. They couldn't understand why they had to abandon the fortress at this moment. Below, Count Bepharos froze, stuttering in disbelief at what he was seeing. Retreat? Now? The ground began to shake more violently than ever, causing the warhorses to neigh in terror. Deep in the underground bunker, Cleon and the mages were channeling all their power. The ground began to shake more violently than ever, causing the warhorses to whinny in a panic. Deep in the underground bunker, Cleon and the mages were pouring all there. With a surge of mana into his palms, he created glowing cracks that ripped through the very foundations of the earth. Cleon gritted his teeth, drenched in sweat, inwardly cursing Logan for forcing them to carry out such a brutal task. Logan didn't hesitate, urging the entire army to retreat, ordering the knights to shield the soldiers and get them down by any means necessary. The Roger soldiers stared on in confusion, unsure of what was happening and wondering if the McLean army was jumping down because they were terrified. Fiery magical cracks began to spread across the fortress foundation, signaling a terrifying collapse was about to unfold. Under the impact of the seismic magic from deep underground, the massive stone slabs of Tomoto Fortress began to groan and crumble violently. The Roger garrison soldiers screamed, in despair as the ceiling and reinforced walls collapsed on top of them. A soldier gasped. No way. But before he could finish, he was swallowed by the falling debris. The entire Tomoto Fortress shook violently, like a massive earthquake. The sound of screaming walls collapsing echoed across the battlefield as thousands of Roger soldiers and knights were thrown into the air, only to be buried under tons of rock. Standing from afar, Count Bepharos was so shocked his face distorted. Stuttering in disbelief as he watched his most reinforced structure turn to dust, he roared in extreme fury. These rats! Amidst the thick clouds of dust from the crumbling walls, Logan rushed over and shouted. Cleon, the elder, was now kneeling on the ground, his breath coming in ragged gasps, coughing incessantly because he had poured his very last bit of mana into that destructive strike. Clay whispered his report. As you commanded, my disciples and I focused our remaining strength and demolished all the walls of Tomoto. This demolition job really drains the mana, guys. Seeing the mage disciples also collapsing from exhaustion, Logan sincerely expressed his gratitude. Everyone, you've worked hard. He inwardly calculated that a large number of enemy troops must have been buried, but he also knew clearly that with their extraordinary physical strength, the leaders of the Bepharos faction would certainly be unharmed. Logan looked at Cleon and reassured him. It's all right. Logan wore a confident smile. He looked toward the rubble and whispered to himself, everything is about to end. On the other side of the battlefield, Count Bepharos stood proudly on horseback, looking at the devastated fortress and laughing bitterly. He thought the McLean army was too foolish to destroy their own last line of defense, and he roared, they've got a death wish. Instantly, Bepharos gathered all his mana into his palms, creating a massive blue energy orb that emitted a suffocating pressure, preparing for the final finishing blow. Logan issued a firm order. Cleon, lead your mage disciples and retreat. Standing in the middle of the fiery battlefield, Lord McLean could not help but feel anxious. He looked at his son and asked one last time to confirm, is the deal locked in? No, backing out now. Logan looked ahead with an incredibly determined gaze and reassured him in a low voice. Don't worry, father. Across the way, Count Bepharos was frantically gathering mana in his palms. His face was twisted with fury, but he suddenly froze due to a strange disturbance. Suddenly, a terrifying scene unfolded that left Bepharos so shocked he stood frozen. From the watchtowers in the distant capital, bright red beams of light suddenly erupted and shot straight up into the sky. The citizens in the city looked up in panic at the sky being stained red by the omen of doom. Bepharos' eyes widened, reflecting the bright red light in absolute terror as he realized it was the kingdom's emergency signal. Logan thought to himself, I remember this very clearly. In the distant memories of his past life, Logan had also witnessed a similar scene while wearing the silver armor of a seasoned warrior. At watchtowers all across the country, a special alert system had been activated. The red lights signaling bad news shot up into the sky in unison. Faced with the harsh reality, Count Bepharos gritted his teeth, his face turning pale and twisted as he realized all his plans for invasion had completely collapsed at that very moment. You know what this light means, right? Bepharos' eyes bulged, sweat pouring down his face from pure frustration. He screamed in his mind that the chance to crush House McLean was right in front of him, and he couldn't let it slip away just because of the king's death. Regardless of everything, Bepharos gathered all his glowing blue mana into his palms and roared frantically. preparing to fight. He yelled, questioning if he intended to openly defy royal orders. Logan gritted his teeth in worry, unable to believe Bepharos would dare to be such a traitor. Just then, a figure rushed through the rubble, holding a glowing red communication orb. To all citizens living on this land, I declare that the king has passed away. The shocking information made the whole battlefield freeze. Every weapon had to be lowered in the face of the kingdom's collective grief. Bepharos gritted his teeth in hatred, realizing he no longer had a way out. Logan and his father watched silently, inwardly sighing with relief that their final delaying tactic had succeeded. Bepharos curled his lip in a bitter smile, coldly dropping one sentence. Very well. He turned to look at Logan with eyes burning with hatred, and warned him, don't think that this is the end. With no other choice, Bepharos silently turned his back and led his army to retreat in extreme resentment. Watching the enemy army gradually disappear, Logan breathed a sigh of relief. We won. Lord McLean let out a soft sigh of relief. Logan nodded in confirmation, but deep down he was still shaken, whispering that it was almost all over. Suddenly remembering something, Logan turned to ask Cleon how he managed to bring the communication orb just in time. Clay hugged the glowing red magic orb, smiling kindly as he explained that he had prepared it while staying at the army camp. Logan smiled and promised to discuss with his father about a reward for him, then quietly walked away to check on the others now that the battle had truly ended. Logan strode through the rubble and caught sight of Elin standing quietly. He called out to her, causing her to jump and turn around. Seeing the worried look on her young master's face, Elin softly spoke up. Young Master Logan couldn't help but feel pained when mentioning that she almost lost her life in her first real battle against such powerful enemies. Yet, she remained incredibly resolute. She clearly asserted that she was a knight, and sooner or later she would have to go through this trial. Logan smiled and admitted, I used to be such a coward. My hands would shake like I was playing the harp whenever I held a sword. Elin couldn't believe it, thinking it was absurd, but Logan insisted it was the truth. He recalled the image of himself trembling while holding a blood-soaked longsword back then, which made Elin chuckle with amusement. Logan's expression suddenly turned serious. He looked straight into her eyes and affectionately said, Join my team. They shared a formal handshake, cementing the bond between true allies. The next day, as dawn broke, Lord Patrick ordered the remaining soldiers to spread the word of their victory to reassure the people. Standing on the ramparts, he spoke with a heavy voice, insisting it was time to focus on cleaning up the aftermath of the bloody battle. Down at the construction site, the mage apprentices were grumbling, forced to work like common laborers. Rick wearily complained to his master that if things went on like this, he'd work himself to death. Clay remained perfectly calm, encouraging his student, Don't lose heart. He began channeling his mana, weaving brilliant streams of light to guide his disciples. Watching the kids cheer excitedly as they mastered this new energy source, Cleon smiled with satisfaction, realizing they were growing stronger precisely because of this grueling labor. Meanwhile, in the majestic capital of Grandia, the atmosphere turned incredibly grave. An official announced loudly, My lord, the father and son from the Patrick house have arrived to pay their respects. A blond man with a mysterious smile gave a slight smirk, ready to welcome the arrival of the Patrick father and son. Louis welcomed Logan and his father as soon as they set foot in the capital. While leading the way, Louis kindly asked if they were tired after traveling straight there without a rest. Logan couldn't hide his anxiety, immediately asking about Master Felix's health. Louis sighed, explaining that he was in deep shock, as no one expected the king to pass away so suddenly. According to Louis, the king collapsed while buried in state affairs. The medical staff determined the cause was a cerebral hemorrhage brought on by extreme exhaustion. Logan froze. He was inwardly stunned to realize that in this life, the cause of the king's death was exactly the same as what he already knew, though perhaps old age and frailty played a part. Entering the room, Logan's heart ached at the sight of his master. Though they had only been apart for a few months, Felix looked much older, his face worn and weary. Seeing Logan staring so intently, Felix forced a smile and asked if he looked that terrible, which made Logan startle in embarrassment and quickly deny it. Louis, standing nearby, couldn't help but reveal that his master had been working non-stop all this time trying to uncover the real reason behind the king's death. Felix snapped gently to stop Louis from talking further, then blamed himself for getting too emotional and losing track of the topic. The swordmaster apologized for not being able to greet them with a more cheerful face, saying the chaotic events of the past week in the capital had been a total nightmare. When Logan anxiously asked about the current situation, Felix's face twisted with indignation. He gritted his teeth, declaring that all this chaos was caused by those scumbags, Doan and Jordan. Logan immediately recognized these two powerful names. Joan Douglas, commander of the First Prince's faction, and Jordan Vantermom, leader of the second prince's faction. Felix held his head in frustration, fearing the kingdom would be torn in two if this continued. Instead of seeking reconciliation to stabilize the situation after the funeral, those two viscounts were fanatically pouring oil on the fire to seize power. Lord Patrick shouted angrily at the shamelessness of those villains. Logan watched his master thoughtfully. He understood that, as the third prince's personal guard, Felix was being backed into a corner, constantly having to refuse calculating demands from both factions. If this kept up, the third prince would definitely be in danger. Felix gritted his teeth in anxiety. Logan observed silently, memories from his past life surfacing when Felix urged Louis to hurry and bring the third prince to the estate for protection. Logan knew that was an incredibly risky move, so he decisively offered advice. "Master, just play the diplomatic card." Logan calculated inwardly that what the nobles feared most was losing the service of the Sword Saint. But at the same time, maintaining neutrality meant Felix would become a common target for all of them. Lord Patrick was shocked and stopped his son. "Wait, Logan. I thought you came to ask the Sword Saint for help with Roger?" Logan turned to look at his father with a firm gaze, stating resolutely, "Father, we should handle our own family affairs ourselves, shouldn't we?" Logan's words deeply touched Felix. He bowed his head slightly, admitted his own faults, and sent sincere thanks to his disciple. Deep down, Felix mused that if one could fulfill their duty just through words, nothing would be better. He told himself that in this life, he had chosen a much better position compared to the struggles of his past life. "Logan, for now, I can't help your family with much, but if things get out of control, just come find me. That's the master's get-out-of-jail-free card, folks." Logan smiled slightly. He joked that he didn't have anything to ask for right now, but if something truly happened, he hoped for his master's full support. Logan strode away, telling himself that keeping this neutral Sword Saint on his side was the perfect backup plan for the most critical situations in the future. As he reached the living room door, Rick peeked out, panicked, and reported that things inside were extremely tense. A heated argument was breaking out between the most powerful figures in the kingdom. Marquis Luer Kai, a half-giant from the second prince's faction, was roaring insults at his opponent, calling him a horse-faced fool. The response was bitter sarcasm about whether the Sword Saint would even bother looking at their opponent's trashy faction anymore. Luer Kai gritted his teeth in fury, his killing intent making the air suffocatingly heavy. Suddenly, Felix appeared from behind, coldly questioning if they had come here just to make things worse. The Swordmaster's presence caused the nobles to fall silent immediately. Felix walked past them with a look of disdain, criticizing those who had long neglected their duties to chase after factions, yet were now acting overly humble in front of him. Felix loudly declared that he didn't come to see them, but to welcome the Patrick family, his true honored guests. Another noble quickly spoke up, insisting he didn't intend to make things difficult for him. Felix turned to ask Logan if he wanted to handle the conversation with these two himself. Logan stepped forward confidently, announcing clearly, "I am Logan." The two high nobles looked at him with calculating eyes. They admitted they had long heard of the Sword Saint's disciple. Logan felt a flicker of suspicion at their reaction, but he suddenly stopped when he looked toward Lord Patrick, who was standing behind him. Logan noticed something strange. "We came to speak with your father," one of the high nobles said haughtily, but Lord Patrick kept a very stern expression. He decisively asserted, "Currently, my son is handling family matters on my behalf." Witnessing the overwhelming presence of this border lord, the nobleman narrowed his eyes, silently judging that the man was truly formidable. But then, he instantly changed his attitude, wearing a fake smile. "It's always a pleasure to chat with such young talent." Logan curled his lip, cutting straight to the point. "So, may I ask why both of you have come to our family?" Marquess Lerkai spoke up clearly. He claimed there was no need for neighboring territories to be in conflict with one another. He made a heavy-handed offer. "If you pledge your loyalty to our Prince Romain, we will not only reconcile with Roger, but also ensure generous rewards follow." Logan listened in silence, but inside, he began to feel the weight of the pressure. Logan realized with a shock that they were now openly threatening him. If they wanted to, they could easily influence that place. The nobleman accompanying him continued, asserting that even if they sided with the second prince and forced a truce with Roger, the Patrick house would still benefit. Logan bluntly interrupted, "No thanks, uncle." Suddenly, a terrifying wave of pressure crashed down as Duke Felix stepped forward, placing a hand on Logan's shoulder. The Sword Saint roared with authority. "What do you think you're doing?" Logan gasped in shock, seeing his master intervene directly and challenge the nobles right back. "So, you've abandoned all decorum and are openly playing faction games now?" The second prince's men paled in terror, hurriedly making excuses that they had no intention of disturbing his peace, merely wanting to discuss the future with the Patrick family. Felix narrowed his eyes, staring at them with a gaze cold as ice, and growled, "Does that mean it has nothing to do with me?" Faced with the other's submission, Felix replied coldly, "Good, see that you remember that." The Sword Saint turned his back and walked away, declaring clearly to all the guests, "From now on, I will not involve myself in any factional wars or with anyone else. You'd better give up any thoughts of swaying me." The majestic silhouette of Felix and his butler, Lys, gradually faded away, leaving the nobles standing there in complete shock and helplessness. Before leaving, the nobleman with the goatee wore a sinister smile. "Think it over carefully, little brother. Careful you don't choose the wrong civilization." Marquis Lair Kai also left quietly, not forgetting to leave a heavy warning about Patrick daring to attack Roger once the state funeral ended. Standing in the empty hall, Logan could only hold his head in exhaustion, feeling the pressure from the warring factions. Felix approached, wondering why Logan hadn't rejected them immediately to avoid the trouble. Logan replied thoughtfully that, if it truly became necessary, he might have to join this game. He stated firmly that no matter which path he chose, he would strive to fulfill his duties to the end. Witnessing his disciples' determination, Felix secretly told himself not to force these burdens onto others, even if Logan was the only disciple he cherished deeply. Torrential rain poured over the capital, signaling that the state funeral was about to begin. Inside the solemn palace, the king's coffin was placed in the center of the hall, surrounded by knights standing guard in silence. A sorrowful and solemn atmosphere blanketed the space as the grand doors of the shrine slowly opened. Bishop Matthew Crimson led the ceremony with a deeply sorrowful expression. The entire aristocracy wore black, silently sending the late king to his final resting place. The third prince stood in the front row, his face showing clear grief over the family's great loss. Behind him, Count Bephoros and other high nobles were all present, each carrying deep, calculating gazes hidden behind their respectful appearances. Instead of mourning the deceased, Logan noticed the nobles around him were busy picking sides and fighting to control one another. He mused to himself, "So, the king reigned for 40 years. Standing beside his son, the Lord of Patrick reminded him, only one more week until everything changes." Logan glanced around, silently wondering who had intentionally arranged these seats for him. Just then, Roger stood nearby, spewing fake words about the late king who had passed away. He smirked meaningfully, suggesting that perhaps Patrick hadn't heard the news, and hinted that maybe, one day, the two families could be on the same side. Replying to the provocation, Logan just gave a mysterious, mocking smirk. On the other side, the high nobles were still silently observing everything with deeply calculating eyes. Bishop Matthew Crimson stood before the coffin and clearly performed the final rites. With that declaration, the first day of the state funeral came to a close under the torrential rain blanketing the capital. Logan returned to his room, tired, telling himself he hadn't expected an event starting at dawn to drag on until late afternoon. He and his father had been besieged by sycophants from powerful factions. Representatives for Duke Douglas and Duke Viterm kept pestering them, desperate to have a private word with the young heir. This excessive fawning left Logan feeling exhausted right to the very end. Breathing a sigh of relief after finally getting rid of the annoying crowd, Logan wearily admitted that constantly having to turn down invitations was also a mentally draining job. Standing by the window, the Lord of Patrick looked at his son with a very serious gaze and asked in a low voice if Logan truly had no intention of leveraging the power of these factions. Seeing his father's worry, Logan turned to look at him. Lord Patrick nodded slightly, admitting his concern. He feared that in the current situation, the Patrick family was falling into an extremely dangerous position. He analyzed that no matter which faction it was, they should consider utilizing their power to prevent an invasion from Roger, which could explode at any moment. Logan smiled slightly, reassuring his father. He affirmed that, if it was truly necessary, they still had a solid pillar of support in his Sword Saint master. However, he was also confident that the family would likely resolve everything properly before having to rely on outside forces. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, it was the 5th day of the funeral. Stepping out of the palace with a haggard look, Logan rubbed his neck and thought to himself, what kind of funeral is this long? It's like a never-ending soap opera. Seeing the man with the goatee and a sinister gaze, Logan cursed him in his heart. That rat-faced bastard. Just as he predicted, Count Roger Bifrost had begun his move. Logan smirked coldly when he realized why he hadn't seen envoys from other factions bothering him lately. He sarcastically thought that Roger was wasting his time, running his mouth everywhere to isolate the Patrick family. But for Logan, it didn't matter at all. because he had already decided that he would never join any of the rotten factions in this war for the throne. Well, if it isn't my almost son-in-law, when are you planning to bring my daughter home so I can finally have some peace? Count Robert Freud's greeting rang out as he approached Logan. Logan offered a polite smile in return. It's been a while, sir. Seeing Logan standing all by himself, Count Freud curiously asked if his father hadn't come along with him. Logan explained that his father had returned to his quarters early to rest and recover his strength. Suddenly, his future father-in-law leaned in close, excitedly asking if the two of them had set a wedding date yet, which left Logan breaking out in a cold sweat. He gave a strained smile, explaining that the territory was currently facing a massive crisis, and announcing, the marriage between their two families right now would also be a tactical move to help keep Roger's expansion in check. However, Logan thought to himself, if he kept using state affairs as an excuse, Alan would definitely give him an earful for it. He secretly felt lucky that it seemed she had already put in a good word for him with her father. Count Freud's next question, whether this was Logan's first time, left him bewildered, asking if the Count was referring to marriage or something else. Immediately, the Count unleashed a terrifying wave of pressure, gritting his teeth as he stated that if it wasn't his first time, he wouldn't let this slide. Logan could only offer a nervous laugh and confirm it was. Count Freud sighed slightly, explaining that what he actually meant was the Noble Assembly. The Supreme Noble Council was currently underway in spectacular fashion. Before them stood a magnificent structure, where a crowd of nobles was bustling in to attend the kingdom's most important event. Whispers and rumors echoed everywhere. The fact that the royal family allowed even barons and lower-ranking nobles to attend showed just how volatile the situation had become after the king's sudden death. In the middle of the jostling crowd, a middle-aged noble was shoved aside and collapsed onto the ground with a painful groan. Logan hurriedly offered an apology. I am truly sorry." But the man flew into a rage, screaming at Logan and asking where he was walking. In stark contrast to that aggression, Logan kept a polite smile on his face. He sincerely apologized once more and reached out to help the noble up. The rude noble swatted Logan's hand away, firmly refusing the help, and muttering curses about his bad luck for bumping into him. Bumping into the protagonist is basically a death flag. Logan watched him go with a weary expression, silently judging the man's rudeness. But Lord Mar, who was with him, immediately reminded him not to pay any mind to that kind of person. Logan stood there in deep thought, observing the surrounding atmosphere. He realized that this assembly was being held 2 whole weeks earlier than it had occurred in his previous life. Logan understood that it was thanks to Master Felix's firm declaration of neutrality that the factions were no longer being held back. They were beginning to show their true, greedy, and aggressive colors more than ever. Looking at the grandeur of the palace, Logan shuddered, remembering how in his past life, this supreme noble assembly had ended in a horrific disaster. Everything began to unravel when a baron from the First Prince's faction got pulled into a debate that grew increasingly tense and spiraled out of control. That man had the audacity to directly insult Jordan Vantum, causing the atmosphere in the Grand Hall to explode with killing intent. This sparked a chaotic brawl that could not be controlled among the lower nobles, eventually dragging the strongest superhumans into the confrontation as well. History would later call it the tongue that destroyed the nation, the starting point for a bloody civil war that lasted for many years, leaving the Baron who started it all to face heavy criticism from posterity for years to come. At the podium, a noble shouted clearly, "If it isn't Prince Romain, then who else is worthy of being king?" Immediately, the opposition roared in anger, calling that nonsense since the eldest prince was still alive and well. The argument over age and honor erupted violently when someone mocked the idea of calling someone just a few months older their superior. The shouting echoed throughout the hall, leaving the judge helplessly gripping his gavel, watching the chaos slowly spiral out of control. With the tense atmosphere engulfing the hall, Logan realized that anyone could become the spark that ignited this conflict. He recalled that in his past life, there was usually a preparation period of 1 to 2 months after the brawl at the assembly before the Civil War actually broke out. But for Logan right now, that was far too long, because during that preparation time, Roger could completely gather his forces and crush the M family. He clenched his fist with determination, telling himself that this civil war needed to happen even sooner. Logan didn't want to give his enemy any time at all to prepare a defense. Right at that moment, Count Larry Claret stepped up to the podium and loudly questioned why the principle of primogeniture had been abolished so long ago, asserting that practical capability was what determined the qualifications of a legitimate king. He cited a solution for trade issues with the empire and shouted excitedly, "Prince Romain, the Wise One, is the only legitimate king. His declaration caused Prince Romain to flash a smug look in response to the enthusiastic support. However, another noble immediately shouted for Count Larry Claret to stop talking nonsense. Larry Claret jumped up, firing back aggressively, asserting that no one cared about national affairs as much as Prince Roman did. But just as he was raising his voice, he suddenly froze, blood streaming from his nose down his chin to everyone's shock. Larry Claret was stunned, reaching up to touch the blood, stammering, "Huh? Why is so much syrup coming out?" The crowd around them began to buzz, worriedly asking what was happening to the Count. Larry Claret clutched his head in pain, then stumbled, disoriented, and collapsed, rolling off the steps right in the middle of the hall. The entire hall fell into chaos at the horrific scene. Shrieks of terror erupted. Count get summoned a priest immediately amidst the panicking crowd. Logan stood there with a look of feigned anxiety. "Hang in there, old man. Just finish the act. Then you can head out. It'll make the lineup look much better." Looking at the ring on his finger, Logan was secretly satisfied with the perfect efficacy of the poison, a type of lithe herb. It was a plant that, when imbued with internal energy and dried into a concentrate for 3 days, its pharmacological effects became extremely potent, turning into a lethal toxin that causes immediate brain hemorrhaging. The truth about this poison wouldn't be discovered for another 15 years. By the time the Grandia Liberation Front used it to assassinate a high-ranking official of the Empire. A few days ago, Logan had asked Felix to get this herb and secretly placed a tiny needle inside his ring to inject the poison into Count Claret right before the meeting. This poison was completely harmless to powerful knights or mages, but for an ordinary noble like him, it was incredibly effective. This was the 9th assassination target of the Grandia Liberation Front, codenamed Parasai. In this life, Logan was determined to end his miserable life before he could sell out the country. Standing before the Count's corpse and the faces twisted in horror, Logan silently observed the others, who were grinding their teeth in fury. Because of this, he coolly waited to see how they would react. The sudden death of Count Clar right in the middle of the hall was like a spark thrown onto a pile of dry straw, causing an already tense atmosphere to officially explode. The second prince roared in rage, pointing a finger straight at his older brother. "Did you dare to poison my subordinate?" The response was a mix of shock and contempt. The first prince, sitting opposite him, snapped, "Why would I waste my time doing that? For all we know, he might have just dropped dead on his own." That statement was like adding fuel to the fire, throwing the entire hall into chaos. What a terrible performance, man. You can tell immediately who they're trying to frame. A man with a mustache stepped forward with a challenging look, spouting absurd accusations to further incite conflict. He smirked, sarcastically asking if hitting a nerve of a traitor was the reason for all this, causing the elderly lord standing nearby to widen his eyes in shock. Unable to hold back any longer, the long-bearded lord roared, "Shut your mouth. Do you realize where we are?" Whispers and murmurs erupted throughout the hall as everything spiraled out of control. Watching from afar, Logan realized that these two notorious rival families of the North were beginning to clash head-on. He saw they shared similarities with the Patrick and Roger houses. As the leaders of both factions were powerful knights and mages, intense auras began to erupt, surrounding their bodies. Streams of blue and fiery red energy surged powerfully, covering the surrounding area. Chloe declared clearly, "Let's settle this today." Roxana, the opponent, didn't flinch either, clenching his fists and roaring. "That's exactly the crazy scene I wanted to see." The judge frantically slammed his gavel repeatedly, screaming for both sides to calm down because fighting inside the hall was truly insane. The judge trembled in terror as he watched the fiery red and blue auras begin to explode and violently intertwine in the middle of the hall. The two factions could no longer keep their cool. They radiated a suffocating killing intent, ready to launch into a bloodbath in the most sacred of places. "What is happening here?" the judge stammered in absolute panic. Just as the situation was about to spiral completely out of control, a thunderous roar from Duke Felix cut through everything. Everyone stopped. He stepped firmly into the center and demanded, "Please, everyone, calm down for a moment. We must investigate carefully and determine the truth fairly." Felix clearly asserted that this was not a matter to be solved with personal emotions. Observing from a distance, Logan thought to himself that his master had appeared just in time, but he coolly mused that things wouldn't be so easy this time. Disregarding the advice, the second prince roared in frustration, claiming the situation was already too clear and there was no need for any fairness or truth. However, the first prince unexpectedly changed his tune. He sinisterly declared his full agreement with the duke, claiming the other side had sacrificed a useless pawn to stage this play. He continued to mock their despicable tactics and challenged his opponent to accept an investigation if they were truly confident. Facing the stubbornness of both sides, Felix persisted in asking them to calm down and listen to him. Amidst the suffocating tension, firm footsteps continued to echo on the cold stone floor. Jordan looked straight into Felix's eyes and warned in a low, gravelly voice, "You're old, man. Time to retire." Doan immediately followed up with a heavy threat, asserting that even a legendary sword saint couldn't handle both of their massive powers at the same time. Jordan kept pressing in with sharp eyes, asking if Felix truly realized the gravity of what he was about to do. Witnessing this breathtaking scene, Logan realized with a shock that the situation had completely spiraled out of control. He shuddered as he understood a bitter truth. There were only 3 most powerful dukes in this kingdom, and now all of them were directly facing each other in a life-or-death confrontation. Doan coldly declared that this meeting had lost all meaning, and he was sure Felix knew that too. Jordan smirked, agreeing that settling all conflicts with force right now might not be a bad idea after all. Amidst the insane, mocking laughter of the nobles watching, the first and second princes continued to argue, as neither side was willing to back down. Finally, both decided they would seize the throne through their own power. They didn't care at all about the nation's safety, ready to spark a civil war to compete for the crown. The order to prepare for war was issued with the consensus of the greedy nobles. Outside, horse-drawn carriages began to roll away from the capital in a gloomy atmosphere. In a private room, Marquis Luerkai squinted at the person opposite him and asked in a low voice, "So, you're asking for time to handle the Patrick House?" Count Roger Bifrost sheepishly admitted, "Big brother, give me 10 days to go collect the debt from the Patrick family." Luerkai tapped his finger on the table, looking thoughtful at his subordinate's request during such a sensitive time when war could break out at any moment. He coldly remarked that the title Flamesword only referred to swordsmanship. In reality, Roger was an incredibly cold and calculating person. Roger broke into a cold sweat. He knew if he answered incorrectly now, everything would be over, so he hurriedly pleaded for another 10 days to finish off the Patrick family. But Luerkai immediately dismissed that idea, asserting that the most effective way was to bring the Patrick house over to their side by any means necessary. Marquis Luerkai insisted that the entire military power of the Patrick house would sooner or later belong to their faction. Count Roger was sweating bullets. He coldly stated that the reason he was getting involved personally was because someone had been deliberately promoting the idea that the Patrick house was untouchable. Feeling the suffocating pressure, Roger knelt, begging for forgiveness, admitting that his greed had blinded him, leading to his thoughtless actions. Luerkai ordered Roger Bifrost to put his greed aside, promising that after winning this civil war, he would personally clean things up and hand the Patrick family over to him. A classic pie-in-the-sky promise from the boss to a model employee. He didn't forget to leave a heavy warning for his opponent before ordering Roger to quickly mobilize his elite forces. Luerkai's gaze turned deep and dark, looking toward a greater future, while the entire kingdom was engulfed in the tension of the coming Great War. A few days later, at Tomoto Castle, an important magical communication took place between Logan and his father and the representative of the Second Prince's faction. Through the magic orb, the official clearly declared that they would respect the Marin family's decision to remain neutral. However, he immediately followed up with a threat, warning that if the Marl family dared to break their promise or commit any provocative acts, they would face devastating punishment before any other issues were even addressed. Facing the firm resolve of Duke Vante, the Lord of Marl gave a slight nod, affirming that he would take this warning to heart. The magic orb went dark right after that arrogant dismissal from the representative. Logan smirked at the Van Vante house's insolence, noting that they didn't even have the courtesy to offer a proper greeting. Even so, he let out a silent sigh of relief. Now, the family had one less burden to worry about, and didn't have to rely so heavily on Master Felix's protection. Logan analyzed that if that threat held any weight, Roger would be forced to pull all his forces toward the capital instead of focusing on his offensive. With the taking advantage of the wind's plan having succeeded brilliantly, the father and son looked toward each other. Logan mused that while the current situation was incredibly dire, it was also their golden opportunity to make their next moves. Logan smiled confidently. He figured the whole family at least had some time to catch their breath. That's right, he thought. Let's focus on what we can actually do. The civil war triggered by the death of Larry Clark had escalated into large-scale military clashes in just 1 week. Initially, both factions were considering assassinating the opposing prince, but an unforeseen event occurred. The armies of both sides, moving under mobilization orders, accidentally collided. As a result, the initial skirmish in the north spilled over into royal territory, forming a long, drawn-out front line. Scattered battles broke out across the kingdom. Signs of a prolonged war began to emerge. As the situation developed this way, The leaders of each faction began to exhaust their final reserves of strength. And in response, Roger had no choice but to push toward the central front. Logan reassured his father that they wouldn't be foolish enough to ignore the Duke's warning, unless, of course, they had completely lost their minds. Suddenly, Logan slammed his hand on the table, his eyes burning with determination, and declared loudly, "Their house is empty. Dad, let's go over and take the deed before the seat gets cold." The bold proposal and the pressure radiating from him left Lord Marl and his retainers so shocked their faces distorted. A counselor slammed his hand on the table, frantically reminding the young master of the stern warning they had just received from the Second Prince's camp. Tulap also couldn't help but worry, demanding to know if Logan truly intended to ignore everything and do as he pleased. Before everyone's shocked gazes, Logan nonchalantly admitted, "Yes, because the two of them are shaking in their boots out of fear." The advisor warned that even though Roger was busy with the Civil War and couldn't retaliate, this act would definitely be seen as a direct challenge to the Second Prince. He emphasized that to set an example for other neutral forces, the Second Prince's side was ready to destroy anyone who dared to stand in their way, much like the tragic fate of another noble family that had collapsed earlier. Tulap desperately begged Logan to be more cautious regarding the family's neutral standing, but Logan coldly cut him off. He explained that the Marl family's war had actually started even before the Civil War broke out, so this was merely a blood feud between noble families, not a political challenge. Logan believed that both the Second Prince and the Duke would understand this clearly. Tulap was stunned, wondering if the young master had already calculated this and used the Tudu fortress as a springboard for this insane plan. He internally dismissed the thought, believing there was no way Logan could see into the future. Logan let out a mysterious chuckle, making the atmosphere even more tense. However, he also warned that the Wonderman faction would sooner or later hold the family responsible for the damage they had caused. Lord Marl lowered his voice and asked his son if he had thoroughly considered that possibility. Logan admitted he hadn't yet, but he flashed a calculated smile and asserted that he wouldn't give the other side any reason to pick a fight. Logan's true goal was to seize the entire Roger territory so that the Marl family would become strong enough to be a pivotal player, forcing both factions in the Civil War to come begging for their help. Logan ordered John Domian and the others to step out so he could speak privately with his father. As soon as the door closed, Lord Marl stepped closer and questioned whether his son really intended to strike straight at the enemy's lair. He looked Logan straight in the eye and pointed out a massive hole in this ambitious plan. Logan was being far too subjective in assuming the Civil War would last long enough for the family to capture Roger's city and become powerful. Lord Marl stared at his son and said in a low voice, "This is a civil war, not a TV series. You can't just assume it's going to run forever, so you can farm." The sudden question caught Logan off guard. Deep down, he began to dig through his memories of the history he knew, where civil wars usually lasted for many long years. Yet, the 3-year Grandia Civil War from his past life was truly an anomaly that Logan realized he had accidentally overlooked. Lord Marl sighed slightly. He firmly declared that he wouldn't pry any further into Logan's intentions. He placed his full trust in his son, believing everything Logan did was for the sake of the family. However, he also strictly reminded Logan that he needed to fix the weak points in his plan to avoid unnecessary risks. Logan nodded slightly. "Ah, I see." Lord Marl looked into the distance and clearly stated that their goal now was not just simply capturing Roger City, but reclaiming their entire ancestral homeland, the territory that had belonged to the Marl family for generations. At Roger City, the peaceful atmosphere was suddenly shattered. A guard on the wall narrowed his eyes through a telescope and gasped in shock. What's that?" His face twisted in terror as he realized the truth. Immediately, the alarm bell rang out, accompanied by desperate screams. From the horizon, a massive cavalry force was thundering toward them like a whirlwind, aiming straight for the fortress's main gate. The Roger soldiers shouted in panic, "The Marl people are here to invade us." The commander tried to calm the troops, ordering everyone to hold their positions. He urged his subordinates to quickly send word to Lord Funeretta to ask for reinforcements, determined to hold the line until help arrived. Standing before the city gate, Logan and his father sat proudly on horseback. They had no intention of surrendering quietly. Lord Marl decisively drew his sword and declared clearly that they wouldn't waste time, they would take them down immediately. Logan responded powerfully, "Yes, father." From above, a knight with purple hair shouted, "I've heard a lot about you. Logan, I will make you pay for the shame of losing to Modo. I am Renter, a high-ranking knight under Roger. I challenge you to a duel, knight to knight. If you really are a knight, then show me with your honor." Logan just stood there, staring at the guy screaming on top of the ramparts, wondering if this man was a knight or just a dramatic theater actor. Before the guy could even finish his speech, Logan delivered a lightning-fast punch straight to his face, leaving Renter severely injured and down for the count in a heartbeat. Logan looked at the defeated man lying motionless on the ground and asked, "Halap, how is he?" Halap checked him quietly and replied, "He's done for. The medics need to rush him to the infirmary right now." Logan couldn't help but doubt the enemy's strength. He thought to himself, Roger must be in total chaos to appoint a loud-mouthed empty barrel like him as the defense commander. Logan turned to his father and announced clearly, "Father, it's over now." Standing before the vast territory, Lord Patrick choked up with emotion. This place is our ancestral land, the one they stole from us 200 years ago. Watching the birds soaring over the lush green plains, he sighed, never expecting to reclaim it so easily. Logan smiled faintly at his father, knowing full well that getting to this day hadn't been easy at all. Standing on the magnificent ramparts, Lord Patrick and Logan silently cast their gaze over the entire landscape they had just won back. Below in the castle courtyard, the entire Patrick army had assembled in neat formations, their spirits soaring. Familiar faces like Rick, Ronian, and even Vector showed clear pride and joy after the glorious victory. Lord Patrick nodded slightly, looked at his son, and said in a low, firm voice, "All right then, my son is the best. Whatever he says goes." Stepping forward, Lord Patrick loudly praised his entire army. "Everyone has worked so hard. The Patrick family has finally reclaimed our ancestral land." His voice echoed across the space, emphasizing that this victory was thanks to the hard work and sacrifice of everyone, as well as the loyalty of the trusted allies who had stood by his side. The jubilant atmosphere suddenly turned solemn when Lord Patrick changed his tone. "Let us have a moment of silence for our brothers." With eyes burning with gratitude and respect, Lord Patrick affirmed that he would never forget the knights who joined hands to win back their ancestral land. He read aloud the names of the fallen heroes: Caleb, Nil, Eaton, Otis, Renner, Andreas, and Pier. The air was filled with solemnity. Those who remained bowed their heads in silent tribute to their comrades. Elin also stood quietly in the ranks, her face showing deep sadness at the great losses of the war. He firmly declared that he would engrave every single name in his heart and would never, ever forget their service. Looking toward the horizon glowing with the sunset over the vast territory, he mused, "From now on, we must discuss the future of the Patrick family and prepare for even greater plans ahead." Logan looked at his father and received a trusting nod in return. He stepped to the front of the ramparts and announced clearly to all the soldiers gathered below, "I'm sure you all guessed it. An age of chaos is coming. The world is in turmoil. Brothers, let's get ready to fly." Logan gathered all his strength to raise his glowing sword toward the sky. "I hope you will all become our wings." Responding to the young lord's call, thousands of soldiers shouted in unison, "Long live!" Amidst the dazzling glow of the sword, Logan loudly proclaimed, "Glory to the Patrick family." Meanwhile, at the second prince's camp, Count Roger von Frost roared in madness upon receiving the bad news. "What? I was gone for a few days of mercenary work, and I lost the damn deed to the land?" He furiously demanded to know what that idiot Renter was doing at the time, only to receive a bitter report from his subordinate that the battle ended too quickly, even before Prince Funaretta's army could march to reinforce them. Roger gnashed his teeth in helpless rage. "What the hell? That fool Renter." He couldn't contain his fury. Roger firmly ordered, "We are returning immediately. I will tear them to pieces with my own hands." However, a cold voice suddenly rang out, stopping him in his tracks. "I do not permit that." It was Marquis Luerkai. Even though Roger von Frost was furious about those bastards attacking his fort, Luerkai kept a calm, imposing expression. He pointed out that the forces on the central front were currently evenly matched, so there was absolutely no way he would allow Roger to withdraw his troops right now. Marquis Luerkai narrowed his eyes, looked straight at Roger, and asked coldly, "Are you valuing your own land more than the faction's big picture?" Roger was startled and panicked. He stammered, "Big brother, it's not me. It's that brat from the Patrick house. He's too arrogant. I swear I'll tear them apart as soon as the second prince's grand cause is fulfilled." Luerkai kept his stoic face, walked away in silence, and unexpectedly revealed a new move. He would send an invitation for the Patrick family to join his faction. Roger was stunned, not understanding the Marquis's true intentions, but with a sinister smile, Luerkai explained he would drag the Patricks into this war by any means necessary, using them as cannon fodder, confident they would have no choice but to obey. Hearing those calculated words, Logan suddenly laughed heartily and asked back if the Marquis was publicly threatening his family. Logan looked straight at his opponent and declared clearly that if that was the case, the Patrick family would have to switch sides and support the first prince. That bold statement from Logan through the magic orb made Marquis Luer Kai furious enough to crush the metal cup in his hand. Are you crazy? Luer Kai couldn't believe a Marcus Data brat from the frontier would dare threaten him right to his face, a figure of such power. Luer Kai spoke in a low, threatening voice, asserting that Logan rejecting his offer meant openly opposing Prince Roman's will. A dark blue, deadly aura erupted from the Marquis's body, making the surrounding air stifling. Count Roger, standing nearby, could only tremble in fear before such terrifying pressure. Logan realized he was making an extremely risky move by intentionally crossing the line to test the enemy's patience. Logan cleverly explained that the deep feud between the Patricks and Roger had existed for a long time, and his actions were not at all meant as a sign of disrespect toward the Marquis or His Highness. Hearing this, Luer Kai issued a calculated ultimatum. Then prove it. Lead your army to the front lines and earn merit. Only then will the prince and I spare you from our wrath. Logan smirked with a mysterious glint in his eyes, giving a sharp, definitive answer that left his opponent completely stunned. What a shame, but I'm busy now. Gotta hang up. Bye-bye. A massive, earth-shaking blast rocked the entire camp. Luer Kai stood in the middle of the wreckage he had caused himself. While Roger could only panic and beg him to stay calm, Logan clearly and firmly declared that he would uphold his neutral stance in accordance with Master Felix's wishes, while still insisting that his loyalty to the royal family remained unshaken. This contradictory statement drove Luer Kai absolutely mad. He roared, cursing Logan as an arrogant fool. Just then, a soldier rushed in, frantic and breathless with an urgent report. The enemy is already moving their supplies. Stop arguing. Luer Kai turned pale with terror as he received the urgent report from the front lines. Through the magic orb, Logan casually taunted him. Oh my, it seems you're quite busy. Please, do take care of your work. The provocative sarcasm left the Marquis stunned. He couldn't believe how brazen the kid from the borderlands was, even in such a life-or-death situation. Furious, Luer Kai grabbed the orb and gritted his teeth, threatening, even if it means taking some losses. I should finish you off right here and now. That would be a great morale booster. Logan remained calm, narrowing his eyes as he asked back if the Marquis could truly afford to suffer such losses. As the battle at the front raged with intense pressure, Logan insisted he believed a man like Luer Kai wouldn't let petty anger cloud his judgment and ignore the bigger picture. The Marquis ground his teeth in resentment, calling Logan a noisy fool and vowing that he would soon regret everything he had done. The moment the call ended, Luer Kai coldly ordered his subordinates to keep a close watch on Logan. Watching the Marquis retreating back, Roger smirked, a sinister grin on his face. He gloated inwardly, thinking the Patrick family was foolishly pushing themselves toward destruction, and that the arrogance of Logan was actually working greatly to his advantage. Roger laughed heartily in satisfaction. He mocked Logan's attempt to take him over and silently gave. Thanks for finally hearing such good news. Having finished the conversation with the Vantermain faction, Logan wearily realized that Duke Johann Douglas had contacted him personally. He forced a smile, trying to appear polite to his new opponent. Finished dealing with one guest and I'm dead tired, now I have to chat with this old man? Duke Johann Douglas narrowed his eyes, staring at Logan through the magic orb. He asked in a deep voice if the attack on Roger was a signal that the Patrick family wanted to join his faction. Logan smiled calmly. He firmly stated that it was purely to settle his family's long-standing blood feud, nothing more. Faced with the great noble's attempts to recruit him, Logan bluntly refused, declaring that for now, Patrick was not ready to commit to supporting any faction at all. Deep down, Logan told himself that the upcoming situation was going to be a real headache. Johann Douglas stroked his beard. He warned that given Jordan's ruthless nature, the Patrick family might be swallowed up as soon as everything ended, and he was curious to know what Logan intended to do about it. Logan kept an utterly indifferent expression. He revealed that he had just received news and had tried his best to soothe the tense situation. Seeing that Johann seemed skeptical, Logan explained that the Patrick family currently lacked the resources to do anything other than maintain a firm neutral stance. However, he didn't forget to butter him up by affirming that he would support the Duke's faction in spirit and hoped the remainder of Roger's forces would be completely wiped out. Supporting with faith, that's the main thing. The blunt reply made Johann Douglas laugh heartily, but he didn't forget to leave a steely warning. If Logan dared to play any tricks, he would certainly not let it slide. Logan clenched his fist, feeling the pressure closing in from all sides, but he breathed a sigh of relief that his main goal, the recognition of Patrick's neutrality, had finally been achieved. Meanwhile, in the Parasteta territory, Lord Moretta was so shocked that his face twisted in disbelief upon hearing the news that the Roger fortress had been captured. He panicked and shrieked, as he hadn't even had time to send reinforcements. The subordinate beside him tried to reassure him, arguing that Patrick's reckless actions would surely prevent Count Roger from sitting still, and that he would soon take strict retaliatory measures. But their hopes quickly turned to dust when a knight, via the magic orb, coldly announced that there would be no retaliation whatsoever. Because the neutrality of the Patrick family had been officially accepted, Lord Moretta fell into a state of extreme panic. The subordinate tried to calm him, suggesting that if they maintained neutrality, at least the Patrick house wouldn't touch them. But Peristetta remained suspicious. Can we really trust that? Just then, a soldier burst in, reporting that an urgent message had just arrived from Patrick. Peristetta shrieked in horror. What? What does it say? Trembling, he took the message and demanded a summary of the main points immediately. Logan's list of demands was incredibly harsh. First, they had to pay a tribute of food and supplies worth 100,000 gold per month. Next, the tenant rent had to be reduced to 30%, and Patrick would conduct monthly internal audits. Most importantly, Patrick was granted the freedom to recruit soldiers whenever necessary. The message ended with a cold, steel-hard threat. Whatever the king does is the king's business. But here, I am the king of the borderlands, my friend. If you don't want to die later, Peristetta, you better get on your knees right now. Both cowardly nobles froze in terror. Meanwhile, at Roger's main castle, the flag of Patrick was now flying proudly. Inside the castle, Domian reported that the Peristetta family had requested to become vassals. Logan took a sip of wine and casually declared, "Good. Now, we will slowly squeeze them, draining every bit of their military strength." Even though his father still felt regret for not being able to touch Percevan or Roman, Logan insisted that they had achieved more than necessary. He smiled with satisfaction because every immediate threat had been completely eliminated. Time to celebrate. Logan's shout echoed throughout the luxurious hall. Amidst the space filled with the excited cheers of knights and retainers, Logan raised his glass of wine high and loudly declared, "Work is over. Let's party, guys. My treat tonight." A festive atmosphere blanketed the entire castle as they enjoyed the taste of a glorious victory. The victory banquet took place in a lively atmosphere, where glasses of wine were constantly being refilled for the guests. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Lord Patrick turned to his son, Logan, and whispered, "Isn't it time to begin?" Logan nodded, answering with determination, "All right, let's do this." Logan's voice rang out, echoing through the great hall. "Sir and lady, if you would please step forward." As the lady struggled to steady her husband, who was already starting to feel tipsy, the couple stepped forward and solemnly swore their loyalty. Looking at the stalwart warrior, Logan clearly announced the first reward. "I'm gifting you $1 million and the deed to a property. Go build yourself a villa." This news hit them like a lightning bolt. The couple stood frozen in absolute shock. Cheers erupted throughout the castle. But amidst the excitement, a few nobles began whispering with concern. They were panicking, wondering if the territory was truly that wealthy, or if Logan had drained the treasury, pushing the family to the brink of bankruptcy by throwing money around like water. The crowd buzzed, speculating that Logan was pouring out wealth just to hide the fact that the treasury was empty. Logan clicked his tongue in regret, silently wishing the Frost Army hadn't raided the vault of artifacts. Things would be much better otherwise. Immediately after, he clearly called out for the elder, Sir Cleon. Cleon gasped, stunned to be named. Logan declared that the greatest achievement during the defense of Tomoto Castle belonged to the Golem Tower. To reward that contribution, Logan decisively granted permanent ownership and a total tax exemption for the Golem Tower's land in Mantown. Logan raised his wineglass high to announce the final reward. Furthermore, a bonus of 10 million gold will be awarded. Cleon collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Moved by the young lord's generosity, he stammered, calling out to his master, unable to stop thanking him, for Logan was now the greatest benefactor the Golem Tower had ever known. Logan smiled and told everyone to just relax and enjoy the banquet, as other special rewards would soon be handed out to those who deserved them. Logan felt smug, using the very money confiscated from the enemy to play the role of a generous lord. Seeing Elin cheering happily, he curiously asked if she was truly that desperate for money. Considering the Freud family was already so wealthy, Elin immediately retorted. She insisted that the value of this money lay in the fact that it was the first she had earned with her own two hands on the battlefield. She excitedly shared that few women in the kingdom ever got the chance to earn such a large sum, and this made her feel like she had achieved part of her dream. The atmosphere was joyful until Ronian came rushing over. The boy didn't forget to remind his older brother to take good care of the old blacksmith Hema too. It's always new sword this and forget the brother that. Logan glanced at Hima, who stood with his arms crossed, waiting expectantly, silently mocking his younger brother's change in attitude since receiving that precious sword. Logan nodded, confirming that he had definitely prepared a gift that couldn't be any more perfect for the old blacksmith. Hima was momentarily stunned by the young lord's confident promise. Shortly after, a secret carriage entered the castle courtyard. Soldiers' shouts to hurry up and get off echoed as the wooden door opened, and a disheveled figure with an iron hook for a hand stepped silently onto the ground. The blacksmith watched the newcomer, silently cursing Logan for being such a depraved pervert for bringing in such a pitiful slave. But as the person approached, revealing the short stature and distinct red beard of the dwarf clan, Hima was stunned to realize this was the special gift Logan had gone to such lengths to prepare for him. Tema looked around the bustling town with suspicion, silently wondering, "So, we're working here this time?" The group of dwarves traveling with him couldn't help but stir, seeing so many damn humans in this place. One of them clicked his tongue, remarking that this new master was really strange for sending luxury carriages just to transport dwarves like them. The murmurs continued, reminding them of the past when they were treated like livestock thrown onto wagons for the nobles. Another quickly warned them to watch their tongues, lest someone overhear. A tall dwarf turned and mocked Tema. "Since you lost your hand and got that hook, did you lose your sense of shame too, Tema?" Tema walked silently cursing his companions for being idiots who didn't understand that clinging to empty pride only made things worse. He told himself that it was precisely because he had discarded his pride since losing his forging hand that a dwarf who couldn't forge properly like him had survived until now. The group of dwarves walked quietly through the city gates, under the supervision of the soldiers. Tema's footsteps were heavy on the ground. In his head, the thought even occurred of whether he should just die to be rid of the burden. Depressed from being unemployed for so long, the human blacksmith shouted excitedly toward the inside, "Hey, go inform Master Hima. Tell him the kinsmen he requested have arrived." Tema and the dwarves were stunned, unable to believe their ears when they heard that respectful way of addressing him. Tema stammered, asking, "Hey, human, did you just say Master Hima?" The blacksmith smiled radiantly and replied, "Oh, you know Master Hima? He is the greatest craftsman in our territory. The things he creates have changed this land. That's why we have such high expectations of you all." The blacksmith's affirmation left Tema shaken and questioning himself. No way. A human territory where dwarves are respected? Just how great is this dwarf? Suddenly, Hima appeared, his body massive and rippling with muscles after long hours of hard labor, and he shouted clearly, "My kinsmen have finally arrived. I'm so happy to see everyone is still healthy." Seeing the familiar figure, Tema's heart pounded with astonishment. Realizing it was the legendary blacksmith of their own clan, Hima wore a sinister smile and declared loudly, "Welcome to the Overtime Club. Get ready to work through the night." Faced with the shock of his kinsmen, Hima shouted, urging them, "Get inside. We have a mountain of orders to finish." Tema was still in shock. He could only stammer, "Is this Master Hima?" A few days later, Logan visited the smithy with a bright smile. He asked excitedly, "Hima, have you received my gift?" Hima replied happily, Master. Of course. Thanks to you, the production of crossbows has accelerated significantly." Logan nodded, satisfied, and curiously asked about the whereabouts of the newly arrived dwarves. Hima pointed toward the bustling workshop and confirmed that they were very well behaved now, spinning like tops to keep up with the orders. Under Hima's guidance, Tema and the others were hard at work forging, turning the workshop into a factory operating at full capacity. Logan introduced a new production system where each person only handles the creation of a single component. Even though he knew this method was extremely efficient for mass production, he still worried that the innate pride of the dwarf clan would make it hard for them to accept this kind of fragmented work. Just as expected, the dwarves were grumbling not about the products themselves, but about having to work on individual parts. "Where's your sense of craftsmanship?" Logan thought. But as soon as he announced the massive daily quota, the room fell into a terrified silence. "We have to build that many crossbows every day? This is a nightmare." Amid the confusion, Tema, the one with the iron hook arm, stepped up, realizing he'd be the perfect supervisor to keep the troublemakers in line. Hima immediately put Tema in his place with a murderous glare. "You want to taste some iron, Tingong? Just say the word." Tema shivered in fear, quickly stammering that he was just a small cog in this forge. Seeing that, Logan couldn't help but admire the man. "That's my Hima. You really know how to handle them." Hima laughed, insisting he was just following his master's style. Even though the dwarves were whispering that they were a bunch of demons, Hima still made a heavy promise. If you give me your all for 20 years, I will grant you your freedom. That was the promise Logan had authorized for all of them. Looking at his hook arm, Tama quietly made a resolution he wouldn't let this chance for freedom slip away again. Back to work, Hema wondered why the territory needed such an absurd amount of crossbows when they already had enough for 10,000 men with plenty to spare. Logan replied calmly, "Spare? What spare? I'm building an army to take over the world." Hema was stunned. He wondered if his young master was being a bit too serious about the next decade. Logan just laughed at the blacksmith's misunderstanding. "No, it's not like that. I'm forming a 10,000-man militia, and recruitment has already begun." This news made Hema shudder, realizing Logan was secretly planning for a much more brutal war. Logan saw the anxiety in Hema's eyes, but he knew this civil war was only just beginning. Most people didn't realize that this conflict could drag on for 3 long years, with an external invasion looming at the end of it. A battle once meant for elite soldiers would soon turn into a war of mercenaries, and eventually, a conflict where desperate farmers would be forced to pick up weapons just to survive. Deep down, Logan knew the horrific scene coming would be like hell on earth, and his family had to prepare for that brutal moment at any cost. Still, the blacksmith Hema was deeply worried. Was it really okay to arm so many commoners? Logan replied calmly, "Just keep them well fed and clothed, and they'll be obedient. Even the atomic bomb wouldn't scare them." Suddenly, he smiled, remembering something important related to explosives. Logan threw an arm around Hema with a calculated look, asking him and Master Cleon to secretly develop a new weapon, giving the old blacksmith a bad feeling. At the magic tower, Cleon was shocked when Logan described an explosive that could be set on a delay. Not stopping there, Logan also demanded it be activated by a specific force. Even a firm squeeze in the palm should be enough to trigger it. Logan kept listing off these bizarre features. It needs to vibrate to warn the user before it blows so they don't forget to throw it. And best of all, it should change colors with a 5-second countdown. He emphasized that the explosion had to have the power of a second-tier spell, but the production cost had to stay under 50 gold coins. Seeing Logan's radiant face as he asked if it could be done, Cleon could only break into a cold sweat, asking if such a freakish item could even exist in this world. When faced with an unreasonable client, Logan firmly stated he had used them before, leaving the mage stunned. Hema roared in surprise, demanding to know where Logan got that from, when they hadn't even discussed the necessary materials. The blacksmith insisted that chemical compounds react completely differently depending on the mixing ratio, so success couldn't be guaranteed. Cleon couldn't hide his skepticism either, since something as strong as a second-tier spell, costing only the price of 10 first-tier magic scrolls, could revolutionize the entire industry. He wondered if Logan had used them before. Why not just find the original creator? As they both stared at the magic orb glowing on the red velvet, Cleon hesitantly offered a practical suggestion. "If you've used it, wouldn't it be faster to find the person who made it? When the staff wants to take a shortcut, but the boss says no?" Logan sighed softly, admitting he didn't have any close connections with any mages. Deep down, Logan cursed the harsh truth. He didn't actually know how to make that weapon either. What he was desperate to recreate was liberation, a type of explosive with terrifying destructive power that was the terror of the Empire during the Grandia independence movement. Sadly, the secret to making it was held by only a few, and Logan certainly wasn't one of them. Logan suddenly remembered an important clue. The creator of liberation was an Earth-type mage, someone inspired by ancient dwarven weapons. He looked straight at Cleon and Hema, stating clearly that, in his eyes, only they could pull it off. "Don't let me down." Cleon was shocked. At first, he thought the young master was just daydreaming, but the detailed, vivid descriptions Logan gave regarding how the weapon functioned made him start to doubt his own knowledge. Logan grew pensive. He realized his memories of liberation were hauntingly clear. The feeling wasn't natural at all. But then, Logan bitterly told himself that perhaps because he died by that very weapon in his past life, his memories of it were so deep. Shaking off the hazy thoughts, Logan said firmly, "All right, let me explain it one more time. Listen carefully." Cleon and Hema just broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe the young master hadn't given up on this insane idea. Meanwhile, at a rundown tavern, a loud table slam echoed, shattering the gloomy atmosphere. A man screamed in frustration. "What the hell has this country turned into? The damn civil war has spread all the way to the south, bringing smoke, fire, and destruction." Small nobles were screaming in despair as they were dragged into the factional wars of those in power, risking the loss of their lives and their lands. "No, he's right," a blond young man said in a low voice, agreeing amidst the efforts of his friends to calm him. He bitterly realized that just because of some distant family ties, The pressure from major noble houses, provincial nobles like them, were being completely ruined. Damien Nadan's face contorted in agony. He clutched his head, sobbing in despair at the thought of his family being wiped out, without even having time to grab the family records before fleeing in chaos, all because he got dragged into a drama where he wasn't even the main character. In his darkest moment of despair, a figure cloaked in a hood suddenly appeared and called out, "Are you Damien Nadan?" Damien jumped up in shock, frantically asking for the stranger's identity. The person clearly stated they were from the Information Guild and handed Damien a mysterious letter from an anonymous client. Damien's hands trembled as he took it. He was stunned to see a flaming crest on the letter's seal. Rick looked in panic at the mountain of paperwork on the desk. He stammered, "My young lord, what is all of this? Are you planning to throw a banquet or something?" "A letter?" Logan kept his pen moving, replying coldly. "Banquet? No. I'm just filtering through resumes to scout some talent." Rick couldn't help but wonder. "Are you planning to recruit them?" Logan glanced over with a discerning look. "How did you know?" The butler gave a wry smile, saying he'd been observing the young lord for years, so he could guess, but he still doubted whether a territory that had suffered such devastation would attract any famous knights. Logan explained that, for now, they were just heirs to small lands or ordinary soldiers. If left alone, they'd eventually turn into wandering mercenaries. Rick asked worriedly if the family was really so desperate for troops that they had to recruit people like that. Logan offered an enigmatic smile. As the saying goes, a rough diamond needs polishing. You know that, right? In truth, Logan was secretly leveraging precious information from his past life to get a head start. Logan calculated that most of these people would eventually awaken powerful inner strength, and among them was one incredibly important figure he especially hoped would accept the invitation. The letter was addressed directly to Damien Nadan, introducing Logan as the eldest son of the Patrick family. He cleverly mentioned a poem titled Drunken Moon that the man had left at the academy as a way to show respect for his talent. In the letter, Logan sincerely suggested that if Damien was looking for a new place to settle down and build a life, he should consider the Patrick family. Receiving the mysterious letter right as his family collapsed, Damien Nadan read every word in shock, his expression twisted with surprise and suspicion, and he blurted out in bewilderment, "What kind of nonsense is this?" 2 months later, the town of Patrick suddenly became unusually lively, with crowds of people pouring in. The guards were taken aback, asking one another where all these people were coming from. One soldier explained that they all claimed to have received a letter from the young lord. He quickly checked the seal on a guest's hand and directed them, "The discount code is correct. Please, come into the waiting hall to be processed." Among them was Damien Nadan. He walked silently with a thoughtful expression, remembering how he had received the young lord's letter earlier. After verifying the seal on the letter was indeed from the Patrick family, the guard glanced at Damien with suspicion, silently mocking why even a guy who looked like a bum like him got a letter from the young lord. But he still firmly commanded, "All right, follow me." Damien walked while observing the prosperity of the territory. He wondered to himself if the Patrick family was trying to expand their territory by recruiting war refugees. Seeing the busy trading scene with vendors offering fabrics imported from the Empire, Damien couldn't help but ask himself why they'd even invite someone like him. The cleanliness and peace of the town made Damien even more anxious. He told himself, "Don't tell me they sent the letter to the wrong person." As soon as he stepped through the door, Logan appeared with a radiant smile and gave him a warm welcome. "Welcome, new recruit. You must be tired from the long trip. Let me give you a hand." Damien was flustered, shaking his hand while stammering, It's a pleasure to meet you, sir." Logan enthusiastically pulled him to a seat to start the conversation, leaving Damien even more confused, wondering if he really had sent the letter to the wrong person. Logan poured a cup of hot tea and pushed it toward his guest, gently opening the conversation. "Have some tea to warm up, then let's talk about you joining the team." Damien Nadan awkwardly took it, taking a small sip to chase away the cold and the confusion swirling around him. He secretly observed the man across from him, wondering if he had met this guy before. Because someone with such distinctive bright red hair and eyes would be hard to forget, Damien couldn't help but wonder why a powerful young lord would show such clear joy when meeting someone as down and out as him. Logan quietly observed Damien, inwardly marveling at the realization that this future genius of the Liberation Front could have such a flustered look on his face. He knew full well that Damien was a master of decryption and an incredibly gifted information management genius. Throughout more than 20 years in his past life, this man had secured the identities of the Liberation Front members perfectly, thanks to his extraordinary talent. But above all, Logan craved Damien because of his rare, upright character. Even after losing his entire family in the brutal civil war, Damien persisted in fighting for decades for the country's future. Logan understood that if he could win this man over, he would have a right-hand man to trust unconditionally. Logan made an enticing offer. How about starting your work here as an assistant to the head of administration? If you prove your abilities, one day, you might even be able to manage the whole city. Damien was so shocked he nearly dropped his teacup. He stammered, asking why someone like Logan would go to such lengths for someone like him. Logan smiled and asked back, "Don't you want to?" This made Damien hurriedly deny it for fear of losing the opportunity. Logan explained that it was Damien's poems that moved him, because poetic talent meant the ability to understand context and express things concisely. Those were vital skills for administrative management. Damien Nadon stared at his teacup, silently thinking that Logan's invitation was nothing but nonsense. When you don't even believe you're that good. Logan realized he might have spoken too soon, so he told himself, silence is golden. But deep down, he was determined to recruit this man at all costs. Logan believed that, even though, for now, Patrick was just a small family, one day, when the family became prestigious, Damien would be a key player as an elite information manager. For now, he had to let Damien temporarily take on the duties of an administrative manager. Meanwhile, Damien was awkwardly rubbing his chin, secretly regretting, I should have shaved properly before coming to meet this young lord. A week later, the atmosphere at the Lord's Manor became incredibly enthusiastic. Logan smiled radiantly, never ceasing to praise the new recruit's abilities. He's really something. Damien and Felix P. are doing the work of more than 10 men combined. The administrative manager couldn't help but be curious, prying into where Logan found such exceptional talents. Logan felt a brief moment of surprise, wondering if this work was truly that well suited for Damien. But then, he smiled and instructed them to help him adapt as best as possible. Damien confidently asserted that he would certainly treat these talents with great care. However, his expression suddenly turned serious when he brought up another distinct issue. W reported that due to the impact of the Civil War, a wave of refugees was flooding into the territory, causing the town's population to hit its peak sooner than expected. Logan fell into deep thought over the new situation. W continued to express concern about the budget because, according to preliminary calculations, the price of lumber had skyrocketed due to the war. He feared that once the town was completed, the family's budget would become extremely tight until this year's harvest. Suddenly, Felix P. spoke up, breaking everyone's anxiety. Why are we short on money? We have plenty of things to sell in the territory. Both Logan and Damien were startled and asked back. Sell what? Felix P. replied decisively. Food. The answer left Damien shocked, and he shouted in surprise. He couldn't believe the territory had such a surplus of food that they could sell it for money. Felix smiled and explained that precisely to prepare for the previous war against Roger, Logan had proactively kept all the excess food instead of selling it as usual. Felix P. analyzed that their war ended quickly, and when the Civil War broke out, food prices would rise rapidly. Just selling half of the food reserves would be enough to cover all their expenses, and even the remaining money could be used to build a farm. Logan pondered silently. He understood that in the long run, to train thousands of crossbow cavalry, a farm was something they absolutely must have. Currently, the family was entirely dependent on imports, but to maintain the army, they had to be self-sufficient. Logan nodded in approval. That's a great idea. Felix P. beamed, happy that his suggestion was accepted. Logan then decisively assigned Felix P. to go handle that matter. He requested that Felix P. find a way to squeeze out as much profit as possible and use the extra money to buy lumber. Turning to Damien, Logan ordered, Start preparing to build the second town. Damien replied loudly, Understood, boss. I'm off to build the new district. But then he paused because there was another important matter to report. W produced a letter and explained that it was originally addressed to Logan, but had been delivered to their office by mistake. Logan took it and thanked him. As soon as he saw the seal, he secretly realized it was from the Information Guild. Felix P. and Damien asked for permission to leave so their young master could get to work. Logan quietly opened the envelope, his eyes narrowing as he read the lines. To Lord Logan Marl, regarding your request to find an individual. The Information Guild announced that they had found the whereabouts of someone matching Logan's description. He recalled the first day he received the greatsword from his master. He had asked them to search for heroes who didn't belong to any faction and were active during the Imperial War. Even though it took a long time, they finally found a person named Chen Crow. Logan realized the name wasn't exactly like the crown he had mentioned, but it was highly likely to be the same person. The name Crown made Logan anxious, because out of so many people, it just had to be that troublesome person, as if his luck had landed on the worst possible spot. This was a design genius, who had succeeded in providing mass-produced low-level artifacts and later became one of the top 10 merchants in the empire. He covered his entire body with artifacts of his own making, and unlike a typical mage, he fought directly on the front lines. Crow was the mage who slaughtered the Grandia forces, the one dubbed the Slaughter Mage. It was because of the low-level artifacts he provided to the Empire that Grandia's fall accelerated almost twice as fast. As an enemy, he was an extremely dangerous opponent. Logan gripped the letter tightly, and a cold decision flashed through his mind. If he couldn't be recruited, then he had to die. At the Imperial border outpost, the atmosphere was strangely peaceful. A man in a hooded cloak walked silently toward the city gate. Where soldiers were standing guard strictly, a soldier loudly ordered, "Please stop." He squinted at the stranger and asked curiously, "Are you a merchant?" Logan nodded slightly to confirm and said he had just come from Grandia. Hearing the name Grandia, the soldier sighed sympathetically. "I heard the situation there has been quite chaotic lately. You must have faced many difficulties." Logan didn't answer. He quietly pulled out a gold coin and placed it in the soldier's hand as an unwritten rule for passage. Money talks, after all. Taking the coin, the soldier smiled slightly and reassured him. "Ah, yes, no need to worry anymore." The soldier happily tucked the gold coin into his pocket and declared loudly, "Our empire is very peaceful." Logan walked through the gate silently, heading toward the sunlit horizon. He lowered his hood slightly, revealing his fiery red hair and blue eyes, and whispered to himself, "It's been a while since I've been back to the Empire." Logan strode along the path, silently analyzing the precious data in his head. According to the report from the Information Guild, he didn't live in a big city, but in the border region. He couldn't help but wonder why a future superhuman would choose to hide in such a remote place, but he also told himself that the fewer people around, the more advantageous it would be for his plan. Logan squinted calculatingly, realizing that the other party intentionally avoided attention, certainly for a specific purpose. He even used magic to disguise himself and change his eye color. Looking at himself, Logan muttered that his own red hair and these eyes were also too conspicuous in this place. Logan was wandering aimlessly deep in the woods, scratching his head in confusion. Wait, where is this? Why is the map pointing into these bushes? No sooner had he finished speaking than a shout rang out, breaking the silence. Stop right there. A group of ragged bandits chased after him, breathless. The leader panted and mocked. You move pretty fast, huh? I'm exhausted. Your hair looks like a blood clot, kid. He drew a gleaming blade and threatened loudly. Drop your bag first. If you resist, I'll make you bleed just like that head of yours. Faced with the blade and the murderous threat, Logan kept an unnaturally calm expression, his sharp eyes seeing right through the incompetence of the highwaymen. Instead of robbing him, the bandits ended up cowering and trembling, leading Logan all the way to the city gate. The leader bowed and reported, "We're here," he asked fearfully. "Master, can we leave now? We're terrified." Logan waved his hand nonchalantly. "Sure, thanks for the guidance." The bandits were as happy as if they'd struck gold and scurried away, while Logan quietly stepped inside. Stepping inside, Logan was overwhelmed by the bustle and energy of the city. Vendors were shouting everywhere. "This leather is imported from Jfelhime, top-tier quality." In the distance, a servant was asking for instructions from their master, who sat in a carriage. "Sir, I think we should take a break here for a while." Receiving a nod, the servant stepped away. The cries of a newsboy rang out clearly. "Extra! Get your papers here!" Mingled with the chatter of ladies discussing luxurious gowns or complaining that the tavern's drinks weren't as good as the rumors suggested. Logan quietly blended into the crowded street, observing his surroundings to track down his target. Logan strode through the busy streets of the border city, secretly surprised that it was just as clean and lively as the major cities in the kingdom. He silently pulled out an old map to check his location, pinpointing the whereabouts of the man he was looking for, someone rumored to live quite reclusively, even within the city. Following the map's directions, Logan stopped in front of a massive, strangely gloomy structure. He narrowed his eyes, studying the ancient building, and told himself, this has to be the place. Standing before the heavy door, Logan suddenly froze, hesitating. He anxiously wondered if this jerk had already become a superhuman at this point in time. Thinking of the man's notoriously difficult personality, Logan realized that if the recruitment failed, a life-or-death battle would be unavoidable. A dark thought flickered through his mind. Logan weighed the pros and cons of taking him out right now, while he was still just a slow-casting mage. He immediately slapped his own face, hard to snap out of it, forcing himself to push aside the grudges from his past life because recruiting talent remained his top priority. Logan took a deep breath, braced himself, knocked hard on the door, and called out, Hello? Is anyone home? Delivering a package from Destiny, the knocking echoed through the silence of the building. Immediately after, the door slowly creaked open, and a voice full of annoyance drifted out. What is it? Who's there? A man with a thick, bushy beard and messy hair appeared. He grumbled, complaining that he had specifically told the local lord not to let anyone make noise in this area. He looked at Logan with deep suspicion, as he had never seen this kid before. Logan was shocked to recognize Chen Crow. The man bluntly admitted his identity and demanded to know what Logan wanted. Observing the flow of mana radiating from him, Logan internally assessed that he was still only at level 5. He tried to keep a polite demeanor, explaining that he had traveled a long way and hoped the Master Mage could spare a moment to talk. But Chen Crow just sneered. He berated Logan for being a street rat and coldly barked at him to get lost right to his face. Talk about the most ruthless rejection in history. Logan stood frozen before the door that had just slammed shut. The sting of rejection made him consider extreme measures. He clutched his head in turmoil, thinking, maybe I should just kill him. But then, Logan immediately calmed himself down. He knew that if he could successfully recruit this guy, he would become a powerful ally, far surpassing anyone else. Stifling his anger, Logan punched the door hard and shouted, demanding that Chen Crow at least listen to what he had to say. Suddenly, a bolt of blue electricity shot out from the door, striking Logan and forcing a painful cry from his lips. Ugh. He was horrified to realize the opponent was using lightning element magic with a terrifying voltage, enough to kill an ordinary person in a heartbeat. Logan gritted his teeth, glaring at the crackling energy. That bastard. Doesn't want the easy way, huh? You want the hard way? Logan spoke coldly before delivering a thunderous kick that shattered the wooden door. He strode inside and clearly declared that if the door wouldn't open, he'd just make sure it stayed open for good. Logan suddenly stopped when he saw those blue orbs beginning to swirl around his opponent. Looking at the orbs, he immediately recognized them as the ultimate offensive and defensive weapon, capable of automatically warding off enemies and providing absolute protection for Crow. Logan analyzed the situation. Although in the future these would have overwhelming firepower capable of massacres, he concluded that perhaps right now, the guy hadn't reached that terrifying level yet since he was only level 5. Logan walked in casually, not forgetting to add a sarcastic jab. Isn't it a bit rude to treat a guest from afar like this? Master Mage Chen Crow roared in fury. What guest? Is there any guest who breaks down doors like that? Logan just shrugged, replying with complete indifference. Well, if you didn't want to welcome a guest, I didn't have much of a choice. Saying that, he decisively threw a heavy bag of coins onto the floor. I'll compensate you for the door repair. Money talks. Right, old man? Seeing the bag open to reveal shimmering gold coins, Chen Crow's attitude did a complete 180. The old man broke into a sweat, surprised, and cleared his throat awkwardly. Perhaps. I suppose I can spare some time to talk. The two moved into the living room, where Chen Crow cut straight to the chase. So, why did you come looking for me? Logan thought to himself that this jerk had no idea how to show respect, but he still flashed a radiant smile. I've already heard the rumors about you, Master Mage, so I came to recruit you. Upon hearing the word rumors, Chen Crow suddenly jumped. Logan felt triumphant, seeing the other man start to panic. He told himself the old man was definitely hiding a massive secret. Watching the look of extreme anxiety on the mage who was cowering in his chair, Logan smirked as he watched his prey fall into the trap. Logan looked straight at the floating magic orbs and stated clearly, I heard you're a master craftsman. The things behind you make that quite obvious. Chen Crow shook with fear and stammered, Who the hell told you I was here? Logan smiled, explaining he was looking for a skilled mage and had been tipped off by an information guild. However, when the other man demanded the identity of that information guild, with a cold, suspicious glare, Logan just replied coldly that he couldn't share such detailed information. I only came here after hearing of your reputation. That's all. It sounds like you've committed quite a few crimes, haven't you? Chen Crow panicked. He shouted in defense, babbling nonsense. I live a clean life. I swear. Logan quietly observed the crafty look on his face, secretly thinking, perhaps the resentment from his past life was still too strong. But to him, the old man's oaths sounded just like the words of someone who had lived a filthy life. Logan's gaze turned cold. He made up his mind. Even if the guy had talent, if his character was rotten, he would have to deal with him right here, right now. He couldn't risk having this guy stab him in the back. Logan glanced at the magic orb swirling around the old mage and began his final assessment. Looking closely, these magic orbs of his seem weaker than in my past life. At most, they're tier 3. Once I've decided to kill him, it shouldn't be too hard. Let's test this out. Logan made his final decision. He sat down calmly, folded his hands with an air of ease, and suddenly dropped a heavy question. Master Mage, do you happen to recognize the name? Crown? The moment that name hit the air, Chen Crow's face distorted in pure shock. He broke out in a cold sweat, trembling as he stammered. Watching the old man's violent reaction, Logan coldly asserted that just knowing that name was as good as booking a one-way ticket to meet his ancestors. The room's atmosphere turned suffocating as a terrifying, blood-red aura exploded from Chen Crow. His magic orbs began to spin frantically, emitting a sinister glow and streaks of energy that looked like splattered blood, as if they wanted to devour everything in sight. Chen Crow's face was swallowed by shadows, leaving only his eyes glowing with malice. No longer bothering to hide his true nature, he let out a savage roar and lunged straight at Logan, his hands transformed into demonic claws. A cataclysmic explosion rocked the building, sending stone and dust flying through the air. Amidst the debris, Chen Crow stared up in shock, his crimson magic orbs still hovering around him, ready to consume everything. With his face twisted in hatred, he unleashed a barrage of attacks, but Logan dodged through every opening like a flash of lightning. The young master's extraordinary reflexes made Chen Crow's eyes widen in horror. You dodged that? He gritted his teeth, trying to regain his arrogance, and coldly declared, just a lucky break, but this is the end for you. The classic last words of a loser. Chen Crow roared in defiance, asking if Logan really thought he could stand against these wicked fire orbs. Facing the suffocating pressure, Logan remained completely calm. He unsheathed his sword, channeling all his golden inner energy to coat the blade, creating an overwhelming aura of majesty. Witnessing his opponent's final stand, Chen Crow just smirked, mocking how pathetic he was before launching a destructive attack that shook the heavens. Fire erupted, engulfing the entire room. Chen Crow wore a smug, cruel smile. I'll give you credit for that effort, but his smile suddenly froze, replaced by pure terror as he sensed an unforeseen shift. He only had time to gasp in shock before a massive pillar of golden light erupted point blank, blowing away all resistance and knocking his magic orbs far into the distance. The orbs were smashed to pieces, shattered under the sheer power Logan unleashed. Chen Crow collapsed to the floor, staring at the fragments of his prized treasure with wide eyes, screaming in agony. My artifact! Logan stepped forward coldly, crushing a piece of debris under his boot, and stared straight at his opponent with chilling eyes. Why the panic? Guilt over what you did in the last life? Logan called him by name. Master Crown. That name struck like a dagger to the heart, making the mage tremble violently. He stammered in absolute terror. How? How do you know that name? I erased every trace. Logan mused that, before he became a superhuman, Crow's past had been an absolute mystery to the world. The old man roared in desperation. What kind of monster are you? Looking at his distorted face, Logan thought to himself that the man looked exactly like a criminal trying to outrun his own sins. Logan continued to apply pressure with a threatening offer. Want me to dig into your past? Care to guess where I came from? Chen Crow gritted his teeth in fury, sweat pouring down as he realized he was backed into a corner. He screamed like a madman, "Don't be ridiculous!" Then, he poured his remaining mana into a glowing red orb in his hand. With bloodshot eyes, he declared sharply, "Don't get cocky." A massive magical explosion erupted, burning everything in its path, creating a sky-high pillar of fire that engulfed the room and blew everything away. Amidst the roaring fire and thick smoke, Logan stood tall. Though his clothes were slightly scorched, he was completely unharmed. Logan looked around the ruins, surprised, and muttered, "Huh?" Logan stared at the deep hole that had just appeared in the floor, silently wondering if the old man had escaped underground. He gritted his teeth in frustration, suspecting that the wily old fox must have hidden another artifact to make a narrow escape. Without a second thought, Logan jumped into the hole, landing in a massive room filled with books and towering wooden shelves. Logan carefully scanned his surroundings. He was shocked to realize this place looked like a secret laboratory, with piles of documents and ancient books stacked as high as mountains on the desk. Just as he was hunting for clues, a sense of danger made him shudder. This bastard really was as persistent as a leech. From above, Chen Crow suddenly appeared amidst a swirl of sinister red mana, hovering in midair like a ghost stalking its prey from behind the bookshelves. With his face twisted by madness, Chen Crow shrieked maliciously. Die! He poured all his mana into his palms, unleashing a giant stream of purple lightning that crashed down with cataclysmic power, destroying everything in its wake and creating blinding explosions that sent books and furniture flying. Logan was stunned by his opponent's terrifying casting speed, wondering to himself, wait, how does this old guy have no cooldown on his spells? Even while struggling to hold off the chaotic energy surrounding him, Logan sensed that the actual magical power the man was displaying wasn't all that special. He gritted his teeth and gripped his sword handle, channeling all his burning inner energy into the blade for a finishing counterattack. Chen Crow was horrified by the suffocating killing intent radiating from his opponent. What is this pressure? He realized in terror that his magic was slowly dissolving against the young master's immense power. Logan pushed all his inner energy into the sword. A blinding explosion of energy erupted instantly, leaving Chen Crow with his eyes wide in terror. How? How could he do that? Not giving his opponent a moment to recover, Logan moved like a phantom, closing the distance in a heartbeat. A powerful strike landed, and Chen Crow could only let out a pained gasp. The man stumbled and fell to the floor, groaning in total helplessness against such overwhelming strength. Logan stood coldly over the defeated man and declared, "You brought this on yourself." Chen Crow gritted his teeth, moaning in pain, before suddenly exploding into a fit of absolute rage. He poured all his remaining crimson mana into his palms, screaming in a blood-curdling frenzy. Chen Crow frantically unleashed his final attack, creating a swirling vortex of red magic that engulfed the entire space. Yet, Logan moved through the smoke and fire with complete indifference. He coldly remarked, "Too slow." A golden sword beam tore through all resistance, delivering a heaven-shaking finishing blow that made the entire dungeon tremble violently. Chen Crow screamed in agony as he took the full force of the attack. Logan stood coldly watching the defeated man amidst the rubble. But then he suddenly noticed violent tremors coming from above. Debris began falling, making Logan realize that this secret dungeon was on the verge of collapse. Logan cast his gaze around Crown's laboratory, a place that would later be known across the continent as the cradle of top-tier artifacts. Even though time was running out, Logan wanted a closer look, searching for anything truly valuable. He told himself that since the dungeon was collapsing, he had no choice but to scan the room quickly and leave immediately. Suddenly, Logan discovered a stack of important research documents and gasped in amazement. He was shocked to realize this was the method Crown used in his past life to mass-produce low-grade artifacts from ordinary metals, instead of rare ones like Midran. Logan smiled triumphantly, realizing he had found the exact technique this mage had used to imbue ordinary metal with magic. Logan decisively grabbed the precious books, telling himself to just collect everything first. He continued to scan the area for anything else worth taking, and his eyes suddenly stopped on a pair of gloves and a necklace resting on the table. Even though he couldn't feel any significant power coming from them and predicted they were likely only third tier, Logan still decided to take them all. Better safe than sorry, don't miss out on potential goods. Logan clicked his tongue, thinking that even if the quality wasn't top tier, he'd just take whatever he could. However, the moment he touched the glove, he froze in surprise, as he realized this treasure was automatically absorbing his mana. Logan gasped in shock, unable to believe it, as he watched a brilliant flow of energy begin to cover his entire arm. Logan stood stunned, clearly feeling his strength, durability, and attack power increasing significantly. He was shocked to realize it had the exact same properties as the Speed God's boots he already possessed. Logan laughed heartily. Struck gold. Logan inwardly wondered if the same person had created both of these treasures, because the craftsmanship was far beyond Crown's current capabilities. Violent tremors signaling the imminent collapse of the place forced Logan to rush and gather everything to leave immediately. He told himself that Crow might be dead, but he wasn't worth recruiting anyway, so he hugged the pile of precious documents and firmly headed back to his territory. Logan clutched the pile of documents, hoping his bag upstairs hadn't been buried under the rubble. With this massive wealth of knowledge, his territory would surely make great strides, and everything would be fine. Back at the territory, the recruitment of talent was still in full swing. Standing before Logan now were 3 armored men with quite confident expressions. When asked, "So, you want to join the Patrick Knights?" one of them loudly declared, "We heard the pay is good and the benefits are great, so count us in for a guard position." He tapped his sword tip against the ground and decisively issued a direct challenge. "All right, I see. Then draw your swords and come at me." Immediately, the 3 monsters of Patrick Aline, Ronian, and the young boy Vector all appeared with a suffocating killing intent covering the space. Their sharp gazes and the pressure of true knights made the 3 self-proclaimed talents instantly turn pale, their faces twisting in terror as they broke into a cold sweat. Under the overwhelming pressure that seemed to freeze the very air, they could only stand frozen in sheer shock, stammering in confusion. "Huh?" At the outer hall of the Lord's Manor, the administrative manager looked flustered as he announced that the eldest young master, Logan, was currently away. This news immediately met with a fierce reaction from the 3 knights who had just arrived. One of them roared in anger, "Where's the master of the house? Leaving distinguished guests waiting like this is unacceptable. The manager could only break into a cold sweat, inwardly annoyed at the arrogance of people begging to be recruited yet behaving so disrespectfully, even after he had gone to such lengths to receive them. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Knight Halap suddenly appeared. The manager felt like he'd struck gold and hurried over to greet him. "Ah, Lord Halap, your timing is perfect." He hurriedly explained that these knights had come from the front lines and wanted to meet the eldest young master to negotiate the terms of joining. Halap pondered, guessing that they must have lost their lord in the brutal civil war and were forced to seek a new path. When introduced, "This is the commander of the Patrick Knights," the group's attitude changed immediately. They began to fawn over him. "Oh, I knew you had the aura of a commander." To establish his prowess, the leader proudly introduced himself. "I am Dion from Jaffield. My nickname is the Swift." His two cohorts weren't about to be outdone, listing their own nicknames, which sounded quite flashy, like the Iron Blade and Jacob the Mighty. The manager stood by, staring blankly at the group's self-appointed, grandiose titles. Halap smiled slightly, acting as if he were incredibly impressed, while inwardly lamenting that he didn't even have a title to compare with theirs. The polite flattery made the three knights beam. They laughed heartily and feigned modesty, saying those were just silly nicknames from their remote village. However, they didn't forget to boast about how they had struck fear into their enemies. The lively atmosphere suddenly cooled as Halap's demeanor changed. He firmly cut off their reminiscing with a cold remark. "That's enough. Let me say one thing." Halap coldly interrupted the noise. He clearly declared that the eldest young master, Logan, always rewarded talent with the utmost fairness. Halap's sharp gaze pierced the three knights, stating that if they wanted to be treated well, they needed to prove they were worthy. He firmly ordered, "Stop bragging. If you're so good, pick up your swords and let's have a sparring match." Halap challenged, "Can you do it?" The three experts looked at each other and simultaneously smirked, full of vanity. With extreme arrogance, they loudly claimed, "Of course we can." But the harsh reality that followed left them all in shock. Dion lay flat on the ground, his eyes glazed and drool running from his mouth. He dazedly wondered, "Why am I lying here?" In his daze, he recalled Halap's words about a friendly match between the rookies and the kids. Don silently told himself he'd only intended to go easy on the young master to earn some brownie points. He recalled his smug grin when he first stepped into the yard with a wooden sword, but that smile vanished the moment he met Logan's icy, red-eyed glare. The suffocating pressure made Dion tremble as he stood face to face with him. Ronian loomed over him, looking down at the pathetic figure on the ground with a mocking sneer. "Trading just a few blows and you're already giving up?" Don was stunned, unable to believe the sheer power of this young master. Ronian kept pressing him. "Or were you planning to go easy on me?" Don was drenched in sweat, stuttering a denial. "Of course not, young master." The guards watching from the sidelines burst into amused laughter. They joked that going easy on the young master was impossible. One of them added, "If anyone's going easy, it'd have to be the young master going easy on us." Don was dumbfounded, silently wondering what these guys had been fed to hype up their boss like this. He told himself they were probably just looking down on him because he looked weak. But then, a sudden burst of killing intent from Ronian made the very air seem to freeze. The boy hung his head, gritting his teeth and muttering in frustration, "I'm still too weak." Ronian's eyes glowed with a vicious intensity. He silently vowed that if he remained this weak, he would soon become a burden to his older brother. The overwhelming pressure from the young master terrified Don. He shrieked in a panic, I'm getting up." The guards were also covered in goosebumps, unsettled by Ronian's terrifying transformation. One guard urged Don to pick up his sword and continue the match, leaving the old man stammering in fear. Ronian stood tall with his wooden sword, radiating a suffocating pressure that made even those who called themselves experts tremble with dread. Ronian's eyes blazed with bloodlust in the dim light. He coldly commanded, "Attack me." Those standing by watching the gruesome scene could only cover their faces and scream in terror, urging each other to get ready as the young master charged toward them. Groans of pain echoed across the training ground as another guard was instantly taken down. Halap watched quietly, silently noting that this Don character at least had decent footwork. Seeing Alan and Vector approach, she smiled slightly and explained, "It's the swift sword style, Lady Alan." Alan curiously asked about the other two, and the commander replied that they weren't bad either, even if their attitudes were a bit insolent. Vector looked at the men sprawled on the ground, nodding slightly steel or plastic swords. It didn't matter, they could take a beating. Halap nodded with satisfaction, confirming the new recruits met the standards and felt smug about her decision to entrust these new batches to this trio. A sudden explosion of inner energy, followed by agonizing screams, sent another poor soldier flying into the wall, to everyone's shock. Elin watched Ronian wrecking the new recruits and commented to herself, "Looks like the young master is a bit stressed out lately." Ronian gritted his teeth, frustrated that he hadn't made much progress. Meanwhile, Vector thought the kid was just being overly sensitive. Halap stood with her arms crossed. She reminded them that Logan had been gone for 10 whole days. Aelin and Vector had no clue where the young master was. But Alan was certain that Logan would return soon, having achieved something earth-shattering. Alan's prediction was spot on. In the office, Clayton stared, stunned, at the mountain of documents and asked, "Did you go on a vacation or did you just steal an entire library?" Logan cleared his throat and explained, "These are research documents I found in a mage's lab. I brought them back just in case." Clay eyed the papers with deep suspicion. He pressed Logan, asking if he wanted him to inspect them, and then warned him sternly, "Don't tell me this isn't top-secret intel from some other magic tower." Logan waved his hands in a panic, denying it, insisting they just belonged to some troublemaker who met a miserable end, though inwardly, he admitted he'd sought the guy out himself. Seeing this, Clayton breathed a sigh of relief. "Well, I suppose that's not an issue then." Logan decisively handed the pile of documents to the elder. Clay hugged the heavy stack and declared clearly, "Leave it to me." Seeing Logan still standing there, staring with a calculated look, the mage paused, puzzled. "Trying to dump more work on me? I can tell by that face you're up to something." Logan broke into a cold sweat and stammered a reply, looking incredibly awkward. Logan urged Clayton to check the documents immediately, but the elder suddenly exploded with rage. He roared in frustration, saying Logan was the one who assigned him the task of developing bombs, leaving him buried in work, and now he was bringing in this pile of paperwork to bother him too. Clay snapped, telling the young master to leave him alone because he was too busy. Logan could only break into a cold sweat, thinking to himself that this was the first time he'd seen Clay this furious since the tower incident. Logan swallowed hard, trying to persuade the elder to just take a look and see if there was anything useful in that pile. He earnestly pleaded for him to just check it briefly, making Clayton, despite his annoyance, curiously wonder if this was actually important enough to put everything else aside. Finally, he agreed to pick up the stack and take a look, making Logan beam with joy. Clay muttered that a quick scan would only take a few hours, telling Logan to go shower or rest in the guest area while he waited. "Don't count your chickens before they hatch, wait for the next part." But as soon as he flipped a few pages, the elder suddenly froze, his eyes widening in shock. Logan noticed the sudden shift in Clayton's attitude and rushed to ask what was wrong. Clayton stood frozen, only able to mutter, "What the hell is this?" in total disbelief. Clay sternly demanded that Logan be honest with him. He asked again to make absolutely sure that these documents didn't come from any other magic tower. Logan firmly asserted that Crow didn't belong to any magic tower at all. Seeing the elder's intense reaction, Logan nervously asked if he'd found anything actually useful. Clayton roared, declaring that the word useful wasn't even enough to describe how important this was. He revealed that this was research on how to permanently imbue magic into ordinary metals, a fully established foundation, even if there were a few unfinished parts. Logan smirked, calculating. As he saw everything going exactly according to plan, Clayton was stunned, realizing that if this were perfected, it would completely upend the academic world and reality itself. And it didn't stop there, Clayton revealed. One more shocking piece of news. He'd been able to successfully create the type of explosive the young master mentioned, all thanks to these documents. Hearing this unexpected good news, Logan was so moved that his eyes welled up with tears, and he exclaimed in sheer excitement, "Oh my God, finally, something that's actually worth going all out for." In a dark, hidden corner, his subordinate, wearing a bandana, asked impatiently, "So, when do we make our move?" The mysterious silver-haired man smirked as he replied, "Tonight, the northern sector of town." The sudden urgency caught the subordinate completely off guard. That soon? But the silver-haired man remained incredibly confident, taking a sip of wine as he insisted there was nothing to hesitate about, because he believed that only a top-tier lord would have what it takes to stop their plans. The subordinate remained anxious, suggesting they verify everything a bit more carefully. He brought up the shocking rumors about how the young master of the Marl family had taken down the legendary twin swordsman of the Roger house. The silver-haired man let out a scornful laugh, brushing it off by saying Logan was just a 21-year-old brat and not worth believing such nonsense. However, the subordinate immediately countered, insisting, "Boss, stop downplaying it. If a 21-year-old really wiped out the Roger house, he's no joke." He continued to recount Logan's terrifying combat style, claiming that his skill level seemed to continuously evolve even in the middle of a brutal battle. Hearing this, the silver-haired man just gave a cold snort, mocking that it sounded just like some hero from a novel. Still, his eyes suddenly turned cold and calculating. The silver-haired man declared firmly that if the rumors were true, he wanted to personally test Logan's strength himself. That night, the full moon hung high, casting a cold, eerie light down on the Marl estate, which was enveloped in the silence of the dark night. Inside the office, Logan was still hard at work, buried under a mountain of documents. Logan looked over the reports thoughtfully and clicked his tongue, muttering to himself about how vast the land was and how much work there was to do. Just then, Rick walked in with an excited expression, not forgetting to share news about a new market that just opened near the Desert Warrior Memorial. Seeing Logan looking indifferent, Rick tried even harder to sell it, claiming they were importing tons of interesting products and there was so much to see. The attendant announced his intention to drop by during the upcoming holiday. Logan replied with a hint of sarcasm. "I thought you were just going to sleep through the whole break?" Rick smirked triumphantly, confessing that he couldn't sleep even if he wanted to because his beautiful half-elf girlfriend would surely be sad if she were left behind. Thinking of the sweet moments with his lover, Rick beamed with sheer joy. Logan watched that grinning face and replied coldly, "Sure, have fun. Just don't come crawling back here with a swollen face because your girlfriend got mad at you." The young master's indifference made Rick feel hurt. Seeing Logan stay silent, Rick turned away, sulking. "Fine, whatever. I wasn't expecting anything anyway." Logan smiled faintly. "I'm just messing with you." Logan told Rick to use this money to buy some nice clothes for Leela and treat himself to some good food. Touched by his young master's generosity, Rick burst into tears and suddenly lunged to hug Logan, shouting, "I love you. Gross, man. Get off me." Before leaving, Rick didn't forget to tell Logan that he should also take some time to rest and go on a date with Lady Allen. Logan was silent for a moment before suddenly teasing him, demanding the money back so he could go on a date himself, which made Rick hurriedly thank him and bolt out the door. The ultimate trick to kick someone out while dropping some cash. Logan couldn't help but sigh to himself. How can everyone be so carefree at a time like this? While Rick was drowning in happiness with his girlfriend, Logan felt the heavy burden of all the important work piling up that he still hadn't resolved. The image of Lady Allen's radiant smile suddenly appeared in his mind, making Logan's eyes grow deeper and more somber than ever. Turning back to the reality of his paperwork-filled desk, Logan slapped both his cheeks to regain his focus. No, seriously, now is not the time for that. When you want to fall in love, but the deadline says no. He reminded himself that after the battle with Roger, Lady Allen seemed to have realized something and was giving her all in sword practice every single day. However, the situation in the Civil War was not unfolding in a very positive direction. According to the latest report from the Information Guild, the balance of power between the two factions was shifting much faster than initially expected. Logan read each line of the report thoughtfully. Even though he wanted to end this civil war quickly to prevent the country from falling into ruin, the reality was that his side wasn't fully ready yet. However, there was a bright spot. Thanks to the guard unit and the knights recruited from outside, the current military strength of the Marl family had far surpassed the time of the Tomoto campaign. This strength was enough to stand toe-to-toe with a marquis from the border, but Logan understood that it stopped there. Logan's eyes burned with ambition mixed with anxiety. "I need more time to prepare, but the enemy is already at the doorstep." He understood that he needed to put an end to this situation quickly before everything spiraled out of control. In the middle of the silent night, a mysterious shadow was quietly watching the estate from the high rooftop. Sensing an unusual presence, Logan narrowed his eyes, alert. His hand firmly gripped his sword hilt, and he drew it from its scabbard. Logan jumped, his entire body stiffening as he felt a cold, murderous intent enveloping the room. He muttered, "This smell." No hesitation at all. Logan reached out decisively to grab the sword on his desk and quickly put on his protective gloves. He narrowed his eyes, wondering, is there an intruder? Logan moved closer to the large window, where the dim moonlight cast shadows, and he stepped onto the quiet floor. He observed the night in silence, his sharp eyes not missing even the slightest movement outside. The atmosphere suddenly thickened. Logan turned around, ready to face the danger silently approaching in the dark. Suddenly, Logan's eyes widened in shock as an attack with terrifying power shattered the glass, lunging straight toward where he was standing. A blinding energy blast erupted instantly, blowing everything away and causing the office to shake violently. Logan was stunned by the intruder's terrifying sword force. He realized his opponent possessed an incredibly fearsome source of aura, not just any ordinary person. Right within the smoke and dust, a masked intruder with silver hair suddenly lunged forward, unleashing a slash that carried a destructive, fiery red aura. Logan put all his strength into blocking with his sword, but the 1,000-pound pressure from the impact forced him to grit his teeth in extreme shock. The silver-haired attacker groaned in pain as he was knocked back. He was stunned and couldn't believe his sword force had been pushed back so easily. Immediately, Logan took the initiative to attack, pressuring his opponent with powerful sword strikes that left the assassin struggling just to defend himself. Logan felt nothing but contempt for the bumbling fool in front of him. To ambush someone and then lower your guard? It's pathetic. Seeing the opening, he swung his sword without hesitation. He intended to finish the old man off before he could even regain his stance. But suddenly, a fresh wave of killing intent washed over him, making Logan jump. There was another one. Right. A second masked figure lunged in to intervene, triggering a violent burst of inner energy to clear a path for his comrade. The newcomer scolded the silver-haired man for underestimating their opponent, leaving the other guy to click his tongue in frustrated shame. Logan watched the two shadowy figures in silence. Silently assessing their presence, they were both true experts. He smirked, letting out a mocking, disdainful laugh. Tag teaming with masks, just to bully someone? Seriously? Have you no self-respect? Standing amidst the burning wreckage, Logan gripped his sword tightly, his eyes glowing with murderous intent, ready to take on both assassins at once. Mess with our boss, and you're as good as dead, the stoic assassin declared, as they both closed in. Not giving Logan a moment to recover, one of them roared, "Just accept your fate and die." His mind raced with questions about that mysterious person they had just mentioned. Logan quickly leaped backward to break out of the encirclement, leaving the two intruders shocked by his sharp reflexes. Logan gritted his teeth in intense focus, realizing he was facing opponents with truly formidable speed and technique. Instantly, Logan poured his strength into a massive, golden burst of flame-infused energy, creating a pillar of fire that scorched everything around him to drive them back. One of the assassins gasped as he barely managed to dodge it. Meanwhile, the other had to brace himself, using his sword to withstand the sweltering, surging pressure. Logan clicked his tongue in annoyance, seeing his technique neutralized so easily. The assassin continued to mock him, claiming Logan's technique was nothing more than a clumsy imitation of the force control methods that only true masters could wield. The silver-haired assassin smirked with supreme confidence. Facing the suffocating pressure, Logan reasoned that whoever had the power to mobilize two high-level knights and held a grudge deep enough to want him dead could only be one person. Logan gritted his teeth, his hand tightening around the hilt of his sword as the name Jordan Vantermeer burned in his mind. Logan was horrified to realize that there couldn't just be these two intruders. If their accomplices were attacking the entire mansion, and there was even another high-level knight there, the situation would be dire. And as he feared, his father was also being targeted by an assassin. Lady McLean froze in terror. She trembling clutched her face and cried out for her husband in despair. "Honey!" Just behind him, a vicious blade pierced through the body of Lord Patrick McLean before he could react. Patrick McLean braced himself against the grievous wound. With eyes bloodshot and burning with rage, he let out a howl of deep resentment, targeting the mastermind behind it all. "You dirty coward! If you're so good, come out here and fight me one-on-one." The battle inside the mansion suddenly became chaotic as the intruders pushed their offensive. One assassin darted forward with terrifying speed. Logan was shocked to notice that the opponent's sword aura suddenly elongated unnaturally. Logan could only widen his eyes in horror as a razor-sharp strike swiped right across his face, nearly ending his life in an instant. A violent red explosion of inner energy erupted, sending Logan flying. He struggled to get up, his face drenched in sweat. He silently evaluated the bastard's swordsmanship. It was textbook. But the ability to freely alter the reach of his sword aura was truly troublesome. While taking hits and trying to deduce their moves, and while he was still busy analyzing the opponent's technique, the assassin recoiled, readying himself for another brutal strike. Logan anxiously glanced around, searching for the other one, but a new wave of killing intent caught him off guard, making him startle. Another red streak of light flew in at wind-tearing speed. Logan took a nasty hit to the shoulder. The intruder faded in and out, appearing from the darkness like a ghost stalking him from behind. The man quickly dissolved back into the shadows as if he never existed, using an incredibly bizarre concealment technique. Logan clutched his bleeding arm, silently deducing that this was a master assassin, reminding him of the Empire's phantom force he had heard of in his past life. Logan gritted his teeth and told himself, now is not the time to lose focus, because he was facing a life-threatening danger. He decisively turned and poured all his strength into blocking the heavy, 1,000-pound blow from the masked man, causing sparks to fly brilliantly. Logan silently admitted that since he was currently only a high-level swordsman, dealing with two such fearsome enemies at once was extremely difficult. Yet, even as his breathing grew ragged, he He felt a strange sense of confidence that he definitely wouldn't fail this battle. Logan faced the two masked assassins in the suffocating space of the office. The silver-haired man gritted his teeth in fury. "Why aren't you going down yet?" Sensing the disadvantage, Logan told himself to wait, then immediately activated his divine boots to their maximum power. He dashed away like a phantom. The trails of light from his opponent's sword swept past repeatedly, but they could only touch Logan's afterimages. Even while on the defensive, Logan remained calm and analyzed. "Throw out whatever toys or spells you've got. I'll take them all." He noticed his body was gradually wearing down after consecutive clashes, but he also realized the opponents were desperately pushing their power beyond their limits, without a second thought for the disastrous consequences. He silently concluded that they were desperate too. A massive explosion of inner energy erupted, swallowing the entire space in a blinding glare. Logan had to brace himself against the relentless, storm-like attacks from the two intruders. The powerful impacts rang out, incessantly, and he couldn't help but think in horror. One solid hit, and I'm done for. Logan's legs had to keep moving to dodge, but the pressure from the opponents was simply too great. He noticed that every single one of their slashes carried overwhelming power. Logan gritted his teeth and endured, knowing that if he kept blocking head-on, his body wouldn't hold up. The assassin with the sharp eyes gave him no moment of rest. He swung a massive sword aura and roared. Under the crushing pressure, Logan still tried with both hands to grip his sword hilt and halt the attack. The sound of metal grinding against metal was tense, but despite the dire situation, a defiant smile suddenly appeared on Logan's face, showing he had absolutely no intention of giving up. Before his opponent could even react, he unleashed a thunderous kick to the ribs, sending Logan flying back in agony. Logan stumbled, his leg wound starting to bleed. The assassin crept out of the shadows, delivering a final judgment. Logan's existence would end right here. Logan gritted his teeth against the pain, sweat pouring down his face as he watched the enemy close in. The silver-haired assassin sneered in contempt. He couldn't believe a genius like Logan had managed to defeat the legendary twin blades of Roger. Deep down, he scoffed, thinking of the countless arrogant brats he had crushed before, and Logan was just another one on the list. Coldly, he declared, "You held your own, kid, but in the end, you're just like the rest of them. The bigger they talk, the harder they fall." But just as he moved for the kill, Logan's eyes suddenly flared with a murderous intensity that sent a chill through the assassin. Logan realized his opponent's sword speed was accelerating far beyond his original calculations. A strike of pure sword intent pierced his subconscious, aiming to shatter his will to fight. Logan watched the overwhelming attack, approaching a destructive power nearly impossible to deflect. A massive explosion of golden inner energy erupted. The assassin gritted his teeth against the suffocating pressure. He remembered the rumors that Logan was the type to grow stronger the longer the fight dragged on. Logan gripped his glowing sword, magic power surging from his enchanted gauntlets and wrapping around his entire arm. His gaze turned deep and resolute, the sacred blade in. His hand exploded with a blinding golden radiance. Ancient runes glowed, emitting a heaven-shaking power that engulfed the entire space. The next day, winds howled through the shattered windows of the McLean mansion. The investigation following the bloody ambush revealed 13 intruders, all of whom had been completely wiped out. When Logan asked about the casualties in a low voice, the atmosphere in the meeting room grew heavy. The McLean family lost 5 soldiers in battle, with 12 others severely injured. Logan choked up at the thought of his father, Lord Marin, who was lying immobile on his sickbed after risking his life to protect the lady from the enemy's vicious blades. Still, the knight standing nearby had to admit facing such a group of bosses and suffering only this much was incredibly lucky. Logan nodded slightly. "Yes, you're right." But his eyes couldn't hide his burning resentment. He silently picked up one of the intruders' masks, observing it. They were all top-tier assassins and swordsmen, a truly unpredictable threat. The strange thing was that none of them were familiar faces or had any clear identity. Everyone in the room fell into a somber silence, unable to fathom who or what massive power could be so ruthless. Suddenly, Logan slammed his hand on the table and stood up, declaring clearly, "To be honest, I believe this was the work of Jordan Vanterman." The shocking news left Domian's face pale with disbelief. He shouted in a panic, "Calm down, young master. Going after a duke is just digging our own graves." W trembled, warning that if they acted rashly, the McLean family would face the entire formidable faction of the Second Prince. Logan bowed his head, hiding his darkening expression beneath his bangs. Logan looked up at Domian and asked coldly, "Why would you think I'm going to start a war with a ducal house?" He firmly insisted that he still had enough reason to know that if they touched the Duke's family now, the McLeans would surely be finished, as they would destroy the family before being threatened. Logan reasoned that only Joan Douglas would truly benefit if this war broke out, so they had to endure for now. Logan clenched his fists until they shook. He roared in utter frustration that even if they were stained, even if the Lord or his soldiers fell, they had to swallow it all. Logan slammed the table again, bitterly shouting the harsh truth. Why? Because we're weak. Because we have no power. Isn't it pathetic? Ha and Damian stood silently in the office, their eyes heavy with resentment over the losses. Logan gritted his teeth, his hands trembling into tight fists. Am I the only one angry about this? Huh? He looked at Captain Ha Cool, whose face was still covered in bandages from the battle, and asked about the training progress of the cavalry. Halap replied clearly, "We're just waiting for the word, and we'll flatten everything." Logan sighed, his gaze softening. Good. Because of you all, I feel hope. The morning sun shone through the window, illuminating the young master's iron will. Logan declared loudly, I hope that one day, we will pay back this humiliation in full. I hope we will have the strength to do it. Suddenly, Logan did something that left everyone stunned. He bowed a full 90 degrees toward his subordinates. The young master and Halap were dumbfounded, not believing their eyes as they saw a noble heir lower himself like that. Logan kept his head bowed reverently, saying urgently, just a little longer, and then we'll all go crash the Vanterman house. Logan lifted his head, his eyes burning with conviction as he finished. All the glory of McLean will belong to you as well. Witnessing the regal demeanor and sincerity of their young master, Domian and the retainers were deeply moved. Their eyes burned with absolute loyalty. They all shouted in unison, their voices echoing through the mansion. Yes, my lord. Outside, the town of McLean looked peaceful and magnificent under the clear blue sky. After the failed midnight assassination, Logan and his aides were more determined than ever to develop the territory. The workflow became more frantic than ever, as the young master pushed himself and his subordinates to work without rest. Seeing the towering stacks of documents, the staff gasped in horror. Are we really doing an all-nighter? Is he trying to turn us into deadline hunters? Felix P. just sighed in exhaustion. Looks like we're doing overtime again. It wasn't just the office. The training grounds became a hellish drill site. Logan didn't stop pushing. If you want to give up just because of an obstacle, try taking just one more step when you hit your limit. The screams of the knights rang out as they trained to the point of collapse. Spare me, my legs feel like jelly. That fiery spirit quickly spread to the citizens of McLean. The unusually harsh night training made the refugees wonder about the Lord almost losing his life last night and the looming threat of war. A man firmly asserted, "It's madness. For refugees like us, is there anywhere else that would take us in but this place?" They understood this was no time for hesitation, as they absolutely refused to lose their home again. Realizing the territory was recruiting for the militia, the stream of volunteers grew steadily. Van's attack unintentionally became the spark that helped the militia force grow rapidly. And just like that, 3 months dragged by. Logan secretly felt lucky that the Duke seemed to have taken no further action, at least for the time being. It had been half a year since the Civil War erupted, and now the strongest factions were locked in fierce, direct clashes. Logan and his father rode horses together while patrolling the streets. Lord McLean concluded that they likely had no more ability to send assassins, and Logan completely agreed. The appearance of the father and son drew the attention of the people. They watched them with eyes full of respect. The war situation was seeing major shifts, as the Second Prince's faction was constantly being pushed back and losing ground on the central front. They were now backed all the way to the western part of the V-term territory. Logan quietly observed the children playing, silently calculating his next moves. The border between Vanterm and the Royal Territory was gradually shifting as they had lost one of the 2 strategic castles there. Furthermore, Roger, one of the core domains of the Second Prince's faction, had also fallen, leaving their vital supply line completely severed. To maintain power and presence, they were forced to drain supplies from other nobles, causing growing dissatisfaction and pushing their internal situation into a precarious position, as the leadership was only good at bossing their subordinates around. Logan smiled smugly, secretly concluding that this would make the rival faction collapse faster, and perfectly aligned with the calculations he had mapped out. Lord McLean looked at the bustling scene around them and fell into thought. I probably shouldn't say this as a knight, but thanks to the Civil War, our house has grown by leaps and bounds. Logan nodded in agreement. I told you. Just let them fight each other while we stay home and count our money. The father and son leisurely rode through the town, receiving respectful bows from the patrolling soldiers. Greetings, my lords. You are out patrolling. By recruiting knights from families ruined by the war, the number of knights under McLean had now reached 170. far exceeding the scale before the Tomodo Castle campaign. If you count the crossbow cavalry and the officially trained units, the total main force now exceeded 3,500 men. Combined with the 5 castles captured from Roger, along with the Soto, Silvan, and Teslon territories, plus the militia recruited from 2 other towns, the scale of the family's army had now reached an extremely impressive number. In total, the force now amounted to nearly 10,000 people. Lord McLean looked at the elite army with pride and encouragement. Everyone has done a great job. He then suggested that the 2 of them should go and greet the soldiers, leaving the young soldiers startled as they hurriedly saluted. Finally, Logan quietly focused his internal energy into the palm of his hand. A brilliant golden aura of earth-shattering power suddenly erupted, forming a massive pillar of light that radiated a suffocating pressure. It was proof that his personal strength had also reached an entirely new level. The power to turn energy into both weapons and armor was the hallmark of the highest-ranking knights. Lord McLean laughed heartily, admitting, "It's true that the son surpasses the father. What a massive military advantage." Logan smiled softly, replying that he still hadn't fully mastered it, as he secretly realized he had yet to grasp the 4th technique of the legendary flame-slicing sword manual. However, seeing that everything was progressing faster than expected, Logan looked at his father with a steady gaze and asserted, "Because of that, I think it's time to use it." Lord McLean was shocked and asked, What do you mean?" He was stunned to see his son's calculating expression. "Logan, don't tell me." Logan flashed a confident smile and announced clearly, "I am going to end this civil war." Where the goblins were hiding in the deep forest, the monsters suddenly stopped when they heard strange footsteps. A small stone golem was lumbering along, carefully holding a magical orb that emitted a brilliant blue light. The goblins immediately screamed frantically and rushed to surround the tiny creature. They wouldn't stop shouting and mocking, but that smugness quickly vanished, here today, gone tomorrow. A massive, earth-shattering explosion suddenly erupted, blowing away the entire group of monsters and shaking the whole mountain forest in a blinding light. The cataclysmic blast leveled a corner of the forest, leaving behind a deep, scorching crater. Logan nodded in satisfaction at the terrifying power of the new weapon and requested that Mr. Clay find a way to shorten the activation time to just 0.5 seconds. The mage carefully recorded all the parameters in his notebook and affirmed that he would remember this request to improve it in the next prototype. The old blacksmith, Hema, clumsily carried an empty crate over to report that all the test samples brought had been used up and suggested that the group should head back early. Logan felt a bit of regret because he wanted to test more, but Hema grumbled. "Stop burning money, young master. You've already blown up a whole mountain, and you want more?" Logan smiled slyly. He told himself that destroying an entire goblin village in just 1 hour was a very encouraging result for the upcoming plan. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the entire ground, making Logan and Mr. Clayon turn pale with shock. A piercing, powerful shriek echoed throughout the area, causing Hema to clutch his ears in pain. The old blacksmith realized with horror that the earth-shattering sound was coming from the very center of the forest. Realizing that a danger beyond their control was approaching, Logan decisively ordered everyone to run away immediately to save their lives. "Run, now, before things get even worse." All 3 ran for their lives until they were temporarily out of the danger zone. Everyone was panting heavily from terror. Logan anxiously asked about the identity of the creature that had just let out that terrifying shriek. Mr. Clayon lowered his voice, speculating that the consecutive bomb explosions had unintentionally awakened a fierce, predatory monster that had been sleeping in this region, causing Logan's face to show clear anxiety. The southern mountains, which were famously known as a devilish land full of dangers, had now become the testing ground for the McLean family's secret weapons. Logan could not hide his satisfaction. He praised them. "Regardless, you all did a great job. We had very little information, but the product exceeded expectations." In his heart, he was amazed to realize that their quality was even better than the things he had seen in his previous life. "All thanks to the research I brought, but it was Mr. Clayon who turned it into reality." Mr. Clayon muttered quietly, full of pride in his own contribution. Logan was secretly pleased, knowing that without these exclusive blueprints, his enemies would never be able to replicate them. To ensure absolute security, Logan emphasized that the production method must be kept strictly confidential. Hema and Clayon firmly insisted that only the 2 of them knew the entire process, and without the precise mana adjustment ratios and formulas, no one could copy it, even if they saw it with their own eyes. Overjoyed, Logan declared clearly, "Well done. As a reward, I'm increasing the Magic Tower's funding by 30%. The staggering figure left the greedy blacksmith stunned, stuttering in disbelief. While in high spirits, Hema secretly pulled a new item from his robe, revealing that since he had some free time, he'd crafted this extra hot little toy. The blacksmith proudly introduced their new treasure, which they called the legendary grade repeating crossbow. Logan stared in shock at the intricate weapon, glowing with mana in Hema's hands. He could only widen his eyes and gasp, a repeating crossbow. A legendary grade version? Logan aimed the weapon at a stone golem standing tall in the middle of the forest. With a decisive motion, he pulled the trigger, and the bolt tore through the air with terrifying speed. The moment it hit the target, a massive explosion erupted, blowing the giant stone entity away and leaving behind nothing but a cloud of smoke and fire in the blink of an eye. Witnessing its immense power, Logan cheered excitedly. "This is insane! Is this the 4.0 version of the divine golden turtle crossbow?" Hema anxiously asked about the condition of the golem, but Lord Cleon calmly reassured him that it was just a clay doll. Logan was amazed to realize that each shot carried the destructive power of a high-level spell, and the range seemed to have doubled. However, each crossbow could only fire 2 arrows per shot, and it would completely break after just 5 uses. Remaking it was an incredibly laborious task, as it took the blacksmith and the mage an entire day to finish just one, with very high production and recycling costs. Logan pondered and calculated that at this rate, the family could only possess 365 divine crossbows per year. Even so, given such overwhelming power that couldn't be ignored, he decided to prioritize equipping this weapon for the command staff first. Logan firmly ordered the two to try and produce as many as possible over the next 2 months. Logan smirked with calculation, certain that by then, the family would truly need them. At Tomoto Castle in the Patrick territory, an important announcement had just been posted on the wall, causing the townspeople to gather in crowds, buzzing with discussion. At Van City in the Patrick territory, the people were surrounding a new bulletin, full of curiosity. A man squinted and asked, "What does it say?" The person holding the rake next to him quickly explained that the second town was finished, and anyone could move there to live. However, some people were still hesitant. They wondered why they should leave when they had a stable life right here, even after hearing they would be given free houses and farmland. Longtime residents weren't very interested because, since the Lord changed, life in Van City had become much easier and more prosperous. They didn't want to abandon the land and the homes they had been attached to for so long. In complete contrast to the hesitation of the locals, the refugees from the Civil War welcomed the news like a lifeline. A man with burning eyes shouted clearly, "I'll go." He affirmed that no matter how hard it might be, he was ready to take on the challenge. For those who had lost everything in the flames of war, the chance to have free housing and land was an opportunity they couldn't miss. The crowd of refugees was fired up, urging each other to head to the second town quickly. In his office, Logan quietly moved the chess pieces on his tactical map. He pointed to a spot located right between Van City and Tomoto and casually asked Domian, "Building a house here to make the formation look good, or to trap someone?" Domian pondered, guessing it might be because the two castles were too far apart. Logan smiled, confirming that was the main reason. He pointed out on the map that the distance between Tomoto and Van City took 3 days of walking, so if an invader slipped through this vast gap, the family's defense would become a real headache. Domian asked anxiously, "My lord, are you saying someone might invade?" Logan calmly explained, "That is exactly why the residents of this new town must participate in training with the guard force." Though Domian agreed, he couldn't help but wonder who would actually intend to invade, as the new town located on the Bifrost Plains actually served to protect the old Patrick Plains. Logan smiled confidently, asserting that this would be an excellent defensive line. Domian was sweating buckets. He shouted in extreme confusion, "Then who exactly is invading, and why?" The struggles of a low-paid employee. His doubts would soon be answered when summer began. Standing before his retainers, Logan clearly announced a shocking decision. "We will have to join the Civil War." This news left Lord Patrick and all his retainers so stunned that their faces contorted in shock. Domian frantically tried to stop him, asking urgently if his young master was truly serious and why he would make such a reckless decision. Logan looked at the map. He admitted that the territory was currently developing very strongly, and that prosperity was being ensured by staying out of the war. However, with a sharp, cold gaze, Logan asserted that if the goal was only to protect this land, then staying out was correct. But that was absolutely not what he wanted. Logan clenched his fist with determination. He stated clearly that if they continued to remain neutral, then no matter which side ended up winning, the Patrick family would certainly fall into ruin. Guy tried to force a smile to ease the tension. He argued that the First Prince's faction was currently in absolute dominance, and the family hadn't done anything to offend them. Suddenly, A loud slam on the table echoed, making everyone jump in terror. Lord Patrick roared, "Silence!" He stood up, looked straight at his son with an extremely stern gaze, and demanded in a low voice, "Explain yourself, or don't blame me for using martial law." He added, "After the war, once the first prince's faction devours the second prince's, will they stop?" Logan asked a question that cut straight to reality, and he provided the answer decisively. No, they won't stop. Logan remembered his previous life, where the first prince's faction won, but was still unsatisfied. But he understood that bringing up the past now wouldn't be effective. He needed to bring up a more practical reason, something his father and retainers could feel directly. Logan pointed out that the first prince's faction included two families that the Patrick house knew all too well. One was their in-laws, the Cairo family, those who had once fought side by side but coldly cut off support as soon as the family faced difficulties. The other was the Wolf family, those who had unilaterally and rudely demanded the annulment of the old engagement. Both were massive financial donors to the first prince's faction. The other side is the Wolf family, the ones who unilaterally and rudely demanded to break off the engagement back in the day. Both are massive financial backers for the first prince's faction. Logan looked his father straight in the eye and challenged him. "If the war ends, do you really think they'll leave us be once they have the power?" That was the final blow that brought everyone back to reality. The statement left Lord McLean and his retainers stunned, facing a dark future no one had anticipated. Logan silently mused that how they currently perceive the McLean family is just a guess, unless he asks them directly. But that's not as important as the old grudges that are still smoldering. So, shouldn't we be siding with the first prince then? Logan smirked slightly, seeing everyone leaning in the direction he wanted. He answered firmly, "No." Logan clearly announced a shocking decision. "We are joining the second prince's faction." The news hit them like a lightning bolt, leaving all the retainers so shocked their faces went pale. They panicked and shouted in total confusion. "What are you talking about? You mean siding with the guy who's losing, Roger?" They couldn't believe their ears, as everyone could clearly see that faction was on the verge of defeat. Logan remained calm, raising his hand to signal everyone to settle down, and explained gently, "If you help the strong, they look down on you. But if you save those on the brink of death, they'll treat you like a savior." Logan emphasized that instead of siding with the strong, choosing the losing side to turn the tide would bring much greater benefits. Lord McLean and his wife watched their son in silence, their eyes filled with deep thought. One retainer remained anxious, questioning if Logan truly had a way to turn the tide, or if the family was just stepping onto a sinking ship. Logan thoughtfully admitted the grim reality. True, the ship had lost some sails, and the hull was about to spring a leak. This admission made the retainers panic even more. They didn't understand why their young master would knowingly head into danger, but Logan's eyes suddenly blazed with determination. He roared, "Don't worry, I've got a new engine. I can take on the whole enemy fleet." Logan's overwhelming aura made everyone in the room hold their breath in astonishment. They were stunned, wondering what had given him such incredible confidence. Knight Rico was breaking out in a cold sweat, trembling as he asked if Logan really intended to go through with that claim. Replying to the skepticism, Logan smirked arrogantly and retorted, "Has anything ever gone wrong when I've taken action?" He stood tall with his arms crossed, a look of radiant pride on his face that left all the retainers speechless in confusion. Although their hearts were still full of anxiety, faced with the absolute confidence of their young master, they could only grudgingly accept the truth, even if they were still full of questions. Rico nervously grabbed Logan's arm. He couldn't understand why the young master would make such a contradictory decision. He reminded him, "But, young master, you said the attack back then was caused by Viter Me. You called them the culprit, and now you want to go. Be buddy-buddy with them?" Logan kept a cold expression, only dropping a mysterious reassurance. "Don't worry." Logan's eyes sparkled with schemes. He smirked and asserted, "I'll make them pay a heavy price at the right moment." Immediately after, a magic communication was established from the other side of the orb, and a high-ranking noble with a gloomy face asked in a low voice, "So now you want to join us? Are you crazy?" Logan McLean replied nonchalantly, "Ah, well, I guess it does sound like that. In that case, we have no reason not to join the First Prince's faction." This sudden U-turn left his opponent reeling. The challenging declaration left the High Noble so shocked his face distorted. "Are you really intending to reject us, sir?" The threatening question rang out from the other end of the communication orb. The Duke from the Second Prince's faction was so furious he was grinding his teeth, and he slammed his hand down on the table, cracking the wood, to the terror of the trembling attendants. He roared in absolute rage, "How dare you? Are you mocking me? You bastard!" A surge of magical pressure erupted from his body, shaking the whole room with every heavy, uncontrolled breath of the furious noble. Facing that thunderous rage, Logan remained incredibly calm, even though all he received were vitriolic insults. He silently assessed that the opponent being this agitated proved the second prince's war situation was truly in a dire state. Logan lowered his voice, pretending to be a reasonable man to soothe the situation. "I wouldn't dare to be so insolent even in my dreams, sir." Logan unexpectedly added a sarcastic comment that made the opponent pause, especially after receiving this terrifying gift. Seeing Logan's meaningful smile, the Duke was stunned. He stammered, asking back in confusion, "The orb?" He flatly stated he didn't understand what Logan was hinting at, and thought Logan didn't contact him just to reconcile in the middle of such a crisis. With cold eyes, the Duke demanded straight out, "What do you want?" Logan smirked. He clearly laid out the demands he considered perfectly reasonable in exchange for the McLean family's service. Logan declared firmly, "If we win, I want the Frost territory officially recognized as ours. Plus, half of the Marquis territory near McLean, and the ancestral earldom that we lost as well. Buy one, get three, a real bargain for the world." The Duke of the Second Prince's faction was stunned. He questioned him in disbelief. "What did you say? Are you serious?" Logan kept his calm smile. He analyzed that, given the risks the McLean family had to bear by entering the war now, this was absolutely not an unreasonable demand. Replying to that confidence, the Duke could only laugh sardonically. He coldly declared that these demands weren't even worth sitting down at the negotiating table for. Yet, looking into Logan's steady eyes, the Duke suddenly changed his attitude. He gave a calculating smile and declared, "If you're so confident, bring your body here and say it. I'll sign it and open your eyes." Logan shouted in excitement, "Really? That's great." The young master's decisiveness left the Duke genuinely surprised. Logan ended the conversation with a challenging promise. "I will come to visit you soon." Right after that, in Roger City, the atmosphere became extremely tense. The command to assemble the entire army echoed through the space as the McLean troops began to mobilize. Logan busily checked the progress of the provisions and received a firm report from the soldiers that everything was ready for a march lasting 2 to 3 weeks. Lord McLean stood proudly on his horse, his voice grave as he expressed his concern. "Asking for that much land, kid? Even I'm starting to feel a bit embarrassed for you." Logan smirked, a mysterious glint in his eyes. Logan pointed out that in the current dire situation, even the Second Prince's faction is desperate for some cannon fodder. Turning to his father, Logan reminded him, "And father, you agreed after seeing the power of the liberation, right?" He clearly emphasized that such a weapon was truly a terrifying tool of destruction. Lord McLean gazed at the army, lost in thought. He had to admit that even the most hardened guards would agree this new weapon was capable of completely turning the tide of the war. However, anxiety remained etched on the Lord's face. He wondered if the family was truly capable of keeping such a massive secret. The biggest obstacle in his mind was his son's true intentions. He asked in a low voice, "Logan, do you really intend to put the second prince on the throne?" Memories of the Grand Noble Assembly suddenly haunted McLean's mind. That was the horrific incident that had ignited the Civil War. He remembered witnessing the sudden death of Larry Clark. While everyone else was paralyzed with horror, McLean had caught a chilling sight. Logan was wearing a mysterious, cryptic smile. The Lord couldn't fathom what the real meaning behind that smile was, but he had a gut feeling that leading the army into battle now was certainly a calculated move following that shocking assassination. Logan looked at his father and calmly replied, "In these turbulent times, when are we ever without trouble?" He declared a brutal truth. "Whoever brings money and land to the table, those are your brothers." With eyes burning with determination, Logan emphasized that the only thing that mattered now was securing the most benefits for the McLean family. "The top priority is securing the deeds, guys." Seeing his son's cold resolve, Lord McLean could only watch in silent, deep contemplation. He sighed softly to himself, thinking, "Maybe I'm just getting old and worrying over nothing." Putting aside his doubts, the Lord prayed that at the end of this thorny path, glorious victory would truly await them. Facing the expectations of the entire army, Lord McLean loudly commanded, "Open the gates." The massive city gates slowly creaked open, welcoming the McLean army into the battle that would change the kingdom's fate. "If darkness blocks the way, may God illuminate my son's future." Among the ranks of the advancing legion, from the twins and Vector to the elder Cleon, everyone showed clear determination. Lord McLean watched his son's back with unwavering faith. Logan, clad in shining silver armor, looked straight ahead with eyes that never wavered. Logan gave a confident smirk and let out a resounding shout that pierced the air. "Charge!" It was the final firm blessing from a father for the path Logan had chosen. In the distance, the majestic twin fortress of Alan appeared amidst the mountain ranges. On the towering walls, guards were standing strict watch. One of them squinted through a telescope to monitor any developments from afar. In the lens, the flag bearing the blazing flame symbol of the McLean family appeared proudly. The guard panicked and sounded the alarm. "The house is on fire, boss. The flame symbol is actually here to burn our city." He scrambled to turn and run to report it. Heavy footsteps echoed on the stone floor. A middle-aged commander in dark armor stepped forward, a sarcastic smirk on his face. "Heh, so he really showed up." The commander narrowed his eyes and asked about the enemy's numbers. The subordinate reported that the McLean Legion didn't just have knights. Behind them was the legendary rapid-fire crossbow unit. Based on observation, the total force, including infantry, was estimated at over 4,000 men, and there were even mages riding in supply carriages. However, the commander of Alun Fortress remained incredibly arrogant. He dismissed them as just a mixed bag of people trying to put on a show. He coldly stated, "They won't have time to recover after we trample them. They're probably just numerous, that's all." Looking down at the McLean army from above, the commander of Alun suddenly felt an indescribable sense of unease. He muttered, "I'm not so sure, Roger." Contrary to that hesitation, Lucian, a man with a cunning face, appeared extremely smug as he remarked that the enemy's formation was very methodical and their equipment was nothing to sneeze at. He even taunted him, "Is there something wrong with your eyes? Those guys are clearly elite, yet you call them a mixed bag?" The commander roared in anger. Lucian remained unfazed, continuing to needle the commander for underestimating the enemy. "Aren't you the one overestimating those shadowy figures? You trust them too much." Though annoyed, the commander still had to ask for his opinion. "What do you think?" Lucian reckoned that if the McLean army was truly serious, their force would be incredibly formidable. He wore a sinister smile and added a cryptic comment. "More importantly, they've already offended a count." The commander gritted his teeth, enduring his subordinate's arrogance. In his heart, he kept cursing Lucian as a useless guy who only knew how to get in the way without accomplishing anything. He told himself that if Lucian wasn't the nephew of the powerful Duke Vanter, he would have kicked this jerk who chose to stay neutral out long ago. Lucian's presence was like a thorn in his side, making the commander even more stressed about the unpredictable situation. Finally, after a moment of consideration, the commander gave a decisive order. "All right, report to the prince. I'll let them in." The soldier hurriedly replied, "Yes, sir." The commander's eyes turned icy and calculating. He silently watched the battlefield, readying himself for the upcoming bloodbath. "Cool your head, sir. Wouldn't it be better to let them soak up the bullets for us?" He coldly revealed his plan to use the McLean family as pawns to weaken the First Prince's faction, thereby finding an opening to turn the tables. Lucian's hand tightened on Roger's shoulder like a veiled threat, making the commander break into a cold sweat and obey in fear. Roger gritted his teeth and ordered the soldiers to quickly open the gates to let Logan's army inside, feeling bitter but helpless. Logan couldn't help but be amazed when he saw the tight formation behind the gates. Thousands of soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder, creating a suffocating pressure, with knights holding massive warhammers standing as still as statues. In the crowd, a tall knight with a thick beard, clutching a massive iron mace, stared at Logan with a challenging look. He mocked, "What a grand welcome for our new guests." Suddenly, a group of servants carried an ornate armchair forward, on which sat a blond man with an incredibly haughty attitude. It was the second prince. He loudly reiterated the matter of, "You once personally rejected my invitation before." With a look of utter disdain, he demanded to know why Logan was now bringing soldiers along, and if he honestly thought he would be welcomed here. Watching his ridiculous posturing, Logan and his father just stood there, stunned, silently wondering to themselves, "What on earth is this idiot thinking?" Honestly, Logan silently judged that he didn't know much about the second prince, but he knew for a fact that compared to the first prince, that butcher who devastated the country in his past life, the second prince was viewed even more poorly. Kneeling and observing, Logan realized the guy's personality was obvious from the very first glance through his arrogant gestures. The second prince, Romain, casually picked his ear while letting out a string of disdainful insults. "So now they want to side with the winners? Those two-faced bastards, don't they know their place? Weaklings who love to act tough." Logan mused that the only saving grace was that these leaders weren't so useless that they couldn't feel even a shred of shame. The second prince continued muttering that with the current situation, even a baron could understand the problem. Seeing that his master was starting to lose patience, Count Roger von Frost hurried forward to ask permission to continue the discussion. Roger cleared his throat and stepped toward Lord Patrick. He spoke loudly. "Ahem. First, welcome, Your Excellency." Lord Patrick maintained his calm composure, He performed the handshake and replied politely, "Yes, it is my honor." "Whatever," Roger smirked sarcastically. "The old man is obedient enough, but that son of his, one look at his face makes me want to punch him." Lord Patrick smiled slightly, asserting that his son was, in fact, a very polite person. Roger narrowed his eyes suspiciously, coldly retorting that he didn't see it that way at all. Right then, Logan quietly stepped up right behind him, wearing a provocative smirk as he loudly greeted him. "Hello there, old man. Still doing well despite having half of your Roger house lost?" The sudden appearance and arrogant attitude of Logan left Count Roger so shocked that his entire face contorted. He could only grit his teeth, letting out a cold, hateful huff. Logan smirked mockingly. "How ridiculous. Isn't this a good situation? The Southern alliance you always wanted has finally been formed, hasn't it?" The provocation made Roger shake with anger, his armored hands clenching in fury, his face twisted, his eyes bulging, as if he wanted to devour the young heir alive. He hissed with killing intent. "Do you really have the guts to say that now?" Logan maintained his calm smile, but deep down, he was calculating something devious. "I was just planning to tease him a little, but this reaction is truly priceless. If I poke him just a bit more, the Count might actually attack me right here, and I'll kill him in self-defense." Logan's hand was already on the hilt of his sword, ready for the worst-case scenario. Sensing the tension, Lion hurried to intervene. "Please, control yourself, my lord." Logan clicked his tongue in disappointment that his prey didn't take the bait. What a shame. The old man suppressed his rage, exhaled sharply, and glared with a threat. "I'll be keeping an eye on you from now on." He silently turned and left with Lion, but his eyes remained locked on Logan with pure hatred. Currently, the Elan Castle and the surrounding area were the Elan Castles. Both formed a pair of twin fortresses once owned by Duke Vantome. Their names originated thousands of years ago, based on two moons that had vanished since the Age of Myth. Unfortunately, the ancestral legacy was now nothing more than a pile of rubble, as the twin castles officially became a bloody battlefield for both sides. This was no longer a conventional war over land, but a brutal struggle for the supreme throne. Logan sat quietly at the tactical table, silently concluding that no matter what method was used, the final goal remained: to defeat the opposing prince to end this war. Yet, the harsh truth was that neither of the heirs to the throne was the type who would be willing to sacrifice their personal interests to stop the bloodshed. Logan gently set his glass down, memories of his past life resurfacing hauntingly. If things continue like this, the war will tear this kingdom apart from its very roots. He realized these hollow strategic meetings were truly hopeless. Logan's gaze turned cold and vicious as he told himself, "Just kill the people who need to die, and the war will end." A quick and efficient philosophy for handling chaos. Soon after, the commander loudly pointed at the map and gave the order. "So, the Patrick forces will attack the enemy from the rear." Logan listened quietly, but in his heart, he was still pursuing his own separate calculations. Suddenly, a strange feeling washed over him, causing Logan to startle and look up at the opposite side. "The protagonist's radar has gone off, guys." A knight was staring at him with a very strange expression that Logan couldn't read at all. He wondered if it was hostility or just simple curiosity. Logan narrowed his eyes to observe the opponent carefully, trying to search his memory for what happened to this guy in his previous life. Seeing Logan silent, the commander of the second prince's side began to lose patience. He demanded in a harsh tone if Logan intended to refuse his orders. He even invoked Lord Patrick's name to apply pressure, threatening to directly hold the person who gave Logan full decision-making power accountable. Faced with that aggression, Logan gave a cryptic smile and hurriedly spoke to reassure the commander. He began to explain the tactical plan in detail,